In the village of Konoha, at the Ninja Academy, the bell signaling the end of classes rang, prompting a throng of students to pour out of the school like fledglings escaping their cage. They chattered animatedly about where to play or what to eat, while some lamented their poor grades, apprehensive about the impending reprimands. Among them was Chiba, who stood out distinctly from the crowd. A palpable void surrounded him. No one dared to approach within a meter, nor did anyone engage him in conversation. As he navigated through the bustling streets, passers-by cast disdainful glances in his direction. Parents hurriedly whisked their children away from him, admonishing them sternly to keep their distance. Murmurs followed Chiba as he walked. TSK, why is he still in our village? Even the Third Hokage is at fault for allowing him to stay. That boy, he must be the son of that traitor. His gloomy demeanor just screams trouble. What an eyesore, let's move on. Listening to the whispers, Chiba maintained a stoic expression, brow slightly furrowed. While countless thoughts swirled in his mind, it had been 7 years since his arrival in this world. Kakashi was now 8 years old, and according to the original narrative, Kakashi would become a Jonin at 12, just around the time of the Fourth Great Ninja War's onset. Although the exact timeline remained unclear, the impending war loomed ominously. Without the ability to protect himself, Chiba faced a grim fate. Death in the war seemed almost inevitable. Unlike the Fourth War, characterized by an alliance of ninja against two formidable bosses, the brutality of the Third War was expected to be far more severe. Having already experienced death once, Chiba was determined to evade such a fate again. Who could say whether another death would lead to further reincarnation or simply an end to everything? Time was of the essence. He must realize his plans without delay. With a troubled expression, Chiba lost track of his surroundings and soon found himself in a tranquil grove, following a narrow path. At the village's edge stood a solitary cabin, which served as his home. Chiba had traversed into the world of Naruto. Born into an ordinary family, his mother had died during childbirth, and his father had perished before his birth, branded a traitor for stealing Konoha's defense plans for a Wagakure. Caught by the Third Hokage during the exchange, he was slain by IWA ninja to prevent him from revealing detrimental information, while the enemy was also eliminated. Though the plans remained safe, Chiba's father was loathed by all in Konoha, labeled a criminal, and Chiba bore the brunt of this animosity as his son. After setting down his backpack, Chiba walked to the shaded rear of the cabin, where 3 wooden posts stood. 2 were battered beyond recognition, while one appeared relatively new. Silently, Chiba approached and began practicing side kicks and straight punches. Unlike protagonists from other fan fiction, Chiba's circumstances were far less favorable. He possessed neither the 3 great dojutsu nor any Kekkei Genkai. His chakra reserves were painfully ordinary. The speed and quantity of his chakra refinement were dismal. He estimated that with relentless training, reaching the level of a Chunin might be his utmost limit. However, one small consolation lay in his exquisite control over chakra. He could balance on a tree for an entire day and night without faltering, utilizing every shred of chakra without waste. Yet, this ability was ultimately inconsequential. Chakra formed the foundation of the Naruto universe, intricately woven into every jutsu. The potency of techniques was directly proportional to chakra volume. Greater reserves led to more formidable abilities that a jutsu like the Great Fireball technique wielded by Uchiha Madara would devastate an area, while a common ninja would merely produce a small fireball. The disparity lay in their chakra reserves. To become powerful, one must possess vast chakra. After all, Naruto, the protagonist, surged forward through sheer volume of Kurama's chakra, while even Sasuke, though not on par with Naruto, held a significant chakra reserve. Compared to others, Chiba's meager chakra virtually sealed his tragic fate in this world. He had experienced anger, despair, and even moments of self-despair, yet ultimately persevered, resolute in his pursuit of strength. Perhaps fate smiled upon him at last, as he discovered a hidden basement in the cabin, housing a stone pedestal with a scroll atop it. Upon opening it, he found it contained Konoha's forbidden technique, the 8th Gate of Death. The exhilaration of that moment nearly overwhelmed him. As the pinnacle of taijutsu, the 8th Gate could grant power surpassing that of even cage-level shinobi. Mastering this technique could ensure his survival, but came with grave risks. In the Chunin exams, Lee, after opening the 5th gate against Gaara, nearly became incapacitated had it not been for Tsunade's miraculous healing. And Guy, who opened the 8th gate, faced certain death without Naruto's intervention. Chiba had no desire for fleeting power. Becoming a cripple in this beloved world was far worse than a swift end. Chiba feared death, yet he feared weakness even more, the helplessness of being preyed upon. He had endured enough of that in his past life. In this new existence, he was determined to become a formidable force. Thus, he conceived a daring plan to master the power of the 8 gates, to control the ferocious chakra unleashed upon opening them, transforming the ephemeral might of the 8th gate into a sustainable mode. The chakra released upon opening the gates was substantial. To harness this power was unprecedented, and voicing such an ambition would likely invite ridicule, branding him a fool. Yet Chiba was no mere dreamer. His precise control over chakra was remarkable, rendering this aspiration not entirely impossible. With a resounding bang, Chiba struck the newly erected post with a punch, sending splinters flying. For 3 years, he had diligently trained with the scroll of the 8 gates, dedicating every moment outside of eating, sleeping, and classes to its practice. Through relentless effort and self-discipline, inspired by Lee and Guy's grueling training regimens, he had pushed himself to his limits, often questioning how he would manage to complete all his classes the following day. After 3 years of such rigorous training, his perseverance bore fruit. He had finally mastered the first 3 gates of the 8 gates. 500 straight punches and 500 side kicks, Chiba declared, retracting his fist and exhaling deeply. Fatigue washing over him, he then unfastened the weights from his arms and legs, gently placing them on the ground, where they landed with a heavy thud. Weighted training commenced 2 years ago, with Chiba gradually increasing the load each month to a bearable level before engaging in exercise, continuing this pattern until he could manage the weight with ease, at which point he would augment it further the following month. Evidently, Chiba had yet to fully bear the current weight. After taking a few breaths, he inhaled slightly and clenched his fists. First gate, open. Open. Second gate, rest gate, open. In his mind, it was as if 2 switches had been activated, unleashing an inexhaustible flow of energy that swept away the previous fatigue. Then came the 3rd gate, the life gate, open. Chiba sensed a particular chakra point in his chest, akin to a previously sealed throttle valve, suddenly burst open. The chakra, which had previously flowed like a trickle within him, surged dramatically, flooding through his meridians and radiating outward. His body began to flush, turning a shade of red, as streams of green chakra gradually seeped from his skin. He was infused with an overwhelming surge of power. Simultaneously, small stones on the ground began to dance, drawn by the chakra he was emitting. Chiba closed his eyes, forming hand seals to concentrate the chakra. Today, I must succeed. He devoted himself entirely to harnessing the uncontrolled chakra within him that a year prior. He had managed to open the 3rd gate, yet he had not once succeeded in condensing the chakra into a controllable form. At present, the chakra from the life gate was wildly turbulent, passively enhancing his physical prowess, yet escaping through his pores, rendering it unusable for ninjutsu. Only by mastering it could he utilize it for his techniques. Standing resolutely, Chiba held his breath as the hands forming seals began to tremble with the passage of time. The green chakra emanating from his body gradually receded, enveloping him instead. Ceasing its escape, a smile crept onto Chiba's lips. The previously chaotic chakra within him seemed to slow, gradually ceasing its escape and being drawn back into his meridians. Chiba, do not relax. This is when problems arise, he reminded himself, urging caution simultaneously. The chakra from the life gate was entirely contained within his meridians, no longer dispersing, but flowing at an accelerated pace, still a wild stallion. So close. Just a little more. Sweat beaded on Chiba's forehead as waves of fatigue washed over him. Chakra, being a perfect amalgamation of cellular energy and mental fortitude, was inherently volatile. The chakra from the life gate, strictly speaking, lacked his mental energy. It was purely the result of the 8 gates technique. Condensing this chakra required a significant investment of mental focus. The extent to which he could infuse his spirit into it depended entirely on his control over the chakra. This was, in essence, a battle of will. Countless failures had taught Chiba that each setback stemmed from his inability to endure. However, this time, retreat was not an option. Surrender was out of the question. He refused to remain a victim. Visions of past humiliations surged within him, igniting a fierce anger fueled by regret and resentment. How could he remain so powerless? This surge of fury, intertwined with a potent mental force, merged with the life gate chakra under Chiba's calm control that a silent roar reverberated within him. The flushed hue of his skin instantly receded, and the green chakra enveloping him vanished. Chiba abruptly opened his eyes, elated in that moment. The life gate remained ajar. Blue chakra coursing through him like a river. This was his chakra, not the green chakra of the life gate. He had succeeded. The volume of chakra was equivalent to that of a seasoned Chunin. This was not merely the 8 gates technique. This was the 8 gates mode. Chiba, exhilarated, struck a nearby wooden post with a fist, only to find it shatter with a resounding crack, splintering to the ground. His strength had indeed amplified. While not to the extent of the 8 gates technique, there was a notable increase in power. Just as Chiba reveled in his triumph, a fleeting shadow darted through the dense foliage beside the building. The mere glance had been insufficient to discern the figure. Yet he was certain that someone had just been observing him. Almost instinctively, Chiba plunged into the thicket. At this moment, the sky was adorned with a multitude of stars. Chiba navigated swiftly through the dense forest, his senses heightened as he entered a state of survival mode. He deftly leaped over branches, gradually catching sight of a shadowy figure ahead. Who could it be? Were they watching me? It was only natural, considering I am the descendant of a traitor. Even if I were allowed to remain in the village, it was likely that I would be under constant surveillance. Yet, if this were indeed the case, why reveal their presence? Chiba sensed that this individual was most likely not an ally. Just then, 2 drops of water floated down, striking Chiba's face. Instinctively, he wiped them away, only to find his fingers stained with crimson. He had been injured. At that moment, he could clearly see the ninja ahead, who was clutching a girl under his arm. Chiba was certain this person was an enemy, for the child was adorned in the attire of the esteemed Hyūga clan of Konohagakure. As the oldest clan in the village, the Hyūga family, known for possessing one of the 3 great dojutsu, the Byakugan, had long been a coveted target for rogue ninja villages. Numerous incidents had occurred where heirs of the pure Hyūga bloodline were abducted. It was evident that this individual was a ninja from an enemy nation. Chiba realized he had unwittingly become embroiled in a struggle for the coveted bloodline limit. If he were to assist the Hyūga family in reclaiming their kidnapped heir, their goodwill towards him would surely increase. Historically, in the Great Ninja Wars, the land of fire and Konohagakure emerged victorious, leaving him with no reason to abandon the village. However, his current standing within the village was exceedingly precarious as the son of a traitor, despised by all. He feared that if another ninja war were to erupt, he would undoubtedly be the first sent into perilous situations. As a descendant of the venerable Hyūga clan and Otsutsuki clan, although scarcely featured in the original narrative, they nonetheless wielded considerable influence within Konohagakure. Gaining their favor would undoubtedly improve Chiba's standing within the village. Even if he could not alter the common people's perceptions, he could enhance his reputation among the village's elite, paving the way for a smoother future. Moreover, the captor appeared to be injured, and judging by his speed, his wounds were likely severe. Perhaps there was indeed a chance for success. After much contemplation, Chiba resolutely decided that he must rescue this pure-blooded member of the Hyūga family. With determination, he propelled himself forward, channeling chakra to accelerate his speed. Iwakamu gasped for breath, struggling to maneuver through the dense underbrush. His body was afflicted with several sealed chakra points by the Hyūga, severely hampering his mobility. However, this was not his most grievous injury. A deep, bone-exposing wound ran from his right chest to his left lower abdomen, hastily bandaged, yet still oozing blood that dripped into the air as he moved. As a seasoned Jonin, he was acutely aware that this blood would leave a trail, making him susceptible to pursuit. Yet, he could not afford to halt his escape. Glancing down at the little girl he held, he noted that she had succumbed to unconsciousness, her long hair cascading down, obscuring her features. However, he was acutely aware that this was the pure bloodline of the Byakugan, snatched at great peril by their group of 10 elite shinobi from the Hyūga clan. This bloodline, long coveted by their village, represented a long-awaited Kekkei Genkai. The potential to study the Byakugan might unveil the secrets of this ancient clan. A lineage tracing back to the era of the Sage of Six Paths, which promised to bestow upon them invaluable knowledge. For this bloodline, his 9 companions had already perished, and he himself bore grave injuries. Cursed be that white-haired brat. Were it not for his meddling, he would not have suffered such severe wounds. And that short blade, radiating white chakra, what connection did this child have with the white fang of Konoha? Lost in thought, his dulled senses, compromised by his injuries, suddenly detected someone rapidly approaching from behind. Damn it, is it that white-haired kid? If he has arrived, it means the main forces of Konoha are not far behind. He dared not glance back, knowing such an act would only hinder his speed. Iwamuki Masaru reached into his ninja tool pouch, grasping 2 round black capsules in his hand. At that moment, the starlight before him twinkled as he neared the edge of the dense forest, the pursuer closing in alarmingly close. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he hurled the black capsules behind him and surged forward with renewed vigor. Die, kid. Taste the special explosives of Awagakure. The moonlight cascaded like silver as Iwamuki Masaru burst from the forest, revealing a river ahead, with a flat plain on the opposite bank. Crossing that expanse would bring him beyond the borders of the Hidden Leaf Village, not far from the Land of Fire's boundary. Boom! Upon breaking free from the forest, a violent explosion erupted behind him, flames and black smoke billowing forth, while splintered wood rained down. 2 trees at the edge of the forest were blown apart. Without pausing, Iwamuki Masaru dashed forward. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow growing larger, looming over him. Above, he glanced up sharply, only to see a striking youth, approximately 7 years of age. Chest out and fists clenched, charging through the smoke. It was Chiba? Not that white-haired brat. This fleeting thought crossed Iwamuki Masaru's mind. Chiba descended from midair, propelled by the swirling smoke, and delivered a powerful punch. The blow connected squarely with Iwamuki's face. Bang! The flat ground beyond the forest erupted in a shower of debris, creating a deep crater as dust and smoke ascended. As the haze dissipated, the IW and ninja lay crumpled in the center of the crater, nearly embedded into the earth. Chiba, securely holding the girl, swiftly retreated several paces, distancing himself from the fallen ninja, beads of sweat already forming on his brow. That was close. Just moments ago, Chiba had been accelerating in pursuit of the IWA shinobi, on the verge of catching up when the 2 black capsules hurtled towards him, almost reaching his chest. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, unleashing a surge of chakra to accelerate his ascent and narrowly evading the epicenter of the explosive device. Subsequently, he utilized the shockwave from the blast, skillfully maneuvering off the debris of shattered branches, and descended upon the Jonin with a resounding impact. Chiba felt a searing pain in his back, likely the result of the explosion's force. The Jonin lay motionless on the ground, devoid of any sound. His punch had expended nearly all of his chakra, and it was fortunate that he possessed an extraordinary degree of control over it. That singular strike had consumed a significant portion of his chakra reserves, yet its power was tremendous, creating a crater of 1 meter in diameter upon impact. Surely he must be dead, Chiba gasped, realizing that this punch had been a last-ditch effort. Although he had mastered the opening of the life gate, greatly amplifying his chakra, he was devoid of any ninjutsu skills. While he had some proficiency in body flicker techniques, they were utterly insufficient against a ninja capable of infiltrating Konoha to abduct a Hyūga clan heir. The only resource he could rely upon was the physical prowess he had diligently trained in, coupled with his meticulous control over chakra. At that moment, a singular thought dominated his mind: to concentrate all his chakra into his fist and unleash it in an explosive instant, determining victory in a single blow, denying any opportunity for counterattack. Wait, a thought flickered in Chiba's mind. Could this be the manifestation of monstrous strength? Tsunade's monstrous strength? Wasn't the principle behind his punch just that? A wave of excitement surged through him. He had inadvertently grasped the essence of that formidable strength. He needed to recall that feeling and practice it diligently. Just then, he felt a soft stir in his arms as the girl in white slowly awakened, her white eyes fluttering open. Hearing the sound, Chiba instinctively glanced down. In that instant, his pupils dilated as a delicate hand shot forth, aiming directly for his face. "What are you doing?" Chiba frowned, acutely aware of the chakra emanating from her hand. If that strike connected, he would surely bear the marks of bloodshed. No, bloodshed would be a mild consequence. It felt like retribution. A flicker of irritation coursed through him. "Impertinent fool," the girl exclaimed, delivering another palm strike toward his face. Another blow. Chiba dodged again, but this time, he was a fraction slower, feeling a sharp sting on his right cheek, likely a mark of disfigurement. "You." Chiba's anger flared. Yet as he spoke, he sensed the opening of the life gate gradually closing, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. His hands weakened, and the girl slipped from his grasp. The life gate mode had ceased. His chakra levels reverted to their original state. Although the 8 gates technique alleviated some physical strain, it remained bound by limitations, and it appeared that his endurance was the key constraint. He had merely controlled the chakra of the 8 gates, not altered the essence of the technique. If his stamina waned and he could not maintain the life gates activation, the 8 gates mode would inevitably close, just as a lack of stamina would render the technique unsustainable. So it was thus. This pattern still possesses room for improvement. Despite the fatigue washing over him, Chiba maintained a calm analysis and quietly exhaled in relief. He initially believed that this mode could only be sustained for a brief period, but it now appeared that as long as he continued to hone his physical skills and elevate his stamina to a level akin to Kai's, he could effortlessly unlock the 7th gate, thereby transforming this mode into a permanent state. Moreover, with the enhancement of his physical prowess, the duration of this 8 gates mode would extend. Perhaps, it could even become a permanent mode before he reached the 7th gate. Presently, having only activated the 3rd gate, he already wielded chakra at a level equivalent to that of a Chunin. Upon unlocking the 4th gate, would he not then possess chakra at the level of a Jonin? The mere thought of this ignited a surge of excitement within him, significantly alleviating his sense of fatigue. What delighted him further was that upon the deactivation of the 1st gate, he felt no trace of injury. The recent explosive output of chakra from a powerful punch had resulted in no damage. This indicated that the 1st gate mode was utterly safe. While Chiba was engrossed in his analysis of the 8 gates mode, the Hyūga clan's young lady, having slipped from his grasp, tumbled to the ground, swiftly righting herself and launching an aggressive palm strike. Chiba suddenly realized that his 1st gate was closed, and his body felt feeble, even though he sensed the incoming strike. He lacked the strength to evade. Observing the fierce demeanor of the young lady and her gentle fist stance, his lips twitched in apprehension. With his current condition, could he withstand such an impact? There was no choice left but to brace himself. Chiba's gaze sharpened as he steeled his resolve. The young lady's palm had already surged forward. "Do not strike. We are allies." Hyūga Yukina's delicate face clouded, her palm halting before Chiba's chest, the veins at her temples swelling, extending from the corners of her eyes to her temples. Her alabaster eyes formed distinct pupils, fixated on Chiba, who had raised his hands in surrender. Subsequently, she surveyed the scene through her Byakugan's 360-degree perspective, spotting the ninja who had previously attacked her, now sprawled on the ground. In an instant, she pieced together the connection. This person saved me, gazing at the sizable crater with a diameter of 1 meter. And then at the pale-faced Chiba staring at her palm, she furrowed her brow. There were no others present. He must have been the one to rescue her. Yet he appeared to lack the strength to possess such power. The crater had clearly been created by a powerful punch. What tremendous force that must be. Through her Byakugan, Yukina could discern the chakra coursing within Chiba's body. The amount was quite ordinary, considerably less than her own. Though his muscular structure was robust, delivering such a punch was utterly implausible. Yet, he was the only one present, and the evidence lay before her. Chiba, sensing her skepticism, pointed to his chest with a slender hand, striving to convey a reassuring smile of camaraderie. Yukina furrowed her brow, questioning whether this individual truly was her savior. He appeared anything but formidable, indeed, rather weak. Faced with the young lady's doubtful gaze, Chiba could only manage a wry smile. Having saved another, he found himself doubted. A sense of helplessness washed over him. However, with her thoughts now clarified, Hinata Yukina withdrew her hand, the icy demeanor on her delicate face gradually fading. "I misjudged you. My apologies," she said with a slight bow. "And thank you for saving me." Chiba let out a sigh of relief, witnessing Hinata Yukina's sincere apology and gratitude. The lingering dissatisfaction within him slowly dissipated. At that moment, Chiba seized the opportunity to scrutinize the young lady of the Hinata family more closely. Before him stood a visage of exquisite beauty, akin to fine jade, reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, framing a face that bore a hint of youthful plumpness. She wore a garment resembling a white kimono, revealing her arms, while the hem of her skirt reached a third of the way down her thighs, slightly longer than leggings. Beneath, she sported fishnet stockings that enveloped her fair, delicate legs, and her porcelain-like feet were adorned with a pair of wooden clogs, albeit slightly dusted from her earlier tumble. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the direction of the pit, causing both to turn alertly. To their astonishment, the ninja within the pit had transformed, his complexion taking on a hue reminiscent of earth before dissolving into a puddle of soil. Earth-style, mud clone. Both Chiba and Hinata Yukina thought simultaneously. At that moment, the ground behind them cracked open, fissures racing toward them. Almost instinctively, they leapt apart just as the rift threatened to engulf them. Earth-style, rock pillar prison. As Hinata Yukina landed from her jump, for stone pillars abruptly rose around her, trapping her securely within. Not good. Chiba glimpsed at Hinata Yukina, panic rising within him. It was that ninja. His body felt weak and fatigued. Evading the earth-style technique had already taken its toll, and he nearly stumbled upon landing. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself, though his legs trembled. Turning around, his expression darkened. Behind him stood the very ninja he had struck with a powerful blow earlier. The situation had grown dire. Chiba glanced at Hinata Yukina, who was ensnared by the four stone pillars, then back at the ninja before him. The escape route was sealed, his stamina depleted, and now the young lady was trapped, while this ninja, having just executed two powerful techniques, was undoubtedly a Jonin. Truly, the worst possible scenario. As Chiba assessed the ninja ahead, he noted the adversary was half kneeling, clutching a wound, and the once pristine white bandage was now thoroughly stained crimson, indicating a severe injury. Yet, it was evident that this ninja still possessed the capability to end his life. Chiba understood this all too well, particularly given his own deteriorating condition. Meanwhile, the thoughts racing through Uzumaki's mind mirrored the gravity of the situation. He too recognized the precariousness of their plight. The recent explosion would undoubtedly attract the attention of pursuing forces, and they would likely arrive shortly. His immediate objective was clear: eliminate the young man before him and extinguish the bloodline of the Hinata family. Indeed, to kill. He was gravely injured, his chakra points sealed. The recent use of two jutsu had consumed a significant amount of chakra, and the process of refining it was exceedingly arduous. Capturing that young girl from the Hyūga clan would require considerable effort, for he had already suffered a setback during his ambush, with one of his chakra points being compromised by her. However, if it came to killing her, the task would be far less demanding. Capturing someone alive is always a more formidable challenge than taking a life. Furthermore, should the secret of the Byakugan be involved, the corpse would yield invaluable intelligence. Rather than fail in capturing her, it would be better to eliminate her and retrieve the body. In doing so, the deaths of his other 9 comrades would not be in vain, and the mission could still be deemed a success. The young boy before him seemed to specialize in taijutsu. Truthfully, Iwamuzen was astonished that such a 7-year-old child could create such a significant crater with a single punch, something even taijutsu practitioners would struggle to achieve. The only person he could think of with such unmatched strength was Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konohagakure. Could this child possibly be her apprentice? His talent was exceptional. He must not be allowed to grow stronger, lest he become a future adversary to the village. With this thought, Iwamuzen felt a surge of murderous intent, yet he remained composed while refining his chakra. Although his chakra was being extracted slowly due to the sealing of his points, it would accumulate gradually, piece by piece. Observing the boy's hesitance to attack, he surmised that either he was at the end of his strength or simply too intimidated to advance. Therefore, there was no need to rush. He would take his time to gather more chakra, for he still needed to deal with that girl from the Hyūga clan. A faint, sinister smile crept across Iwamuzen's lips. Sensing Iwamuzen's malevolence, Chiba instinctively swallowed hard. This was the aura of a Jonin, terrifying. That thought echoed relentlessly in Chiba's mind. Suddenly, a muffled thud erupted from the rocky prison, akin to the sound of a person striking stone. Clearly, Hinata Yukina was already seeking a means of escape. I cannot rely solely on myself. The sound jolted Chiba back from the paralysis of Iwamuzen's murderous intent as he began to analyze the situation calmly. His chakra reserves were severely limited, rendering him unable to fully execute even the transformation technique. He could manage at most 2, and he was unarmed. His taijutsu was exceedingly weak at the moment, unable to be utilized effectively. He needed to rescue the young lady from the Hyūga clan. Chiba concluded this necessity but pondered how to achieve it. Glancing at the 4 massive boulders, he realized they appeared too heavy to push aside. Was there any feasible solution? He looked at Iwamazan, who was currently fixated on him, his eyes brimming with lethal intent, as if he were ready to strike at any moment. This gaze sent a shiver down Chiba's spine. Iwamazan's inaction was undoubtedly a tactic to accumulate chakra. Once he had gathered enough, he would surely unleash a deadly blow, leaving Chiba with no chance of survival. With this judgment in mind, Chiba lowered his head, diverting his gaze. Suddenly, he noticed a wooden stump at his feet, half-charred. Remnants of the tree shattered during the recent explosion. A sudden spark ignited in Chiba's mind, and a smile graced his lips. Eureka! He swiftly picked up a piece of charred wood from the ground and hurled it with all his might towards the rock pillar. Though his body was weary, years of physical training lent strength to his throw, sending the wood soaring into the air. What was he planning? Yinmu Zhen's gaze sharpened as he watched the charred wood fly towards the rock pillar. Throwing wood? Aiming to shatter the rock face? Has this boy lost his senses? With such feeble strength? However, the wood would not strike the rock wall. It soared higher than the wall itself. Now, my lady, look up. Substitute technique. Chiba shouted with fervor. Substitute technique? Yinmu Zhen was taken aback. The anxious Senha Yukina, who was within the rock pillar, was also momentarily stunned. Instinctively lifting her gaze at Chiba's command, and there she beheld the charred wood suspended in the air outside the rock wall. Yukina's reaction was swift. She instantly grasped Chiba's intention and began forming hand seals with alacrity. Boom! She transformed into a cloud of white mist, which dissipated rapidly, and a piece of charred wood fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Senha Yukina appeared in the place where the wood had once been, hovering dangerously close to the rock wall. Yukina had escaped. It worked. The technique was a fundamental skill taught at the Ninja Academy. There was no doubt she could master it. Chiba quietly clenched his fist. What? Yinmu Zhen exclaimed, astonished that he had replaced the position of the wood with a substitute technique. This boy's mind works quickly. No, I cannot delay any longer. My lady, your ninja tool pouch. At that moment, Yukina descended gracefully from the air, landing effortlessly, and Chiba shouted urgently, as he noticed Yinmu Zhen forming hand seals. Without a moment's hesitation, Yukina tossed her ninja tool pouch from her waist. Chiba caught it, inspecting its contents while calling out, "My lady, hurry to my side." Excellent. There are smoke bombs. Smoke bombs are essential tools, so it's reasonable to assume there are some. Chiba swiftly drew a kunai and tossed it to the approaching Yukina. Simultaneously, he extracted a smoke bomb from the pouch. Seeing Yukina draw near, he hurled it forcefully to the ground. Boom! A cloud of white smoke instantly enveloped them, concealing their figures. This is bad. Yinmu Zhen completed his final hand seal, ready to unleash his jutsu, but with the sudden loss of his target, he found himself at a loss. The timing of that smoke bomb was impeccable. Now, my lady. In the midst of the white smoke, Chiba's voice rang out once more. Then came a whoosh, as a kunai shot forth from the smoke, hurtling towards Yinmu Zhen's head. Observing the swiftly approaching kunai, Yinmu Zhen smirked. Naive. You think a single kunai can kill me? Ambition without the strength to back it up. He merely tilted his head slightly to evade the kunai while pressing down with both hands. If you attempt to escape now, the outcome may be entirely different. To think you dare to kill me? Boy, you are far too inexperienced. That shout has already revealed your location. Earth release, earth spike. As the ground before Uzumaki surged upwards, it transformed into a towering mound of earth that surged forth, piercing through the veil of white mist. When it emerged, the earth spire was impaled with the form of a 7-year-old boy. It was Chiba. Die? The Uzumaki sneered coldly, yet in the next breath, his smile faltered. The Chiba upon the earthen spire suddenly erupted into a cloud of white mist. A clone. Then, a resounding explosion echoed from behind him. The shuriken. His eyes widened in horror. In an instant, a tumult of fear, regret, and unwillingness surged within him, contorting his face in anguish. Chiba's voice resonated from behind him. You are the one who shall die. A cold smirk graced Chiba's lips as he tightened his grip on the shuriken, channeling every ounce of strength to drive it into Uzumaki's back. Splurt. Blood gushed forth. Damn it. I was actually slain by a mere child. Uzumaki's eyes bulged in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground in defeat. At that moment, as the white mist dissipated, Hinata Yukina remained poised, having just flung the shuriken, and upon witnessing Uzumaki fall, revealed Chiba lurking behind, his eyes glinting with an unusual radiance. Leaving behind a clone, transforming into a shuriken, and then utilizing my hand to cast it away, he had anticipated that the ninja would surely evade it. The reason he threw the shuriken to me in the midst of the smoke bomb was to confuse the enemy, leading them to believe that the shuriken I tossed amidst the mist was the one he had thrown to me. Hinata Yukina gazed at the wavering Chiba. Had he conceived this strategy in that fleeting moment? How impressive! Chiba panted heavily, a bitter smile etched upon his face. At that moment, he was utterly exhausted. His chakra had been completely depleted, and his weary body could no longer harness any remaining chakra. The recent shadow clone technique and transformation had consumed the scant chakra he possessed. Standing upright at this point, he even felt a sense of admiration for himself. Truly, he could hardly feel his limbs, yet he still managed to remain on his feet. Lowering his head to confirm that the ninja was indeed dead, he finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. Then came a wave of nausea. After all, this was Chiba's first experience with taking a life. In his previous life, he had lived in an era of peace, having never even witnessed death. Thus, feeling queasy was to be expected. Along with the nausea came a wave of dread. The minutiae of the battle flooded his mind. If there had been the slightest misstep, had the lady not activated the substitution technique in time, or had she not seen the position where the wooden dummy or shuriken could be dodged, then it would have been their lives at stake. Are you all right? Hinata Yukina stepped forward, intending to support Chiba, when suddenly a fierce shout rang out. Lady, step aside. Takachiba, you dare assist a ninja from an enemy nation. The son of a traitor is indeed a traitor himself. Swoosh. For shurikens flew into the ground before Chiba, each adorned with explosive tags. Damn it! Chiba exclaimed as he beheld the 4 shurikens, now perilously close, the explosive tags igniting with a hiss. This is going to cost me my life. Chiba desperately attempted to move his feet, but he found himself utterly drained of strength, unable to evade. Not perishing at the hands of an enemy, only to die at the hands of his own. What own? Chiba cursed inwardly. The explosive talisman detonated with a resounding bang, triggering a chain reaction that caused the remaining 3 kunai to explode simultaneously. A fireball erupted, instantly engulfing Chiba. In the next moment, 2 figures rolled out from the inferno, their bodies enveloped in smoke. It was indeed Chiba and Hinata Yukina. After tumbling several times, Chiba felt as if the world was spinning around him. When he finally came to a stop, he sensed a heavy weight pressing down on his chest. Looking down, he saw Yukina sprawled across him, her back smoking, the acrid scent of burnt flesh permeating the air. At that moment, Yukina lay with her eyes tightly shut, a look of agony etched across her face. Seemingly having lost consciousness, Chiba was taken aback. Did she save me? Just then, a boy clad in Hinata attire rushed over, followed by several figures leaping from the woods. Trailing closely behind him, young miss, the boy exclaimed urgently. Upon seeing the charred skin on Yukina's back, his white eyes narrowed fiercely at Chiba, as if blaming him for her injuries, radiating a desire to consume Chiba whole. Chiba felt the boy's glare, but chose to disregard it. His heart was a tumult of emotions. In his mind, flashes of Yukina diving in front of him during the explosion replayed, shielding him from the blast and propelling herself away from the danger. Had she not intervened, Chiba's life would have been forfeit. She had saved him. Gazing at Yukina, whose eyes remained closed, Chiba parted his lips, yet no words emerged. In his previous life, he had been bullied, with no one to stand up for him. Relatives and friends had cowered under the might of his tormentor, and even until his death, no one had extended a finger to rescue him. Yet now, a girl had risked her life to save him. Chiba's heart was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. You traitor! The boy with wide eyes suddenly drew a kunai, glaring resentfully at Chiba, ready to thrust it down and end his life. Stop! Came a sharp reprimand, accompanied by a firm grip on the boy's hand. No matter how fiercely he struggled to stab down, that hand held him firmly in place, preventing the strike. Chiba turned to see a white-haired boy, his mouth covered by a mask, intervening to stop the boy from delivering a fatal blow. Kakashi Hitaki. Chiba's pupils constricted slightly. Hinata Yuki. He is the one who saved Yukina. Calm yourself. Kakashi admonished again, applying pressure, causing the boy to wince in pain as the kunai fell from his grasp, which Kakashi swiftly caught with his other hand. The boy, now pained, looked around, and was met with the astonished gazes of several adult members of the Hinata clan behind him. The situation was clear. If this Takechiba was indeed a traitor to the village, how could Yukina have risked her life to save him? Moreover, from the position earlier, it seemed this boy had dispatched that ninja to rescue Yukina. The usually composed Yuki appeared to have lost his composure as the gaze of the crowd fell upon him. Hinata Yuki's expression darkened. Reluctantly, he turned to Chiba and muttered, "I apologize. I was overly concerned for Yukina and lost my composure." Chiba, unfazed by Yuki's half-hearted apology, thought to himself, "You're attempting to kill me, so spare me the pretense of using Yukina as an excuse." Chiba was acutely aware that Yuki was fully cognizant of the earlier incident, clearly indicating that he was aligned with the opposing side, an intentional act. This man genuinely wished to do me harm. That outburst was merely a ruse, a pretext to justify his actions after my demise, so others might perceive him as a victim of misunderstanding. After all, I am merely the son of a traitor. Should I be mistakenly slain, the repercussions would be mild. Moreover, without any connections, no one would seek retribution against him. This Hinata Yuki is exceedingly ruthless. Chiba silently etched this Yuki into his memory, while casting a glance at Hinata Yukina, musing, "So, her name is Yukina Hinata. It is a beautifully melodious name. I shall remember it. However, why does this name seem somewhat familiar?" Lost in thought, Chiba suddenly felt a lightness in his body. Raising his eyes, he saw Yukina being lifted by Yuki, who declared, "Let us go." A fleeting glance at Chiba was all it took before he soared away, followed by the others, leaving only Chiba and Kakashi behind. Kakashi examined him and remarked, "You've merely exhausted yourself and sustained a few burns, nothing too serious." Meanwhile, Chiba reflected on the look Yuki cast as he departed. "Damn it, that brat still wishes to kill me. In the future, I must be cautious and look for an opportunity to eliminate him." "You are quite formidable," Kakashi remarked, glancing at Uzumaki Makoto, addressing Chiba. Though he was a severely injured Jonin, he was still a Jonin. What means did this fellow employ to slay him? Was that massive pit the work of the invading Jonin, or was it the handiwork of the man before me? Such were Kakashi's thoughts. Observing the genuine admiration in Kakashi's gaze, Chiba remained silent, preoccupied with thoughts of Yuki. Noticing Chiba's silence, Kakashi also refrained from speaking. He rose to inspect Uzumaki Makoto, for the deceased hold considerable value to a ninja. After confirming that Uzumaki had indeed succumbed, he grasped the collar of his clothing and dragged him back. The kunai embedded in his back was the fatal blow. What method did he employ? As Kakashi traversed the rocky prison and fissures in the earth, he furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. At that moment, Chiba's voice broke the silence. Kakashi halted his steps. "Could you carry me back? My home lies just beyond the thicket," Chiba said with a wry smile. "Oh, my apologies. I intended to carry you back all along." With that, Kakashi approached, hoisted Chiba onto his shoulder, and, dragging Uzumaki's lifeless form, ventured into the dense forest. "This truly feels like being carried." Chiba felt the weight of a solid shoulder pressing against his abdomen. It was an uncomfortable sensation, threatening to make him nauseated. 497, 498. Chiba pounded on the wooden post, sending layers of wood shavings cascading down. On that day, Kakashi brought him back to the village, not directly depositing him at his secluded home, but rather ensuring he spent a day recuperating at the village medical facility. During this time, Hinata Yukina's father, Hinata Masaki, came to visit him, expressing his gratitude and extending an invitation to visit their home. This unexpected gesture filled Chiba with joy. The invitation signified an acknowledgement of his existence, indicating that the doors of the Hinata household were open to him. He had not anticipated such a significant overture from the Hinata family after rescuing Yukina. For a moment, Chiba wondered if he had misheard. Just who was Yukina, truly? After delivering 500 punches, Chiba commenced his squats. As for the situation at school, Kakashi reported to the Third Hokage, who subsequently granted Chiba a 5-day leave of absence, advising him to keep the incident under wraps. Should the news of a foreign ninja abducting a pure-blooded member of the esteemed Hinata clan reach the public, it would undoubtedly incite chaos. Under the Third Hokage's directive, the matter was kept secret. On the day of Chiba's hospitalization, the Third Hokage had visited him briefly. Chiba nodded in acknowledgement. Yet the Hokage's parting words lingered in his mind. "You've grown so much." There was no hint of suspicion in the Hokage's tone regarding Chiba's lineage as the son of a traitor, Rather, there was a hint of nostalgia that left Chiba feeling somewhat unsettled. However, it was merely a comment, and despite his curiosity, Chiba chose not to delve deeper. He had far more pressing matters at hand. Through this battle, Chiba recognized his own inadequacies. The exhilaration of unlocking the 8 gates had dissipated entirely. A severely injured Jonin had still possessed the capacity to kill him. Had Yukina not been by his side to assist, he would likely have been the one to perish. Rather than the Jonin, his strength was woefully insufficient. At the medical facility, Chiba remained industrious, methodically adjusting his training regimen in his mind. First, he resolved to enhance his basic physical conditioning. Second, he planned to develop his extraordinary strength. Third, he aimed to refine his ninjutsu skills. The latter proved to be an unexpected blessing. During his idle moments in the medical facility, he found himself reflecting on the battle, extracting lessons from that singular experience. To his astonishment, he realized he could recall the sequence of hand seals for the Jonin's final technique. He had merely caught a fleeting glimpse. Yet the entirety of the sequence had imprinted itself in his memory. Upon returning home from the medical facility, Chiba immediately entered the opening gate mode to experiment with the ninjutsu. Remarkably, he succeeded. In that moment, Chiba comprehended something profound. He possessed a talent for ninjutsu, and a formidable one at that. With the 8 gates and this newfound ninjutsu aptitude, Chiba found it hard to believe. At last, he began to understand that it was not the deity of transmutation that had withheld the means for him to become strong. Rather, it was his own failure to unlock his true potential. Upon contemplating this section, Chiba became increasingly stringent with his own standards. Despite possessing an innate talent for ninjutsu, the fundamental element remains chakra. Without a sufficient quantity of chakra, any ninjutsu becomes futile. Ultimately, the focus must shift towards further developing the 8 gates technique. During his second activation of the initial gate mode, Chiba encountered a particular issue. He still needed to first open the initial gate before transitioning into the initial gate mode. Although this process was not as arduous as the first time, he could now nearly control the initial gate chakra with absolute certainty. Nevertheless, this opening and transformation still dissipated a considerable amount of chakra and consumed a significant amount of time, which left Chiba in a state of vexation. After all, not every battle allowed him the luxury of activating the initial gate mode before engaging. At times, he needed to activate it amidst combat, or even in the split second of a surprise attack, necessitating a swift opening and counterattack. He must directly enter the initial gate mode as soon as he opened the initial gate. Otherwise, the initial gate mode would become somewhat redundant. However, Chiba devised a solution. By simultaneously opening the initial gate and transforming into the initial gate mode while forming hand seals, he aimed to enter the mode and successfully execute ninjutsu by the completion of a set of hand seals. Furthermore, his seal formation speed had improved considerably. Prior to mastering the 8 gates, he had practiced various seal techniques, and he could now complete a set of hand seals in approximately 2 to 3 seconds. This meant he had to transition into the initial gate mode within 2 seconds, or else the ninjutsu could not be performed. Given that Chiba's original chakra was limited, he was unable to execute the earth release technique. The violent chakra from the initial gate under the 8 gates technique was also unsuitable for casting. Only by transforming the ferocious initial gate chakra into the initial gate mode at, or before completing the hand seals, could he successfully perform the technique. In this way, he could enhance the efficiency of his time utilization by balancing the 8 gates mode, seal formation speed, and ninjutsu. Over the course of 5 days, Chiba relentlessly practiced this method. Initially, he struggled to manage multiple aspects. At times, he would focus on forming seals and forget to convert the initial gate chakra, while at other moments, he would concentrate on the chakra transformation and neglect the seals, leading to a chaotic experience. However, through diligent practice over these 5 days, he finally began to see results. 500 side kicks, 500 jabs, 500 squats, and 10,000 meters of running completed. Now it was time to move on. Chiba shed his weights while simultaneously opening the initial and rest gates. He then began to form seals. As he activated the initial gate within him, a green chakra radiated from his body. Just as the green chakra surged forth, a set of seals was completed, and at that moment, the green chakra vanished entirely, replaced by a swift flow of chakra akin to that of a Chunin. With a press of his hands, he executed the earth release. Earth Pillar Spear. A pillar of earth erupted from the ground. In under 2 seconds, a smile crept across Chiba's lips. At last, the initial gate mode could genuinely be utilized in combat. However, as he gazed upon the earthen pillar, a sigh escaped him. Compared to that of the Jonin, his technique still fell short. Indeed, both in size and length, it was significantly smaller and shorter than the Jonin's earth pillar spear. Well, that was of little consequence. In the future, Chiba would possess the chakra of a Jonin, enabling him to create similar earth spikes. Moreover, the current size and lethality were already sufficient. Chiba nodded in satisfaction, yet he remained unsatisfied. At this moment, he began to contemplate how to unlock the fourth gate. Just as he was deep in thought, his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Well, perhaps it's best to eat first. Chiba gazed up at the sky. Night had fallen, and the final day of his holiday was drawing to a close, for he would return to school on the morrow. Entering the wooden cabin, he seized the leftover colossal bun from lunch and began to devour it. As he munched, he washed it down with water while still pondering how to open the fourth gate. The following day, Chiba arrived at school bearing the marks of sleep deprivation, evident in the dark circles under his eyes. He had spent the entire night strategizing, yet no matter how he planned, he found it impossible to unlock the fourth gate at his current age. Indeed, he was far too young. Opening even the third gate was a struggle, as his physique likely could not withstand the formidable chakra of the fourth gate. Forcing it open could have catastrophic repercussions on his future physical development. The 8 gates technique was a double-edged sword, inflicting equal harm upon oneself while dealing damage to the enemy. The more gates one opened, the greater the toll on the body, and opening the death gate would surely result in fatality. His youthful body restricted his progress in mastering the 8 gates, leaving Chiba with no choice but to sigh in resignation. After all, he could not hasten time to expedite his physical growth. Nevertheless, Chiba remained undeterred. During this period, he could focus on building his foundational strength and honing his physique. Who knows, perhaps a year from now, he would be sturdier and ready to unlock the fourth gate. After all, the 8 gates truly assessed not one's age, but the strength of the body. If one's physical prowess was sufficient, age would be of little consequence. As Chiba walked to school, he encountered the usual disdainful glances and dismissive attitudes. Having grown accustomed to this, he paid it little mind. Contemplating, it seems as if nothing ever transpired on the streets. The events had been swept under the rug. Before long, Chiba arrived at school. The Ninja Academy lacked distinct classes, only grades, which were determined by the time of enrollment. All students within the same grade attended lessons in a large classroom. At the age of 7, having been enrolled for 2 years, Chiba was in the 2nd grade, surrounded by classmates mostly aged 7 or 8. He ranked 47th among 50 students in his grade, placing him among the lower echelons. He belonged to a group characterized by poor performance, existing in the shadows like an unnoticed specter. In fact, even the student ranked last had more presence than he did. The visibility of the last place student often overshadowed that of the 2nd place, for when students returned home and parents inquired about their grades, the first question was invariably about who held the top position, followed by inquiries about the 2nd place, and then the student in last place, culminating in threats of punishment for anyone who dared to be compared to the last-ranked student. Clearly, even the student ranked 3rd had little presence. As for Chiba, being 47th inevitably rendered him invisible, with his identity as the trader's son looming over him. It was already a fortunate circumstance that the other students did not bully or harass him. Nevertheless, Chiba found solace in his solitude, settling into his usual spot in the last row, near the back door, where he could indulge in peaceful slumber. After all, due to his rigorous physical training, he often exhausted every last ounce of his energy before surrendering to sleep, only to awaken feeling disoriented, as his stamina had not fully recovered. Thus, he resorted to napping at school to recuperate, allowing him to continue his training. The curriculum at the Ninja Academy encompassed not only the body flicker technique, but also shuriken jutsu and fundamental physical techniques. The graduation examination involved a selection from these disciplines for assessment. In contrast, the regular evaluations that determined grades were conducted by the Chunin instructors, who assessed the performance of all students rather than administering specific tests. Consequently, due to his post-training stupor, Chiba's skills in shuriken jutsu, the body flicker technique, and physical techniques were deemed mediocre by the Chunin instructors, placing him among the lowest ranks. Among the 2nd-year students, the standout was Uchiha Hirohiko, a prodigy regarded as the most promising candidate for early graduation since Kakashi. His mastery in physical techniques, the body flicker technique, and shuriken jutsu was nearing graduation standards. Once he achieved this level, he would be eligible to graduate. Years prior, Kakashi had surpassed such standards at the tender age of 5. Graduating early and becoming a legendary figure in the Ninja Academy, celebrated as a genius within the village. Presently, Uchiha Hirohiko was the Academy's favored candidate for early graduation. Graduating ahead of his peers signified recognition from the village, marking him as a key subject for cultivation, destined to become a formidable ninja. Despite the Uchiha clan's precarious standing in Konoha, the village's higher-ups would harbor no doubts in this regard. This represented a clear stance. Talent would be nurtured, which would invigorate the motivation of other ninjas and reinforce their allegiance to Konoha. However, Chiba was deeply engrossed in his studies of the Eight Gates and the development of the Eight Gates mode, showing little interest in the happenings around him. Although he was aware of Uchiha Hirohiko's top rank, he did not even know what the boy looked like. The concept of early graduation was of no concern to him. He was more preoccupied with his chakra levels. Yet, now that he had nearly completed the development of the opening of the life gate, he began to take notice of the significance of early graduation. If he were to receive the village's focused training as a seed candidate, he would not be easily cast aside, nor would he become cannon fodder in the upcoming Great Ninja War. In fact, as a potential future asset, he might even be safeguarded. Additionally, Chiba possessed a natural talent for ninjutsu, which would facilitate his learning as a prioritized subject. With that in mind, he decided to give it a try. Propping himself against the table with one hand, he produced a colossal steamed bun that was larger than his own face, and began to devour it silently. Recently, his appetite had surged, as if he were perpetually unsatisfied. This oversized bun, reputed to be capable of satiating an adult's hunger, required at least 3 to feel full, and even then, he would soon find himself hungry again. In response, Chiba's thoughts were, this isn't so bad. Eating a lot leads to rapid growth, and the 4 doors are just within reach. However, for an orphan reliant on the meager sustenance provided by the village, this food has become a significant expense, making money rather scarce. Just as Chiba began to nibble on a bun, a piercing shriek echoed through the classroom. Some early arriving female classmates started to scream, rushing towards the door, each one shouting, as if in a welcoming procession, "Wow, Hirohiko is here. So handsome. Hirohiko, may I sit beside you today?" They spoke while propping their chins with their hands, wearing starry-eyed expressions. Shortly thereafter, a boy clad in a short-sleeved shirt entered the classroom, possessing striking features, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. Although still young, he was destined to become a heartthrob for countless girls. Surely, this must be Uchiha Hirohiko. Yet, in response to the adoring screams of the girls, Uchiha Hirohiko remained indifferent, walking straight to his seat in the front row corner with a cold demeanor. His unyielding, frosty appearance only incited another round of squeals from the girls, their eyes sparkling with affection. "No, I can't take it. My heart. So handsome." The cacophony of cheers assaulted Chiba's eardrums, causing him to frown slightly as he munched on his bun. What troubles could this Uchiha Hirohiko, a genius held in high regard by the school and a scion of the esteemed Uchiha clan, possibly have? Indeed, Chiba discerned a hint of melancholy etched upon Uchiha Hirohiko's cold visage. Just then, all the boys in the class suddenly lit up with an unusual brilliance in their eyes. Their previously envious glances at Uchiha Hirohiko transforming into expressions of awe and longing. Instantly, all the boys surged towards the door, pushing aside the girls who had initially lined up to welcome Uchiha Hirohiko. Chiba stared in bewilderment, momentarily forgetting to bite into his bun. What on earth is happening? What is this commotion? Have the boys gone mad? Meanwhile, the girls found themselves jostled, some even stumbling, prompting one girl's friend to indignantly shout, "What are you boys doing? Are you in such a hurry to be reborn? Can't you see you're knocking people over?" This was followed by a chorus of discontent from the other girls. However, the boys seemed utterly enthralled, completely disregarding the girls' complaints as they crowded at the door. "Excuse me, could you please make way?" A polite yet distant voice rang out from within the throng. "The young lady spoke to me. She spoke to me," cheered one boy from the crowd, triggering a chain reaction of excitement. "Young lady, allow me to carry your bag," offered another eagerly. "Please accept this letter." Someone bowed while handing over a note. "Young lady." The boys vied for her attention in various ways, with one even daring to present a love letter. Chiba slowly took another bite of his bun, astonished. Who is this person of such significance, a true young lady? Is this truly the world of Naruto? It feels more like the unfolding of a romantic comedy. Excuse me, could you please clear a path? It is evident that the young lady is somewhat displeased, her voice becoming noticeably colder. I shall not accept any form of affection. Please retract your love letter. Furthermore, rather than expending so much energy to please girls, you would do better to dedicate that effort to mastering ninjutsu. I detest men who lack ambition. As her words reverberated, the chilling tone pierced through the hearts of the young boys, akin to a sharp blade piercing their fragile spirits. Goodness, a petrifying moment is truly upon us. In Chia's eyes, it was as if a group of young boys had turned to lifeless plaster, each adorned with dark lines across their foreheads. Then, a young girl stepped forward, her hair cascading down like soft silk to her waist, gently swaying as she moved. Her delicate visage was as cold as frost, resembling a porcelain doll, with strikingly bright eyes. Chia widened his eyes in surprise. Was that not Yukina Hyūga? She is in my grade? Suddenly, he recalled. Of course she is in our year. This girl is the second best in the entire grade, a prodigious ninja second only to Uchiha Hirohiko, and a promising talent the school holds in high esteem. One of the most likely candidates for early graduation. No wonder she seemed so familiar. Chia blinked, suddenly feeling as though he had lost his mind in the pursuit of the 8 gates. He did not even recognize the top 2 students in his class. No, he hardly had any impression of his classmates at all. Chia questioned whether he truly had come to school. However, judging by her appearance, it seemed her injuries had healed well. He breathed a sigh of relief and took a bite of his bun. As Chia gazed at Yukina Hyūga, she noticed him too, halting her steps as she intended to find a seat, turning her gaze towards Chia. At that moment, he was absent-mindedly biting into his bun when Yukina suddenly revealed a faint, almost imperceptible smile before turning away to choose a seat in the center. To others, it appeared as though she had merely glanced in this direction casually. Yukina settled down, leaving a group of young boys still frozen in their state of shock. Chia, however, was taken aback. Yukina's smile seemed to communicate, "How wonderful, you are unharmed." He suppressed a grin, chastising himself for allowing a 7-year-old girl to uplift his spirits. It was rather absurd. Yet, having endured bullying and loneliness in his past life, seeking solace in anime, and now finding himself alone again in this new world, Chia, despite being a traveler from another realm, remained fundamentally human, a social creature in need of connection. A warm surge of emotion welled up within him. Nonetheless, Chia quickly reined in his sentiments as the teacher entered the room. Observing the group of boys petrified at the classroom door, he found it somewhat peculiar. But with class about to commence, he thought little of it, merely instructing, "Return to your seats. Class is starting." At the teacher's words, the boys stirred from their stupor, each dejectedly seeking their places, instinctively distancing themselves from Yukina's central location. Yet, Yukina maintained her frosty demeanor, exuding an air of seriousness, utterly indifferent to the absence of any nearby companions. As everyone settled into their seats, the teacher placed the textbook on the podium and declared in a resonant voice, "Today, we shall engage in ninja sparring." Ninja sparring? Chiba, who was typically prepared to doze off, suddenly lifted his head. "Today we are playing ninja sparring? Would that not mean forfeiting his nap? What about the training scheduled for the night? I haven't slept a wink all night." Chiba's first thought was one of dismay. However, upon reflection, he realized that if he aspired to become a key figure nurtured by the village, then ninja sparring presented a splendid opportunity. Having already mastered 3 techniques, who within the Ninja Academy could rival him in physical combat? Wasn't this the perfect moment to showcase his abilities? At this moment, the teacher announced, "Now, let us all proceed to the playground." With that, all the students rose and orderly filed out. "Ninja sparring, huh? My parents will surely inquire about it later," lamented one boy with a grimace. Indeed, this round of ninja sparring will likely be dominated by Hirohiko and the young lady. There's hardly a challenge. Hirohiko is bound to take first place again. The girls, however, buzzed with excitement, chattering about the opportunity to witness Hirohiko's dashing victories once more. Meanwhile, Chiba, trailing at the back, furrowed his brow. "I recall this is the first time we are conducting ninja sparring. Why then does it seem to imply a recurrence? Has there been a prior session?" Chiba strained to recollect, only to find that no memories of previous ninja sparring surfaced, and he realized that aside from the one lesson on the 3-body technique, he had mostly been asleep during the rest of the classes. Chiba smirked wryly, suddenly contemplating a possibility, perhaps during one of those lessons in which he had slumbered. Ninja sparring had indeed taken place, and as an inconspicuous presence, even the teacher had overlooked his absence, thinking he was merely asleep. Chiba could only chuckle at this thought. At that moment, Hinata Yukina stole a glance at Chiba, her eyes shifting from the white-eyed state as the veins around her temples gradually faded. Although her chakra levels were quite ordinary, the significant pit remained a concern. Returning her gaze to the students assembled on the playground, they called out in unison, "All right, all right." The teacher gestured with both hands, saying, "Today, we will adhere to this rule. Each of you may choose an opponent. We will conduct 25 matches. And time is of the essence. Each person can choose their opponent. It's not the teacher assigning them. This sounds rather intriguing. Who should I choose?" Chiba discreetly retrieved the half-eaten bun from his pocket, nibbling while scanning the surroundings. "Uchiha Hirohiko." Chiba quietly zeroed in on his target. To draw attention, one must certainly challenge the top student of the entire grade. Then it is settled. I will select Hirohiko. No sooner had the teacher finished speaking than a small boy raised his hand, stepping forward to point at Uchiha Hirohiko amidst the crowd. "Hey, oh no, what are you doing? You're at the very bottom of the class." Instantly, the students erupted into a cacophony of voices. The young man named Oya disdainfully curled his lip, thinking to himself, "You fools, having lost to Hirohiko, you have to face the wrath of your parents upon returning home. Losing to the top student means even your parents can't reproach you. Excellent. The teacher has sanctioned this practice duel." Chiba observed Oya and then glanced at Uchiha Hirohiko, who was stepping forward with a measured pace. A momentary delay, but that is of little consequence. Let us see the extent of Uchiha Hirohiko's prowess. After forming the hand seals, the teacher announced the commencement of the match. Chiba's pupils narrowed slightly. The outcome had already been decided. In an instant, Uchiha Hirohiko had Oya pinned beneath him, a kunai poised against Oya's throat. Oya, drenched in cold sweat, turned pale. After all, a gleaming kunai pressed against one's neck would render anyone ghostly white. "Uchiha Hirohiko wins," the teacher declared. With a stern expression, Uchiha Hirohiko sheathed his kunai and slowly rose, while Oya shakily regained his footing. After performing the reconciliation hand seal, the two retreated into the crowd. Amidst the throng, Oya's body still trembled, cold sweat trickling down. His face alarmingly ashen. Had Uchiha Hirohiko already tasted blood with that lethal aura? Chiba set down his bun, frowning. Moreover, to subdue Oya with a single move, his speed was astonishing. Truly, one must not underestimate a genius. Chiba had initially believed that mastering the 8 gates, albeit only 3, would enable him to dominate this cohort of students. However, it now appeared that Uchiha Hirohiko was not to be taken lightly. "Next, who will step forward?" the teacher inquired. As soon as the teacher's words fell, a melodious chirp resonated, and Hinata Yukina emerged from the crowd. Upon recognizing her, the teacher nodded and said, "Choose your opponent." "Has it already come to the moment of deciding the victor between Hirohiko and the young lady?" a boy remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Seemingly eager for the duel between Hinata Yukina and Uchiha Hirohiko. "There's no need to ponder whom she'll choose. It must be Hirohiko. Who else here could possibly defeat the young lady?" Another boy chimed in. "Indeed, the young lady does not prefer to spar with the weak. Only Hirohiko is worthy. So, what do you think? In a clash between the young lady and Hirohiko, who will prevail?" "What do you mean?" "Currently, the score between the young lady and Hirohiko stands at 3-1, with Hirohiko winning 3 matches while the young lady has only bested him once. Clearly, Hirohiko will triumph. Nevertheless, the young lady is formidable as well. Of course, how could she not be powerful? Aside from Hirohiko, no one can best her." Meanwhile, among the girls, a sigh escaped as one lamented, "Oh, it's Hirohiko and Yukina again. Do you think Hirohiko and Yukina are dating? I often see them walking together after school." Compared to the practice duels, it was evident that the girls were far more invested in the topic of romance. What nonsense. It's merely a coincidence that the Hinata and Uchiha families are on the same route, a girl dismissed. "But look at them. Hirohiko is so handsome, and Yukina is so beautiful. Both are incredibly skilled," another girl remarked, her tone tinged with dejection. As the girls cast their gaze upon Yukina, a collective sigh of dismay escaped their lips. They simply could not compare. Then, their eyes shifted to Hirohiko, who appeared undeniably handsome, causing their hearts to flutter. "I shall choose Hinata Yukina," she declared, her eyes sweeping over the crowd before settling on Uchiha Hirohiko. Indeed, it was Hirohiko. The expressions on the faces of those present conveyed a sense of inevitability. Uchiha Hirohiko furrowed his brow in silence. He was acutely aware of Yukina's formidable strength, which far surpassed that of the stragglers. Engaging her in combat would require his utmost focus. Takechiba. Yukina's delicate lips uttered the name. The students collectively paused, followed by an uproar. What? Takechiba? They exclaimed in unison. The young lady had chosen the son of a traitor? Could he truly be formidable? It was simply impossible. Ranked second to last, Takechiba was undoubtedly among the weakest. What on earth was going on with the young lady? Day, having regained his composure, shook his head in disbelief upon hearing Yukina's choice. As the last-ranked student, he was particularly sensitive to the standings of those at the bottom, and he was well aware of Chiba's dismal rank. What nonsense! He too is among the weak. The girls expressed their disappointment. Why did Yukina not select Hirohiko? They lamented the loss of witnessing his dashing combat style. Uchiha Hirohiko was momentarily taken aback. Slowly, he turned to gaze at Chiba, who was about to take a bite of his bun, utterly astonished. Yukina had chosen him as her opponent? Surely, it was a jest. Hirohiko found it hard to believe. There was no one else capable of standing against Yukina except for himself, and yet Chiba appeared utterly unremarkable. His performance in taijutsu, shuriken techniques, and ninjutsu was decidedly mediocre. No, not merely mediocre. It could be described as poor. Hirohiko had observed each classmate and understood their abilities, and this Takechiba was certainly among the weakest. Yukina would undoubtedly overwhelm him. How could she possibly choose him? Not only Hirohiko, but even Chiba himself was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to bite into his bun. He had never anticipated that Yukina would select him as her opponent. Takechiba, you may take the stage, the teacher remarked, equally astonished. He was well acquainted with Yukina's character, an earnest genius, albeit inferior to Uchiha Hirohiko, yet still remarkable in her own right and a promising talent for the future. Furthermore, the gentle fist technique unique to the Hyūga clan possessed immense power, and he held her in high regard. As for Takechiba, regardless of his background, his performance left much to be desired, ordinary, even subpar, firmly placing him among the weakest. His shuriken techniques and ninjutsu were inferior to even Day's. And had it not been for his slightly better taijutsu, he would have ranked dead last. Takechiba's abilities were at best comparable to Day's. Oh, now I understand. The teacher suddenly realized. Yukina had been vying against Hirohiko. Witnessing Hirohiko's swift defeat of Day, she felt compelled to achieve a decisive victory over Takechiba as well. It all made sense. The teacher's expression shifted from surprise to one of understanding. At this moment, Chiba stood before Yukina, the two having formed a stance of opposition. Alas, poor Takechiba, a victim of the rivalry among geniuses. The teacher sighed inwardly and announced, "Begin." Yukina lowered her stance, adopting the initial posture of the gentle fist technique. The veins around her eyes bulged, extending to her temples, and her Byakugan activated. "Come on, I wish to witness your true strength." Meanwhile, Uchiha Hirohiko in the audience was once again taken aback, fixing his gaze upon Chiba. She has activated her Byakugan. Yukina intends to give it her all. Is this Takechiba truly deserving of such earnestness? In the center of the arena, Chiba composed himself, straightening his demeanor. He could discern Yukina's seriousness, and the Hyūga clan's gentle fist was not to be underestimated. "Ah, it will end soon," remarked some of the boys, their interest waning. "Indeed, there is no competition here. Takechiba is about to be thoroughly beaten." The girls, too, were rather bored. "This is a waste of time. Let it conclude swiftly." "Yes, I want to see Hirohiko, the male deity." "Takechiba, step down." The shouts from the sidelines rose and fell. The teacher shook his head in resignation, hoping that Takechiba would not be discouraged from pursuing martial arts after being struck by Yukina. His skills had the potential to develop into an exceptional chunin in the future, though the teacher hesitated to mention the possibility of reaching Jonin himself. "Here she comes," Yukina called out, thrusting her palm forward in an attack. Chiba's gaze sharpened. The speed of her strike was astonishing. He barely managed to sidestep the blow, but the second strike came immediately, leaving him no opportunity to counter. "I cannot allow her to land a hit." Chiba understood well that the gentle fist, combined with the Byakugan, could target pressure points, restricting chakra flow and hindering chakra refinement. Taijutsu also required chakra, otherwise, relying solely on muscle, the might of Guy and Lee's leaf-style taijutsu would not be so formidable. Frowning, Chiba exerted himself to evade the relentless onslaught of Yukina's gentle fist. "Alas, I should have removed the weighted gear." This makes dealing with Yukina quite challenging. Meanwhile, Yukina was equally astonished. Despite unleashing so many strikes, she had yet to graze the hem of Chiba's clothing. His speed is incredible. This was Yukina's immediate impression. Chiba's reflexes and mobility surpassed her own, preventing her from landing a hit. Uchiha Hirohiko observed the exchange, astonished. He can actually evade Yukina's gentle fist attacks. Has Yukina held back? A boy in the audience looked on incredulously. Impossible. All of Yukina's strikes have been evaded? The girls were equally surprised. Is this truly the fourth from the bottom? Ohaya stepped back, gazing at Chiba with a look of disbelief. Wasn't it supposed to be an instant defeat? What is Yukina thinking? The teacher was puzzled as well. As Yukina pressed her attack, Chiba struggled to evade. Encumbered by the weighted gear he had yet to fully adapt to, significantly limiting his speed. Otherwise, despite Yukina's rapid assaults, he could have easily dodged them. Although Chiba has not systematically studied the Leaf Village fluid technique, he has, after all, perused the original work. At this moment, his physical prowess is sufficient. And with the ability to open the three gates, he can indeed utilize certain techniques from the Leaf Village. The essence of physical combat primarily relies on one's physical condition, making it relatively straightforward to learn, except for some skillful moves such as Shadow Dance Leaf, Surface Lotus, and Inner Lotus, which require guidance. Techniques like the Leaf Tornado, a powerful spinning kick, are within Chiba's capability to execute. However, he finds himself constrained, firmly held down by Yukina, rendering him unable to employ these techniques. Furthermore, this is his first time applying the Leaf Village fluid technique in actual combat, and he is apprehensive about potentially misjudging the force and injuring Yukina. I suppose I shall resort to that. While evading, Chiba pondered. He had grown accustomed to Yukina's attacks, and his divided attention did not hinder his ability to dodge. Indeed, she is formidable. Yukina felt a surge of joy within her, accompanied by an unwavering determination. Through her Byakugan, she could perceive the chakra within Chiba's body gradually converging towards his fist, delicate and methodical. How impressive! The precision with which he controls his chakra. Yukina marveled, and a thought sparked in her mind. He is about to counterattack. In that case, let us settle the outcome. With my newly mastered technique. Yukina's gaze sharpened, and she suddenly retreated a few paces. As long as the distance remains within 1 meter, it suffices. Yukina gathered her hands. She halted her relentless assault, retreating a few steps, which surprised Chiba. Then he noticed her stance. Could it be? At her age, she has already mastered this? A prodigy indeed. She must surpass Niji. Chiba's pupils widened in astonishment, followed by a faint smile. Very well, let us see which is mightier, brute strength or the 8 trigrams palm. Yukina unleashed the 8 trigrams empty palm, her hand thrusting forward with fingers curled like a tiger's paw, executing a soft fist strike through the air. The distance between them was scarcely a meter, and as she struck, Chiba distinctly felt the air around her fist warp, the distortion rushing toward him. The 8 trigrams empty palm. Spectators outside the ring were left dumbfounded, and even the teachers were taken aback. Although the instructor was not a member of the Hyūga clan, he understood that the 8 trigrams empty palm is an arduous technique to master, capable of delivering soft strikes from a distance, a ranged attack within the gentle fist style. To master the 8 trigrams empty palm at the tender age of 7 is an astonishing talent, unprecedented and unparalleled. It is clear that Chiba must inevitably lose. The teacher's eyes sparkled with insight, a smile gracing his lips as he had already deemed Chiba's defeat a certainty. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hirohiko's expression changed drastically, his heart racing with disbelief. She has unleashed a soft strike from a distance. Can I possibly withstand this punch? Doubt crept into Uchiha Hirohiko's mind. Chiba's loss is a foregone conclusion. In the next round, I shall take the stage, and I will face Yukina. A smile crept onto Uchiha Hirohiko's lips, igniting a fierce determination, yet he too had concluded Chiba's defeat. The distortion surged toward him, and Chiba, smiling, retaliated with a punch. Chiba, are you out of your mind? You are actually attempting to meet it head-on. Observing Yukina's empty palm technique, a single strike could shatter a small tree. What an astonishing display of power. Uchiha Hirohiko was taken aback, as was the instructor. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated in the air as the fist collided with distortion, chakra erupting violently. The distortion shattered instantaneously. Chiba's punch surged forward, unyielding, directly aimed at Yukina. With one blow, he obliterated the empty palm technique. All the students were left in shock. Uchiha Hirohiko was astounded. The teacher was equally astonished. The fist halted mere inches from Yukina's delicate face, a bead of sweat trickling down Chiba's brow. Excellent, he thought to himself. He had managed to control his strength without injuring Yukina. Chiba breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Yukina, however, fixed her gaze on the fist before her, the wind from the punch tousling her flowing hair. In an instant, he unleashed a chakra explosion that shattered my empty palm. To concentrate all chakra and unleash such devastating power. How could this be possible? My painstakingly honed empty palm technique. Could it truly be so easily defeated? Who exactly is he? I concede defeat. Yukina readily admitted her loss, showing no signs of disappointment from the spar. Her eyes sparkled as they met Chiba's. Chiba retracted his hand and offered the sign of reconciliation. Yukina extended her hand, forming the same sign. They exchanged no further words. Once the sign was completed, Yukina returned to the crowd. Yet, the onlookers, students, Uchiha Hirohiko, and even the teacher, were left dumbfounded, gazing at Chiba in disbelief. Was this truly the prowess of a child ranked fourth from the bottom? How extraordinary! To shatter the 8 trigrams empty palm technique with a single punch, what immense strength! Could a mere 7-year-old truly achieve such a feat? The teacher reflected on his own 7-year-old self, recalling how he had yet to fully master the basic transformation technique. Simultaneously, he began to question his judgment. A prodigy in martial arts had been dismissed as inconsequential. This child, who had appeared to be just another student dozing off in class, was capable of defeating Hyūga Yukina, a genius of the esteemed Hyūga clan. The Hyūga family was renowned for their mastery in taijutsu. The gentle fist technique was arguably the pinnacle of martial arts. He had been blinded by the stigma of being the son of a traitor, overlooking such extraordinary talent. No, it was still too soon to conclude that Takechiba was indeed a genius. Mere proficiency in taijutsu did not suffice as proof. There were many taijutsu practitioners, but how many could rise to the rank of Jonin? The teacher wrestled with conflicting thoughts, desperately attempting to dismiss Chiba's capabilities, until Chiba had returned to the crowd. At which point he declared, "This match goes to Takechiba. Next contender, please." There was no response. Everyone was astounded by Chiba's recent display of strength, having shattered the air palm with a single punch. For a moment, they were rendered speechless, including Uchiha Hirohiko. The prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan, who was poised to graduate at the tender age of 7, following in Kakashi's footsteps. His expression was one of sheer incredulity, as numerous possibilities flashed through his mind. Could he, in his own capacity, achieve such a feat? Chiba, however, could only manage a wry smile. His right hand trembled painfully from the impact. Although he had shattered the air palm, the recoil had left his hand sore and unable to muster strength in the immediate aftermath. Yet, Chiba was taken aback to discover that the chakra he had just refined had reached a level commensurate with a lower ninja, nearly doubling his previous chakra amount. It was inconceivable that he could have shattered Yukina's air palm otherwise. Could it be that his constant activation of the 8 gates had augmented his chakra reserves? Was it possible for the 8 gates mode to passively enhance one's chakra? As Chiba pondered this, he instinctively reached for a bun, only to realize his bag was utterly empty. Where had my bun gone? Chiba turned, scanning his surroundings, and soon spotted the remnants of his bun lying on the ground, covered in dust. A wave of frustration washed over him. It was evident that it had fallen during their recent sparring session. Next, who will step forward? At that moment, as silence lingered, the teacher called out again. "I will," came a response, and Uchiha Hirohiko stepped out from the crowd. With his arrival, the atmosphere shifted. The entire class was suddenly alert. The earlier incident involving Chiba's punch was quickly overshadowed. Even though Chiba had shattered the air palm, he could hardly be a match for Hirohiko. How could Takechiba possibly compare to Hirohiko? Hirohiko. Yes, Hirohiko is up. The excitement was palpable as the girls became animated. Their faces flushed, eyes sparkling with admiration, some even cheering in delight. Hirohiko merely walked to the center of the arena, directing his gaze toward the teacher. The teacher, hearing the enthusiastic screams from the girls, couldn't help but smile wryly at the extent of Hirohiko's popularity. "Uchiha Hirohiko, whom do you choose as your opponent?" he inquired. Hirohiko scanned the crowd, and the girls were in a frenzy. "He looked at me. No, he looked at me," they exclaimed, each hoping for a chance to spar with him. Finally, Hirohiko's gaze settled on Chiba. "I choose Takechiba," he stated nonchalantly. Chiba, still lamenting the unfinished bun, was taken aback by this declaration. Not only him, but everyone else was equally astonished. Was Hirohiko truly interested in Chiba? Takechiba, it's your turn, the teacher said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Reluctantly, Chiba stepped forward once more. Facing Uchiha Hirohiko, whose eyes sparkled with battle intent, Chiba felt a sense of resignation. At this moment, he was experiencing some weakness in his right hand. Chiba had initially intended to take a brief respite before entering the arena to face Uchiha Hirohiko. Yet unexpectedly, it was Uchiha Hirohiko who chose him. Chiba discreetly clenched his right fist, still feeling a touch of soreness. However, he believed he could manage in battle. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hirohiko had already formed the opposing hand seals, awaiting Chiba's preparations. Wait. Chiba extended his hand and spoke. Uchiha Hirohiko furrowed his brow, lowered his hand, and replied, "What?" His expression was stern, and his words were concise, which, coupled with his handsome visage, elicited a chorus of excited squeals from the surrounding girls. How cool. Chiba, what are you doing? Hurry up. Exactly, why the delay? You're going to be defeated soon anyway. Right? We want to see our idol. Just be defeated gracefully. As the cheers from the girls rang out, Chiba smirked, thinking, these young girls. However, he soon noticed a distinctive gaze amidst the crowd of girls, a gaze that stood out. Turning his head, he saw Hinata Yukina watching him, a faint smile gracing her lips. Clearly, she was the sole supporter amidst the din of criticism. Chiba turned back to Uchiha Hirohiko and said, just a moment, I need to prepare. Uchiha Hirohiko nodded and inquired, how long? Just a few minutes. Chiba replied as he began to unfasten the weights strapped to his feet. All right. Uchiha Hirohiko nodded, thinking that a few minutes would not pose a problem. Bang! Dust billowed as the weights crashed to the ground, creating two small craters. Chiba had freed himself from the burdensome weights, and an immediate silence enveloped the surrounding crowd. The girls, who had previously mocked him, swallowed their words upon witnessing the two small clouds of dust. The boys widened their eyes in astonishment, and even Uchiha Hirohiko's cold demeanor shifted to one of surprise. The teacher also wore a look of disbelief. Did he really carry such heavy weights? Is this a joke? How could anyone walk with such burdens? The students gaped in awe at the weights lying quietly in the small pits. This is Chiba. Uchiha Hirohiko, now serious, regained his composure. Hinata Yukina observed Chiba in the arena, realizing that he had yet to unleash his full potential. The teacher's lips twitched in disbelief. Pondering the anomaly that was Chiba, was he truly just a 7-year-old child? Meanwhile, Chiba paid no heed to the gazes around him. He leaped in place a couple of times and exhaled deeply. This should be fine now. All right, let us begin, Chiba declared as he steadied himself, facing Uchiha Hirohiko. Uchiha Hirohiko narrowed his eyes, remaining silent as he formed the opposing hand seals. Chiba followed suit. Begin, the teacher announced. Swish. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Uchiha Hirohiko, who had been watching Chiba intently, suddenly lost sight of him. Where is he? Uchiha Hirohiko felt a tightening in his chest. Almost immediately, a fierce kick struck his left cheek, sending him sprawling. That was fast. He could only sigh inwardly as a powerful kick struck his right shoulder, sending him flying once more. Uchiha Hirohiko's reactions were utterly insufficient to keep pace with Chiba's speed. Chiba showed no mercy, unleashing a torrent of ferocious attacks. To the onlookers, it appeared as if Chiba was darting about, while Uchiha Hirohiko could only cross his arms defensively, passively enduring the onslaught with no means of retaliation. This is impossible, a female voice shrieked. How could our Hirohiko, the god of men, be so inept? Meanwhile, the boys stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Such incredible speed. It was nearly impossible to see him. At that moment, both boys and girls simultaneously thought, Hirohiko, are you going to lose? Even the teacher appeared dazzled, though being a Chunin, he could still catch glimpses of Chiba's figure, albeit with some difficulty. What astonishing speed. Is this Takegawa Chiba specializing in taijutsu? Is he akin to that passionate little rascal who graduated last year? However, he cannot possibly defeat Hirohiko. The teacher held unwavering confidence in Uchiha Hirohiko. As if to validate the teacher's belief, Uchiha Hirohiko, who had been on the defensive, suddenly sidestepped and seized Chiba's incoming kick with a resounding clap. With his other hand, he struck Chiba squarely in the face, catching Chiba off guard, who had not expected Hirohiko to match his speed, resulting in him being knocked back. Chiba flipped in midair and landed gracefully, touching his cheek. Ouch! What tremendous strength! Simultaneously, his alertness surged to its peak, as he sensed a pair of crimson eyes fixated upon him, the two tomo within their pupils strikingly prominent. The Sharingan. This Uchiha Hirohiko has activated the Sharingan, and both eyes possess the double tomo. The double tomo can discern certain taijutsu and ninjutsu, as well as replicate some techniques. As Chiba landed, two shurikens hurtled toward him from the front. Uchiha Hirohiko launched his attack. Chiba, however, did not even glance at the shurikens, merely tilting his head slightly to evade while crossing his arms in defense. Bang! Hirohiko's flying kick impacted against Chiba's crossed arms, sending him flying several paces away. Chiba gritted his teeth. This guy's taijutsu is formidable as well. With that thought, Chiba thrust his hands, pushing Hirohiko away, and charged forward, delivering rapid punches. Slap! Slap! The sounds echoed as Hirohiko easily blocked them, yet Chiba did not cease his assault. Punches and kicks came in a relentless barrage. Having practiced side kicks and straight punches daily, his techniques were robust and swift. Although Hirohiko saw through and blocked Chiba's moves, his hands still felt a tingling numbness from the force. Such heavy power. Uchiha Hirohiko squinted slightly. In a moment, the two were engaged in close combat. Hirohiko's Sharingan spun as Chiba launched a series of aggressive strikes, all of which were anticipated and blocked by Hirohiko. Simultaneously, Hirohiko's counterattacks were also deflected by Chiba. The two exchanged blows and defenses, their figures intertwining, the sharp sounds of their clashes resonating, rendering the spectators speechless. In the midst of the fierce battle, Chiba's expression grew increasingly solemn, yet he did not exhibit any signs of anxiety. At this moment, he refrained from unleashing his full potential. He was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of the Uchiha clan. No matter how much he accelerated, Uchiha Hirohiko could always perceive his movements and react accordingly, effortlessly matching the speed he had painstakingly honed. Chiba suddenly began to understand the sentiments of Lee. The impact of Sasuke's emergence had been profound. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hirohiko felt a quiet shock. Without the Sharingan, he would have already faced defeat. In terms of taijutsu, he could not possibly rival the seemingly inferior Chiba Takikawa, which was somewhat disheartening for him. However, being a genius, he maintained exceptional focus, composure, and analytical skills during the combat. Despite feeling disheartened, he remained calm and collected, continually devising strategies to overcome his evenly matched adversary. I concede in taijutsu, Uchiha Hirohiko concluded after much contemplation. Yet, in this match, victory shall ultimately be mine. With a sharp gaze, he abruptly retreated, flinging several shurikens. Taking advantage of Chiba's evasion, he exited the fray. Forming hand seals, he produced a perfect clone of himself with a resounding bang. A shadow clone. Two shurikens fell behind Chiba, who turned to see them and felt a jolt of alarm. No, this is a shadow clone. While a mere clone lacks substance, Hirohiko's clone was undeniably tangible. There was no doubt. He had mastered the shadow clone technique. The observing instructors were equally astonished. Unlike their perception of Chiba, they were well acquainted with Uchiha Hirohiko's capabilities. When had he learned the shadow clone technique? The teachers gazed at him in disbelief. This is the shadow clone. Hirohiko had actually acquired a jutsu of Jonin level. How terrifying. The crowd buzzed with speculation. In the arena, after summoning his shadow clone, Uchiha Hirohiko did not pause. Both versions of him dashed forward towards Chiba, each forming hand seals. Chiba, however, gradually straightened his posture, staring at the two Uchiha Hirohikos, showing no intention of dodging. What is Takikawa doing? Is he conceding? Of course, he must be. Even a single Hirohiko is challenging enough, let alone one with a shadow clone. If I were in his position, I would certainly yield. Losing to Hirohiko is no disgrace. The murmurs among the crowd echoed this sentiment. He has not given up. Hyūga Yukina exhibited a hint of surprise. Clearly taken aback by Uchiha Hirohiko's mastery of the shadow clone, yet she did not interpret Chiba's stillness as surrender. There was a flicker of anticipation within her. She hoped Chiba would triumph over this prodigy, curious to see what methods he might employ to defeat such a genius. As they raced forward, the two Uchiha Hirohikos completed their hand seals and unleashed twin fireballs. Fire style, great fireball technique. Two fireballs surged towards Chiba with remarkable speed, leaving a trail of scorched grass in their wake, the temperature soaring. The 8 gates technique, first gate, open. The 8 gates technique, second gate, rest gate, open. Just as the fireballs approached, Chiba suddenly vanished from his spot, a a moment so fleeting that even the Jonin instructor failed to perceive it. Boom. A burst of white mist erupted as Uchiha Hirohiko's shadow clone was obliterated. Where was he? Uchiha Hirohiko abruptly halted, gazing at the white mist from his destroyed shadow clone, his Sharingan spinning, yet he could not locate Chiba's presence. Shock coursed through him. Then, his eyes widened slightly as he glanced behind him, sensing a presence. But it was too late. A kunai pressed against his neck. You have lost. Chiba's voice resonated from behind him. With a swift motion, Chiba held the kunai against Uchiha Hirohiko's neck, declaring the outcome of the match. A gentle breeze swept through, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Had he truly won? The underdog had triumphed over the genius? This must be a dream. Oya pinched his cheek, the pain confirming the reality, yet disbelief lingered. After all, this was Uchiha Hirohiko, a genius capable of the shadow clone technique. Defeated by Takikawa Chiba? With a thud, Oya sat down, staring at the two in the arena. His expression a mixture of shock and bewilderment. The others were no better off than Oya, equally dumbfounded and speechless. Yukina observed Chiba in the arena, her icy demeanor slightly faltering as she pondered. Just moments ago, he had activated 2 chakra points in his mind, bypassing the Great Fireball technique, executing a downward strike mid-air that shattered Hirohiko's shadow clone, and then appearing behind Hirohiko to subdue him. What had he done? Or was this some extraordinary ninjutsu? How had he elevated his speed to such an extent? Here, aside from my Byakugan, perhaps no one could discern his movements, not even the Jonin instructor. Her Byakugan's insight surpassed Uchiha Hirohiko's Sharingan, allowing her to witness Chiba's actions. She had even seen him activate the first and second gates. He had vanished. This time, even the instructor was left astonished and bewildered. Chiba's speed had eluded his perception entirely. This Takikawa Chiba's velocity surpassed that of the physical prowess prodigy. Truly a genius. Indeed, a genius in martial arts. The instructor could no longer dismiss Chiba's abilities, as Chiba's strength exceeded his own. A report must be made to the Third Hokage. This cohort had produced 3 geniuses: Takikawa Chiba's martial arts, Uchiha Hirohiko's shadow clones, and Hyūga Yukina's 8 trigrams air palm. Undoubtedly, they were deserving of early graduation. The instructor reached his conclusion. Uchiha Hirohiko stared at the kunai against his neck, the brilliance of his Sharingan gradually fading. He had lost. Just moments ago, Chiba's speed had been beyond the reach of even his Sharingan. There was no denying it. He had been defeated. It was merely an ordinary contest of victory and defeat. However, Uchiha Hirohiko felt a profound sense of discontent. It had nothing to do with losing to someone ranked lower or the burden of a genius's reputation. It was a simple, unadulterated feeling of inadequacy, stemming solely from the defeat itself. So this is what it feels like to lose, to be overshadowed by another. To confront the notion of a target to pursue, an existence that must be surpassed. Is that not true, my brother? Thus, you resorted to the betrayal of kin, forsaking your clan and village. What, then, is your ultimate goal? To surpass him, regardless of the cost. Uchiha Hirohiko lifted his gaze to the azure sky, flecked with clouds, let out a long sigh, and turned to Chiba, declaring, I concede. As Hirohiko turned, Chiba gradually sheathed his kunai. Upon hearing Hirohiko's admission of defeat, Chiba did not exhibit much reaction, though he felt a curious sensation within. This fellow no longer bore a furrowed brow. Had something fortuitous transpired? Surely losing cannot be a cause for joy. Could it be that he possesses a penchant for self-deprecation, finding delight in defeat? After conceding, Uchiha Hirohiko turned away with his characteristic poker face, showing no signs of the despondency that typically accompanies defeat. He bore no resemblance to a once-favored child of destiny suddenly struck down. Chiba observed his retreating figure and suddenly called out, Wait. Hirohiko paused and turned back, inquiring, What is it? Chiba tossed the kunai in his hand to him, saying, Here, this belongs to you. Hirohiko received the kunai, glanced at it, then at Chiba, a hint of confusion crossing his poker face. This is your kunai. I borrowed it momentarily, and now I return it. Chiba replied with a faint smile. Hirohiko's expression shifted slightly. He had indeed taken my kunai? Instinctively, he checked his ninja tool pouch at his waist and realized that one kunai was missing. This Chiba. Hirohiko narrowed his eyes slightly, regarded Chiba with a nod, and then rejoined the crowd. At that moment, Chiba's expression soured, for he noticed that beneath his feet lay not lush green grass, but a black and white object, the oversized Konoha bun he had dropped during the match. As the practice concluded, the teacher's voice rang out, declaring, "In this match, Takechiba emerges victorious." Yet, within Chiba's heart, there was a silent lament. "My bun," silently picking up the weighted object. He made his way back into the throng, the other students parting to create a path for him, their gazes filled with astonishment, disbelief, and even fear from a select few. Chiba's performance could be encapsulated in a single word: formidable, the strongest in the Ninja Academy. Surely, he could contend with the legendary Kakashi. Chiba, however, paid little heed to their reactions. Having endured disdain and neglect for so many years, he had unwittingly learned to overlook the gazes of those around him, and this instance was no different. "Next match, who will step forward?" the teacher called out. As per tradition, the students exchanged glances, their eyes falling upon Chiba, Uchiha Hirohiko, and Hinata Yukina, yet none stepped forward to engage in practice. After witnessing high-speed taijutsu, shadow clones, and the 8 trigrams air palm, the students were left feeling like mere performers in a circus. Realizing that their own skills paled in comparison to the earlier battles, they felt a sense of futility wash over them, and an awkward silence ensued. Meanwhile, the instigators of this atmosphere, Hinata Yukina, withdrew her gaze from Chiba, her brow furrowed in contemplation as she reflected on the recent battle, evidently seeking to glean lessons from it. Uchiha Hirohiko maintained his stoic demeanor, his eyes glimmering with thought, presumably processing the events of the fight as well. In contrast, Chiba's gaze drifted past the others, fixated on the crushed bun beneath his foot, feeling a pang of regret for the loss. Currently, he was financially strained. As an orphan, he received a monthly stipend from Konoha, which was initially sufficient for a comfortable living. However, the exorbitant cost of the heavy training equipment consumed nearly 80% of his meager allowance. With the increasing weight of his training gear, prices surged, and his appetite had expanded significantly, leaving him unable to economize on food. His situation was indeed dire. If he could not graduate swiftly to become a genin, he feared he might not survive until the Third Shinobi World War commenced. Achieving the rank of genin would enable him to take on missions for payment, which, while modest, would surpass his current support, granting him some financial reprieve. As the silence lingered, the teacher, sensing the discomfort, cleared his throat to mask the awkwardness. It was understandable. Witnessing the prowess of those 3 individuals would deter anyone from wishing to step into the spotlight. However, recognizing that this was a class and that ninja practice was crucial for real-world application, he announced, "Very well, I will now call the roll. Noda Tatsuya, please take the stage and select an opponent." In the Hokage's office, a ninja gently pushed the door open, presenting an urgent report from the Ninja Academy to the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was engrossed in administrative duties. Though he was not yet aged, he had certainly passed his prime, yet his demeanor remained lively as he pondered over a document while puffing on a pipe. Upon receiving the Academy report, his attention remained fixated on the file he had been reviewing. After a cursory glance at the document from the Academy, his expression shifted dramatically, and he set aside his previous paperwork to scrutinize the report closely. Among the 3 prodigies, alongside Uchiha Hirohiko and Hinata Yukina, was one Takegawa Chiba, the very child he had heard of. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. He was not particularly surprised that Chiba had made it to this elite trio. During the mission to rescue Hinata Yukina, the boy had exhibited remarkable talent, and through her account, he had sensed the extraordinary potential within him. It is truly remarkable that 2 children could slay a Jonin, even one who is gravely injured. Typically, students still enrolled in the Ninja Academy would find themselves paralyzed by the mere killing intent of a Jonin. Yet, in the face of such a formidable opponent, these 2 children not only acted without hesitation, but managed to turn the tide and deliver a fatal blow. Hinata Yukina's prowess is well recognized, but it is astonishing that Takechiba could withstand the Jonin's murderous aura and even orchestrate the battle that led to the Jonin's demise. Such talent is something I have only observed in Jiraiya's disciple, Namake's Minato, and my own apprentice, Orochimaru. Speaking of which, Minato and Kushina are likely returning from their mission soon. The Third Hokage took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling the smoke. At that moment, a ninja assistant interjected, "I've always believed it unwise to send Lady Kushina, as a Jinchuriki, on such a perilous mission." The Third Hokage chuckled softly, shaking his head. With Minato present, there should be no cause for concern. However, a sense of helplessness washed over him. If I were to prevent Kushina from accompanying Minato on this mission, I fear I would lose all my hair to this girl's stubbornness. The thought prompted the third Hokage to unconsciously touch his receding hairline. The ninja assistant seemed poised to continue, but the third Hokage deftly shifted the topic. The Hyūga clan has produced an exceptional talent in the form of Hinata. At such a young age, she has already mastered the empty palm technique. The third Hokage exhaled another puff of smoke. The shadow clone technique, Uchiha Hirohiko. He mused, taking a moment to reflect before nodding in acknowledgement. Speed techniques that even mid-level ninja cannot perceive. A look of astonishment crossed the third Hokage's face, his brow furrowing slightly. Is this child a prodigy in taijutsu? It seems he has devoted considerable effort to his training. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage nodded again, picking up the Hokage seal beside him and stamping the report from the Ninja Academy with the word of approval. Allow Takechiba, Uchiha Hirohiko, and Hinata Yukina to graduate early. Lord Third, as for the other two, that is acceptable, but this Takechiba. The ninja assistant took the request document from the third Hokage, scrutinizing it with a furrowed brow. Are you concerned about Takechiba's background? The third Hokage discerned the assistant's unease. Indeed, the assistant replied hesitantly, nodding. After all, he is the son of a traitor. Allowing him to graduate early, this child's origins are quite innocent. The third Hokage interrupted. Yet, the assistant, still frowning, remained unconvinced. This child has grown up in Konoha. His father was already deceased when he was born. He is merely an orphan raised in our village. A hint of melancholy flickered across the third Hokage's face as he inhaled the smoke. The assistant opened his mouth, words of rebuttal lingering unspoken. He too was an orphan, having lost his parents during the Second Great Ninja War. Yes, he is but an orphan. The assistant sighed, glancing at the document in his hands, silently committing Takechiba's name to memory. Please deliver the documents. Tomorrow, we shall arrange for the graduation of these three individuals. The third Hokage, after a moment of contemplation, shook his pipe and added, as for their esteemed teacher, let me ponder this a while longer. Each of these three possesses exceptional talent. It is imperative to select a suitable mentor. By the way, have Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya returned? The ninja assistant shook his head, responding, the legendary Sannin have yet to return. The third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke. You may go for now. I shall continue to deliberate on this matter. Understood, replied the ninja assistant as he departed. Leaning back in his chair, the third Hokage absent-mindedly stroked his pipe, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Chiba was fervently engaged in his daily training, drenched in sweat as he practiced on the wooden posts behind his house. Kicking, punching, squatting, and running around the house. The sun gradually dipped towards the horizon, casting long shadows. As night fell, Chiba completed his regimen, feeling no sense of fatigue. It seemed he was gradually acclimating to the added weight. Contemplating this, Chiba formed hand seals, rapidly unlocking the third gate within his body. The moment the seals were completed, he swiftly transitioned into the 8 gates mode. Earth release, earth spike. As always, he practiced the hand seals associated with the 8 gates ninjutsu. Watching the earthen spike erupt, Chiba nodded in approval. The transformation speed of the open gate mode was now readily applicable in actual combat, and he had also mastered the earth spike technique. However, he continued this training for 5 consecutive repetitions, only stopping once fatigue began to set in. Repeatedly opening and closing the open gate mode was indeed taxing on his stamina. Yet this rigorous training allowed Chiba to execute the third gate with increasing dexterity. He could now even transition directly from a state of not opening any gates to the third gate with ease. Furthermore, as he practiced, he noticed a distinct enhancement in his physical endurance. Whereas he struggled after 3 repetitions yesterday, he managed 5 with relative ease today. After a brief respite, during which he devoured a large dumpling, Chiba rose once more. Next, I shall practice this technique. I wonder if the chakra from the 8 gates can be utilized for this. Taking a deep breath, he activated the 8 gates mode, channeling chakra at a level befitting a chunin, and began forming hand seals. If this technique were to succeed, my talent would surely be unparalleled. With a loud bang, white mist enveloped Chiba as he exhaled deeply, panting and collapsing onto the ground. So exhausting. This technique is quite beyond human capability, he lamented. At that moment, Chiba found himself unable to move even a single finger, having depleted the last remnants of his energy. He sprawled out on the ground, gazing up at the starry sky. Oh, I had completely forgotten about my strength training. Chiba suddenly recalled. Aside from his regular practice, he had focused solely on the hand seal training for the 8 Gates ninjutsu, and today was dedicated to mastering a new technique, which had thoroughly exhausted him. Sighing, he thought, if only there were more time. Graduation would grant me more opportunities. I truly hope to graduate soon. As Chiba pondered, his eyelids gradually closed, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. It was not until the morning dew gently kissed his face that he stirred awake, blinking at the sun that had begun its ascent, casting a mild warmth upon him. Has a day truly passed? Dazed, Chiba sat up and yawned, before rising to return indoors to freshen up, his stomach audibly protesting its emptiness. After completing his morning rituals and purchasing 2 oversized buns from the village, Chiba made his way to school, entering the familiar classroom and settling into his usual seat, munching on the buns while battling drowsiness. Meanwhile, his classmates, either intentionally or inadvertently, directed their gazes towards him, their expressions mingling shock, disbelief, and a hint of fear. After all, just yesterday, Chiba had engaged in combat with 2 prodigies, shattering Hinata Yukina's Kunjong with a single punch and defeating Uchiha Hirohiko with unmatched speed. In the eyes of his peers, he was no longer a mere shadow, but rather the indisputable champion of the class. Good morning. A voice called from behind Chiba. He remained oblivious, engrossed in his bun, until Uchiha Hirohiko passed by him. Only then did he register the surroundings, realizing that within a 3-meter radius of the back door, he was quite alone. Was Uchiha Hirohiko greeting him? Having grown accustomed to being overlooked, Chiba was unaccustomed to anyone acknowledging him, often presuming that greetings were directed towards others. Ah, good morning. Chiba responded, somewhat dazed. As he looked at Uchiha Hirohiko, the latter nodded and took a seat in front of him, stating, I just encountered the teacher, who instructed us 3 to sit together. Huh. Chiba was taken aback. In the Ninja Academy, seating was typically unassigned. Why would the teacher suddenly want them to sit together? Wait, 3? Who could the third be? Puzzled, Chiba opted not to voice his confusion, instead resting his chin on one hand while continuing to gnaw on the oversized bun. Uchiha Hirohiko maintained his stoic demeanor, seated before Chiba, gazing out the window, lost in thought. After a brief interval, another individual entered through the back door. Good morning. Uchiha Hirohiko replied. Chiba remained silent, feeling that the greeting was not directed at him. However, the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and a figure settled beside him. Turning in mild surprise, Chiba found Yukina seated properly in the chair next to him. Noticing his gaze, she turned her head and offered him a slight nod. After chewing a few more bites of his bun, realization dawned upon Chiba. Her greeting was indeed meant for him. Good morning, he replied, hastily making amends. Good morning. Hinata Yukina nodded again, adding, the teacher also asked us 3 to sit together today. Oh, Chiba replied, bemused. How was it that they both knew? While he remained in the dark. Hey, everyone look. At that moment, the students seemed to have made a startling discovery, pointing at the trio by the back door, exclaiming, what a joke. Hirohiko and Yukina are actually sitting next to Takechiba? How is this possible? This can't be right. Both Yukina and Hirohiko dislike being crowded together. The 3 individuals elicited a flurry of glances among the classmates, their eyes fixated on Chiba, filled with a tumultuous blend of jealousy and envy. How fortunate for Takechiba to be seated behind Hirohiko. I also wish to sit behind him, or even in front. Just sitting alongside him would render my life complete. Such were the thoughts of the girls. How infuriating, Takechiba, to be seated beside Yukina. What luck. I too desire to sit next to Yukina. No, I would be content just to be behind her. No, even in front would suffice. How vexing. I am utterly envious. This was the sentiment among the boys. Meanwhile, Chiba, acutely aware of the students' gazes, slightly turned away, narrowing his eyes. What does this have to do with me? They came over themselves, didn't you see? As for Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina, one gazed out the window while the other sat composed and dignified, entirely oblivious to the attention. At that moment, the school bell rang. The teacher entered the classroom, approached the podium, and after surveying the room, his eyes landed on the trio by the back door as he announced, before we commence the lesson, I have an important announcement. At this, the students, just settling back into their seats, stirred with excitement. Could there be a new transfer student? Surely not. I haven't heard any news. Neither have I, the students whispered among themselves. Even Chiba pondered, could there truly be a transfer student? if memory serves. Only Uzumaki Kushina was introduced as a transfer student in the original narrative. However, this notion was quickly dismissed by Chiba. Kakashi is only 8 years old. Minato must be in his teenage years now. Uzumaki Kushina, being of a similar age, should at least be an adult by now. It's impossible for her to transfer here. Silence, please. The teacher gestured for quiet. Once the students settled down, he proclaimed, now, with the approval of the Third Hokage, Takechiba, Uchiha Hirohiko, and Hyūga Yukina are permitted to graduate early. The announcement sent shockwaves through the room. What? Hirohiko is graduating early? Yukina too? The students were incredulous. Their disbelief mingled with disappointment. As the deities of their second year, they were actually graduating? Takechiba as well? Amidst their disappointment, there was also immense astonishment at Chiba's graduation. The classroom erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, Chiba himself felt a sense of bewilderment. Just yesterday, he had been contemplating the prospect of graduation, and today, it was actually happening? This was all happening far too swiftly. However, upon reflection, Chiba considered that Uchiha Hirohiko's shadow clone technique and Hyūga Yukina's 8 trigrams empty palm were, strictly speaking, ninjutsu or taijutsu of the elite Jonin or quasi-Jonin level. It was entirely reasonable for a student who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy to perform such techniques, making early graduation quite plausible. Furthermore, having defeated 2 such prodigies, he naturally possessed the qualifications for early graduation. Everything, in fact, made perfect sense. As for Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina, they appeared remarkably composed, as if this outcome was entirely anticipated. Today, the 3 of you need not attend class. Tomorrow, an elite Jonin responsible for your team will provide you with further instructions. From this day forth, you shall be considered genin and will be assigned to a team. The teacher announced. No classes? Chiba's ears perked up. Regardless, this meant more time available. It would also afford them additional training opportunities. Come forth to receive your ninja headbands. The teacher said, producing 3 headbands. Chiba and his companions rose in succession and approached the podium. Thank you, teacher, for your unwavering guidance. After receiving their headbands, the 3 bowed in unison and exited the classroom. Upon hearing this, the teacher looked at Chiba, feeling somewhat undeserving. Your achievements are the fruits of your own labor. I truly did not contribute much, for which I apologize. He then composed himself and began the lesson. Now, we shall delve into the theories of uncertain hypotheses and mechanical energy. Yet, the students gazed wistfully at the departing trio, entirely disinterested in the lesson. I'm heading home. Chiba declared eagerly upon exiting the classroom, exchanging greetings with Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina. After all, they would be working together from now on, and it would be prudent to become better acquainted. Moreover, both of them possessed commendable strength, providing a sense of reassurance in their partnership. Having fought alongside Hyūga Yukina, who had even risked her life to save him, Chiba held a profound trust in her. Trust was paramount among ninjas. Moreover, it seemed these 2 did not particularly care about his identity as the son of a traitor, which brought him a sense of relief. Should a future mission or operation lead to a crisis requiring a sacrifice, he would not be the first to be deemed expendable due to his lineage. Uchiha Hirohiko nodded and said coolly, I look forward to working with you. He then turned and walked away, seemingly not heading home. Hyūga Yukina added, I'm going back as well. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Chiba replied, already stepping forward. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hirohiko, having heard their exchange, paused for a moment and, maintaining a poker face, added a delayed see you tomorrow after several seconds. At that moment, Chiba walked away, and Hyūga Yukina turned to leave, leaving him with their 2 departing silhouettes. A chill of sweat trickled down his back. At the same time, near the gates of Konohagakure, 2 individuals clad in the attire of Leaf Village ninjas came to a halt. The male, with striking golden hair and an exceptionally handsome visage, gazed at the emblem of Konohagakure on the gate and smiled gently, his expression warm and reassuring. Beside him stood a woman with striking red hair and exquisite features. Indeed a great beauty. The 2 appeared like a perfect pair. As she gazed at the emblem of the Hidden Leaf Village, she stretched languidly, revealing a radiant smile imbued with youthful innocence and charm. We are back. The Hidden Leaf Village, she exclaimed. Responding to her words, the man replied, Kushina, let us first report our mission. All right, she nodded. The 2 were none other than Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki returning from their mission. Lord Third, Minato and Kushina have returned, announced a ninja assistant as he pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. At that moment, the third Hokage was puffing on his pipe, furrowing his brow at 3 personal profiles laid out on his desk. Upon hearing the assistant's report, his expression brightened. "Quickly, let them in," he said. The ninja assistant responded. "They have already." But before he could finish, a radiant red-haired beauty rushed through the door, her smile wide, punctuated by her peculiar speech pattern. "Oh, Kushina." The third Hokage smiled, though his hand instinctively moved to his hairline. Clearly pleased, he sighed in relief. "Phew, my hair and beard are safe. Lord Third Hokage, we have returned." Another figure stepped forward from behind the door, a man with golden hair and blue eyes, Minato Namikaze. "Thank you for your hard work, Minato," the ninja assistant said, nodding slightly. "You are the one who has truly worked hard," Minato replied. "What is the situation over there?" the third Hokage inquired. The assistant discreetly closed the door and exited. Minato stepped forward, his expression turning serious. "I have observed movements from the Hidden Stone Village, and based on information acquired from that ninja 7 years ago, I estimate that something is imminent." The third Hokage paused, his demeanor becoming grave. "Is there no other possibility?" Kushina's smile faded as she turned her gaze towards Minato. At that moment, Minato furrowed his brow slightly and said, "I cannot pinpoint an exact time frame, but it is soon. We must prepare some defenses." The third Hokage nodded, sighing. "It seems peace will be fleeting once more." Following this, silence enveloped the room as the third contemplated in quiet reflection, while Minato remained deep in thought. Kushina, glancing from one to the other, suddenly noticed the personal profiles on the desk. "What is this?" She approached the desk, examining the documents that bore 3 photographs along with the names of 3 students from the Ninja Academy: Taki Chiba, Uchiha Hirohiko, and Hyūga Yukina. "They are 3 students approved for early graduation," the third Hokage explained. "Promising prospects indeed." Let me see," Kushina said as she scrutinized the profiles. High-speed taijutsu, shadow clones, and the 8 trigrams air palm. Remarkable abilities for mere 7-year-olds. "Lord Third, have you selected Jonin instructors for them?" Minato asked, slightly taken aback. The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe and remarked, "Initially, I intended to entrust them to Tsunade, Orochimaru, or Jiraiya, but alas. All 3 are currently on missions and have yet to return to the village." "Minato, do you find this intriguing?" Minato Namikaze shook his head and replied, "My subordinates are already accompanying Kakashi, Obito, and Rin." With a sigh, the third Hokage responded, "Indeed. Then let us consider which Jonin in the village can nurture these 3 prodigies. Such remarkable talents are indeed rare. Having a trio of geniuses in one team places considerable pressure on their Jonin instructor." Minato smiled and said, "Indeed, these 3, given sufficient time, will undoubtedly blossom into exceptional ninjas." The third Hokage tapped his pipe thoughtfully. "Shall I entrust them to you?" At that moment, Kushina Uzumaki interjected. "Kushina?" The third Hokage was taken aback. Minato smiled and said, "Kushina, you are still a Chunin and not yet qualified to take on disciples. What does that matter? I possess the strength of a Jonin. It is merely that you have not permitted me to undertake missions, which has prevented my promotion," Kushina retorted. Indeed, with her sealing techniques and the immense chakra of the Uzumaki clan, aside from being the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, no ordinary Jonin could rival her. Moreover, these 3 children are exceptionally gifted. Takechiba possesses talents on par with Minato's. Keeping them close to Kushina could also serve as a means of safeguarding her. However, these children still have a long way to go in terms of strength, and without excellent guidance, they will struggle to advance. The third Hokage pondered this for a moment, observing Kushina as she argued passionately with Minato, who could only smile in acquiescence, unable to sway her. Her red hair billowed in agitation as she grew increasingly frustrated. "Third Hokage, I insist on being their teacher." While the third Hokage was deep in thought, Kushina's eyes widened with determination, her gaze fixed intently on him, her hair fluttering. "I will train them to become the greatest ninjas. Besides, you do not intend to let me out again, do you?" she said, casting a sidelong glance. Seeing Kushina's fervent resolve, the third Hokage could only chuckle in resignation. Indeed, he could not allow her to venture outside the village again. Granting her permission for the last mission had already caused him considerable stress. "Very well, I shall instruct Minato to keep a closer watch on you," the third Hokage decided, turning to Minato, who nodded in understanding, albeit reluctantly. Thus, the third Hokage acquiesced, addressing Kushina. "All right, gather them tomorrow." Upon receiving an affirmative response, Kushina's face brightened with a radiant smile. "Thank you, Lord Third." In response, the third Hokage could only smile wryly. Upon returning home, Takechiba fell into a deep slumber, followed by the unchanging routine of training. After completing his daily exercises, he engaged in the 3+1 training of the 8 gates technique, which left him utterly exhausted. The training for his extraordinary strength was once again set aside. With a gathering of Jonin scheduled for the following day, Takechiba refrained from further training and, after a modest dinner, chose to rest. As the first light of dawn broke, Chiba awoke punctually, yet this time he was not enveloped in his usual drowsiness. For the first time, he felt invigorated upon rising. He opened the window and inhaled deeply the crisp morning air. Suddenly, a question arose in his mind. How would the Jonin instructor notify him of the assembly? Then, Chiba paused, recalling that when the instructor had asked the 3 of them to sit together yesterday, he had not received any notification. It was Hirohiko and Yukina who had taken the initiative to sit beside him, leading to his awareness of the meeting. It felt rather deceptive. Chiba let out a wry smile, and, with a sidelong glance, he unexpectedly noticed a shuriken lodged beneath his window, fluttering in the morning breeze. Its attached piece of paper dancing in the air. Instinctively, Chiba recoiled, aware that a piece of paper tied to a shuriken usually signified an explosive tag. Could it be a comrade of that Jonin he had slain? The first thought that crossed his mind was that the accomplice of the Jonin he had killed was still lurking in the village, and he was under attack. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Outside, the only sounds were the wind and the rustling of the paper. Chiba furrowed his brow slightly and cautiously approached the window to look down. To his relief, he discovered that the shuriken was tied to a plain piece of white paper, inscribed with a simple message: "Gather at the gate of Konoha at 11 a.m. Realizing this was a summons from his Jonin instructor, he released a sigh of relief. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted it was only around 7:20 a.m. There was still ample time for his daily training. Chiba swiftly washed up and enjoyed a hearty breakfast of oversized Konoha buns before embarking on his routine exercises. He completed 500 side kicks, 500 jabs, 500 squats, and 500 push-ups. Instead of proceeding with his customary 10,000-meter run, he returned indoors, took a cold shower, changed into clean attire, and checked the clock again. It was nearly 10:45 a.m., time to set out. As he left his small cabin, he pondered the identity of his Jonin instructor. Might it be Minato Namikaze? It seemed unlikely, as he was still leading Team Kakashi. Surely he wouldn't be assigned to them. What a pity. As he walked, Chiba's mind wandered. Having a skilled Jonin mentor could greatly accelerate his growth and strength. In the original narrative, Sasuke had learned the A-rank Jutsu Chidori from his teacher Kakashi, while Naruto had mastered the iconic Rasengan from Jiraiya, another A-rank technique. Among their contemporaries, Lee also benefited from an exceptional Jonin instructor, learning the 8 gates from Guy, which unlocked his potential as a remarkable ninja. It could be said that in the world of Naruto, the presence of a good teacher is of paramount importance. Chiba mused that if Minato were to mentor him, he might even learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Lost in thought, he soon reached the center of the village, and after a short distance, he would arrive at the great gates of Konoha. "Thank you." At that moment, Chiba heard a frail voice by the roadside, seemingly expressing gratitude to someone. Turning to look, he saw a boy with a large pair of goggles strapped to his forehead, beaming a broad smile as he warmly replied to the elderly person, "No problem. I'm off now, Granny." The elder smiled as she watched him dash away. It appeared that while running, he was anxiously murmuring, "I'm really going to be late now." Chiba blinked as he observed the boy's retreating figure. Could this be Obito? I truly have crossed into the world of Naruto. Just like when he first encountered Kakashi and the Third Hokage. Chiba always felt an overwhelming sense of surrealism when meeting these pivotal characters. Suddenly, Chiba sprang to his feet and began to run as well. "I'm going to be late too." By the time Chiba arrived at the entrance of Konohagakure, he was already 10 minutes late. Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina were waiting there, alongside a stunning red-haired beauty, hands on her hips, her brows furrowed. "Is this our Jonin teacher? She looks somewhat familiar." Chiba's mouth twitched as he observed Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina, one wearing a poker face, the other devoid of expression. However, the red-haired beauty was clearly furious, and her demeanor spelled trouble. Chiba had no doubt that if he approached her without caution, he would surely face the consequences. At this moment, he realized he needed an excuse. As he ran, his mind raced. An idea struck him. Meanwhile, The trio noticed Chiba sprinting towards them. Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina turned their heads, nodding slightly as they saw him. The red-haired beauty, however, had a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Her brows forming an inverted V, her hair beginning to flutter, a fist rising uncontrollably. Huh. Good morning, everyone. I seem to have lost my way on the path of life, Chiba exclaimed while waving. Bang. Instantly, Chiba received a powerful punch on his head. A large bump rising and seemingly even smoking. Ouch. That hurt. Such force. The pain made Chiba cradle his head, sinking to the ground. After delivering the blow, the red-haired beauty appeared to have vented all her anger, turning to him with a beaming smile, her demeanor now warm and approachable. Now that everyone is here, allow me to introduce myself. I am your teacher, Uzumaki Kushina. At that moment, a chill of cold sweat trickled down the backs of Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina as they gazed at the pained Chiba on the ground, their minds filled with astonishment. That was incredibly fast. Chiba had been several meters away, and in an instant, she was beside him, almost as if they hadn't seen how he was struck. They gulped nervously. Is this what a Jonin is like? Chiba, upon hearing the introduction of the red-haired beauty, felt his eyes nearly pop out. Uzumaki Kushina, the mother of Naruto, the wife of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a master of sealing techniques. An array of titles flashed through Chiba's mind. Uzumaki Kushina. She is my teacher? Chiba slowly rose to his feet, while Uzumaki Kushina was introducing Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina, her back turned towards him. Observing her silhouette and the striking crimson hair, he could not be mistaken. This was indeed Uzumaki Kushina. Wait a moment. He recalled that Uzumaki Kushina was merely a chunin. How could she possibly lead their team? A sense of foreboding washed over Chiba, as if all notions of A-rank ninjutsu had fluttered away like startled doves. Now, let us begin with you. Please introduce yourself. Uzumaki Kushina suddenly turned to Chiba and said, Takachiba, Uchiha Hirohiko, Hyūga Yukina. As Kushina concluded her invitation, Chiba was the first to present his name, followed by Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina. Although Kushina was already familiar with their names, a self-introduction was deemed necessary. What are your areas of expertise? She inquired, gesturing for Chiba to join Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina. He complied, and the three formed a line. Gentle fist style? Hyūga Yukina was the first to speak. Fire release, shadow clone technique, Uchiha Hirohiko stated. Taijutsu, Chiba added. Kushina raised an eyebrow as the trio spoke. One bore a serious demeanor, another maintained a poker face, and the last appeared contemplative. They resembled a rather somber trio. She had intended for the introductions to foster some camaraderie, yet their responses were exceedingly terse, more akin to reports than introductions, devoid of any warmth. How could they become better acquainted like this? With a long sigh, she looked up, her lips curling into a warm smile. Now that we are acquainted, on this first day, allow your teacher to treat you to some food. What would you like to eat? Barbecue, barbecue, barbecue. The three responded promptly and succinctly. Kushina's brows furrowed, and her smile faltered. Very well, let us go for Ichiraku ramen. Isn't it barbecue? Chiba asked. However, before he could finish, Kushina shot him a glare. And recalling the recent punch he had received, he cleared his throat. Hirohiko, Yukina, Ichiraku ramen is quite famous. I really enjoy it. Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina, having noticed Kushina's gaze, nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, let us go for Ichiraku ramen. Satisfied, Kushina nodded. All right then, let us go. Your teacher is treating. The trio cheerfully assented, internally thinking, this teacher seems a bit unreliable. Upon entering Ichiraku ramen, Chiba's first thought was, the owner here seems rather youthful. Here are your ramen. Since it's Kushina, I've added extra chashu for you, the young owner of Ichiraku remarked as he placed 4 bowls of ramen before them. Thank you, sir. The three chorused. Thanks a lot, Ichiraku, Kushina added. As the ramen was placed before him, Chiba's stomach growled. A natural reaction after his morning training and the arrival of mealtime. However, he felt a tinge of embarrassment in the presence of the two girls, Uzumaki Kushina and Hyūga Yukina. Stealing a glance, he noticed that neither of them seemed to be aware of his predicament, their attention fixated on the ramen before them. I'll dig in, exclaimed Uzumaki Kushina, the first to break the silence as she snapped her disposable chopsticks apart. I'll dig in, she repeated. Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina soon followed suit, breaking their chopsticks and diving into their meal. Chiba hesitated momentarily before murmuring, I'll dig in. Quickly snapping his chopsticks and slurping up the noodles. For Chiba, who had been subsisting on plain buns, this bowl of ramen was an exquisite delight, though he found himself eating rather messily. How long has it been since I last tasted meat? He lamented internally, tears nearly welling up in his eyes. The weighted training equipment was prohibitively expensive, forcing him to sustain himself on buns and water daily. In contrast, the other three maintained a more refined demeanor. Hyūga Yukina ate with grace, embodying the poise of a noble lady, while Uchiha Hirohiko adhered to proper etiquette, creating a stark contrast to Chiba's untidy feasting. Though Uzumaki Kushina had been the first to start, she merely watched them with a smile, not yet partaking in her meal. Uncle Ichiraku, despite being youthful at heart, observed the satisfied customers with crossed arms and a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Among them, Chiba ate the fastest. By the time Hyūga Yukina finished a third of her bowl and Uchiha Hirohiko half of his, he had devoured every last drop of his broth. Rubbing his belly, Chiba realized he was only half full and sighed inwardly, wishing he could have another bowl. However, he felt too shy to order more, given that they were guests. Just as he was lost in thought, a bowl of ramen was placed in front of him, the broth clear and the noodles perfectly cooked, accompanied by a generous serving of chashu added by Uncle Ichiraku. Turning to see Uzumaki Kushina smiling at him, she urged, "Go ahead, eat." Chiba glanced between the noodles and Kushina, momentarily taken aback. "Hurry up and eat. It'll get cold," she encouraged again. "Aren't you going to eat, sensei?" At that moment, Chiba sat beside Hyūga Yukina, with Uchiha Hirohiko next to him, while Uzumaki Kushina sat beside Yukina. He noticed that Kushina had already finished her own bowl. "I just remembered, I had too much for breakfast today and can't eat anymore," Uzumaki Kushina explained. Chiba stared at the bowl before him, furrowing his brow in hesitation. "Go on, eat," she insisted once more. Unexpectedly, Chiba blurted out, "You haven't eaten any, have you?" His expression conveyed a clear, "I don't want what you've already had." Instantly, Uzumaki Kushina's red hair seemed to flare with indignation as she unconsciously raised her fist. Bang! "If I tell you to eat, then eat," she retorted angrily. A crimson bump once again emerged atop Chiba's head, smoke billowing forth as tears threatened to spill from his eyes due to the pain. Yet, unexpectedly, a faint smile graced the corners of his mouth as he bravely uttered, "I shall commence." Following this, he seized his chopsticks and plunged into his meal with fervor. At that moment, Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina exchanged glances, their eyes widening as they caught sight of the expression hidden beneath Chiba's intense focus on his food. They shared a brief nod of mutual understanding. "My char siu is gone," Hyūga Yukina suddenly declared, deftly snatching the char siu from Chiba's bowl with her chopsticks. "I have none either," Uchiha Hirohiko chimed in, swiftly making a grab for a piece of char siu as well. To their surprise, before it could reach his own bowl, Chiba reclaimed it with a flick of his chopsticks, never once lifting his gaze. In the same motion, he also snatched back a piece from Hyūga Yukina's side. Seeing their char siu wrested away, neither of them was willing to concede, and soon the three were embroiled in a playful tussle for their meal. Then came a series of loud thuds. Thud, thud, thud. Smoke began to rise from the heads of Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina, and red bumps appeared as well, while Chiba's hairstyle transformed into that of a gored baby, with two bright red lumps adorning his head. "Mind your manners at the table," Uzumaki Kushina admonished, retracting her fist, her brow twitching slightly. The trio lowered their heads, focusing intently on their noodles. However, the corners of their mouths betrayed them, curling into smiles. Uzumaki Kushina's gaze remained fixed on Chiba, and in him, she saw a reflection of her own past, when she first arrived in Konoha. Bullied by boys and labeled as a harbinger of misfortune, much like him. "I ought to pay him more attention," she mused. Then she glanced at Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina, a smile gracing her lips as she thought, "I should extend my care to every student." Observing the smiles that involuntarily appeared on the faces of the three, she allowed herself a gentle smile in return. The other two children, under the brilliance of genius, must surely feel an endless solitude. After slurping up the last of the broth, Chiba emptied his bowl, followed suit by the other two, who also drank every drop. Clatter. The three of them placed their bowls down in unison. "Are you full?" Uzumaki Kushina inquired. "Quite," Chiba replied, patting his belly. It was indeed a satisfying meal of 2 bowls of noodles. The others nodded in agreement. "Very well, now let us engage in some digestion exercises," Uzumaki Kushina declared, settling the bill and rising with a smile. Upon seeing that smile, an ominous feeling washed over Chiba, and he exchanged worried glances with Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina. There was something decidedly mischievous about that grin. The trio quickly reached a silent consensus. An hour later, under Uzumaki Kushina's guidance, Chiba and the others found themselves in an open space surrounded by dense woods and thick underbrush. Standing before them, Uzumaki Kushina announced, "Now, let us begin." Chiba and his companions exchanged looks, the sense of foreboding growing ever stronger. "Just wait there," Uzumaki Kushina instructed as she began to step back. Stepping back to a distance of 20 meters, she called out from afar, "The rules of post-meal exercise are quite simple. As long as you can touch me, you have succeeded. The exercise will not conclude until you make contact with me." The implication was clear. Until they touched her, they were not permitted to cease their efforts. Chiba's gaze sharpened. It seemed deceptively straightforward. The three exchanged glances, each sharing the same thought. However, they soon found themselves dumbfounded. In a fleeting moment, Uzumaki Kushina formed a hand seal. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, multiple clones of Uzumaki Kushina manifested in the clearing, producing at least 30 shadow clones in an instant. The technique was none other than the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Chiba recognized the technique immediately. What an astonishing amount of chakra. He couldn't help but smile wryly. He envied the Uzumaki clan's vast reserves of chakra. "Now, let the post-meal exercise commence." All 30 Uzumaki Kushinas declared in unison. Byakugan, Sharingan. Hinata Yukina's veins extended to her temples as her white pupils emerged, while Uchiha Hirohiko's eyes flashed crimson, activating his Sharingan. "What do you think?" Chiba inquired from behind them. "The chakra is evenly distributed. It is impossible to discern which are clones and which is the original," Hinata Yukina replied. Simultaneously, Uchiha Hirohiko nodded, affirming that his Sharingan could not differentiate either. Chiba nodded, all of this falling within his expectations. He carefully began to release his weights, placing them gently on the ground to avoid any noise. At that moment, the three were concealed within a dense thicket. Almost as soon as Kushina announced the beginning of the post-meal exercise, they leaped into the surrounding foliage, stealthily maneuvering until they settled in their hidden spot. Outside the thicket, in the clearing, 10 teams of Kushina stood back to back, 3 in each team, spaced 1 to 5 meters apart, forming a defensive formation that monitored all directions. Should they make their presence known, they would be met with simultaneous attacks from the nearest Kushina and another from a different team. The original Kushina was amongst them. This exercise, this game, would only conclude upon making contact with the original Kushina. "Hirohiko, Yukina, we are well fed and at our peak fighting strength. If we prolong this, it will be detrimental to us. Teacher Kushina possesses far more chakra than we do, surpassing even elite Jonin. No, even the third Hokage cannot compare. We cannot afford to drag this out. We must resolve this swiftly," Chiba urged, patting both of their shoulders. The two turned to glance at Chiba, each nodding in agreement. Uchiha Hirohiko remarked, "I can sense the overwhelming vitality of our teacher's chakra." Hinata Yukina also nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, the vitality of the Uzumaki clan's chakra can even bind the Nine Tails," Chiba mused inwardly, astonished by the depth of their power. The original work offers scant descriptions of Uzumaki Kushina, revealing but a glimpse during the recollection of the Nine Tails battle. At that moment, she was weakened due to childbirth, resulting in the seal's deterioration, which allowed the Nine Tails to escape, rendering her nearly powerless. However, it is now evident that Uzumaki Kushina possesses formidable combat prowess, far surpassing that of an ordinary Jonin. "Do you have any battle plans?" Hinata Yukina inquired. Chiba shook his head and replied, "I have yet to devise one. But this should serve as a training exercise in stealth, ambush, and the differentiation between shadow clones and the original, perfect for a post-meal workout." Upon hearing Chiba's words, both Hinata Yukina and Uchiha Hirohiko turned their gazes towards him, noticing his clear eyes, as if he comprehended everything. Observing Kushina's defensive stance, an understanding dawned upon them. Indeed, this was an exercise in ambush and distinguishing the original from its clones. Chiba had discerned this almost instantaneously. Uchiha Hirohiko and Hinata Yukina exchanged glances, a wave of reassurance washing over them as they nodded. Just as Yukina was about to speak, Chiba suddenly exclaimed, "Watch your back." In the same breath, he turned and unleashed a powerful punch, activating the gates within him prior to striking. As he threw the punch, his muscles erupted with full force, colliding with a descending fist from behind. A loud thud resonated as the two fists met, neither yielding. Upon closer inspection, Uchiha Hirohiko and Hinata Yukina realized that it was indeed Uzumaki Kushina, leaping through the air for a surprise attack. Chiba successfully blocked her punch, and being prodigies themselves, both quickly reacted by drawing and hurling shurikens with deft precision. Yet, Kushina, astonished by the strength behind Chiba's blow, found herself unable to evade the incoming shurikens, which struck her and transformed into a plume of white mist that gradually dissipated. A shadow clone, indeed. Chiba, ever vigilant and perceptive, exhibited remarkable strength. Hirohiko and Yukina also performed admirably, instinctively reacting within moments and executing their attack with finesse, their shuriken techniques quite impressive. Information relayed from the defeated shadow clone reached the original Kushina, who smiled at the sight. At this moment, they must have scattered. Kushina mused, confident that her three gifted disciples would instinctively recognize their exposure upon the shadow clone's detection and would not remain stationary. Meanwhile, her shadow clone emerged from a trio, approaching the trio's hiding spot and parting the underbrush in search of them. It was essential for them to realize they were on the right path, Kushina thought. However, she did not anticipate that just as her shadow clone was searching, it would be violently kicked apart by Chiba, who dashed forward at remarkable speed, swiftly obliterating yet another shadow clone with a powerful punch. Another shadow clone within the trio reacted in time, managing to block Chiba's second flying kick. Meanwhile, another team of shadow clones rushed to provide support, sending Chiba flying back into the bushes with a swift kick. The two shadow clones exchanged a brief nod before darting into the underbrush. Chiba did not retreat. Uzumaki Kushina felt a tinge of surprise. Just as she pondered, Chiba sprang from the thicket once more, closely followed by the two shadow clones. However, he paid them no heed and instead sprinted towards the shadow clones of the other team. Chiba's speed was astonishing, leaving the two shadow clones struggling to keep pace. Is this the speed achievable by a mere 7-year-old? Kushina's initial astonishment transformed into sheer amazement upon witnessing Chiba's velocity. Just as she was taken aback, 3 more teams of shadow clones had joined Chiba, totaling 9 clones. During this time, he had obliterated one and incapacitated another. Remarkable. Following her astonishment, Kushina could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Yet, he was far too reckless. At this moment, Chiba found himself encircled by 9 shadow clones. With no escape in sight, trapped with foes on all sides, he had been driven to a dead end. Where could those 2 little ones be? Kushina shifted her attention slightly, scanning her surroundings. There were still 6 teams of shadow clones remaining. The 2 that had pursued Chiba had seamlessly replenished the ranks of the team with the destroyed and injured clones. This particular team was positioned directly in front of Kushina, at the center of the open space. Just then, a sudden flash of fire erupted from a cluster of bushes, launching a large fireball into the air. Fire release, great fireball technique. Emerging from the thicket alongside the fireball was a twisting figure. The fireball and the twisting form hurtled towards 2 teams of shadow clones. Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina, joining the fray. Bang! The first team of shadow clones, noticing the fireball, reacted at once. But the fireball approached with such swiftness that they could only manage to push one clone forward, who was promptly consumed by the flames. In an instant, 2 shadow clones were engulfed and exploded as Uchiha Hirohiko soared from the bushes, delivering a downward kick that shattered the clone that had been knocked to the ground by its comrade. Meanwhile, on the other side, a gentle palm strike from Hyūga Yukina collided with a shadow clone, sending it flying with tremendous force. 3 clones collided, and the one initially struck detonated with a resounding bang, causing the other 2 to lose their balance. At that moment, Yukina dashed forth, her fists erupting with power. 2 swift blows resulted in the destruction of 2 shadow clones. Almost simultaneously with Hirohiko, they dispatched 2 clones. In an instant, Kushina lost 6 shadow clones. Excluding the 9 encircling Chiba, she had 4 teams remaining. Including herself, there were 12 individuals. Were they intent on obliterating all the shadow clones to locate my position? Kushina discerned their intentions clearly. Moreover, the 3 teams of shadow clones that Chiba had drawn away had inadvertently created several blind spots, allowing Hirohiko and Yukina to launch their attacks unimpeded. Though the 3 individuals seldom engaged in conversation, their coordination was remarkably seamless. Uzumaki Kushina felt a sense of satisfaction. as the ability to work together so effectively meant that even 3 low-ranking ninjas could defeat foes far more formidable than themselves. Their strategy was commendable, albeit somewhat reckless. At that moment, Kushina's remaining 4 teams were positioned strategically. 1 team at the forefront, 2 flanking it on either side, and the last team, which included Kushina herself, stationed at the rear. As the 2 teams of shadow clones were stealthily ambushed and eliminated, Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina had just settled into their positions when the 2 flanking teams of shadow clones surged forward, swiftly encircling them. In an instant, Chiba, Uchiha Hirohiko, and Hyūga Yukina found themselves surrounded by the shadow clones. The 3 clones of Uzumaki Kushina encircled them, leaving Hirohiko and Yukina in a dire predicament. Previously, they had managed to shatter the shadow clones through surprise attacks, but facing 3 vigilant upper-rank shadow clones, even their brilliance would not allow them to escape. Kushina observed this unfolding scenario and reached a conclusion in her mind. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of joy. Her 3 disciples displayed both coordination and talent, and with rigorous training, they would surely become proficient ninjas in no time. Kushina's confidence was unwavering. Just then, a sudden thrust of an earth spike erupted within the encircled group, piercing 1 shadow clone and causing it to explode into a cloud of white mist, while a figure swiftly ascended along the spike. It was Chiba. Kushina's pupils widened in surprise. This was an earth release jutsu. He can use earth release? At that moment, Chiba raced up the earth spike, with 8 shadow clones rapidly catching up behind him. Hirohiko! Chiba shouted as he reached the pinnacle of the spike and leaped down in a swift split, shattering one of the shadow clones surrounding Hirohiko. It seemed that Hirohiko had anticipated this. He bolted toward Chiba's direction. With a resounding thud, Chiba landed, and almost instantaneously, Hirohiko grasped his hand, spinning around to hurl him away. At this point, Chiba was in the life gate state, and with that motion, Hirohiko soared toward the encirclement of Hyūga Yukina, a kunai firmly gripped in his hand. With a crash, one of the shadow clones in Yukina's encirclement, unaware of the imminent threat, was struck by Hirohiko's kunai before the other clones could react, resulting in the clone exploding upon impact. Seeing the gap in the encirclement, Yukina swiftly dashed toward Chiba. As she passed the fallen Hirohiko, she instinctively pulled him up, and the 3 quickly formed a defensive stance back-to-back, akin to Kushina's shadow clone team, each wielding their kunai, prepared to guard against any threats from all directions. As the shadow clones of Kushina Uzumaki swiftly arrived, 12 of them encircled the 3 individuals. Chiba gasped. His chakra from the gate mode nearly depleted. He uttered, Hirohiko, Yukina, are you all right? I'm fine, still intact, replied Hinata Yukina, though her tone betrayed a hint of strain. Her chakra had dwindled to about 20%, largely consumed by the previous 8 trigrams empty palm technique. A feat that was astonishing for someone of her age to master, often eluding even the majority of the clan until their dying breath. At that moment, Uchiha Hirohiko also breathed heavily, stating succinctly, 20%. His 2-word response succinctly conveyed his current plight. His chakra reserves were similarly low. From a distance, Kushina Uzumaki observed, exhaling a breath of relief. The trio's coordination had been nothing short of seamless, creating a beauty in their combat that was captivating. For a fleeting moment, she believed they might break free and launch a counterattack. Finally, it seemed the ordeal had reached its conclusion, and their efforts were commendable. In battle, surrender equates to death. It is this indomitable spirit that she valued. Kushina felt a profound satisfaction in her 3 disciples, while simultaneously bearing the weight of responsibility to educate them well. Just as Kushina allowed herself a moment of respite, a smile crept across Chiba's face. Now, Hirohiko, Yukina, let us begin. All right. The 2 responded in unison. As Chiba's words echoed, 2 shadow clones from the group before Kushina suddenly turned, striking another clone with simultaneous punches, causing it to explode. They then rapidly charged towards the real Kushina. What? Kushina gasped in shock, her eyes widening. Her own shadow clones had betrayed her, just as she was processing this revelation. The 2 traitorous clones advanced, while the other 2 clones of her original team seemed momentarily stunned, failing to react before being obliterated. Joy flickered across the faces of the 2 betraying clones. Success was within reach. Just as that glimmer of triumph appeared, Kushina unleashed 2 powerful punches, instantly shattering the traitorous clones. Don't celebrate too soon, she admonished. At that moment, a figure descended from above, swiftly grasping her fist with a resounding clap. It appeared that this was indeed the true form of their teacher, Kushina. Chiba's voice resonated before her. She glanced down to find him crouched on the ground, surrounded by the dust kicked up from his descent, smiling at her. Meanwhile, in the encirclement, Hinata Yukina and Uchiha Hirohiko locked their hands together, forming a makeshift springboard. Had they leapt over here with their combined strength? Did this young man orchestrate the entire scenario? From the moment my shadow clone ventured into the bushes, he had suddenly burst forth, kicking explosively, deliberately targeting other shadow clones, and feigning a flight into the underbrush, luring the two clones to pursue. I fear that by that time, the shadow clones would have been replaced. Those two traitorous shadow clones. Were they transformed into their own likeness by Hirohiko's shadow clone? No. Hirohiko's chakra could at most produce a single shadow clone, while the other clone, being from the Hyūga clan, is incapable of employing any ninjutsu aside from the three-body technique. It cannot be Yukina. Could it be Chiba? Earth release, taijutsu, shadow clone. He has managed to master them all. What an extraordinary talent. Even Minato might pale in comparison. Furthermore, the series of subsequent battles were deliberately orchestrated to attract that many shadow clones, alongside Hirohiko and Yukina's ambushes. The entire strategy was to divert attention towards the three of them. Was it to create an environment conducive for the assault of those two traitorous shadow clones? No, rather, for Hirohiko and Chiba as shadow clones? In the end, did he anticipate that I would surely shatter the shadow clone? And then, seizing that fleeting moment of my relaxation, he managed to touch upon his own being. Moreover, he calculated the distance from the encirclement to himself, coordinating his leap. What meticulous reasoning! Kushina Uzumaki's eyes reflected astonishment. After dinner, she had indeed lost. These three are exceptionally gifted, especially Chiba, a truly unprecedented prodigy. As Kushina parted the thicket, she indeed discovered her two shadow clones bound tightly, their mouths stuffed with handkerchiefs, and they had not been destroyed. Was this a consideration that the dissolution of the shadow clones would relay information back to the original body, thereby sabotaging the substitution strategy? Bang, 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 bang. Kushina released all control over the shadow clones, and the information feedback arrived. So it was like this. Through the messages relayed by the shadow clones, Kushina could clearly observe the process of these two clones being subdued. The moment they entered the thicket, they were toppled by ropes, followed swiftly by Hirohiko Uchiha and Yukina Hyūga, who subdued them. Swiftly and precisely. Kushina couldn't help but nod in approval. Simultaneously, she witnessed Hirohiko Uchiha and Chiba splitting off their own shadow clones, transforming into their own forms. Not only Yukina, but even Hirohiko's astonishment was palpable when Chiba produced his shadow clone. She sensed her own shadow clone was equally astounded. Soon after, Chiba leaped forth, with the two shadow clones trailing closely behind. Kushina silently nodded, yet a hint of doubt arose. Chiba was still a student at the Ninja Academy. From where did he acquire the techniques for shadow clones and earth release? With Kushina having dispelled the shadow clones, Chiba and the others gathered together, sitting down to rest. Did we win, Teacher Kushina? Yukina's tone was tinged with disbelief, yet her expression remained largely unchanged. This girl had always maintained a stoic facade, rarely revealing other emotions beyond seriousness. Hirohiko Uchiha also nodded, affirming the outcome while expressing his own surprise. He possessed a quintessential poker face and spoke little. As for Chiba, he always bore a contemplative expression, which was closely tied to his years of solitary living. At any moment, in any place, and under any circumstances, he could swiftly slip into a state of absolute self, disregarding the gazes and influences of others, fully attuning himself to his own rhythm. Had he truly triumphed? Chiba shook his head. Not at all. Kushina had not exerted her full strength, nor had she initiated any attacks beyond her initial ambush. If she had intended to strike, we would have likely been incapacitated by now. Chiba was acutely aware of this. At that moment, Uzumaki Kushina approached and sat down before the three of them, inquiring, "How did you discover my true form?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina simultaneously turned their gazes toward Chiba. "In truth, we did not uncover your true form." Chiba replied with an awkward smile, "It was all just a gamble. Shadow clones were inherently indistinguishable. Even the Byakugan and Sharingan could not reveal them. So how could I possibly know?" Uzumaki Kushina regarded Chiba intently for a moment before asking, "If you had not encountered my true form, what would your next course of action be?" "I would have to continue relying on chance," Chiba responded. No sooner had he spoken than Kushina's crimson hair began to billow. Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina promptly retreated several paces. So she has set this trap for me under the guise of luck. With this thought, Kushina's fist involuntarily rose, the veins on her hand pulsing with tension. Do you take me for a fool? Bam! Chiba clutched his head, a painful bump swelling and reddening ominously. In truth, Chiba was uncertain of the true form's location. He had merely surmised based on the characteristics of Kushina's formation that her true self was likely nestled in the innermost corner or in the central team. After all, with 10 teams of shadow clones, only the central team had been attacked, allowing all the shadow clones to respond swiftly, making it the most probable location for the true form's existence. The innermost point was surrounded by dense thickets, with trees growing haphazardly behind, making it impossible to circumvent, a fact Chiba had discerned while navigating the underbrush. Moreover, from an aerial perspective, one would notice that while all teams were centered around the midpoint, the innermost point appeared to be the most secure, with minimal spacing between teams. Both locations presented significant possibilities, and since he was not entirely certain, he devised such a plan. Chiba had not anticipated the remarkable synergy between Hirohiko and Yukina. He had merely instructed them to attack the flanking teams and divert the attention of all shadow clones, while he and Hirohiko's shadow clones would exploit the chaos to assault the shadow clones in 2 locations, seeking to unearth the true form. Given the urgency of the situation, he had only managed to convey those brief instructions. However, their subsequent collaboration was seamless, achieving the desired outcome with admirable efficiency. Chiba was astonished by this level of tacit understanding. Had this plan failed, and if neither the central nor the innermost points contained the true form, it would mean that the true self was concealed among the 12 shadow clones encircling them. Then it would merely be a matter of chance. Before exhaustion sets in, one can only hope to touch a few shadow clones, and whether any of them contain the original is merely a matter of chance. In response to Kushina's words, Chiba was not speaking frivolously. In his heart, he believed that anything that cannot be determined with absolute certainty is a gamble, whether it be success or failure. His words rang true. Alas, this punch hurts so much. Why must I always be the one to take the hits? I am merely stating facts. Chiba sighed internally. At that moment, he sensed Senha Yukina's gaze upon him, filled with curiosity. Oh, I forgot that this girl has Byakugan. Did she see me activate the front gate mode to distinguish the shadow clones? Chiba's lips twitched. He was uncertain if revealing the 8 gates mode in front of others was advisable, so instinctively, he concealed it. However, in the recent battle, he had no choice but to activate the front gate mode. Otherwise, given his chakra capacity as a low-level genin, he likely wouldn't have been able to produce any shadow clones, and even if he did, they would lack combat effectiveness. It was essential to activate the front gate mode to utilize the shadow clone technique with a mid-level genin's chakra. In his prior training, Chiba had also discovered that when using the front gate mode to create shadow clones, the clones possessed 50% of the original's chakra under the same mode. Yet he did not activate the front gate mode. The 8 gates and the front gate mode could not be applied to shadow clones. This realization caused Chiba some distress, as both the Sharingan and Byakugan could easily discern the difference. Moreover, when shadow clones were produced under the front gate mode, not only was their chakra halved, but the physical stamina consumed by the original also increased by nearly 50%. Fortunately, he could sustain the front gate mode for about an hour, so the impact was not overly significant. The shadow clone technique may not be entirely suitable for me, yet it can yield surprising results at times, Chiba mused, cradling his head in thought. As for where Chiba learned the shadow clone technique, it was naturally similar to the earth release technique. He had observed Hirohiko's hand seals during their battle and instinctively learned it. Of course, he also mastered the great fireball technique, but for some reason, he was unable to perform it. Take 10 minutes to rest, and then we shall commence with the real training. After delivering a sound blow to Chiba, Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but smile slightly at his head-holding posture. This kid has a certain charm. She then announced the news that left Chiba and the others looking disheartened. Isn't it over? Why is there still a real training session? The 3 exchanged glances, each clearly showing signs of distress on their faces. Observing this, Uzumaki Kushina smiled and said, "All right, you've triumphed in the post-meal exercise. I'll treat you all to barbecue for dinner." Barbecue. Chiba's ears perked up. Ever since he had tasted meat again, the carnivorous spirit within him had been ignited. Upon hearing this, he felt his fatigue dissipate. Hinata Yukina and Uchiha Hirohiko also clenched their fists in excitement, clearly inspired by the prospect of barbecue. The three gloomy companions were met with Kushina's warm smile. 10 minutes later, Chiba and his companions silently swallowed hard, gazing at the three shadow clones of Uzumaki Kushina before them, along with the true form of Kushina standing behind them. Uzumaki Kushina spoke with gravity. Prepare yourselves. The upcoming training entails combat against my shadow clones. I will employ no less than 80% of my strength. You must remain vigilant. A moment's lapse could indeed result in your demise. The seriousness in Kushina's tone was unmistakable, and Chiba and his companions sensed that she was not merely attempting to intimidate them. She was earnest. Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina instinctively cast their gazes toward Chiba, who, upon noticing their looks, forced a wry smile and remarked, Kushina-sensei is intent on honing our practical combat skills, one-on-one. I am at a loss. Upon hearing this, the two quickly separated, each facing one of the shadow clones. Thus, the true training commenced, as declared by Uzumaki Kushina. Simultaneously, Chiba, Uchiha Hirohiko, and Hyūga Yukina focused intently and charged toward Kushina's shadow clones. Thud, thud, thud. Under the setting sun, the three figures lunged from midair, crashing onto the disheveled grass below, their bodies covered in dirt and wounds. After 3 resounding impacts, Uzumaki Kushina dispelled the shadow clones and regarded her 3 students sprawled on the ground. All right, today's training concludes here, she announced, observing her students' battered appearances with a twinge of sympathy, though she knew such rigor was necessary. Firstly, to prevent them from becoming overconfident after a mere victory in training. And secondly, as various ninja villages were exhibiting unusual movements, the days of tranquility were likely numbered. It was imperative for them to accumulate practical experience, preparing them for future self-defense. After all, she herself could not always be there to safeguard them. Now, return, tend to your wounds, clean yourselves up. We shall gather at 6 this evening for a barbecue, Uzumaki Kushina instructed. Chiba lay on the ground, utterly drained of energy, unable to move even a finger. The wounds on his body were trivial, merely surface injuries, and although Kushina's words were stern, her strikes were not overly harsh. Impressive, this exemplifies the combat prowess of a Jonin. In the open gate mode, he had been rendered defenseless. It appeared that within this mode, his strength was roughly on par with a Chunin or an elite Chunin, while a Jonin's combat capability utterly eclipsed that of any Chunin. Of course, certain exceptionally gifted Chunins were exceptions to this rule. After all, the title of Chunin merely denotes a rank and status within the village. Strength does not equate to these titles. However, within this context, Chunin and Elite Chunin serve as a kind of benchmark, considering that most ninjas are constrained by these designations. What title corresponds to what level of power is not universally applicable. For instance, the majority of Chunins are of the caliber of Irika, possessing strength typical of that rank. Only a rare few, like Rock Lee, exhibit abilities surpassing that of a Chunin. Furthermore, Naruto and Sasuke from the original story, despite being perennial genin, are among this select few, for although they are genin, their combat strength exceeds that of even the Kage level. After attaining the power of the Sage of 6 Paths, their combat potential becomes incalculable. Observing Hirohiko and Yukina, their circumstances seemed similarly dire. They appeared to be in even worse shape than Chiba. However, it was merely exhaustion. Their injuries were not severe. Was it possible that they had overexerted themselves? Uzumaki Kushina observed the 3 individuals, contemplating this concern, just as she feared they had indeed pushed too far. Chiba gritted his teeth and struggled to sit up, while Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina also summoned the strength to support their own bodies. Kushina intended to assist them, but paused after taking a single step forward, watching the trio as they valiantly propped themselves up, a smile creeping onto her lips. This is it. Do not give up. 5 minutes later, Chiba and the others sat on the ground, panting heavily. Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina had already retrieved their medicinal ointments and were applying them to their wounds. Meanwhile, Chiba, catching his breath, observed the two as they tended to their injuries. This situation is rather awkward. It appears I have run out of ointment. Last month, I allocated my budget to weighted training tools and neglected the medicinal supplies. Well, a bit of saliva should suffice for now. Chiba mused to himself. Indeed, his wounds were not deep, and with his robust physique capable of opening the 3rd gate, a little saliva would suffice. However, in the presence of his companions, He felt hesitant to use saliva to dress his wounds and planned to wait until he regained some strength before returning to apply it and take a bath. Alas, this training regimen is likely to continue daily. I must prepare some medicinal supplies for the future and consider which budget areas I can trim down, Chiba calculated, letting out a quiet sigh. At that moment, Hirohiko and Yukina, who were intently applying their ointments, suddenly extended the container of medicine toward Chiba without raising their heads or uttering a word. Yet, their actions were unmistakable. They wanted him to take it. "I'm fine. You should use it," Chiba exclaimed, taken aback and instinctively refusing. The two remained silent, merely nudging the medicine container a bit closer. "I truly am okay. I often sustain minor injuries while practicing martial arts. This little wound is nothing," Chiba insisted, shaking his hand to decline further. However, as he spoke, Hirohiko and Yukina placed the medicine container on the ground at his feet. "Just accept it," they seemed to convey. At that moment, a warm, gentle hand landed on his shoulder. Uzumaki Kushina spoke softly, "Look at them." Chiba instinctively turned his gaze toward the two, only to find them with their heads bowed, eyes averted, their faces unmistakably marked by shyness and embarrassment. This feeling was all too familiar to Chiba. He recognized it well. It mirrored his own awkwardness in social interactions, a reflection of the clumsiness exhibited by those who live in solitude. By rejecting their offer of medicinal supplies, was he not displaying the same clumsiness? Were Hirohiko and Yukina, much like him, feeling isolated? Chiba gazed down at the two containers of medicine. Yukina's was black, while Hirohiko's was red. "Thank you." Chiba reached out to grasp the two containers, but he could only express half of his gratitude before words failed him. His eyes darted away, his face betraying the same shyness and embarrassment as the others. Coughing lightly, Chiba turned slightly away, ensuring he was not directly facing them, and quietly began to apply the ointment. The medicinal supplies from the Hyūga and Uchiha clans were undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Upon application, a soothing coolness enveloped his wounds, instantly alleviating the pain. Kushina Uzumaki gazed at the three individuals and stated, "I shall take my leave now. Do not forget our assembly time, which is set at the Konoha barbecue restaurant." With that, she swiftly vanished from their sight. However, the trio seemed indifferent, each turning away. "I'm heading back to take a shower," Hinata Yukina suddenly announced, rising to her feet. "Make sure you don't arrive late, or I'll end up getting scolded by Teacher Kushina." "Shower." Uchiha Hirohiko also stood upright. "See you at the barbecue." At that moment, Chiba was tending to his wounds and turned to call out, "Wait, I haven't returned the ointments to you yet." Yet, the two had already distanced themselves. Chiba silently rose, glancing at the two jars of ointment in his hands, then at the retreating figures. The two moved hurriedly, seemingly imbued with an inexplicable energy, almost as if they were fleeing. Suddenly, a smile graced his lips. "Never mind, I can return them next time. Well, I should head back too. By the way, won't taking a shower wash away the ointment? Aren't those remedies wasted?" Meanwhile, Yukina and Hirohiko, one with a blank expression and the other with a poker face, unconsciously mirrored Chiba's smile, identical in its essence. At 6 o'clock, at the Konoha barbecue restaurant, Chiba inhaled the tantalizing aroma wafting from within, accompanied by the enticing sounds of sizzling meat and the occasional praises of deliciousness echoing around him, making his mouth water. Behind him, Yukina and Hirohiko awaited. All three had gathered, yet this time it was Kushina, their teacher, who was tardy. "Shall we go in?" Hirohiko suggested. "That might not be appropriate," Yukina replied, scanning the vicinity, noting the absence of their teacher's presence, yet still feeling it unwise to proceed without her. "Let us wait," Chiba sighed, swallowing hard. "What if the teacher can't make it? I can't foot the bill." This was Chiba's apprehension. "Oh," Hirohiko nodded, crossing his arms as he stood at the entrance. At that moment, Yukina approached Chiba, stepping aside to speak softly. "I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding your sudden surge in chakra and the abnormal opening of your chakra points. I will keep it confidential, but in return, you must share your secret with me." Chiba observed Yukina, who feigned looking around, making it impossible for onlookers to discern that they were conversing. She had indeed recognized the activation of the 8 gates, although she likely remained unaware of the forbidden technique itself. Sooner or later, he would need to reveal the truth to her. After all, she had saved his life, and they had fought alongside each other. Chiba trusted her and believed she could keep a secret. He nodded and replied, "Absolutely." Upon hearing Chiba's affirmation, a fleeting smile graced Yukina's lips. "Lady Yukina, What brings you here at such a late hour? A voice, tinged with surprise and mild discontent, interrupted the moment. As Chiba, along with two others, gazed in the same direction, they beheld Hinata Yukihira approaching. Trailing behind were two ninjas, one male and one female, both around the age of 11 and of similar stature to Yukihira. However, in stark contrast to the strikingly handsome visage of Hinata Yukihira, their features were decidedly more ordinary. Yukihira hastened towards them, casting a disdainful glance at Chiba, his face betraying evident revulsion as he spoke. "My lady Yukina, how could you be in the company of this filthy traitor? It is late, and the head of the family will be worried. Please return with me." A filthy traitor? Such audacity from Hinata Yukihira. Chiba squinted, catching a glimpse of Yukina's gaze beside him, one filled with profound regret and slight trepidation. Chiba furrowed his brow, suppressing the fury that bubbled within. Clearly, Yukihira shared a close bond with Yukina, possibly even a familial tie, as they both belonged to the esteemed Hinata clan. Should a commotion arise here, it would place Yukina in a precarious position, torn between a teammate and a relative. Very well, for Yukina's sake. I shall grant you this reprieve, just this once. Yukihira, who is this? She is utterly adorable, exclaimed the girl following Yukihira, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Yukina. Oh, is this the one you've been talking about? Another boy stepped forward, casting a glance at Yukina while raising his pinky finger. Chiba's brow knitted. In Japan, a raised pinky signifies a girlfriend, and it likely bore the same connotation in the world of Naruto. Is Yukina and this Yukihira a couple? Chiba glanced at Yukina, who, upon noticing his scrutiny, exhibited a hint of panic and shook her head fervently. "Suda, did I not tell you? She is not my girlfriend. I merely must ensure her safety from certain individuals." As he spoke, Yukihira's gaze shifted to Chiba, the implication of certain individuals unmistakably directed at him. Chiba harbored no fondness for the threatening Yukihira, even contemplating his removal. Faced with Yukihira's veiled insinuation and determined to avoid placing Yukina in a difficult position, Chiba opted to disregard him, instead engaging in conversation with Hirohiko, who had approached to inquire about Yukihira's identity. A grave expression gradually spread across Hirohiko's otherwise impassive face. "My lady Yukina, please return with me," Yukihira implored, his irritation surfacing as he reached for Yukina's hand. "Yukihira, today marks the first gathering of our team. I cannot accompany you." Yukina deftly evaded his grasp. "Haha, rejected," exclaimed the boy known as Suda, relishing in the chaos. "What a fail, Yukihira," the girl chimed in, giggling. Undeterred by his teammates, Yukihira's gaze remained fixed on Yukina, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment. He then directed his ire towards Chiba, pointing at him. "This person? This filthy traitor? Is he your teammate?" "Absolutely not," Yukihira retorted angrily. "I must report this matter to the head of the family. How can the noble Hinata clan associate with such a wretched individual? You will return with me now. My father is already aware of this situation, and he has consented." Yukina countered defiantly. Hinata Yukiyuki gazed at Hinata Yukina's reaction, his face a mask of astonishment. Is this truly the obedient Yukina? How could she openly reject me? Impossible. This cannot be Yukina. She must have been tainted by that filthy traitor. I absolutely cannot allow Yukina to remain in contact with such filth. A tumult of shock and fury swirled within Hinata Yukiyuki as he abruptly reached for Yukina's hand, proclaiming, "Come back with me." Smack! With a sharp sound, Yukiyuki's hand was forcefully swatted away. It was Chiba who had struck it down with great force. "Did you not see that she does not wish to return with you?" Chiba's expression was stern as he shielded Yukina behind him, truly enraged this time. He was unaware of the origin of his ire. Yet upon witnessing the reluctant expression on Yukina's face, his anger surged, prompting his hand to act even before his mind could process. At that very moment, Uchiha Hirohiko stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with the activated Sharingan. The Uchiha clan? The young girl stared in astonishment at Uchiha Hirohiko. "Hey, Yukiyuki, this is rather dire. Only Uchiha Hirohiko awakens the Sharingan at the age of 7. Neither Musi nor I stand a chance." The composed Sada remarked gravely, already contemplating retreat. Meanwhile, Hinata Yukiyuki was overwhelmed with rage, ignoring his companions as he fixed a fierce glare at Chiba. Chiba, however, remained unfazed, having experienced the killing intent of a Jonin. He dismissed Yukiyuki's trivial fury entirely. In contrast, the barely perceptible aura of menace emanating from Chiba forced Yukiyuki's two allies to take a few steps back. Yukina observed both Yuki and Chiba, as well as Hirohiko, her lips poised to utter, "I will go back with you," when a voice interrupted, "What is going on here?" All six turned to see a striking woman with flowing red hair approaching gracefully. Dressed simply, her beauty was undeniable. "Kushina-sensei," Yukina exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "I apologize for the delay. I had some matters to attend to," said Uzumaki Kushina, offering a gentle smile to her pupil. "Hey, Yuki, let us go?" That's the blood-red pepper, the one our teacher fears most. Sada and Musi tugged at Yuki's sleeve, their voices hushed, tinged with apprehension. Yet, Yuki and Chiba remained locked in their standoff. "Isn't this the so-called genius of the Hyūga clan, Hinata Yuki? Today marks the first gathering of our team. Do you harbor any grievances against my disciple?" Uzumaki Kushina approached with an imposing presence befitting a Jonin, her pressure steadily closing in. Yuki squinted, feeling the weight of Kushina's aura, astonished. Is this the might of a Jonin? With a cold snort, he directed a warning at Chiba. "You will regret this, Takachiba." Chiba, expressionless, chose silence. "Let us go," Yuki commanded, swiftly departing with his two comrades. As he watched the trio retreat, Chiba let out a cold huff, then turned to Yukina, asking, "Are you all right?" Uchiha Hirohiko also cast a concerned glance her way. Hinata Yukina shook her head and said, "It's nothing. I hope it won't cause you any trouble." Chiba, fueled by enthusiasm moments before, had stepped forward without a second thought. Now, as he reflected on Yukina's earlier discomfort, he wondered if his actions might have burdened her. At one T, Hinata Yukina reassured him, "My father is aware of our gathering and has given his consent." Chiba nodded, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, Uzumaki Kushina approached, glancing over the trio. Noticing they were unscathed and unharmed, she nodded approvingly. She then patted Chiba on the shoulder and said, "Chiba, in the future, should you encounter troublesome situations, you have my permission to make decisions regarding whether to strike or retaliate. Never allow yourself to be at a disadvantage." Chiba stared at Uzumaki Kushina, taken aback. Was she truly this character in the original story? Indeed, the narrative had only depicted her as the wife of the fourth Hokage and as Naruto's mother, leaving her youth largely unexplored. Moreover, from her friend Uchiha Mikoto's remark about Kushina having her fears, it was evident that she embodied a fearless spirit. Chiba recalled various fragments from the original work, nodding slowly in understanding. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kushina had already ushered Uchiha Hirohiko and Hinata Yukina into the barbecue restaurant. "Chiba, are you coming? If not, I won't save you a seat," Kushina called out, peeking her head back. "I'm coming," Chiba responded, rushing inside. "Well, it doesn't matter what type of personality Kushina has. I certainly don't wish to miss out." As the tantalizing aroma of premium beef sizzled on the grill, its fat crackling and its vibrant colors stimulating the appetite, the three remained lost in thought, fixated on the cards in their hands. "This is a pass to the Konoha library. With this, you can borrow any ninjutsu book, though you cannot take them outside the library. Additionally, as a genin, you may only borrow ninjutsu of C rank or lower," Uzumaki Kushina explained, noting their expressions. "Konoha library? Borrowing C rank ninjutsu?" Chiba felt momentarily dazed, soon giving way to exhilaration. His ninjutsu talent was extraordinary. He could learn techniques just by glancing at the hand seals. If he could access the books or scrolls on ninjutsu, his potential was boundless. Just then, Uzumaki Kushina produced 3 badges, intricately carved from a peculiar wood, each adorned with the Konoha emblem. Leaning closer with an air of mystery, she said, "With these badges, your borrowing privileges are elevated. You may now peruse B-rank ninjutsu at your leisure." B-rank ninjutsu? Chiba was momentarily stunned and then asked, "Kushina-sensei, you weren't delayed by arranging these, were you?" "Shoo," Kushina said, placing a hand over Chiba's head. "What are you still looking at? Quickly, put them away." The trio, sensing the seriousness in her tone, hastily tucked the borrowing pass and badges into their pockets. At that moment, a waiter approached, placing their ordered meats on the table. "Your dishes are ready. Please enjoy," he said before moving on to serve the next table. The barbecue restaurant was bustling with voices, and the wooden partitions provided enough separation that no one noticed them. "I said, Kushina-sensei, you didn't steal these, did you?" Chiba squinted, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. From the expressions and movements of Uzumaki Kushina, he deduced something. "Shoo, shoo." Kushina once again covered Chiba's mouth. At that moment, Chiba, Hirohiko, and Yukina felt a cold sweat trickle down their backs. She really did steal it. Releasing her grip on Chiba's mouth, Kushina pointed at the three of them and lowered her voice. Be careful. Don't let anyone hear. I took these while the third was distracted. Use them wisely and don't let anyone see through the ruse. Upon hearing this, the trio instinctively touched their borrowed permits and badges. Was Kushina-sensei truly reliable? Nonetheless, none of them showed any intention of returning the permits. I'm sorry, Yukina, but your family's gentle fist technique is taught internally, and you reject all ninjutsu. So this permit is of no use to you. Kushina sighed suddenly. Hinata Yukina was taken aback and quickly replied, understanding some ninjutsu is essential. It would greatly benefit our combat skills. Thank you, Kushina-sensei. Chiba and Uchiha Hirohiko nodded in agreement. Oh, by the way, next time I'll help you steal from the leaf. Kushina said with a slight smile, suddenly struck by a thought. However, Chiba immediately silenced her with a glance, and she slowly turned her head at his signal. There stood a handsome blonde man. Looking astonished, it was Minato Namikaze. At that moment, a somewhat apathetic voice interjected, Obito, this is all your fault. You were so late that we made the teacher wait for half an hour. Now we can't even enjoy the barbecue. Kakashi, that was this morning. What does it have to do with the barbecue seats being taken? All right, stop arguing. Let's go eat ramen instead. A female voice chimed in to mediate. Then, two men and a woman approached. One had silver hair and wore a mask. It was Kakashi. The other had a large forehead protector and a handsome face. It was Uchiha Obito. The only woman had short brown hair, deep brown eyes, and two purple markings on her face, making her look delicate and charming. Chiba's pupils slightly contracted. This must be Rin Noera, a permanent ache in Obito and Kakashi's hearts. Good evening, Minato. Kushina forced a smile, her lips curving into a strained grin. Surely, he didn't overhear her remarks about stealing. Kushina, Chiba, and the others felt a bead of sweat trickle down their backs. Kushina, what a coincidence. Minato smiled warmly, appearing not to have heard her words about theft. The four of them collectively sighed in relief. Ultimately, Kushina had been far too audacious. This permit allowed access to the hidden archives of Konoha, a highly sensitive item. The sheer audacity of stealing it from the Third Hokage was preposterous. If discovered, who knew what consequences would ensue? Chiba wiped the sweat from his forehead, only to find that Minato Namikaze was scrutinizing him. His expression stiffened, and he cleared his throat, saying, the fire for this barbecue is indeed quite fierce. It feels so hot. Hinata Yukina and Uchiha Hirohiko also sensed Minato's gaze upon them, breaking into cold sweats as they nodded repeatedly in agreement with Chiba's remark. Meanwhile, Minato contemplated. Are these the three prodigies? Teacher, what are you looking at? Kakashi and his companions had approached, noticing their instructor standing before a table. Obito spoke up. Could it be that there are available seats? How is that possible? Most people have only just begun to eat. Kakashi poured cold water on his words. All right. Noera Rin smiled, attempting to mediate and prevent any quarrels from erupting. Hello, Kakashi, Obito, Rin. Upon seeing the trio, Kushina Uzumaki greeted them with a smile. Oh, your teacher's girlfriend, they chimed in unison, causing both Kushina and Minato to blush slightly. Oh dear, the fourth Hokage and Kushina are surprisingly innocent. Chiba marveled, observing that their reaction was reminiscent of a pure-hearted romance manga. Ahem, Kakashi, Obito, Rin, allow me to introduce you to my disciples, Takigawa Chiba, Uchiha Hirohiko, and Hinata Yukina. Kushina announced with a light cough, introducing the three to them. Greetings, we are the students of your teacher's girlfriend, Uchiha Obito beamed, saying, I am Uchiha Obito, and one day I shall become Hokage. Hataki Kakashi, Kakashi stated succinctly, glancing at Chiba and giving him a slight nod, which Chiba returned. They were somewhat familiar with each other. Hello, I am Noera Rin. Compared to the two boys, Rin's self-introduction was considerably more gentle. Hello. Chiba and the others responded in kind. Hirohiko. Are you Hirohiko? Obito suddenly realized something. Uchiha Hirohiko maintained a poker face, nodding in affirmation and stating, I am Obito-senpai. After a moment's thought, he added the honorific to show respect, although he had heard that within their clan, Obito was considered the least accomplished. So this is the rumored prodigy of the clan, the one who awakened the Sharingan at 7? He doesn't seem so unpleasant. Clearly, the honorific improved Obito's impression of this so-called genius. With a serious demeanor, he remarked, feel free to consult me with any questions in the future. Uchiha Hirohiko nodded in response. Yes, Obito-senpai. Obito was about to say more when Kakashi interjected with a cold splash of reality, before seeking advice. How about you first ask your junior how to activate the Sharingan? Ka. Sure. At this, Obito's forehead twitched with irritation. All right. Rin quickly intervened to prevent a confrontation between the two. Kakashi merely shook his head in resignation, letting out a heavy sigh, observing his three disciples. Minato Namikaze smiled warmly and said, "We shall not disturb you any longer. We will take our leave now." Kushina Uzumaki gazed at Minato Namikaze, gently nodding her head with flushed cheeks, and then spoke in a barely audible whisper, "We have a mission tomorrow, don't we? You should rest early." Though her voice was faint, Minato seemed to hear her clearly, nodding in response. "I understand. Thank you." "Well then, goodbye." The latter part of his statement was directed towards Chiba and the others. "Goodbye," the trio from Chiba replied. As Minato departed, Rin Noera, dragging the boisterous Obito Uchiha who was ready to attack Kakashi, apologetically addressed Chiba and the others, "My apologies." She then pulled Obito away, while Kakashi followed closely behind. Half awake and shrugging, further provoking Obito. "Kakashi, just you wait." Meanwhile, the trio from Chiba watched Kushina, who exhibited an awkwardly shy demeanor, and they all simultaneously entered a state of disbelief. Could this truly be the same Kushina-sensei who was so audacious as to confront others and even steal from the Third Hokage? With a sudden thud, Hinata Yukina, Uchiha Hirohiko, and the trio from Chiba all fell from the air, landing on her. With a series of 3 loud thumps, Kushina dispelled her shadow clones, clapped her hands, and declared, All right. It's about time we commence the chakra refinement." The trio from Chiba grimaced as they struggled to rise from the ground, forming hand seals to refine their chakra. Although they no longer had to attend regular classes after becoming genin, daily assemblies were mandatory. Furthermore, the higher-ups of Konoha assigned missions, which provided a certain reward upon completion. However, Kushina appeared utterly disinterested in missions. Having begun rigorous training with Chiba and the others from the very first day, she took on the responsibility of instructing them. For 3 consecutive days, Chiba was left bewildered about how he returned home, collapsing into sleep upon arrival and waking only for assemblies and training. Utterly exhausted and unsure of how to make it back home. "Just 2 more hours until we finish refining chakra, then we can eat," Kushina mused, glancing at the trio with an approving nod. The morning assembly was at 8 o'clock, followed by sparring sessions where she would drain them of their last ounce of strength before proceeding to chakra refinement. Afterward, they would have their meals, and in the afternoon, they could freely determine their training content. By the end of each day, she would have thoroughly exhausted every bit of their energy. This was the essence of her daily training regimen, which could be deemed as devilish in its intensity. Yet, these 3 prodigies never uttered a single complaint, diligently completing their training. Kushina sincerely believed that these 3 children would surely become renowned heroes in the future. Moreover, they were her 3 most cherished disciples. Chiba furrowed his brow, laboriously extracting chakra from within him. As chakra is a blend of physical and mental energy, the process proved exceptionally arduous when his stamina was low, resulting in a meager amount being refined. Nevertheless, the effects of the grueling training over the past 3 days were evident, yielding immediate results. His chakra level had now reached that of a genin, although the quantity of chakra in the opening of the first gate mode remained unchanged. The duration of that mode had significantly improved. With continued effort, Chiba felt confident that when the 4th gate was unlocked, the first gate could become a permanent state. Furthermore, through daily sparring with Kushina Uzumaki, his combat experience and physical prowess have significantly improved. Relying solely on his physical skills, he is now capable of contending with mid-level ninjas. However, he has also gleaned information regarding Hyūga from Yukina and Kushina, understanding that Senha is likely contemplating ways to eliminate him, a notion that Chiba fully comprehends. Thus, in order to avoid being disposed of by Hyūga, Chiba remains vigilant about Senha's movements. This Hyūga is renowned as the foremost genius of the Hyūga clan in a century, his strength subtly approaching that of a Jonin, and at the very least, he ranks among elite Chunin. Moreover, according to Yukina, Hyūga possesses a mastery of the gentle fist technique that surpasses her own, being a descendant of another branch of the clan. To neutralize the threat posed by Hyūga, Chiba knows he must diligently train and enhance his capabilities. All right. An hour has passed, Release the chakra you have refined, regardless of the method, announced Kushina Uzumaki, glancing at the sun. Chiba and the others opened their eyes and simultaneously formed hand seals, their gestures perfectly synchronized. Boom. 3 shadow clones materialized beside Chiba and his companions, only to dissipate into white mist approximately 10 seconds later. Excellent. Continue refining your chakra, Kushina encouraged. Yesterday, it was 9 seconds. Today, 10 seconds. Progress indeed. As Chiba focused on refining his chakra, a profound sense of fulfillment enveloped him. An additional hour passed, and Kushina instructed them once more to release the chakra they had just refined. With a sigh of relief, Chiba collapsed onto the ground. Finally, it's time for a meal. Observing Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina, he noted that Hirohiko lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted, while Yukina managed to sit upright. Now, let us eat, Kushina declared, producing 3 bento boxes, pink for Yukina, blue for Hirohiko, and the largest, a 3-tiered black one, for Chiba. Upon seeing the food, Chiba sprang up almost instantaneously, eagerly opening his bento to reveal an array of delectable dishes, ample enough to fill 3 layers. This was undoubtedly the most joyous moment of his day. After a quick glance, he began to devour the food voraciously, having been immensely hungry. Kushina smiled, knowing that she had prepared all 3 bento boxes herself. Witnessing the children's delight made her feel that her nightly labors were worthwhile. Chiba's appetite was astonishing, nearly 5 times that of Yukina and 3 times that of Hirohiko. If it weren't for his inability to gain weight, one might mistake him for a member of the Akimichi clan. After a frenzied feast, Chiba, having consumed the most, was the first to finish. Soon after, Hirohiko and Yukina completed their meals as well. Let us rest for 20 minutes, Kushina instructed, beginning to tidy up the bento boxes. Yukina seemed inclined to assist, but with further training ahead, she realized she must conserve her strength and ultimately dismissed the thought. The 20 minutes passed swiftly, and Kushina punctually announced, "Now, you may engage in free training. Train yourselves according to your own ideas." Upon hearing Kushina's words, the 3 stood up instinctively, disregarding any lingering fatigue, and made their way to the edge of the dense forest to commence their training. In the afternoons of Chiba's training, the focus typically lies on physical techniques. Daily training is scheduled during this period, encompassing 500 straight punches, 500 side kicks, 500 squats, and 500 push-ups, followed by a 10,000-meter run around the woods. Upon completing these tasks, they dash into the forest, sprinting at full speed. The woods are a chaotic blend of dense and sparse trees, along with thorny vines, providing a setting that hones Chiba's instantaneous reflexes and evasion skills. On the other hand, Uchiha Hirohiko's training is more comprehensive, incorporating shuriken techniques, physical combat, and ninjutsu, with a well-structured time plan. As for Hyūga Yukina, her practice primarily revolves around the gentle fist technique and shuriken techniques. For members of the Hyūga clan, the gentle fist is the most suitable form of martial arts, rendering excessive training in other styles unnecessary. The shuriken techniques serve to compensate for the gentle fist shortcomings in long-range combat. The afternoons are generally spent in independent practice. Even if they were to rest all afternoon without engaging in any activity, Uzumaki Kushina would not reprimand them. However, the trio of Chiba has never shown any signs of laxity, which has garnered great admiration from Uzumaki Kushina. The self-discipline and self-control exhibited by Chiba and his companions have left her quite satisfied. Typically, Kushina observes the trio's training for just 1 or 2 hours before departing for unknown pursuits. As the twilight sun casts its golden light upon the earth, the 3, having exhausted their last vestiges of energy, find a place to sit and recuperate. Hirohiko, Yukina, let us begin our 2-hour chakra refinement, Chiba announced. Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina nodded in agreement, then closed their eyes and formed hand seals to commence their chakra cultivation. This additional practice is a supplement to their usual training, which typically concludes around 4 in the afternoon. If Kushina is absent, they have the autonomy to disperse. However, at Chiba's suggestion, both Hirohiko and Yukina willingly agreed to extend their chakra refinement for an additional 2 hours. Thus, for the past 3 days, they have diligently drained their physical strength in the morning for chakra cultivation, and similarly in the afternoon, leading to a rapid increase in their chakra reserves. Bang! The shadow clone dissipated into a cloud of white mist. "All right, let us disperse," Chiba sighed, expressing relief. Hirohiko and Yukina nodded but did not leave. Instead, they seated themselves on the ground to recover their strength, and Chiba followed suit. Chiba, Hirohiko, shall we visit the library together after dinner today? Hyūga Yukina suddenly inquired. Chiba was taken aback. The library? In the haze of intense training over the past few days, he had completely forgotten about it. All right. Hirohiko nodded in agreement. Turning to Chiba. Oh, then let us go together. How about we dine together today? Chiba suggested. I need to return home to inform my father. Hyūga Yukina said with utmost seriousness. Though she often presents a cold demeanor, she is, in truth, a very earnest and well-mannered young woman. Through their time together, Chiba has come to understand Yukina's character quite well. Chiba nodded and replied, very well. Let's head home to freshen up and then gather at Yao Ramen. Hirohiko nodded, signaling his consent. Subsequently, the three individuals rose to bid farewell, with Yukina and Hirohiko heading in the same direction towards home, while Chiba took a different path. It was uncertain whether Kushina had intentionally or inadvertently chosen a location that was quite near Chiba's residence, making it relatively close to both the Hyūga and Uchiha households as well. Their journey home was expected to be brief. After a refreshing shower, Chiba felt as though the weariness of the day had been washed away, and he realized that within just 3 days of training, he had begun to adapt. Unlike the previous days when he would collapse into sleep, he distinctly sensed that his body had grown more resilient, and he estimated that opening the 8 gates next year would not pose a challenge, provided he maintained this rigorous training regimen daily. 20 minutes later, the trio appeared punctually at the Ichiraku ramen shop. As Kushina's disciple, Uncle Ichiraku generously added several slices of char siu to their bowls. However, the three soon discovered that they found it somewhat difficult to wield their chopsticks. This was not due to the ramen's lack of palatability, but rather because their hands trembled uncontrollably from exhaustion. Clearly, their training had rendered them so fatigued that they struggled even to hold their chopsticks. It was not that they had adapted to the intense training. Rather, they had become so weary that they could no longer perceive their physical fatigue. After they managed to finish their ramen, they departed the Ichiraku shop under Uncle Ichiraku's concerned gaze, who wondered if they were all right. Without pause, they hurried to the library, presenting their borrowing cards and medals, after which the librarian readily granted them entry. Upon entering the library, Chiba and his companions purposefully dispersed, knowing that the library would close at 8 o'clock, leaving them with just over an hour to peruse the ninja technique scrolls. As Chiba wandered among the rows of bookshelves, he occasionally took out a scroll to examine. These scrolls could not be taken outside. They were to be studied solely within the confines of the library. The atmosphere was serene, occasionally punctuated by the sounds of Hirohiko and Yukina flipping through pages. It was evident that not everyone was permitted entry into the library. After reviewing several scrolls on chakra nature transformation and chakra form transformation, Chiba found himself captivated by these two particular scrolls. Chakra nature transformation and form transformation could be considered foundational elements. The utilization of chakra is a fundamental skill for every ninja, with each ninja typically mastering at least one type of chakra nature transformation. In contrast, form transformation represents an advanced application beyond nature transformation. Every ninjutsu derives from the application of these two transformations. Chakra has 7 intrinsic natures: fire, water, earth, lightning, wind, as well as yin and yang. The chakra refined by the human body is initially formless. It requires nature transformation to acquire a specific attribute, enabling the execution of corresponding ninjutsu. The chakra produced by the 8 gates is also formless. For Chiba to perform ninjutsu, he must undergo chakra nature transformation. How could I have overlooked this? The reason I cannot use fire release is likely due to my chakra nature transformation. As Chiba scrutinized the scrolls, he committed each word to memory. These 2 scrolls systematically elucidated the applications of the 2 types of chakra transformations, allowing Chiba to gain a comprehensive understanding of their principles. The nature transformation of chakra. I find myself unable to perform the fire release, great fireball technique, which suggests a deficiency in my ability to undergo the transformation of fire-based chakra, indicating that I am not of the fire element. However, I can effortlessly execute earth release, thereby confirming my affinity for the earth element. I am left to ponder whether I possess any other elemental affinities. As Chiba reflects and analyzes, he realizes that there are 2 forms of elemental transformation. One involves altering the chakra within oneself to a specific element. and the other pertains to utilizing one's elemental chakra to create corresponding elemental substances or modify existing ones. For instance, transforming non-elemental chakra into earth chakra exemplifies the transformation of chakra as properties. One can create earth or enhance and alter the state of existing earth, such as solidifying it into a formidable wall, which represents the creation of elemental substances or the modification of existing ones. On the other hand, form transformation primarily concerns the alteration of chakra itself. The spiral sphere, for instance, is a dense mass of chakra that has undergone a transformation in shape and state. However, an unsettling thought arises in Chiba's mind. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, when the Ten Tails unleashed the Tailed Beast Bomb, Shikamaru commanded the Earth-style barrier from the Ninja Coalition, and everyone successfully executed it, albeit with diminished power. Why then am I unable to utilize fire release? Is it possible that my chakra reserves are insufficient for such a technique? Chiba furrows his brow in contemplation. It is evident that if one's elemental affinity is misaligned, the power of the ninjutsu or ninjutsu technique will be significantly reduced, and the chakra consumption would also be considerable. As he contemplates with 2 scrolls in hand, he inadvertently loses track of time until the library's closing hour arrives, prompting him to return the scrolls to their rightful place and exit the library. Once outside, the 3 companions bid each other farewell and return home. Throughout the journey, Chiba remains preoccupied, his mind awash with thoughts of elemental transformation and form transformation. In the realm of elemental transformation, altering chakra properties is relatively straightforward. During the hand-signing process, if one is a ninja of the earth element executing earth release, it becomes instinctive to transmute non-elemental chakra into earth chakra. However, creating earth, meaning converting earth chakra into the tangible substance of earth or enhancing existing materials, requires diligent training, as it is not an effortless task. Nonetheless, through rigorous practice, one may master the elemental transformations of other affinities. Both the Third Hokage and the future Kakashi have mastered 5 types of chakra transformations. However, acquiring mastery over chakra properties that differ from one's own is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Apart from a select few descendants of the Sage of 6 Paths, Chiba recalls only these 2 exceptional individuals who have attained mastery over 5 elemental transformations. Generally, a Jonin may command only 2. The ninja world has birthed numerous prodigies. Yet those who master 5 elemental transformations are exceedingly rare, underscoring the immense difficulty of mastering the elemental transformations of other affinities. Tomorrow, I shall engage in some ninjutsu training to ascertain whether I possess any additional chakra attributes. Chiba climbed into bed and murmured to himself. In the recently perused ninjutsu scroll, I came across a water release technique. I shall endeavor to try it tomorrow. With this thought, Chiba closed his eyes and, within mere seconds, drifted off into a deep slumber. Clearly, he was exhausted from the day's exertions. In the ensuing month, Chiba integrated ninjutsu training into his self-practice regimen. Although he typically ventured into the depths of the forest to commence this training, unbeknownst to Hirohiko and Yukina, he also confirmed his chakra affinities, earth and water dual attributes, while wind, lightning, and fire releases seemed beyond his grasp. This realization left him somewhat disheartened, as he found himself unable to master the signature techniques of Chidori and Rasengan, which permeate the entirety of the original narrative. Nonetheless, Chiba did not succumb to despair. He recognized that the transformation of chakra properties is a skill that can be cultivated. With diligence, he believed he could eventually learn the nature transformation of wind and lightning attributes. Moreover, possessing both earth and water attributes is advantageous. The second Hokage was a water user, and the current third Hokage wields earth abilities. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the presence of earth users was notably impactful, with various earth techniques proving to be exceedingly practical. Throughout this month, daily sparring with Kushina significantly enhanced Chiba's combat experience. He could now withstand 2 full hours of practice without being overwhelmed, showcasing substantial growth in his taijutsu, ninjutsu, and even in his chakra reserves outside of the 8 gates release mode. His physical strength had developed considerable potency, instilling him with confidence to confront elite Chunin without trepidation. However, in recent self-training sessions, the incorporation of strength training revealed that his current power was still somewhat nascent. The accumulation of chakra necessitated a measure of time, which, while not diminishing its impact, could prove critical in the heat of battle. To unleash strength akin to Tsunade-s every punch would require further dedication on his part. Furthermore, the foundation of this strength is rooted in chakra. The greater the chakra quantity, the mightier the force. Chiba was assured in his chakra control. His precise manipulation of chakra would likely astonish even Tsunade. Yet, the crux of his development lay in the sheer volume of chakra. Striking a tree at the forest's edge with his fist produced a muffled thud, scattering wood chips and leaving a subtle imprint of his knuckles. 500 punches completed. The fourth gate, the injury gate, beckoned to be unlocked. Chiba sensed that his physical capabilities were nearing the threshold required for this advancement, just a fraction away from opening the fourth gate. This realization invigorated him, prompting even greater commitment to his training. Undoubtedly, the rigorous regimen imposed by Uzumaki Kushina had borne remarkable fruit. He had initially anticipated it would take a year to reach this stage. Yet he found himself on the cusp of success. However, since a fortnight ago, he had sensed this slight delay, and despite his fervent efforts, the progression remained tantalizingly out of reach, leading to a growing sense of impatience. Nevertheless, the discovery of his chakra attributes provided him with a newfound objective in his pursuit of ninjutsu mastery. Consequently, he frequented the Hidden Leaf Village library with renewed vigor, alleviating some of his earlier agitation. In his diligent visits to the library, he discovered that the collection of techniques in Konoha, particularly those ranked B and below, consisted primarily of common ninjutsu, readily available for anyone willing to teach within the village. However, the quantity of such techniques was rather limited. Chiba's aptitude for learning ninjutsu was astonishing, yet, over the course of a month, he had only mastered 3 techniques, 2 earth-style jutsus and 1 water-style jutsu. Simultaneously, Chiba realized that his innate talent permitted him to memorize and learn a technique after merely observing the sequence of hand seals once. Nevertheless, while perusing the scrolls, this exceptional ability did not manifest. Diligent practice was still required. Although he had retained the memory of no fewer than 10 techniques, he had only successfully learned these 3. This shift in focus from opening the fourth gate to honing his ninjutsu skills helped prevent Chiba from becoming overly fixated on the fourth gate, avoiding the potential for irreversible consequences. The 8 gates, a perilous forbidden technique, must not be recklessly activated. Even the slightest miscalculation could prove disastrous. As Chiba completed 500 straight punches and prepared for 500 side kicks, the voice of Kushina Uzumaki suddenly called out, "Everyone, stop. Gather." Chiba turned back, puzzled. While Hirohiko nearly injured himself with his flamboyant shuriken technique, a miscalculation led to a shuriken grazing his cheek, narrowly avoiding a serious injury. The shuriken was propelled in the direction of Yukina, who was practicing her gentle fist technique in the open space. Fortunately, with her Byakugan activated, she was able to evade the shuriken just in time. Had she not, the consequences could have been far worse than merely a scarred face. "Kushina-sensei, please don't scare us like that. Someone could get hurt," Chiba exclaimed, his heart racing at the near miss. Kushina, having witnessed the incident, quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I just have an important announcement to make." Her face lit up with joy as she spoke. The 3 of them exchanged glances, each bearing a look of confusion. Clearly, Kushina was elated. What good news could she possibly have? Before they could gather around, she eagerly proclaimed, "In 10 days, we will hold the Chunin exams." "The Chunin exams?" Chiba was taken aback. Not only Chiba, but also Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina were similarly astonished. "I've already registered you all," Kushina continued, her excitement palpable, ignoring the reactions of the group. "Ah, the Chunin exams," Chiba thought, feeling indifferent. His focus was entirely on training, and he cared little for events like the Chunin exams. Moreover, advancing to Chunin did not seem to offer any significant benefits. It felt unnecessary. Bang! Before he could finish his thought, a fist struck the top of his head, causing a long-absent bump to swell. "Pay attention." Kushina's red hair flared slightly as she admonished them. Immediately, Hirohiko and Yukina nodded vigorously, feigning seriousness. "But we've only just become genin. Surely the Third Hokage wouldn't approve of us registering for the Chunin exams," Chiba remarked. "Regardless, the registration is already done, and I have confidence in you all." Kushina Uzumaki gazed at them, her eyes reflecting a brilliant light. She felt an immense pride. Under her full strength, they managed to endure 2 hours of rigorous training, making the Chunin exam seem effortlessly attainable. They were the most exceptional disciples she had ever encountered. observing Kushina's demeanor. Chiba rubbed his nose. Well, it doesn't matter. We haven't completed a single mission since becoming Jonin, so it's quite unlikely that the Third Hokage would allow us to participate in the Chunin exam. A ninja's worth is not solely measured by personal strength, but also by their performance in missions. Nevertheless, Chiba refrained from voicing these thoughts, not wishing to dampen Kushina's joyful spirit. Ahem. Well then, Hirohiko, Yukina. We must train even harder. Chiba coughed lightly, feigning a determined expression. Hirohiko and Yukina nodded vigorously. The trio then resumed their independent training, leaving Kushina beaming with delight. Tomorrow, she thought, I shall train them even more rigorously. Bang! A loud thud echoed in the Hokage's office as Kushina slammed her hand on the table. She glared fiercely at the Third Hokage. Why is it that Minato's disciples are deemed worthy of participating in the Chunin exam, while mine are not? The Third Hokage looked at Kushina, his expression one of exasperation, unconsciously stroking his beard, while signaling to Minato behind her to intervene. Kushina, please try to remain calm. Minato addressed his beloved with a hint of a wry smile, saying, this decision has been made by the Third Hokage and cannot be altered now. The slots have already been allocated. Adding another group would only complicate matters. Moreover, their talents are evident. You need not place so much importance on the title of Chunin. However, contrary to her usual compliant nature, Kushina abruptly turned her head, her crimson hair flowing, and retorted, Minato, your disciples are certainly qualified to take the exam. So of course, you wouldn't care. Taken aback by her sharp response, Minato could only manage a wry smile, feeling somewhat awkward as he replied, Kakashi is not participating. Your legendary Kakashi is already a Chunin, and thus does not need to compete. Had our Chiba been born a year earlier, he could very well be as legendary as your Kakashi. Kushina crossed her arms and turned away, letting out a haughty snort. This left Minato feeling quite embarrassed. Yet he understood his lover's temperament and could only chuckle at the situation. He then glanced at the Third Hokage, signaling that he was at a loss. The Third Hokage, rubbing his temples in frustration, exhaled a long plume of smoke and said, Kushina, enough. The situation is as it stands. Furthermore, while your three disciples are indeed talented, they lack any mission experience. Even if they were allowed to participate in the Chunin exam, successfully passing may not be beneficial for them. As he finished speaking, the Third Hokage looked up at Kushina, only to find her turning her head away with a huff. Another cold snort escaped her lips. Watching this exchange, Minato could only smile wryly. The Third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, clearing his throat twice before speaking. Kushina, the matter has been settled. You have always favored Minato, believing his disciple superior to mine. You think I cannot teach properly, and that entrusting these three geniuses to me is unwise. Even when deciding upon my role as their Jonin instructor, you did so reluctantly. Kushina retorted, her demeanor reflecting her exasperation. Meanwhile, the ninja assistant, Hajin, observed Kushina's playful defiance with closed eyes and tilted head, finding her utterly endearing and unable to suppress a chuckle. Ahem. The Third Hokage coughed heavily, casting a glance at Hajin, who immediately composed himself, though a smile still lingered at the corners of his mouth. Very well, let my disciple face Minato's in a contest. If my disciple triumphs, they shall replace Minato's in the Chunin exams. Kushina suddenly proposed, leaving the three present in astonished silence. A contest? They exchanged glances. If my disciple loses, I shall never mention the Chunin exams again, Kushina added. The Third Hokage looked at Minato, clearly seeking his opinion. Kushina's gaze turned to Minato as well, her eyes filled with an unmistakable challenge. If you do not agree, I shall no longer acknowledge you. The seriousness in her demeanor was palpable. Minato managed a wry smile. Very well, let my Chiba compete against your Kakashi to settle this. Kakashi is a prodigy. Having become a Chunin at the tender age of 8, that should suffice. Kushina added another stipulation. Kakashi, you say? The Third Hokage pondered. No matter how talented Chiba is, he cannot possibly surpass the current Kakashi. Nevertheless, it is worth a try, as long as it satisfies Kushina. With this in mind, the Third Hokage spoke, agreed. If Chiba can defeat Kakashi, I will make an exception and allow their exchange with Minato's class. Is that acceptable, Minato? Having been at a loss against Kushina, Minato reluctantly nodded upon hearing the Hokage's words, replying, very well. Then it is settled. Kushina beamed brightly, her beauty radiant as she joyfully exited the Hokage's office. Once she departed, Both the third Hokage and Minato wiped their brows, exhaling in relief. Hajin, observing from the side, was nearly doubled over with laughter. Chiba, do you think we can participate in the Chunin exams? At that moment, during the midday meal break, Yukina approached Chiba, who was ravenously devouring his lunch, and sat beside him, while Hirohiko took a seat on the other side. Unbeknownst to them, Kushina's class had begun to revolve around Chiba. Whenever Hirohiko and Yukina faced a dilemma, particularly one involving the three of them, they instinctively sought Chiba's counsel. Most likely not, Chiba replied, having trained and dined together with them for the past month, fostering a sense of familiarity and trust that encouraged open communication. Why? Hirohiko inquired succinctly. We lack practical experience. Chiba answered. Neither of the two individuals were fools. They grasped the situation instantly, their faces betraying a flicker of disappointment. Unlike Chiba, they still held great expectations for the Chunin exam. As heirs of a prominent clan, they bore the weight of familial honor, something Chiba had never shouldered. To pass the Chunin exam at their age and attain the rank of Chunin would inherently bring glory to their family. This was not merely a personal ambition, but an obligation ingrained in them from a young age. The honor of the family supersedes all. Noticing the disappointment etched on their faces, Chiba was taken aback. Did they truly care about this Chunin exam? After all, what benefits would there be? Even if they became Chunins, Kushina would likely continue training them rigorously, preventing them from taking on missions. The rewards from Chunin missions were indeed tempting. Yet Chiba found himself perplexed. At that moment, Uzumaki Kushina strode towards him with fierce determination, approaching without uttering a word. She seized Chiba's shoulders with a grip that was painfully tight. Before he could register confusion or discomfort, Kushina fixed her intense gaze upon him and stated emphatically, "You cannot lose in the competition 3 days from now. Over the next 2 days, I will train you rigorously." What on earth was happening? Chiba's expression was one of astonishment, his mind brimming with ominous premonitions. A competition in 3 days? What competition? Against whom? What had transpired? Water style, water surge. Wind style, great breakthrough. Water style, water crash. A torrent of water blades, propelled by a fierce wind, surged towards him. The sound of the wind slicing through the air like a blade, the water rippling ominously. By the time it reached Chiba, the water had transformed into 4 vertical blades that tore through the ground, sending dirt flying. Chiba's pupils constricted slightly as he sprang into action, narrowly evading the onslaught of this combined ninjutsu. The water blades swept past him, their chilling sharpness palpable. He even heard the sound of his pant leg being sliced open. Such formidable combined ninjutsu. Had he truly evaded it? Was this the effect of the wind style? Did the tips of the water blades possess an additional layer of wind? Remarkable. Chiba marveled as he activated his life gate mode, enhancing his speed, strength, and chakra. He leapt high into the air, charging towards the 2 Uzumaki Kushinas. At that moment, one had just completed the water surge, while the other had finished the great breakthrough. The earlier water crash was the product of their shadow clones employing a combination of water and wind styles. Concentrating chakra in his hands, Chiba launched himself with incredible speed. One of the Kushinas seemed momentarily caught off guard. Mid-air, he hurtled forward, delivering a powerful punch. Chakra erupted. Bang! The shadow clone shattered upon impact. But Chiba did not spare it a glance. Upon landing, he crouched low and executed a sweeping kick aimed at the remaining shadow clone. The clone, however, was already alert. It nimbly leapt aside, evading his sweeping leg. Chiba narrowed his eyes slightly, pushing off with his left hand, pivoting on his right foot, and executed a back kick with his left leg, striking the shadow clone midair. With a resounding thud, the clone dissipated into white mist. As Chiba swiftly dispatched the shadow clone, he suddenly leapt into the air, executing a powerful side kick from above. Bang! At that moment, the ground beneath him unexpectedly ruptured, and Uzumaki Kushina erupted from it with a fierce punch, colliding violently with Chiba's kick, producing a resounding thud. Boom! Subsequently, Kushina disintegrated into a cloud of white mist, while Chiba was sent flying, spiraling through the air and losing his balance entirely. Was this sheer brute strength? No, it was something else. As he spun, Chiba sensed a peculiar sensation in his legs. A chilling aura unique to water-style chakra surged within him, causing a slight sting in his limbs. Was it a water release technique? Did it possess the effects akin to immense strength? Chiba pondered deeply. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A feminine voice called from behind him, startling Chiba and causing his brow to furrow in alarm. He soon felt a tremendous force and the chilling aura strike his body, instantly overwhelmed by an immense water pressure that bore down upon him from all sides, particularly where the impact occurred, nearly shattering his bones. He had fallen victim to a technique. The multiple shadow clones proved to be invaluable. Chiba lamented internally. His cheeks puffed out as the surrounding water pressure forced the air within him to escape through his nostrils. He puffed his cheeks to prevent all the air from being expelled. The relentless water pressure rendered him immobile, leaving him unable to struggle. From the sidelines, Hirohiko and Yukina watched in horror as a vortex of Kushina materialized behind the spinning Chiba, performing a hand seal before unleashing a water dragon that engulfed him mid-rotation. At that moment, Chiba found himself enveloped in the serpentine flow of water, surging forth with great velocity. Boom! The dragon-shaped torrent crashed into a massive tree at the edge of the clearing, creating a thunderous sound that caused the colossal trunk, thick enough for 3 people to embrace, to sway violently. Chiba was slammed against the tree by the force of the water, the impact and pressure causing stars to dance before his eyes as he slowly slid down the trunk. Hirohiko and Yukina, witnessing the spectacle from a distance, turned pale, swallowing hard. This was the true prowess of a Jonin. No, this was the authentic strength of their teacher, Uzumaki Kushina. With just a single technique, she had reduced Chiba to this state. It had only been 10 minutes. Once capable of withstanding Kushina's single shadow clone's assault for 2 hours, Chiba had now been bested. Despite the fact that this time it was Kushina herself who had taken the field, deploying techniques rather than merely engaging in taijutsu, the speed of his defeat was astounding. Poor Chiba. As Kushina lowered her hands, the outcome was clear. There was no need for further combat. Although Chiba had fallen, Kushina was left in awe. This child had shattered 3 of her shadow clones solely with taijutsu. The series of movements he executed were fluid and rapid, devoid of any hesitation. Each action, whether in reflex, technique, or power, was unfathomable for a mere 7-year-old. Every motion seemed meticulously honed, and if one were to describe it in a word, it would be perfection. The following day marked the momentous occasion when Uzumaki Kushina and Namake's Minato, alongside the Third Hokage, would determine the qualifications for a match. The day after tomorrow, Chiba was to engage in a duel with Kakashi to ascertain which team, Kushina's or Minato's, would partake in the Chunin exams. Over the course of these 2 days, Uzumaki Kushina had subjected Chiba to an exceptionally rigorous training regimen, sparring with him from dawn until dusk without any constraints on herself. She employed not only taijutsu, but also ninjutsu, including multiple shadow clones in full force. As for Hirohiko and Yukina, she did not relent in their training either, creating 2 shadow clones to conduct their relentless drills, ensuring that both Hirohiko and Yukina were also thoroughly trained. Chiba gritted his teeth, his body on the verge of collapse. However, he understood that this was merely Kushina's kindness, for if she had unleashed the full power of the water dragon bullet, he would have been utterly destroyed. Regrettably, he had failed to discern the hand seals and could not learn the technique. Despite the pain coursing through his body, Chiba's thoughts remained solely on mastering ninjutsu. Let us call it a day. Tomorrow, focus on some light training to recuperate, Kushina said as she approached and helped him up. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, Hirohiko and Yukina rushed over. Was it truly worth it for the sake of a Chunin exam? Chiba observed the faint dark circles under Kushina's eyes and couldn't help but smile wryly. Over the past 2 days, not only had Kushina sparred with him relentlessly, but she had also incorporated a variety of nutritious wild ingredients into the bento she prepared for the trio, likely sacrificing her own rest after each training session. Amidst his wry smile, Chiba felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Although he endured severe beatings daily, he could sense that Kushina genuinely cared for their well-being. Not to mention, her bento was not only nutritionally balanced but also tailored to their tastes. For instance, she masked the flavor of bell peppers for Yukina, who disliked them, and transformed tomatoes, which Hirohiko abhorred, into a dish he adored. Chiba, despite his hearty appetite, consumed as much as 3 Hirohikos and 5 Yukinas combined. Preparing his bento alone would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time. It seemed that each day, Kushina returned home without sufficient rest. Even though she belonged to the Uzumaki clan, possessing vast chakra and formidable vitality, her physical endurance was ultimately finite. Observing the slight weariness on Kushina's face, Chiba sighed internally. Nodding in agreement as he said, I understand, Teacher Kushina. Indeed, Kushina replied with a warm smile, glancing at the setting sun. It's getting late. Let us indulge in some Ichiraku ramen, my treat. Oh, Chiba and the others beamed, nodding enthusiastically. Thus, in the golden hues of the evening, Hirohiko supported Chiba, trailing behind Kushina and Yukina as they made their way into the village, laughter echoing in the air. Teacher Kushina, if I win, will you treat us to a week of barbecue? What do you say? Chiba's voice rang out. That can be arranged. Hirohiko chimed in supportively. Chiba, you must win. This is the voice of Kushina, filled with longing for a barbecue. One meal. If you win, please treat us to a barbecue. The teacher has been short on pocket money lately. This is the sound of Kushina rummaging through her wallet. Huh, how stingy. This is the dissatisfaction expressed by the trio from Chiba. Thud, thud, thud. This is the sound of the three receiving playful jabs. The evening breeze gently caresses the grassy expanse, imbued with the warmth of the setting sun, sweeping over the ground marked by traces of ninjutsu and taijutsu. In Konoha, at the third training ground, Minato's team has been waiting here for quite some time. That guy Obito is late again, Kakashi remarked with a shrug. At this moment, within the circular training area, only he, Rin, and their teacher, Minato, remained, while the others had yet to arrive. Kakashi addressed Minato. Kakashi turned to look at Minato. Later, please be mindful of your strength to avoid injuring Chiba, Minato advised, clearly implying that he did not believe Chiba could defeat Kakashi. Yes, after all, he is the beloved disciple of our teacher's girlfriend. I understand, Kakashi shrugged, internally confident that he would not lose to Chiba. Although he found Chiba intriguing, he did not believe that someone who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy could best him. Minato could only offer a wry smile in response to Kakashi's remarks. Sorry, I'm late. I just got lost. Obito, with his goggles secured on his head, rushed over. I'm too tired to scold you, Kakashi sighed deeply. Meanwhile, Rin observed Kakashi and Obito with a quiet smile, her gaze lifting to look past the rushing Obito toward the four individuals slowly approaching from the training grounds entrance. They've arrived, Rin announced. Just then, Obito reached Kakashi's side and asked, You're sure you won't lose, right? Yeah, Kakashi replied dismissively, casting a sideways glance at him. However, this time Obito did not react angrily to Kakashi's indifference. Instead, he asked with a hint of seriousness, Kakashi, I will definitely become a Chunin this time. Kakashi glanced at Obito, remaining silent for a moment before finally saying, Ah. At this moment, Chiba and the others had approached and stopped in front of them. Kushina looked around and asked, Where's the third Hokage? Minato smiled and replied, Lord Third is dealing with urgent matters and probably won't make it. This time, Hikari will come to witness. Hikari, huh? Kushina nodded at the ninja assistant Hikari standing in the center of the training ground. That's fine. As long as you all keep your promises. Minato could only chuckle wryly at Kushina's words. Then, the two teams walked to the center of the training ground, leaving Chiba and Kakashi facing each other. Kakashi looked at Chiba, the words of his teacher Minato echoing in his ears. Control your strength. Don't make him lose too embarrassingly. Along with Obito's and Rin's trusting gazes, he sighed internally. Why must I compete with this guy? It also determines Obito's and Rin's eligibility for the Chunin exam. Meanwhile, Chiba was recalling Kushina's insistence that he must win. Kakashi, huh? Chiba felt the expectant gazes of Hirohiko and Yukina behind him and took a slight breath. Very well. Let us devote ourselves wholeheartedly to the art of grilling. Faced with Kakashi, the prodigy, Chiba felt a twinge of uncertainty. Now that Kakashi had attained the rank of Chunin, and considering his rise to shinobi at the tender age of 12, he must possess at least the prowess of an elite Chunin. Chiba began to deliberate internally. At that moment, the referee, Hoka, glanced between Kakashi and Chiba and proclaimed, Let the ninja duel commence. As Kakashi formed the necessary hand seals, he pondered. This Taki Chiba appears to specialize in taijutsu. Is he of the same ilk as Guy? His physical prowess should rival that of Guy's. So it would be prudent to create some distance. Begin, Hoka announced. Before the echo of his voice faded, Chiba and Kakashi swiftly retreated, creating a significant gap between them. What? He has opted to increase the distance? This could hinder the effectiveness of his taijutsu. Kakashi stood firm, a hint of surprise evident in his eyes. Meanwhile, Chiba focused intently on Kakashi, contemplating, as I suspected, he has deduced that I am a taijutsu specialist. Typically, one would close the distance for an aggressive assault. Hence my decision to create space to leverage ninjutsu. Determined to catch him off guard and establish my own advantage, Chiba resolved to activate the opening of the life gate. Having not burdened himself with weights for today's contest, he unleashed his full power immediately. After all, he was up against Kakashi. From a distance, Hinata Yukina opened her Byakugan, observing Chiba with awe. Is this what he refers to as the opening of the life gate? His chakra has surged to a new level, and part of it even enhances his muscle tissue. Truly impressive. Beside her, Hirohiko, noticing Yukina's Byakugan activation, instinctively activated his Sharingan. As he observed the flow of chakra within Chiba, a flicker of astonishment crossed his typically stoic face. The amount of chakra, it surpasses my own. Last time we fought, his chakra was merely at the level of a Jonin. Now, it must be that of a Chunin. Could it be that he has cultivated such an abundance of chakra in just 1 month? Hirohiko narrowed his eyes, feeling a tinge of jealousy. Is he about to surpass me once again? In the arena, Kakashi formed hand seals, which Chiba keenly noted. This seal Chiba furrowed his brow, also beginning to weave his own seals. Doton, Doryu Johiki. Kakashi pressed his hands downward, and a massive earth spike erupted forth, hurtling toward Chiba. Indeed, it was the Doryu Johiki. Chiba completed his seals in turn. Suetun, Suijin Hiki. Water surged from the ground around Chiba, spiraling into a cylindrical wall that enveloped him in an instant. The earth spike collided with the watery barrier, disintegrating into wet earth that scattered across the ground. Simultaneously, Chiba's water barrier splashed, creating a small puddle. Ninjutsu. He can utilize Suetun as well? Kakashi gazed at the cascading water, his eyes reflecting surprise. Not only Kakashi, but even elite Jonin like Namake's Minato and Hoka displayed expressions of astonishment. The water dome is indeed a B-rank ninjutsu, and the ability to conjure such a substantial volume of water in a dry environment astonished them, whether in terms of chakra quantity or the transformation of chakra into water. This Chiba is truly remarkable. Not only is he proficient in taijutsu, but his ninjutsu skills are equally exceptional. He is practically a second Kakashi. The two exchanged incredulous glances. Bewildered, when did he master the water release? The shock reflected in Kushina Uzumaki's eyes mirrored the expressions and thoughts of Hirohiko and Yukina. At that moment, the water curtain cascaded down completely. However, within the curtain of water, there was no sign of Chiba. Where could he be? Kakashi glanced around. Above? He looked up at the clear blue sky, only to see leisurely drifting white clouds, with no trace of Chiba. He scanned in all directions, but he was nowhere to be found. Thus, the only possibility remained. Kakashi suddenly lowered his head, and at that very moment, a pair of hands burst forth from the ground beneath him, tightly gripping his ankles. In an instant, Kakashi felt a weight at his feet, and then everything seemed to stretch out before him. His body and limbs were firmly restrained, rendering him unable to struggle. This is earth release, the decapitation technique. How impressive, Obito thought, gazing at Kakashi, with only his head visible above the ground, speaking in a daze. Behind Kakashi's head, Chiba held a kunai, positioning it against Kakashi's neck. Kakashi has lost, Obito said in disbelief, his eyes widening as he surveyed the scene. I believe in Kakashi, he will not be defeated. Rin stated, as if to validate Rin's words, just as Chiba positioned the kunai and was about to declare, you have lost. A kunai was suddenly placed at his own neck from behind. You have lost. Kakashi's voice resonated behind Chiba. Boom. Following this declaration, Kakashi's head exploded into a cloud of white mist, a piece of wood half buried in the earth. Chiba squinted slightly. A substitution technique? Indeed, it was not so simple. Half squatting on the ground, he faced the half-buried wood, while behind him, Kakashi had the kunai at his throat. It is over. Truly, Kakashi is remarkable, Hikari remarked. Glancing at Minato Namake's, he is indeed your disciple. Minato smiled gently and replied, this Chiba is also extraordinary. Kushina has invested much thought into him. It is surprising that, in addition to taijutsu, Kushina has also cultivated his ninjutsu skills. Indeed, it is unexpected that Kushina has nurtured such talent. The chakra quantity required for B-rank water release, conjuring water in a dry place, indicates that this Takechiba possesses at least the chakra level of a Chunin, Hikari nodded. Furthermore, his hand-sealing speed is impressively swift. Before the water dome concluded, he had already performed the hand seals for the decapitation technique and successfully executed it, launching a surprise attack under the cover of the water curtain. Despite his youth, Chiba is astute, and possesses notable tactical talent. Minato did not hesitate to shower him with praise, though he felt a pang of regret for not being able to be Chiba's teacher. It was indeed a pity. However, Kakashi saw through it all. Indeed, this reflects Kakashi's style. He is a genius of analysis, remarked Huijin. Ah, indeed. He is an exceptional ninja who can maintain his composure at any moment. Bofeng Minato expressed admiration for his proud disciple. I cannot tell if it is merely my impression, but I always feel that Chiba will not be defeated. It is quite rare for Hirohiko to articulate such a lengthy statement, his face bearing a subtle expression. I share that sentiment, nodded Yukina, asserting that Chiba will not easily concede. Uzumaki Kushina, listening to her other two disciples, smiled faintly. It seems that Chiba has earned their trust to such an extent. Oh, I concur. How could my most outstanding disciple possibly lose so effortlessly? However, Chiba, what are you lingering for? Kakashi is formidable, yet in our battle, you are far from weak. Kakashi-san, declaring my defeat at this moment seems rather premature. Chiba slowly rose to his feet, and Kakashi widened his eyes slightly, as Chiba stood. The kunai in his hand was elevated accordingly. Then, his brow furrowed slightly as his eyes widened in surprise, just as Huijin was about to announce Chiba's downfall. At that very instant, Chiba suddenly transformed into a cloud of white mist with a resounding pop. A swift sidekick, accompanied by a fierce wind, unexpectedly struck from behind Kakashi, targeting the side of his face. Kakashi reacted with remarkable speed. The kick came with such rapidity and surprise, akin to a whirlwind. Nevertheless, he managed to respond, raising his right hand to block. Bang! The dull thud of flesh meeting flesh echoed. What? Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly withstand the force of the kick, and his own blocking hand was propelled back into his face by the sheer strength. Boom! In an instant, Kakashi was sent flying, crashing against the wall of the training ground, which trembled slightly, sending stone debris cascading down. Thud! Chiba landed lightly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, curving into a grin. Leaf Hurricane, coupled with the formidable application of foot strength. Thank you for granting me ample time to refine my chakra in my feet. Indeed, controlling chakra in the feet demands far more effort than in the hands. However, I succeeded. Observing Kakashi, who had left an imprint against the wall, Chiba refrained from pursuing. Instead, he mirrored Kakashi's earlier action, extending his right hand to block behind him. A punch landed heavily on Kakashi's arm. Another resonant thud of flesh colliding followed. Chiba intercepted Kakashi's surprise punch from behind and immediately retaliated with a punch aimed at Kakashi, striking accurately at his side despite the lack of rear visibility. Kakashi, his face obscured by a mask, revealed little of his features, yet his eyes squinted slightly, hinting at a smile. Hey, Minato-sensei. This guy is not someone to be dealt with leniently. Clap. Kakashi pressed his hand against the side of his face, palm gripping tightly, capturing Chiba's hand. At this moment, Kakashi by the wall erupted into a cloud of white mist, abruptly swallowing his words and choking on a few mouthfuls of water, prompting a fit of coughs. The changes unfolded too rapidly. Even an elite Jonin like him struggled to react. Observing the two combatants in the arena, both blocking each other's assaults with expressions of astonishment, he pondered, what has become of these children? While Kakashi was impressive, how had this Chiba become so formidable? Before long, I fear I shall become a relic of the past. At this juncture, Minato Namikaze was also momentarily taken aback. Chiba, this child, when did he create a shadow clone? He must have just utilized the substitution technique to replace his clone, right? Kakashi too. Was that just now a shadow clone that was sent flying? Initially, was he fighting with shadow clones? These two children might indeed share a similar caliber. What is certain now is that both are geniuses adept at leading their teams in battle. Moreover, Chiba's sidekick was astonishingly powerful. This child's taijutsu is exceptional, rivaling even Guy, perhaps surpassing him slightly. Lost in thought, Minato was nonetheless filled with awe. The talent of Takegawa Chiba is truly remarkable. His taijutsu, ninjutsu, and tactical acumen are all exemplary, each trait exceedingly rare among ninjas. Kushina. Minato glanced at Uzumaki Kushina, only to find his beloved sporting a smile, radiating a sense of approval. Kushina. The hardships of this time have borne fruit. I knew it. A faint smile graced Yukina's lips as she unconsciously spoke. Hirohiko nodded vigorously in agreement. Uzumaki Kushina watched the scene intently, her eyes filled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Kakashi gripped Chiba's hand and executed a sudden shoulder throw, hurling Chiba forcefully towards the ground. However, as Chiba was falling, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, producing a resounding thud, and remarkably stabilized himself. Utilizing Kakashi's momentum, he forcefully flung Kakashi away. In midair, Kakashi deftly turned and unleashed several shuriken, interrupting Chiba's pursuit. The trajectory of the shuriken was cunning. Should he advance, Chiba would inevitably be struck in the shoulders by a right foot, leaving him no choice but to take a slight step back. Clang! The shuriken embedded themselves into the earth. Lightning release, lightning flash. Adjusting his direction midair, Kakashi formed hand seals and unleashed a bolt of lightning, sharp as a spear. Towards Chiba, the lightning was extraordinarily swift, crackling as it raced towards him. Chiba, with a smirk, had sensed it beforehand and executed a small backward leap. Almost simultaneously, the lightning struck the ground, creating a small hole and releasing a puff of smoke. Had Chiba been hit, his body would have surely bore a similar mark. Earth release, earth spike. As Chiba leaped backward, he formed a hand seal, and upon landing, thrust downward, launching a spike of earth. Kakashi, midair, deftly sidestepped the earth spike. Yet, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Chiba was already charging towards him atop the earth spike, leaping forward with a punch. Bang! Kakashi barely managed to cross his arms to block, but in the next instant, an immense force struck him, sending him hurtling away like a cannonball. Boom! Kakashi plummeted to the ground like an arrow released from its bow, causing a cloud of dust to erupt, debris to scatter, and a sizable crater to form. The very spot where he fell was precisely where Chiba had previously dragged him down, and the fragment of wood that lay amidst the chaos was the result of Kakashi's substitution technique. As Chiba landed, he cast his gaze into the heart of the crater, where Kakashi lay, coughing up blood, rendered unable to retaliate. Yet, Chiba felt no elation. He merely glanced at Kakashi in the pit, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. When had he done that? A wave of disbelief washed over him, prompting Chiba to pivot abruptly and unleash a punch. Bang! Chiba's fist collided forcefully with Kakashi's own, which had surged from behind in a surprise attack. When had he left a clone? Chiba furrowed his brow. Thunk! The wooden fragment fell to the ground beside Kakashi, who then transformed into a cloud of white mist with a resounding poof. Both Chiba and Kakashi retreated, creating distance between them, yet neither initiated another assault. Chiba observed Kakashi, slightly out of breath. The recent skirmish had nearly depleted his chakra, especially considering he had activated the opening of the first gate and utilized his immense strength, which had taken a toll on his stamina. Conversely, Kakashi also gasped for air, his relentless onslaught indicating that he was in no better condition than Chiba. Thoughts raced through Chiba's mind, each dismissed in turn. After all, he was up against a prodigy from Konoha, the future copy ninja, the sixth Hokage, and the son of the White Fang, Kakashi Taki. Could he deceive him with the substitution technique? While sufficient chakra was required for such a ruse, would it truly fool him? Chiba discarded that notion. Given the intensity of their recent battle and his understanding of Kakashi from the original narrative, recklessly employing the substitution technique would inevitably be exposed. No, it was not feasible. The substitution technique would not deceive him. At that moment, a similar thought crossed Kakashi's mind. Minato, watching his disciple, could discern from his demeanor and posture that Kakashi was nearing his limits in both stamina and chakra. A smile crept onto his face. It was the first time he had witnessed Kakashi in such a fierce struggle. Perhaps this Chiba could prove to be a worthy rival. Meanwhile, Hoka was left speechless. The recent clash had showcased skills on par with an elite Chunin, if not rivaling that of an average Jonin. The utilization of shadow clones and the substitution technique had been executed with remarkable finesse, and Hoka had to concede that he could not replicate such tactical prowess. To think that he could hold his own against Kakashi. How impressive, murmured Uchiha Obito. Even Rin, standing nearby, wore a worried expression. Kakashi, don't lose. Hirohiko and Yukina watched intently, while Kushina's demeanor grew serious. The tension in the air, both inside and outside the arena, was palpable. Then, it was time to act. The final blow. Chiba and Kakashi's eyes narrowed simultaneously as they each drew their kunai, charging toward one another. Clang! Two shurikens crossed paths, igniting a spark. As both figures surged forward, suddenly, Kakashi turned back mid-stride and hurled a shuriken at Chiba's back. Just as the shuriken was about to strike, Chiba pivoted sharply, sweeping his own shuriken horizontally to deflect Kakashi's projectile. With a thud, both combatants landed, and Chiba immediately propelled himself toward Kakashi with the force of a released arrow. Kakashi remained composed, retrieving a smoke bomb from his ninja tool pouch, which he dropped with a resounding thud, enveloping the area in a thick, white mist. Chiba lost sight of Kakashi in an instant. A smoke bomb, you say? From which direction will the attack come? Above or straight on? Chiba's pupils constricted slightly, yet his momentum remained unimpeded by the smoke. At that moment, Kakashi burst forth from the fog, directly confronting Chiba. A frontal assault. No, this must be a trap. Chiba quickly assessed the situation. Clang. The shurikens collided, creating a flash of sparks. Recognizing the trap, Chiba aimed to retreat after neutralizing Kakashi's attack. Suddenly, Kakashi seized Chiba's hand that gripped the shuriken, lifting him upward with a powerful swing while releasing his own weapon. Chiba found himself airborne, but in his peripheral vision, he detected the approaching shuriken. A slight sidestep would allow him to evade it. Evade. This was Chiba's instinctual response. He flung away his shuriken, the two weapons clashing with a metallic ring before falling to the ground. At that moment, a gust of wind brushed past Chiba's ear as another Kakashi emerged from the smoke, executing a downward kick that missed its target. Had Chiba not sidestepped, he would have undoubtedly taken the full brunt of that strike. If struck, he would have fallen, allowing the grounded Kakashi to subdue him in an instant. Truly impressive, Kakashi. The one who emerged from the mist must be a shadow clone. At the moment I released my shuriken, he must have used the substitution technique to switch places, launching an attack with his true self. Remarkable. Chiba executed a mid-air flip, diving into the smoke. Boom. The Kakashi on the ground erupted in a cloud of white mist, while the real Kakashi observed the dispersing smoke with furrowed brows, relieved to see Chiba enter the fog. Indeed, he had chosen to utilize the smoke bomb for a surprise attack. Moreover, he had seen through Kakashi's strategy. However, what you have conceived, I have also anticipated. This was merely a prelude. The smoke bomb itself is the trap. Kakashi formed hand seals, his eyes glinting with determination. As he landed, the seals completed. His hands pressed heavily against the ground. This is bad. Chiba, who had plunged into the smoke, suddenly found his footing lost, his body tilting as he fell. This was the pit I had created. It was all a ruse, utilizing the smoke bomb to obscure my view of the pit's exact location, leading to my misjudgment and loss of balance, achieving the same effect as that downward kick. I've truly outsmarted myself. Chiba crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as the white mist of the smoke bomb gradually dissipated and his vision began to clear. He is about to launch an attack. Chiba instinctively attempted to rise, but a sharp pain shot through his right foot. He had sprained it. A bead of cold sweat trickled down from Chiba's forehead, tracing a path down his cheek. Struggling to stand, he balanced on one foot and glanced around. The smoke had completely dissipated. From where would he strike? The situation was dire. Nothing around him. Above, perhaps? Chiba scanned the area but found no trace of Kakashi. He looked up suddenly, the sky clear with white clouds. Yet no sign of his opponent. Could it be that he has replicated my tactics? Chiba let out a bitter smile, looking down just in time to see a hand erupt from the earth, seizing his foot. In that instant, he felt the surroundings rise abruptly. Earth-style, the decapitating technique. So that was it. The earlier feint was merely a ploy to draw me into the smoke. Although he could not see me, I could not see him either. Thus, the decapitating technique would surely succeed. Moreover, utilizing the terrain of the pit I had created, he ensured my loss of balance, impairing my mobility, thus guaranteeing the success of his technique. Well played, Kakashi. Chiba's eyes shifted downward, where a shuriken pressed against his chin, and he could hear Kakashi's heavy breaths behind him. This time, you have lost, Kakashi panted, his chakra nearly depleted after employing the shadow clone technique, the body replacement technique, and the decapitating technique. He was utterly exhausted, and Chiba could almost sense the tremor in his hand. Victory. Obito and Rin both sighed in relief. Defeat. Hirohiko and Yukina frowned, exchanging worried glances, their faces betraying disappointment. Kushina closed her eyes and shook her head with a sigh. So, in the end, he was defeated? Hiruzen patted Minato's shoulder, chuckling. I never expected Kakashi to win using the very tactics that Takechiba employed at the beginning. Truly remarkable. Yet Minato bore no trace of joy, his expression solemn as he observed the arena. Not yet. It is not certain. Chiba's expression suggests confidence. He still has a card to play. Kakashi, be cautious. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly recalled something, his eyes widening slightly. You wouldn't dare? Before he could finish, Chiba's head, the only part visible above the ground, burst into white mist, dissipating to reveal only a half-buried piece of wood. The body replacement technique. Kakashi turned abruptly, but halted in his tracks. A kunai was mere millimeters from his neck. Chiba, standing on one foot, smiled at him. You overlooked something. You had previously used the body replacement technique here. At the center of the pit, right behind you, was this piece of wood. Had he already anticipated my intentions when he couldn't locate me? Kakashi stared at Chiba, shock mirrored in his eyes. He exhaled deeply, lowering the kunai in his hand. Clatter. The kunai fell to the ground. I have lost. I have lost. Kakashi sighed heavily. Squatting down to retrieve the kunai from the ground, placing it back in his ninja tool pouch. Chiba laid down his kunai and sat down to examine the sprain on his ankle. Outside the arena, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Did Kakashi lose? Uchiha Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. Kakashi's declaration of defeat echoed in his mind as if it were a dream. Kakashi had succumbed to a younger opponent, Taki Chiba, who had only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. Impossible. Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Obito was engulfed in skepticism, yet the undeniable truth left him speechless and astonished. Beside him, Noera Rin's eyes sparkled with concern as she watched Kakashi pick himself up from the ground. Kakashi, are you alright? Was this truly his first defeat? Minato Namikaze sighed, reflecting inwardly. I initially advised Kakashi to hold back, but it seems my judgment was gravely flawed. Chiba is no foe to be underestimated. I have grossly misjudged both him and Kushina. My apologies. He then glanced at Kakashi, worry etched in his features. Kakashi had always been a prodigy, celebrated for his invincibility. Even in missions, standing head and shoulders above his peers. I hope this defeat doesn't leave him with lasting repercussions. Meanwhile, Hikari was utterly dumbfounded. Kakashi lost. The renowned Hatake Kakashi? Unthinkable. If he had been defeated by an elite Jonin, perhaps it would have been plausible, but succumbing to a 7-year-old child, a mere month past his graduation from the academy, was beyond his comprehension. In his incredulity, he seemed to overlook the fact that Kakashi was also just an 8-year-old child. Ultimately, this was merely a contest between a 7-year-old and an 8-year-old, yet under the brilliance of their talents, it was easily perceived as a battle transcending their years. Indeed, the technical prowess displayed in this encounter surpassed their ages. Any average Jonin witnessing this duel would likely feel a sense of shame. Hikari cast a glance at Minato, who offered him a faint smile. With disbelief still etched across his face, he announced, Kakashi concedes. The winner of this practice match is Taki Chiba. Victory. Uzumaki Kushina nearly leapt for joy, flashing a large V sign at Minato and unabashedly exclaiming, Minato, my Chiba has triumphed over your Kakashi. According to our agreement, the qualification for the Chunin exam is now ours. Minato could only manage a wry smile, at a loss for words. Who could have foreseen that Chiba would best Kakashi? He pondered. Meanwhile, Hirohiko and Yukina were equally exhilarated, their fists tightly clenched. They would be able to participate in the Chunin exams. At that moment, Kakashi had retrieved his kunai, and Chiba had finished assessing his sprain, preparing to rise. However, Kakashi approached first, offering the sign of reconciliation. Instinctively, Chiba extended his hand. Forming the same sign, Kakashi grasped Chiba's fingers firmly, pulling him to his feet, to which Chiba also stood up in kind. Thank you. Chiba looked up at Kakashi, who maintained his usual demeanor, devoid of any negative emotions from his defeat. I still have a long way to go. I must train even harder. Chiba pondered deeply. Though he had triumphed over Kakashi in this practice match, it did not imply that he was superior to Kakashi. Indeed, he had emerged victorious this time. However, it was merely a training session, not a life-and-death struggle. In a true battle for survival, the outcome remained uncertain, and it was likely that Kakashi would ultimately be the one to end his life. Chiba's mind replayed the moments of the match, realizing that there were several instances when Kakashi could have easily taken his life, such as during the lightning technique and the moments he threw shurikens. These were all critical points. My combat skills are still far too rudimentary. Chiba admonished himself internally, and his gratitude was genuine, not merely for Kakashi's assistance, but for the enlightening experience of this battle. Kakashi regarded Chiba with a nod before releasing his grip and returning to his team. Besides Guy, was there another Chiba? Kakashi's fist tightened slightly. Did we lose our qualifications for the Chunin exams? As Kakashi approached, Obito suddenly realized something, momentarily taken aback, before shouting at Kakashi, "Kakashi, you scoundrel, you actually lost. You forfeited Mai and Rin's qualifications for the Chunin exams." Obito glared at Kakashi, seething with anger. Obito, Rin, standing nearby, admonished him. Rin's support for Kakashi only fueled Obito's dissatisfaction and frustration. Kakashi, however, seemed unfazed, walking past him without a word, igniting Obito's ire even further. Yet, constrained by Rin's gaze, he crossed his arms and turned his head away, suppressing his outburst. At that moment, Kakashi paused his steps. "My apologies, Obito, Rin." The previously anxious expression on Minato's face was instantly replaced by a smile as he observed Kakashi's clenched fist, chuckling to himself. "It seems my concerns were unfounded." Kakashi murmured to Rin. Obito, still sulking with his arms crossed, was momentarily taken aback by Kakashi's words. "Kakashi," he silently reflected. "Are you all right?" Meanwhile, in the arena, Chiba had been lifted by Hirohiko, with Kushina and Yukina also approaching, their faces beaming with joy. Chiba smiled faintly and said, "Kushina-sensei, how about we go for barbecue tonight?" Kushina readily agreed. Wait. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from Minato's direction. The four turned in confusion. They saw Obito standing in the center of the training ground, addressing them. "Let us have another match. If we win, the qualifications for the Chunin exams belong to us. If we lose, I shall not participate in the Chunin exams for the next 2 years." Both Obito and Minato were momentarily taken aback. Rin looked at Obito in astonishment. However, Kakashi turned around, sighing deeply. This fool. On Chiba's side, the four were also momentarily stunned. "All right, I will compete with you." Hirohiko suddenly stepped forward, addressing Obito, and then appeared to contemplate something, glancing at Kushina and Chiba as if seeking their consent. It seemed that matters were about to become complicated. Chiba sighed softly to himself. "Go ahead." However, Kushina Uzumaki merely cast a glance at Obito and did not intervene with Hirohiko. It was strange that Kushina, who placed such great importance on the Chunin exams, did not stop him now that victory was within reach. Why invite unnecessary complications? We could have easily declined. Since the teacher did not intervene, Chiba felt it inappropriate to voice his concerns, though a tinge of confusion lingered in his heart. Once he received a confirmation, Hirohiko released Chiba and strode toward the center of the training field. Chiba observed the scene, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. It became clear to him why Kushina had refrained from intervening. At the same time, he noticed Hirohiko returning with a stoic expression, devoid of any emotion, which raised Chiba's eyebrows slightly. Hirohiko appeared utterly disheartened. It was quite rare for him to be so eager for a challenge, surely. He must have looked forward to this battle. Yet, the pain was overwhelming. Obito Uchiha clutched his left arm, collapsing onto the ground, gazing at Hirohiko's retreating figure with a faint expression of dejection. Was this truly the talent that awakened the Sharingan at the age of 7? Could I ever surpass such an individual? "Are you all right, Obito?" At that moment, Rin Noira rushed over to examine his injuries. However, Obito had already succumbed to despair, unresponsive to her presence. The recent battle had resulted in a decisive defeat. He hardly caught a glimpse of his opponent before being knocked to the ground, and by the time he regained his senses, his arm was dislocated. There was no need to continue the match. "Fool, you are also of the Uchiha clan. Do you not understand the disparity between an awakened and an unawakened Sharingan?" Kakashi stood before him, his face obscured by a hand, his voice laced with exasperation. After his words, Kakashi paused, noticing the disappointment in Obito's eyes. With a sigh, he extended a hand towards him and asked, "Can you stand?" Upon hearing Kakashi's words and seeing the outstretched hand, Obito was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly cried out in pain. With a crack, his dislocated arm returned to its rightful place. Rin, standing by, offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Obito." The surge of pain jolted Obito, alleviating much of his despair. He glanced at Kakashi, then at Rin, and suddenly smiled. He reached out, grasping Kakashi's hand, and Kakashi helped him to his feet, the three of them gathering together. Minato Namikaze observed his disciples from a distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Obito, the outcome of training is inconsequential, but your spirit is the most precious of all." At that moment, Hirohiko approached Chiba directly, his thoughts resolute. "Indeed, my only goal lies with him." As Hirohiko suddenly drew near and faced Chiba, Chiba blinked in surprise and asked, "What's the matter, Hirohiko?" Hirohiko met Chiba's gaze, his eyes flickering with determination, and declared, "In the Chunin exams, I will not lose again. I will not lose to you again." After Hirohiko spoke, Yukina stepped forward earnestly, stating her intent. Chiba glanced at Hirohiko and then at Yukina. Were they attempting to catch up to him? Were they setting their sights on him as their target? Chiba felt a degree of disbelief. The ninja training at the academy, where he had triumphed over Hirohiko and Yukina, did not weigh heavily on his mind. During this time, his interactions with Hirohiko and Yukina led him to regard them as diligent prodigies, whose efforts rivaled his own. Indeed, there were moments when Chiba, too, struggled to maintain his resolve and yearned for respite. Yet, whenever he witnessed the relentless dedication of the two, an indomitable spirit would rise within him, compelling him to persist in his rigorous daily training. He had never considered them as mere vanquished opponents, and the events of the training session had nearly slipped from his memory. Little did he expect that they had been tirelessly pursuing his level of excellence. Was this the competitive camaraderie often depicted in anime? I shall not concede. With that thought, a subtle smile graced Chiba's lips, and the warmth blossomed in his heart. From tomorrow onward, I shall train you separately. I will not grant you an easy path, so be prepared, exclaimed Kushina Uzumaki, placing one hand atop Chiba's head and another on Hirohiko's, drawing closer to the three. Upon seeing Kushina's smile, the trio instinctively returned the gesture, with even Yukina and Hirohiko radiating bright smiles. Meanwhile, Chiba discreetly cast a glance at the assembled members of Team Minato. Kakashi was sighing in exasperation, while Obito appeared to be embroiled in a heated debate, his face flushed. Rin, on the other hand, observed them with an amused smile. Was Obito's insistence on this battle an attempt to alleviate Kakashi's guilt for their lost Chunin qualification? Indeed, here in the world of Hokage, he shifted his gaze back to Yukina, Hirohiko, and his teacher, Kushina Uzumaki. Well, I must find a way to score another barbecue meal. A grin slowly spread across Chiba's face, revealing his pearly whites. Oh, Hirohiko, here is your kunai. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he handed the kunai he had been holding to Hirohiko. Hirohiko nodded in acceptance, tucking it into his ninja tool pouch behind his waist. All right. Although we have won the Chunin qualification match, training must continue. Rest for 1 hour, and we shall reconvene at the meeting point, Kushina remarked, casting a glance at Chiba. Understood. The trio responded in unison. The class of Kushina then dispersed, and Chiba and his companions each departed. At that moment, Minato Namikaze also disbanded Team Minato. Amidst Obito's arguments, the three gradually made their exit. While Kakashi went to report the results of the match to the Third Hokage, his expression still one of disbelief, as if he could not fully accept that Chiba had bested Kakashi. Once everyone had departed, only Minato and Kushina remained, gradually closing the distance between them. Upon approaching, Kushina suddenly extended her hand and stated, "According to our agreement, you lost. Now hand over what you owe." Minato gazed at Kushina and retrieved a kunai from his tool pouch. Its head split into 3 prongs, adorned with runes, the flying thunder god kunai of the 4th Hokage. Minato Namikaze. With a playful smile, Uzumaki Kushina revealed her youthful charm before her beloved, accepting the kunai of flying thunder god from him. In response, Namikaze Minato could only smile, unfazed by the private wager they had made. This bet had been established on the day the Chunin exam qualifiers were determined, initiated by Kushina herself. If Chiba were to triumph, Minato would grant her a kunai of flying thunder god. "Thank you, Minato," she expressed earnestly after receiving the weapon, her smile fading into a more serious demeanor. "Why thank me? I lost the bet, and besides, you've trained an excellent disciple." "No, not just Chiba, but also Hirohiko," Minato replied. Kushina shook her head, gazing thoughtfully at the kunai in her hand, remaining silent. "It's almost time for dinner. Shall we go eat?" Minato suggested. "You've worked hard lately. What would you like?" Kushina composed herself, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she declared, "Ichiraku ramen." "All right, you truly do love your ramen," Minato remarked, gently ruffling her hair. The pair then departed together. "What? Chiba has defeated Kakashi?" The Third Hokage expressed astonishment upon hearing the report from Hoka. "Yes," Hoka confirmed, still grappling with the shock of the fight, his mind replaying the intense battle. If it had been a life-or-death struggle, each step would have been perilous, even in practice. It was hard to believe that 2 children were clashing. The Third Hokage mused, tapping his pipe. I never expected Chiba to surpass Kakashi. This child is growing far too quickly. Lord Third, are we truly going to substitute the Chunin exam qualifications? Hoka inquired hesitantly. Since Chiba has bested Kakashi, it seems he possesses at least the combat prowess of a Chunin, the third Hokage contemplated. However, he lacks any mission experience. Hirohiko and Yukina also have no practical experience. Rushing them into the Chunin exam could lead to failure. If they succeed, they would be required to undertake missions, and the frequency of those missions would only increase, which may not bode well for them. Kushina is far too headstrong. Clearly, the third Hokage was troubled, not merely by the potential chaos of the qualification swap, but by the future development of Chiba and his companions. Since the Second Great Ninja War, Konoha had yet to fully recover and desperately needed fresh blood. Hence the early commencement of the Chunin exam. Yet, with no mission experience and a mentor like Kushina, the third Hokage furrowed his brow, exhaling a cloud of smoke and frustration. Go find Minato and summon him here. The third Hokage finally decided after a moment of contemplation. Understood, Hoka nodded, taken aback by the unusual sight of the third Hokage's distress. He swiftly exited the Hokage's office. Once Hoka departed, the third Hokage let out a long sigh. Let us inquire further into the specifics of the Watergate incident and seek his opinion on the matter. Speaking of which, Jiraiya and the others should be returning soon. Meanwhile, at the Konoha hospital, Chiba squinted at Hirohiko, who maintained an impassive expression, seated beside Chiba, as if oblivious to his gaze. Honestly, it was merely a sprained ankle. Was it truly necessary to rush to the hospital? Chiba remarked with a slight smirk. At that moment, his foot was enveloped in white bandages. Having been examined by a medical ninja who confirmed it was just a sprain, with no bone injury requiring treatment. In this world of Hokage, where chakra possesses wondrous abilities, such an injury would heal completely by the next day. Bone injuries are a different matter, Hirohiko stated with his usual stoic demeanor. Yukina, sitting nearby, added, it's prudent to get it checked, especially with the Chunin exams approaching. A bone injury would be quite unfortunate. Chiba couldn't help but feel bemused by Yukina's exaggerated concern. Oh, by the way, remember, since Hirohiko also won a match, we are entitled to 2 servings of barbecue, understood? Hirohiko, you must wear a look of dismay. If Kushina-sensei refuses tonight, we shall be in trouble. Yukina nodded, slightly furrowing her brow. Is that really appropriate? Kushina-sensei might feel troubled. She mentioned her allowance is insufficient. Typically, when adults make such remarks, they are merely pacifying children. If she truly lacked funds, during our week-long insistence for barbecue, it would not be a gentle tap on our heads, but rather a direct punch. Chiba whimsically justified his reasoning. Regardless, for the sake of barbecue. What was a little deception to entice the children? After all, it was barbecue. Chiba effortlessly dismissed any guilt about misleading Hirohiko and Yukina. In the face of such culinary delight, any pangs of conscience were trivial. Really? Yukina blinked, her brow slightly furrowed as she pondered. Is this really a tactic to appease children? Clearly, she believed Chiba's words without doubt. Chiba. At that moment, Hirohiko called out. Chiba replied, turning back. Do you see this expression? Does it convey dismay? Hirohiko asked. Chiba raised an eyebrow, nearly breaking into an exasperated smile. This is not dismay at all. Your expression hasn't changed one bit. Not in the slightest. Chiba mentally critiqued, noting that Hirohiko still bore his trademark poker face, devoid of any semblance of distress. Moreover, his eyes seemed to scream, I am deceiving you. My dismay is a ruse. Chiba managed a strained smile and said, you're just a tad off, just a smidgen. As he spoke, he gestured with his thumb and forefinger to indicate a little bit. What about this? Hirohiko slightly turned his head, then faced Chiba again. There is absolutely no change. Still a poker face. Chiba lamented, feeling exasperated, gently patting Hirohiko's shoulder. That's good, but perhaps a look of dismay does not suit you. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Hirohiko visibly stiffened, then quietly turned his head away, a line of dark frustration forming on the back of his head, his complexion turning somewhat pale. I have expressed myself quite delicately. Why, then, does it still seem to strike such a chord? That old man of the third Hokage. I shall pluck every hair from his beard. Just as Chiba was about to offer some words of comfort to Hirohiko, he heard the furious utterances of Uzumaki Kushina. At that moment, the door to the infirmary was flung open with great force, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, drawing the attention of nurses and some patients in the corridor. after finally managing to have some time alone with Minato. It was at this precise moment that the third Hokage summoned him for a discussion. Hirohiko, what troubles you? Pondered Uzumaki Kushina as she stormed into the infirmary, only to find her disciple, Hirohiko, looking utterly dejected. Chiba, sensing the urgency, interrupted Yukina as she instinctively began to reveal the truth. I won the match. And I was promised a feast of grilled meat. He won as well, yet he received nothing. Thus he is quite disheartened. Chiba hastily gestured for Yukina to remain silent. Taken aback by Chiba's abrupt interjection, Yukina quickly grasped his subtle signals and responded, Indeed, it is merely a feast of grilled meat. Is it truly worth such dismay? We can always arrange another feast for you in a few days. Uzumaki Kushina, realizing the situation, remarked, However, we must wait for the teacher's salary to arrive. In the Hidden Leaf Village, those of Chunin rank and above received a fixed salary, with additional rewards for completed missions. As for the Jonin, they too received a salary, albeit a significantly lesser amount, a detail unbeknownst to Chiba. Splendid. Chiba quietly clenched his fist, feeling triumphant over the promise of the grilled feast. Yet, before he could revel in his joy, he noticed Hirohiko still appeared ashen and withdrawn, seemingly unable to absorb the world around him. This simply would not do. It was imperative to revive Hirohiko's spirits. Otherwise, it would appear as though he was not truly disheartened by the absence of grilled meat. With this thought in mind, Chiba reacted swiftly. He patted Hirohiko on the shoulder, discreetly giving a thumbs up out of Kushina's line of sight, while exclaiming, Excellent news, Hirohiko. Teacher has agreed to provide us with an additional feast of grilled meat. It is all thanks to your efforts that we shall indulge once more. This gesture and praise indeed elicited a slight reaction from Hirohiko. Observing Chiba's gestures, he gradually regained his composure, though he still wore a stoic expression as he turned to face Chiba. Chiba nodded in approval, and Hirohiko, maintaining his serious demeanor, also nodded before addressing Uzumaki Kushina. Thank you, Teacher Kushina. Kushina gazed at the two, bemused by the notion that they seemed to be conspiring over something. With a resigned shake of her head, she thought, As long as Chiba and his companions grow to possess the strength for self-defense and eventually become capable ninjas, the grilled feast truly was of little concern. Tonight, we shall gather at the usual time and place. Additionally, the assembly time for tomorrow has been adjusted to 7 o'clock. Be sure to rest early, Uzumaki Kushina instructed. The three exchanged glances and nodded in unison, understood. It appeared that another arduous day lay ahead. Observing Kushina's serious demeanor, Chiba contemplated, Oh, Chiba, is your foot all right? Kushina Uzumaki seemed to have an epiphany as she addressed Chiba, reassuring him that everything would be fine and that it wouldn't hinder tomorrow's training. That's a relief, Chiba replied, a faint smile gracing Kushina's lips. Suddenly alarmed, Chiba jolted upright from his bed, glancing at the clock. It was nearly 7 o'clock. He was running late. The thought of Kushina's formidable fist made him grimace slightly as he hastily donned his clothes and washed up, then rushed out the door with a colossal Konoha bun clenched in his teeth. For Chiba, who had already savored the taste of meat, the Konoha bun remained indispensable. It was economical, filling, and aside from meat, it was perhaps his favorite delicacy. Rumor had it that a meat-filled version of the bun would soon be available, sold mingled with the regular ones, limited to just one per day. The mere thought of it stirred a small excitement within him, for the quantity of meat contained within a single bun was roughly equivalent to a hearty bowl of meat. Ultimately, it all circled back to his fondness for meat. However, he had thoroughly enjoyed the barbecue the day before, celebrating their victory with Kushina, who had ordered an abundance of premium beef and offal, particularly the succulent beef back, whose flavor was simply irresistible. The memory of the sizzling sound and the glistening meat made Chiba's mouth water. But now was not the time to dwell on meat. He sprinted forward, realizing he was already late. In the early morning, at the training ground, a loud thud resonated as a red bump reappeared atop Chiba's head, accompanied by a wisp of smoke. Clutching his head, he crouched down, exclaiming, That hurts. Why is Kushina's fist always so painful? After delivering the blow, Kushina's fiery red hair settled softly around her as she stated, As a ninja, mastering timing is crucial. Thus, punctuality is essential in all endeavors. Chiba inwardly scoffed at the connection between timing and punctuality. Seeing the pained expression on Chiba's face, Hirohiko and Yukina silently swallowed hard, nodding in agreement. From today onward, I will train each of you individually, followed by self-training after dinner. Starting now, you will train for 14 hours each day. Ensure you also get adequate sleep and rest when you return, understood? Kushina instructed. Yes, Teacher Kushina. Chiba and the others responded in unison. With a swift motion, Kushina created 3 shadow clones. Let the training commence. Chiba and his companions exchanged glances before dispersing to engage in their usual sparring. However, Kushina halted them, declaring, 3 of you, in 3 different locations, follow my shadow clones. From this moment on, you are no longer teammates, but competitors. With that, the 3 clones darted into the dense forest. Competitors, huh? Chiba glanced at the other 2. A smile creeping onto his face as he followed one of the clones into the woods. Just as I wished. In the next moment, Hirohiko and Yukina trailed behind their respective clones, their thoughts mirroring Chiba's, albeit with an additional resolve. They were determined to catch up and surpass Chiba. They vowed not to lose to him again in the Chunin exams. As the 3 departed, Uzumaki Kushina gazed at the sun rising in the morning sky, a faint smile gracing her lips. Who among them would be the first to appear before me and engage in training? Tap, tap. Chiba accompanied Uzumaki Kushina's shadow clone to an open area traversed by a small river. Upon landing, Chiba swiftly surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the gentle flow of the river, the area was an expansive clearing dotted with greenery. Chiba, your chakra affinity must be a duality of water and earth, remarked Uzumaki Kushina's shadow clone. Chiba nodded. The shadow clone was effectively another version of himself, thus conversing with it was akin to speaking with the original Uzumaki Kushina. Since the real Kushina was present, her words and actions mirrored those of her clone. At your age, possessing 2 chakra affinities is quite rare. In terms of ninjutsu, you are indeed a prodigy. Uzumaki Kushina praised unabashedly. From her battle with Kakashi, she recognized Chiba as a calm and analytical ninja, meticulous and astute in combat, fully aware of his capabilities and objectives. This quality was a rarity even among many Chunin and a select few Jonin. It was precisely this meticulousness, intelligence, and composure that enabled Chiba to triumph over Kakashi, capitalizing on the latter's oversight to turn the tide in his favor. Thus, she had no concerns that her praise would lead Chiba to become complacent. Upon hearing Kushina's commendation, Chiba remained silent, simply observing her. Coincidentally, I also possess a water affinity. Starting today, I will train you in ninjutsu, while you shall focus on taijutsu during your independent training. Occasionally, seek guidance from Hirohiko on shuriken techniques. Though you are exceptional, you are but a fraction of Hirohiko's prowess in shuriken jutsu. Uzumaki Kushina stated with utmost seriousness. Chiba nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. Hirohiko's shuriken techniques were dazzling. To Chiba, they seemed almost miraculous, leaving him feeling inadequate. He understood Kushina's intentions. She aimed to instill in him the virtue of humility and the importance of learning from others' strengths. Although he had received some training in shuriken jutsu, time constraints had limited his practice, and he had primarily focused on taijutsu. His recent discovery of his ninjutsu talent had left little room for shuriken techniques. The extent of his shuriken skills was merely being able to hit a single shuriken or kunai aimed directly at him. In contrast, Hirohiko could accurately strike multiple shuriken simultaneously, even countering with the aid of his Sharingan. I understand, Kushina-sensei, Chiba responded earnestly. Uzumaki Kushina nodded in affirmation. Now, let me outline your training regimen. In the morning, I will train you in water release techniques. In the afternoon, you will employ earth release to counter my water release. As I do not possess earth release, this will be my method of assisting you in that training. As the conversation unfolded, Kushina Uzumaki let out a soft sigh, pondering deeply within herself. She yearned to teach Chiba the earth release technique. However, she regrettably had not yet mastered the transformation of her earth-based chakra. No, thank you, Teacher Kushina. Using earth release to counter water release is indeed the finest training method. Chiba interjected eagerly. Kushina's water release technique was formidable, capable of rendering him utterly defenseless with a single water dragon bullet. Training his earth release against her water release would undoubtedly serve as an excellent training regimen. It became evident to Chiba that Kushina had likely contemplated this approach for quite some time. He understood in his heart that Kushina truly considered his well-being, both in life and in the realm of ninjutsu. His gratitude was sincere. Now, I will first teach you the hand signs for water release, water surge. So pay close attention. Yes, Teacher Kushina, he replied. Without any unnecessary banter, Kushina commenced her instruction on water release for Chiba. Simultaneously, Chiba activated the opening of the first gate and began his studies in water release. Thus commenced their 7-day intensive training. Chiba diligently performed squat after squat, his mind replaying the battle with Kakashi. It was right there. His oversight lay in failing to notice the pit he had created. This meant that he had not calmly observed the terrain. His thoughts were solely consumed with devising a method to defeat Kakashi and considering how Kakashi might counter him. Although he later successfully turned the tables, in a life-or-death scenario, the stakes would be entirely different. Kakashi might not resort to the decapitation technique. Likewise, he might not be able to employ the substitution technique. His neglect in observing the terrain was a significant oversight. Being overly focused on how to defeat Kakashi led him into a prolonged cycle of thought, causing him to neglect his surroundings. In a life-or-death struggle, his experience was insufficient. Chiba reflected inwardly. Although he had accumulated a considerable amount of combat experience, especially against elite Jonin like Kushina, he had only faced one genuine life-and-death battle, against the severely injured ninja from the Hidden Earth village. Yet, that encounter had not provided him with substantial experience. With a final breath, Chiba completed his last squat, followed by push-ups. The grueling training had greatly enhanced both his physical stamina and resilience, and he had increased his daily physical technique training to 600 repetitions, striving to bridge that slight gap. After all, physical prowess was honed through countless trials. Even with the chakra boost from the opening of the first gate, after sparring with Kakashi and Kushina, he had begun to feel the strain. Moreover, the water release techniques that Kushina was teaching him predominantly fell within the C and B ranks, and his chakra reserves were insufficient. Kushina had even mentioned that if he possessed chakra at the Jonin level, she had a secret technique she could teach him. However, he must not act hastily or forcefully open the door. Moreover, once the injury gate is opened, the chakra becomes even more immense and ferocious. And Chiba lacks complete confidence in his ability to control it and transform into the injury gate mode. Therefore, he can only strive harder to ensure that he can train normally the next day without excessively damaging his body, engaging in an extreme volume of training. Although the birth gate mode has begun to weaken, and despite his chakra reaching the level of a Jonin, which could grant him the secret art spoken of by Uzumaki Kushina, and the development of the injury gate mode suggesting he could possess Jonin-level chakra, it is precisely for this reason that he must proceed with greater caution. Chiba's mind is clear at such times. He occasionally wonders why there is no system to facilitate the direct exchange of ninjutsu, which would be far simpler. Yet, each time this thought crosses his mind, Chiba merely shakes his head with a bitter smile and discards the notion. In his previous life, he had immersed himself in the world of anime to escape reality, ultimately allowing that escapism to lead him to a lonely demise. Chiba understands that his death's greatest perpetrator was himself. It was his own laziness and cowardice that handed his fate over to others, subjecting him to their whims. Now, having entered the long-desired world of Naruto and possessing the training methods for the 8 gates and remarkable ninjutsu talent, he has no justification left to be idle or to fantasize about obtaining supreme power effortlessly. All he can do now is strive, and strive. There is no other course of action available to him but to diligently enhance his strength and take control of his destiny in this life. Moreover, Chiba glanced to the side, observing Yukina pushing against trees with each palm strike, the gentle punches colliding with the wood, creating a series of resounding thuds. Further away, the sound of shurikens piercing through trees echoed in the distance, mingling with the evening breeze, evoking a sense of ethereality. And there were those 2 individuals as well. Chiba continued to perform push-ups until he completed 600, then rose to catch his breath before embarking on a 10,000-meter run around the training ground. While the trio was diligently training, they remained oblivious to a pair of eyes fixated on them from deep within the forest. It was only after their training concluded and they agreed to go for a late-night snack that those eyes finally departed. In the Hyūga clan's main house, in Hinata Yukihira's room, he slowly opened his eyes, adopting a meditative posture. "What is the situation?" he inquired. "Young master, Miss Yukina and that trader's son have merely been training," a shadow outside the door reported, gradually kneeling. "Just training, you say?" Hinata Yukihira nodded, then furrowed his brow, saying, "Since you have returned, then Yukina should have returned as well, correct?" "No, Miss Yukina and the trader's son, along with the Uchiha clan's genius Hirohiko, have gone to Ichiraku Ramen. They will return shortly," the shadow outside replied. "Shortly, you say?" Hinata Yukihira's expression darkened with anger. I instructed you to return when she does. What does your return now signify? The shadow seemed to tremble slightly, kneeling in silence. Humph. Hinata Yukiyuki let out a cold snort and said, You must immediately keep a watch. If that filthy traitor makes any move, do you know what you must do? If he dares approach Miss Yukina, eliminate him on the spot. The shadowy figure, trembling with fear, hastily replied, clearly intimidated by Hinata Yukiyuki's anger. If you understand, why are you still lingering here? Go and monitor that traitorous scion. Yukiyuki's fury intensified, as the mere mention of this traitor ignited his ire. Yes, the figure hurriedly departed. Sensing the figure's absence, Yukiyuki scoffed once more. Takiko Uchiha, do not let me discover any impropriety towards Yukina. A mere traitor's offspring. I could easily dispose of him. Just then, another door in his chamber creaked open. Yukiyuki immediately became alert and turned to see a handsome middle-aged man with long hair, whose pale eyes glimmered with a subtle, enigmatic light. Lord Masekage. Yukiyuki quickly stood and bowed in respect. Masekage Hinata nodded, gesturing for Yukiyuki to refrain from excessive courtesy, and then seated himself in the center of the room, extending a hand to invite Yukiyuki to sit. Yukiyuki promptly took his place before him, lowering his head slightly. Yukiyuki. Masekage Hinata observed him and remarked, I hear you have been granted permission to participate in the Chunin exams? Yes, Lord Masekage, Yukiyuki replied candidly. Masekage Hinata was Yukina's father and the youngest brother of the current clan head, significantly younger by nearly 20 years. He was the posthumous son of the previous clan leader, raised under the watchful eye of the current head, who dotes on him to such an extent that he could not bear to designate him to the branch family or mark him with the caged bird seal. Thus he remains of noble status within the main family. Although he lacks the right to inherit the Hinata clan, his authority is second only to the current clan head, surpassing even that of the future heirs, Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hige. Splendid, Masekage Hinata said with a smile, nodding. As the younger brother of the clan head, he enjoys a good reputation both within the main family and among the branch families, known for his gentle demeanor, courtesy, and humility, earning the respect and admiration of many. Indeed, Yukiyuki responded. This time, Yukina faces a formidable opponent. Aside from the prodigious genius of the Uchiha clan, you are perhaps the only one capable of matching her. Masekage Hinata said, nodding with satisfaction. Lord Masekage, I will do my utmost to assist Lady Yukina in winning the Chunin exams, Yukiyuki declared solemnly. Masekage Hinata chuckled lightly, appearing unsurprised, and remarked, You, my child, are too earnest. Your father and I were close friends, having graduated from the Ninja Academy together and bonded closely since childhood. If it weren't for regardless, his son is like my own. You tend to overthink, which may cloud your judgment regarding Yukina's relationship with me. I am here to caution you against any leniency towards Yukina in the Chunin exams, urging you to go all out and eliminate her. Yukiyuki was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze in astonishment, only to find Masekage Hinata smiling at him, his eyes devoid of jest. This is indeed true, Master Yukina. As Master Shinsuke hesitated momentarily before speaking, it is precisely because she is your biological daughter that you must be strict with her, especially in matters of combat. If you show leniency, it may ultimately harm her. Shinsuke Hinata stated, Your prowess far surpasses hers. Over the years, you have concealed your strength to protect her dignity in public, but in my eyes, you are the greatest genius of the Hinata family in a century. Not merely a talent of the Hinata lineage. Do not continue this way. Simply be yourself. Master Shinsuke's words moved Yukihira Hinata deeply. He had always defended Yukina and considered her well-being, for which he expressed his gratitude. Shinsuke Hinata nodded in acknowledgement. It is my duty, he replied. Yukihira Hinata quickly added, Yes, time is of the essence. You must prepare for the Chunin exam in 5 days. Make sure to rest well. With that, Shinsuke Hinata arose to take his leave. Yukihira Hinata hurriedly accompanied him to the door. After bidding farewell to Shinsuke Hinata, Yukihira Hinata silently vowed, Pure Yukina, I shall protect you. I will never allow you to be tainted by the likes of Takikiba. 3 days passed, and only 2 days remained until the Chunin exam. Chiba continued his training under the guidance of Kushina Uzumaki, mastering the art of water release with increasing proficiency. As for earth release, it became more solid under the impact of Kushina's water release, significantly enhancing both its defensive and offensive capabilities. However, Kushina identified a flaw in Chiba, his chakra reserves. From the perspective of a lower ninja, his chakra was indeed impressive, nearly on par with that of a Chunin. Yet, for someone of the Uzumaki lineage, it was woefully insufficient. He could barely utilize a handful of jutsu before depleting his reserves. This limitation greatly restricted his ninjutsu performance. Nevertheless, Chiba possessed a compensatory strength. His physical techniques were remarkably powerful. Not only was his learning ability for ninjutsu exceptional, but his aptitude for taijutsu was also remarkable. He likely exhibited outstanding talent in both physical and ninjutsu disciplines. Furthermore, the most crucial trait for physical techniques, unwavering willpower, which is to say, perseverance, was also a quality Chiba possessed. Each day, he engaged in self-directed training, and Kushina closely monitored his progress. No matter how fatigued he became, he consistently adhered to a rigorous training regimen, one that she deemed far beyond what a 7-year-old child should undertake. Even an adult ninja would find it difficult to maintain such rigorous daily training in the arduous arts of taijutsu. Since physical techniques require comparatively less chakra, yet yield considerable power, they could compensate for the insufficiency of his chakra reserves, which limited both the potency and frequency of his ninjutsu usage. This realization eased Kushina's concerns. Consequently, she revised the water release techniques initially planned for instruction, focusing instead on practical and supplementary jutsu that would enhance his physical abilities. Given his limited chakra reserves and the constraints on his ninjutsu usage, it was prudent to concentrate on techniques that would yield effective results in combat and bolster his physical prowess. In recent days, Chiba has discerned a shift in the training focus of Kushina Uzumaki. He understands her intentions, especially now that the opening of the 8 gates remains unattainable and the development of the injury gate mode is uncertain. Chiba has contemplated the idea of prioritizing physical combat while using ninjutsu as a supplementary tool, which aligns harmoniously with Kushina's approach. He has been earnest in practicing both water release and earth release techniques, and his progress has markedly improved. Once the injury gate mode is fully developed, he will be able to balance both physical and ninjutsu prowess. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, 3 individuals arrived. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, casting a slight smile upon the trio before him. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru stood there, the latter 2 being his esteemed disciples. Among them, the lone woman, breathtakingly beautiful, bore a diamond-shaped purple mark on her forehead. Her loose garments could not conceal her alluring figure, and despite being modestly covered, her form seemed to beckon attention. She was none other than Tsunade Senju, the future 5th Hokage. Beside her was a white-haired man, not particularly striking, adorned with a toad-shaped forehead protector, known as Jiraiya, the teacher of the 4th and 7th Hokage, and one of the legendary 3. Lastly, the strikingly handsome, yet slightly sinister-looking man was undoubtedly Orochimaru. Had Chiba been present, he would have felt a sense of nostalgia regarding the unchanged dynamic between Tsunade and Orochimaru. Coincidentally, the Chunin exams have commenced ahead of schedule. You shall serve as my evaluators, the 3rd Hokage remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded his proud disciples. The Chunin exams? But aren't they scheduled for several months from now? Orochimaru inquired, his voice low and gravelly, yet possessing an oddly enchanting quality. Yes, this session has been expedited, the 3rd Hokage replied. The 3 legendary nin looked at one another, and Jiraiya pondered aloud. Is there an urgent need to select new talent? Indeed. The 3rd Hokage's smile gradually faded as he continued. A month ago, Minato and Kushina discovered that various factions from the shinobi nations have infiltrated the small shinobi villages and territories beyond the Land of Fire. This could pose a significant threat to us in Konoha and the Land of Fire. The legendary 3 exchanged concerned glances. Tsunade sighed, expressing her dismay. Are we on the brink of war once more? I truly do not wish to see those children thrust into battle. Her words cast a heavy silence over the Hokage's office, with the 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru all bearing solemn expressions. Ultimately, Orochimaru broke the silence. So, Sensei Sarutobi, have you identified any promising candidates? The 3rd Hokage glanced at his most favored disciple, a glimmer of light in his eyes as he pushed 3 ninja registration documents across his desk. These are 3 freshly graduated students from the Ninja Academy, along with several others worth nurturing, he explained, retrieving additional files. The 3 legendary nin each took hold of the documents. Hinata Yukina glanced at the login documents, Uchiha Hirohiko and Jiraiya also perused the files. Orochimaru, with a fleeting glance, lifted his head and inquired, 7 years old? Are all three of them merely 7 years of age? Indeed, the third Hokage affirmed with a nod. The 8 trigrams empty palm. Mastered at such a tender age? Tsunade's face bore a hint of astonishment. And the Sharingan, shadow clone technique? In this cohort, aside from Kakashi, there exists such prodigious talent, merely a year apart? Jiraiya too expressed a slight surprise. The high-speed taijutsu seems somewhat commonplace for a technique, Orochimaru remarked, seemingly disappointed. Lord Orochimaru, the information on Takikawa has yet to be updated. Aside from high-speed taijutsu, he is also proficient in earth release and water release. Hokage Hikari interjected quickly, then paused. He has even defeated Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi? You mean that prodigy who graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5, Minato's disciple, Hatake Kakashi? Jiraiya exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Orochimaru's expression mirrored his astonishment. Indeed, Hikari nodded gravely. The 3 legendary ninjas exchanged glances, their attention riveted upon Takikawa's ninja registration documents. Who was their instructor? Tsunade inquired. Kushina Uzumaki, the third Hokage replied, tapping his pipe thoughtfully. Kushina. Jiraiya blinked, evidently surprised. The one from the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Take these documents and review them. Then, as judges, select the talents based on the Chunin exam results, the third Hokage instructed. Understood. The 3 legendary ninjas exchanged looks, then glanced at the stack of documents on the desk before nodding and ultimately exiting the Hokage's office. Once they departed, Hikari discreetly wiped his brow, acknowledging the formidable pressure emanating from the legendary trio. 598, 599, 600. Takikawa completed his final push-up and gazed at the sky. It was noon. Time for a meal. Rising, he walked to the center of the clearing, their habitual dining spot, as the 3 began their separate training sessions in the forest. Today marked the eve of the Chunin exam. Tomorrow, they would face the challenge. On this day, Kushina Uzumaki had no training scheduled. She informed Takikawa and the others yesterday that today would be a rest day, forbidding any strenuous exertion. After all, the Chunin exam was imminent. Though she held little interest in the event, having already qualified and registered, it would be beneficial to broaden her horizons. After all, Takikawa's opponents would either be elite Jonin like Kushina or prodigies like Kakashi. Even his teammates were of exceptional caliber. His understanding of combat was primarily tailored towards these geniuses or high-ranking individuals, and his practical experience was too limited. It was imperative to comprehend the combat styles of ninjas across various talents and power levels. As this practical experience expanded and enriched, his estimations of opponents before engaging in battle would become increasingly precise. Is there not a saying, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles? Had his initial assessment been more precise, his understanding of the adversary would have significantly enhanced his chances of victory. In the realm of ninjas, while strength and weakness are crucial factors, the essence of ninjutsu reveals it to be a battle of wits, where the element of surprise often dictates the outcome. Thus, one might say that the confrontations between ninjas are replete with possibilities. This has led Chiba to reflect continuously on his limited encounters over the past few days. Chiba glanced around. Had Hirohiko and Yukina not returned yet? Kushina had allotted them a morning for their routine training, after which no further practice was permitted. Once the training concluded, they were free to disperse, granting Chiba and his companions half a day of leisure. As for meals, Kushina had not provided any bento, leaving them to fend for themselves. The trio decided to indulge in ramen together. Thanks to Kushina's oversight, Chiba saved on lunch, sometimes even on dinner, allowing him to save for a new weighted training tool while still enjoying a bowl of ramen each day. Moreover, Uncle Ichiraku, aware of his hearty appetite, always sneaked in extra noodles and chashu, ensuring Chiba's bowl was plentiful. At that moment, with Hirohiko and Yukina still engaged in training elsewhere, Hirohiko emerged first from the thicket, spotting Chiba and quickening his pace to approach him. Simultaneously, Yukina made her way towards them from the opposite side. By their demeanor, it was evident they had not undertaken overly strenuous training. "Let us go for ramen," Chiba declared, and upon seeing everyone gathered, he led the way, with Hirohiko and Yukina nodding in agreement as they headed towards the village. Just as they were about to exit the clearing of the forest, a square object hurtled towards them with astonishing speed, cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh. At that moment, Hirohiko and Yukina reacted instinctively, dodging to either side as the object zipped past them. Thud! The square object, having evaded their maneuver, struck Chiba squarely on the forehead, ricocheting off and soaring into the air. Ouch! Chiba instinctively clutched his forehead, jolted from his reverie. Had he once again disregarded his surroundings? This habit of becoming engrossed in thought, oblivious to the world around him, truly needed correction. Gritting his teeth, he felt the sting from the unexpected blow, his head snapping back momentarily. Who did that? Hirohiko exclaimed sharply. Chiba, are you all right? Yukina glanced back at him, already adopting a defensive stance. In fact, Chiba noticed Hirohiko's hand reaching into his ninja tool pouch, ready to launch an attack at the first sign of movement. Hirohiko would initiate a ranged assault to disrupt the enemy, allowing Yukina to exploit the opening, leading to a coordinated effort among the three. Chiba glanced at the movements of the two and instantly understood what needed to be done. As Yukina seized the opportunity to attack, he launched his own assault from the air. When their strikes missed, Hirohiko was there to back him up. Perhaps this was the innate synergy they shared. Despite Hirohiko's taciturn nature and Yukina's infrequent speech, Chiba often lost himself in thought, disregarding those around him. Yet, with a mere gesture, a fleeting glance, or a subtle facial expression, the trio seemed to operate in perfect harmony, a seamless choreography unfolding in their minds, leading to a fluid collaboration. Though he comprehended their intentions, Chiba halted them, grasping Hirohiko's hand that reached for his ninja tool pouch while gently patting Yukina's shoulder. It's nothing, just a wooden sandal. The newcomer bears no ill will. Chiba murmured softly. Thud! A sharp pain surged through Chiba's head as he winced, the square object that had soared through the air now crashing down squarely onto his crown. Damn it! This sandal has a grudge against me. He cursed inwardly. As the object fell to the ground, Hirohiko and Yukina leaned closer, revealing it to indeed be a wooden sandal. What a misfortune! Hit twice by a flip-flop. Chiba lamented as he glared at the offending footwear on the ground. Is it nothing serious? Hirohiko inquired with a poker face. Meanwhile, Yukina examined Chiba's head, stating, You have a bump, but it's nothing. No blood. With that assurance, Yukina visibly relaxed. Being slightly shorter than Chiba, she had to bend slightly to inspect his injury, and now, with the reassurance of no serious harm, he straightened up and shifted his gaze forward. Before them stood a middle-aged man with white hair, who was currently staring at Chiba in bewilderment. Noticing the trio's attention, he cleared his throat and asked, Could you kindly throw my sandal back to me? It was then that they noticed the man was standing on one leg, the other foot bare. This sandal, undoubtedly, belonged to him. Humph. Hirohiko scoffed, casting a glance at the sandal on the ground. His intentions are far from benign. Yukina furrowed her brow and questioned, Why did you attack us? Implicitly, she was indicating their refusal to assist him in retrieving his footwear. Chiba, however, stood momentarily stunned. Wait a minute, that's Jiraiya, he thought, recognizing one of the legendary Sannin, who had mentored both the 4th and 7th Hokage, a pivotal figure in the realm of Hokage. Upon hearing Hirohiko and Yukina's words and recalling the sandal that had struck him twice, Chiba's initial excitement at encountering the familiar character was swiftly tempered. Could it be that Jiraiya is testing us by throwing his sandal? He pondered, picking up the wooden sandal and casually tossing it back to him. Hirohiko and Yukina exchanged glances with Chiba. He shook his head, stating, There is no malice. It was merely a test. A test? Why would he test us? Hirohiko and Yukina queried, their expressions tinged with confusion. Receiving the sandal, Jiraiya waved to the three, expressing his gratitude before turning to leave. However, as he pivoted, the smile on his face faded. Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina displayed remarkable reflexes. Truly deserving of their title as geniuses, at the tender age of 7, they were able to evade my strike with ease. In contrast, Takiko Chiba was utterly oblivious, failing to dodge and foolishly taking a second hit. Such a lack of vigilance is astonishing. Did he truly manage to defeat Kakashi? With reactions like that, it seems entirely implausible. It is rather disappointing, to say the least. Meanwhile, Hirohiko and Yukina gazed in astonishment at the wooden clogs on Jiraiya's feet, pondering whether Chiba had indeed seen the clogs approaching. I certainly did not catch a glimpse. Just then, as Jiraiya turned to leave, he was called back by Chiba. What is it? Jiraiya asked, turning around in confusion. After hitting me like that, do you think you can simply walk away? Chiba's expression darkened gradually. Hirohiko and Yukina exchanged glances with Chiba, remaining silent, yet one hand had already reached for their ninja tool pouch, while the other subtly stepped back, preparing for action. "Oh, what are you planning?" Jiraiya fully turned around. His interest peaked as he regarded Chiba. That would be Chiba narrowed his eyes, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. "Uncle Ichiraku Ramen." Chiba eagerly entered the Ichiraku Ramen shop and effortlessly took his usual seat. "Chiba," exclaimed the young Ichiraku uncle with a smile upon recognizing him. "What would you like today? I've just developed a new seafood ramen. Or would you prefer the ever-popular extra-large tonkatsu chashu ramen, or perhaps miso ramen? I'll have one of each." Chiba declared with exuberance, then called out, "Hirohiko, Yukina, let us aim for extraordinary today. Order whatever you like." As soon as his voice faded, two children, Hirohiko and Yukina, entered the shop, their faces serious and determined, as if they were ready to eat until they burst. "Extra-large tonkatsu chashu ramen, with seafood added." Hirohiko intoned with a serious expression. "I'll have an extra-large tonkatsu chashu, seafood, and a miso ramen with less noodles, please, Uncle Ichiraku," Yukina added, demonstrating her cleverness by opting for fewer noodles to allow for more toppings. The young Ichiraku uncle was momentarily taken aback by the trio's ambitious order and hesitated before saying, "You three realize that ordering all this can be quite expensive, right?" "No worries, Uncle Ichiraku, just make it. Someone else is picking up the tab," Chiba replied, as Hirohiko and Yukina took their places beside him in perfect harmony. "Someone is paying?" Ichiraku queried with a hint of confusion, just as another figure entered the shop, a man with spiky white hair tied back in a braid, adorned with a frog forehead protector, none other than Jiraiya. Of course, Ichiraku recognized one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Whatever these three children wished to eat. "I'll cover the bill," Jiraiya said with a wry smile. "Oh," Ichiraku exclaimed in realization, then turned back to prepare the ramen. Meanwhile, Jiraiya found a seat, his wry smile persisting as he glanced at Chiba, reflecting on how this clever boy would ultimately be the one to pay for their lunch and dinner. Hirohiko and Yukina exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they watched Chiba eagerly await his ramen. The fervent discourse had left the middle-aged man at a loss, even elevating his act of throwing shoes at a child to an affront against the wills of the first, second, and third Hokage, branding him a sinner of Konoha, a despicable scoundrel, more loathsome than a mere child. His actions were akin to that of a child killer, a travesty that had cost him an entire day's worth of meals. Impressive. Hirohiko and Yukina were filled with awe. As for Chiba, he was equally perplexed by the abundance of his own words. Whenever he thought of meat and ramen, inspiration flowed effortlessly, allowing him to escalate the issue to a gravely serious level, ultimately leaving Jiraiya in a state of helplessness, agreeing to his terms. He would treat them to a day's worth of meals as an apology. Jiraiya had not anticipated that his initial probing would lead to him owing 2 meals to these 3 prodigies favored by the third Hokage. However, after his inquiry, he found both Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina quite satisfactory, though he was somewhat disappointed by Chiba, whose sharp tongue had caught him off guard. He could not fathom how Chiba could triumph over Kakashi. Could it be his lack of mission experience that hindered his reflexes and alertness? Jiraiya stroked his chin, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the trio of Chiba, Hirohiko, and Yukina swung their legs in anticipation of the delectable Ichiraku ramen. They seldom engaged in conversation, being rather reticent, with Hirohiko speaking the least, followed by Yukina, while Chiba was typically more vocal, though he sometimes fell into a contemplative silence, prompting them to be humorously dubbed the Gloomy Trio by Kushina. "Here you are, your large pork bone char siu ramen, seafood ramen, and miso ramen," the waiter announced. Soon, steaming bowls of ramen, wafting with mouth-watering aromas, were placed before them. "And yours, a large pork bone char siu ramen with extra seafood," he continued. 5 bowls were neatly arranged in front of the trio, who wasted no time in indulging, especially Chiba, who devoured his food ravenously, as if fearing the ramen might be snatched away if he ate too slowly. Suddenly, Chiba looked up and said, "Uncle, 1 more large pork bone char siu ramen with extra seafood, and another serving of seafood." The waiter paused, glancing at Chiba's 3 large bowls, and replied, "Chiba, can you still eat more?" "No, it's not for me," Chiba retorted, slurping up a noodle before adding, "It's for this uncle," as he pointed at Jiraiya. Jiraiya was taken aback, and the waiter, after a brief look at him, nodded and went off to prepare the ramen. Jiraiya smiled wryly at Chiba, thinking, This child truly orders without concern for expense. However, seeing the three of them enjoying their meal so heartily transformed his wry smile into a genuine one. These three children would soon be off to the battlefield when war erupted. He wondered if they would ever have the chance to enjoy a meal like this again. Contemplating this, Jiraiya's mood grew somber, and his smile gradually faded. Jiraiya sat before a grand bowl of tonkatsu chashu ramen, accompanied by 2 servings of seafood. Although the aroma wafting from the bowl was enticing, he found himself devoid of appetite. However, observing the delightful expressions of Chiyo and her companions as they relished their meal, he picked up his chopsticks and transferred the uneaten chashu and seafood into their bowls, prompting them to glance his way in surprise. "Go ahead, enjoy," Jiraiya chuckled, a rather lecherous grin spreading across his face. This elicited a rather disconcerting thought from Chiyo. How could such a smile not foretell ill tidings? After Jiraiya had shared his food, he began to eat his noodles. Initially puzzled, Chiyo and her friends soon joined in on their meal. Half an hour later, Chiyo, Hirohiko, Yukina, and a somewhat pained Jiraiya emerged from the shop, hearing Uncle Irika's cheerful farewell. "Thank you for your patronage. See you tonight." With that, Jiraiya set off towards his home. After walking a short distance, he noticed that Chiyo and her companions were trailing behind, engaged in discussions about their fullness and whether they could manage dinner later. They even debated which restaurant in their village was both delicious and expensive. "Hey, what's the deal with you three?" Jiraiya turned slowly, causing Chiyo and her friends to halt. "What do you want?" Chiyo inquired. "Why are you following me?" Jiraiya asked, slightly exasperated. "We're worried you might skip out on the bill." Chiyo, Hirohiko, and Yukina chimed in unison, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down Jiraiya's back. These troublesome kids. I had no intention of skipping out. His brow twitched in irritation, while Chiyo and her friends regarded him with expressions that suggested they would not let him escape. Thus, the day continued with the trio trailing Jiraiya, who did not resort to ninjutsu to evade them. In fact, he attempted to use shadow clone jutsu to confuse them and escape. But Yukina's Byakugan caught on to his ruse, resulting in them ensnaring him once more. This time, after enduring a barrage of Chiyo's nonsensical arguments, Jiraiya could only smile wryly. Despite having no intention of evading responsibility, he continued to walk alongside them, testing their endurance by running about the village. Jiraiya was quite pleased with their stamina. However, a new question emerged in his mind. Why did Takechiyo not stand out as exceptional when compared to Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina? This left him somewhat disappointed and perplexed. How had Chiyo managed to defeat Kakashi? In his view, such a feat should be impossible. As for dinner that evening, Jiraiya was reluctant to reminisce about it for quite some time. Having discovered an important piece of information, Takechiyo could devour grilled meat like a bottomless pit. He resolved never to take him out for barbecue again. On the morning of the Chunin exams, in the village of Konohagakure, as always, Chiba walked into the village, making his way to the renowned shop of Konoha's giant steamed buns. This establishment, known for its colossal buns, was perhaps the place Chiba frequented most after his own home. The proprietor of Konoha's giant steamed buns was a man of formidable stature, a robust and dark-skinned individual in the prime of his life, characterized by his taciturn demeanor. Among the ordinary folk of Konoha, he was one of the few whom Chiba did not harbor any disdain for, the other being the amiable uncle from Ichiraku Ramen. Chiba picked up a steamed bun and was about to hand over his payment when the towering man restrained his hand. A flicker of confusion crossed Chiba's mind as he glanced up at the owner, who remained silent and wore a stern expression, somewhat intimidating in nature. However, Chiba was unfazed, for the owner's countenance rarely varied throughout the year. He then felt his hand being redirected, gently placed upon another bun nearby. Chiba looked at the bun, identical to the one he had chosen. His curiosity piqued. Was this a recommendation from the owner? It seemed he was surrounded by individuals of few words. Nevertheless, with the upcoming exam assembly imminent, Chiba paid little heed to it, swiftly securing the bun and expressing his gratitude. The silent proprietor offered no reply, merely watching as Chiba departed before turning to serve the next customer, who frowned at the boy's retreating figure, unable to conceal his disdain. The customer lamented about the Third Hokage's decision to allow the son of a traitor to participate in the Chunin exam. The owner remained wordless, continuing his business. This year's Chunin exam was to be held in the first indoor practice arena, and upon Chiba's arrival, he noted its resemblance to the location of the third exam from the anime, particularly the statue with hands forming seals. However, Unlike the anime's third exam venue, which was situated in the Forest of Death, this was within the village's training grounds. As this Chunin exam was internal, no foreign ninjas were present. Chiba estimated approximately 43 participants, a stark contrast to the 87 who took part during Naruto's era. Gradually, Chiba began to comprehend the urgency behind the early commencement of the Chunin exam. Since the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, while Konoha's vitality had been recovering, it still lacked a sufficient influx of fresh talent. Thus, the early exam was an attempt to select ninjas capable of standing on their own or soon to do so. As this realization settled in, a sense of foreboding gripped Chiba. According to the historical timeline of the Naruto universe, the Third Great Ninja War was on the verge of erupting. The higher-ups in Konoha must have sensed the impending turmoil. Consequently, the notion of being a protected seedling was entirely implausible. In fact, being a seedling with growth potential could mean he would be prioritized for deployment to the battlefield for training, not as a mere pawn, but still subjected to the harshest flames of war. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chiba's brow furrowed deeply. As the early arrivals, Hirohiko and Yukina had already spotted him. Yukina called out and waved in his direction. Not only I, but even Hirohiko and Yukina would endure the harshest trials of battle. A sense of tension gripped Chiba's heart, yet his face radiated joy as he hurried over. He had not arrived late. Hirohiko nodded at him and subtly gave a thumbs up, as if Chiba's punctuality were an extraordinary feat. Hey, I usually don't arrive late, all right? I just occasionally oversleep. Chiba lamented. Look, at that moment, Yukina lifted her head and scanned the viewing platform on the second floor. Chiba followed her gaze and noticed a number of ninjas already standing above, including those he recognized: the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, his teacher Kushina Uzumaki, and the referee, Hoka. The others were unfamiliar ninjas, presumably of high-ranking status. Aside from the few familiar faces, there were 5 or 6 elite ninjas present. At that moment, Kushina seemed to have noticed them too and discreetly clenched her fist in encouragement. Instantly, a bead of sweat formed on the backs of the three's necks. This gesture plainly indicated that they were expected to perform admirably without any prior trials. Attention! A commanding female voice resonated above the crowd. Subsequently, the 43 candidates for the Chunin exam lined up in neat rows. Those without teams stood orderly as well, arranging themselves in threes. Chiba found himself standing behind Hirohiko and Yukina, instinctively pulling out the oversized Konoha bun he had purchased that morning. Truly, they were the legendary three. The pressure emanating from the trio was palpable. Chiba could distinctly sense the subtle, yet formidable aura radiating from the 3 ninjas before him, all of whom he recognized: Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Chiba took a bite of his bun and continued eating in silence. At that moment, Jiraiya noticed Chiba at the back of the line, observing him munching on the bun. Does this kid not feel any nerves? Meanwhile, Tsunade and Orochimaru also took note of Chiba's actions, yet they did not pay much attention nor reprimand him for eating. Instead, they glanced at the other candidates, silently acknowledging. To remain composed under our pressure, Sarutobi-sensei has indeed selected some promising talents. With a discerning eye, they assessed the 43 candidates, estimating their average age to be between 11 and 13 years. Only one candidate exceeded 15, while the youngest was a mere 7. Tsunade gazed at these young ninjas, a deep sorrow welling within her. It was truly cruel to send these children into the battlefield. She then began to announce the rules of the competition. It was quite simple. This trial was the first stage, or rather a preliminary test. Each participating ninja would be randomly assigned an opponent, and the victor would advance to the next round, while the defeated would be eliminated. The rules closely resembled those of the Chunin exams during Naruto's era. Given Konoha's current need for talent, it was unlikely that life and death battles would ensue. Moreover, the policies of Konoha, since the Third Hokage assumed power, have gradually softened and leaned towards a certain rationality. In terms of talent cultivation, a series of measures have begun to be refined. It can be said that Konoha Village's swift recovery from the devastating aftermath of the Second Great Ninja War into a phase of normal restoration owes much to the Third Hokage's contributions. As Tsunade announced the rules, Chiba, munching on a steamed bun, sensed a hostile and vaguely murderous gaze from the diagonal front. Hinata Yukihira. Without needing to look, Chiba was certain it was that scoundrel. He bit down hard on the bun, savoring the succulent juice that flooded his mouth, delightfully rich in flavor. What is this? Chiba paused, glancing down at the oversized Konoha bun. It contained meat filling, perhaps pork chop, drizzled with a special sauce. How delicious. So, the owner knew I had the Chunin exam today. The owner intended to cheer me on. Chiba gazed at the oversized bun in his hand, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. Chiba ascended the stairs alongside Hirohiko and Yukina, while Hinata Yukihira approached the spectator's stance from the opposite side. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chiba. Although his murderous intent was well concealed, Chiba perceived it clearly. This guy intends to kill me during the match. Chiba maintained an outwardly indifferent demeanor, feigning ignorance and appearing absorbed in his bun, while internally, murderous thoughts surged. Perhaps, before confronting the Tsuchinin who had perished, encountering Hinata Yukihira would have prompted Chiba to remain cautious, with no thoughts of killing. However, since taking a life, Chiba realized that murder was not as daunting as he once believed. Moreover, he still harbored the mindset of a traveler. This is the world of Naruto, and his guilt over taking lives was significantly diminished compared to his previous life. Even in a peaceful era, he had hesitated to harm even a chicken. Yet here, with blood already staining his hands, Chiba felt no trepidation towards killing. While he might hesitate to take the initiative against others, he could resolutely decide to eliminate someone intent on killing him. Regardless of whether Hinata Yukihira is a genius, if he truly seeks to kill me, I shall not hold back. With these thoughts in mind, Chiba, alongside Hirohiko and Yukina, found a spot to stand and gazed down at the arena, where two 11 or 12-year-old ninjas had already begun their duel. Hirohiko, if I am called to the arena, could I borrow your ninja tool pouch? Chiba suddenly inquired. Of course, Hirohiko readily agreed. After a moment's thought, he removed his pouch and added, take a look, I've made some changes. Chiba instantly understood Hirohiko's intention. He had swapped out the tools in his pouch for the trial, ensuring there would be no mishaps later. Nodding, he accepted the pouch and began to examine it meticulously. Though not large, the ninja tool pouch efficiently utilized its limited space, capable of holding a considerable number of items, at least 8 to 10 shuriken, 3 kunai, as well as smoke bombs and explosive tags among other tools. As Chiba meticulously examined the ninja tool pouch, Yukina quietly glanced at him. Observing his intense focus, a faint, almost imperceptible smile graced her lips before she quickly composed herself. This scene, however, did not escape Hirohiko's notice. He maintained a stoic expression, yet a flicker of understanding passed through his eyes. Ah, so this is Yukina's sentiment, Hirohiko thought, nodding repeatedly, convinced that his intuition was remarkably accurate. What are you doing? At that moment, Chiba returned the ninja tool pouch to Hirohiko, and noticing his incessant nodding, he inquired with curiosity. Nothing, Hirohiko replied, accepting the pouch with an impassive face. Despite his natural poker face, he was inwardly taken aback. Chiba furrowed his brow in confusion, but chose to disregard it, turning his attention back to the duel between the two lower-ranked ninjas. To be honest, their battle was somewhat tedious. While it may seem disrespectful to say so, they paled in comparison to Kakashi. Their techniques were primarily reliant on physical prowess, and their hand signs for ninjutsu were executed rather sluggishly. Their application of the body flicker technique was proficient, yet it revealed vulnerabilities all too easily. In terms of chakra, after utilizing 1 or 2 D to C rank ninjutsu, they were nearly depleted. Nonetheless, their movements were fluid, indicative of solid foundational skills. However, limited by their chakra reserves and ninjutsu proficiency, their strength barely reached the level of elite lower ninjas, approaching that of an average middle ninja. Overall, from the perspective of a lower ninja, their abilities were commendable, even outstanding. Yet, from the standpoint of a middle ninja, they fell slightly short, albeit nearly qualifying as such. Conversely, the thoughts of the higher-ranked ninjas were not dissimilar to Chiba's. Discreetly, one of them produced a small scroll, scribbled some notes, and then tucked it away. This subtle gesture did not escape Chiba's keen observation. Indeed, these higher-ranked ninjas were not merely standing idly by to spectate. Was this a form of evaluation? However, given that this trial was an elimination format, scoring seemed unnecessary. What, then, was its purpose? Chiba took a hearty bite of a steamed bun, quickly devouring a rather large one. At that moment, Kushina Uzumaki watched the arena and turned to her companion, Minato Namikaze, saying, Minato, shall we place another bet? A bet? Kushina, you've taken quite a liking to wagering lately. Last time, you won a special kunai from me. What do you want this time? Clearly, as a devoted partner, Minato was quick to discern that Kushina had something else in mind. Honestly, If Kushina desired something, she could simply tell him, yet in moments like these, her competitive spirit shone brightly. Minato merely smiled softly, perhaps appreciating this spirited side of Kushina. With a playful grin, Kushina leaned closer to Minato's ear and whispered something affectionate. Upon hearing her words, Minato's expression shifted to one of surprise. "You're betting on the outcome between Hinata and Chiba?" "Indeed," Kushina replied earnestly, fixing her gaze upon Minato. The stakes seemed to hinge on Minato glancing between Chiba and Kushina. Did she truly have such confidence in him? No, the condition is that she has 3 disciples. And it is not solely about Chiba, but rather about all 3 individuals. However, Hinata Yukihira's prowess, as publicly displayed, is undoubtedly on par with Kakashi's. And there are likely hidden depths to his abilities. He once substituted for Makujin on a mission with them, and this Hinata Yukihira is indeed astonishing. Well, there is nothing unfavorable about this, and Kushina will be pleased, so let us agree. Namake's Minato mused, nodding as he spoke. Very well, if Chiba loses, I will require you to agree to one condition. What condition? Uzumaki Kushina inquired, a smile illuminating her face upon hearing Minato's agreement. Well, regarding that condition, you must promise me one thing in the future, Minato replied with a gentle smile. What is it? Kushina asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. I shall disclose it at a later time, Minato teased, leaving her in suspense. All right then, after all, Chiba will not lose. Kushina expressed her unwavering confidence in Chiba. Minato merely smiled faintly in response. At that moment, the contest concluded. The defeated returned to their teams with a sense of disappointment, while the victors were also breathless, as both had exhibited equal prowess. In this match, Kusunoki emerged victorious. With the proclamation from the examiner, the first round reached its conclusion. The 3 ninjas observed silently from the sidelines, occasionally engaging in brief discussions. Ordinary, Orochimaru remarked about the victor. Jiraiya nodded in agreement, stating, however, the fundamentals are quite solid. Let us make a note of it. Tsunade produced a scroll and inscribed some notes upon it. Now, let us hasten to the second match, Jiraiya urged. The examiner for the second match called out loudly, and simultaneously, the large screen displayed the names. Hinata Yukina versus Yuhi Kurinai. Eventually, the words on the screen came to a halt, revealing the names. Yukina and Kurinai? Has Kurinai already qualified to participate in the Chunin exams? Chiba paused his meal, gazing in surprise at the beautiful girl with red eyes who was making her way to the center of the arena. I'm coming, Yukina said as she noticed her opponent entering the arena, gracefully shifting her steps and preparing to descend the stairs. Meanwhile, whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. Yuhi Kurinai? How adorable. Indeed, she is beautiful. Such a young child, only 9 years old, and already eligible to participate in the Chunin exams. How impressive. Chiba cast a sidelong glance at the ninja who had made these remarks, thinking to himself, are you complimenting yourself? You appear to be merely 11 or 12 years old. Not much older than her. As Chiba glanced aside, Yukina had already taken several steps forward, prompting him to shout, Yukina, be wary of Jinjutsu. Yukina paused, looking at Chiba with a hint of confusion before nodding slightly. Is Yuhi Kurinai a Jinjutsu-type ninja? How does Chiba know this? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Yukina descended the stairs. Instantly, the crowd erupted in excitement. So adorable. Who is she? You don't even know her? That's Hinata Yukina. Of course, I recognize her as Hinata Yukina. It's written on the screen. I'm not asking for her name. She is none other than the esteemed eldest daughter of the Hyūga clan, the biological offspring of Lord Shinsuke. A renowned prodigy who graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 7 and participated in the Chunin exams at the same age. She is hailed as a once-in-a-decade genius from the Hyūga family, the most promising candidate to awaken the Byakugan. The Byakugan? What is that? You don't know? Then what are you saying? Regardless of her abilities, this girl is undeniably adorable. Outside the arena, murmurs filled the air, the gazes of both men and women. All participants in the Chunin exams were captivated by the exquisite features of Yukina. Yuki, I've heard that Lady Yukina is a once-in-a-decade prodigy. How do you compare to her? Asked Muzi, one of Hyūga Yuki's teammates, a girl of ordinary appearance. Indeed, echoed Nozawa Sada, nodding in agreement while looking at Hyūga Yuki. Without a doubt, it's Lady Yukina. Hyūga Yuki replied without hesitation. Here we go again. Yuki, you really admire Lady Yukina, don't you? Muzi shrugged, shaking her head. In her heart, She believed Hyūga Yuki to be the strongest among the lower ninjas. In fact, even among the Chunin, few could rival him, with only the legendary genius Kushina Taki posing a challenge. Honestly, does Yuki really have such a fondness for Yukina? Muzi felt a twinge of jealousy. Meanwhile, Yukina had approached Hyūga, her expression devoid of emotion despite the multitude of gazes upon her, her delicate face clouded as she regarded Hyūga. Hyūga, on the other hand, glanced around nervously, clearly unsettled under the intense scrutiny. What striking red eyes! Could they be a result of a ninjutsu? Yukina pondered, her gaze drifting downward to avoid direct eye contact with Hyūga. At that moment, the exam proctor announced, "The match begins." Hyūga, who had been scanning her surroundings, flinched at the sudden declaration and quickly focused her attention on Yukina, retreating swiftly. As a member of the Hyūga clan, I excel in taijutsu. I must create distance. This thought flashed through her mind. However, Yukina was not about to let her create any distance. As Hyūga retreated, Yukina swiftly closed the gap and struck out with a palm. Smack! Hyūga raised her hand to block, instantly feeling a surge of chakra invade her body, causing her hand to tingle. Is this the gentle fist technique of the Hyūga clan? As she contemplated this, Yukina's subsequent strike bypassed her raised hand, targeting her abdomen. How swift! A flicker of panic gripped Hyūga's heart. Yet, Yukina had not even activated her Byakugan. She had already resolved. Hyūga seems to be a Jinjutsu-type ninja with weak taijutsu. I must suppress her before she has the chance to cast any illusions. Smack! Just as her thoughts solidified, Yukina's palm struck Hyūga's abdomen with force, but Yukina's brow furrowed in confusion. No sensation? Is this a shadow clone? Boom! The Hyūga she struck suddenly burst apart, transforming into a flurry of green leaves that scattered around, enveloping Yukina in a whirlwind of foliage, obscuring her vision with the dancing leaves. Is this Jinjutsu? Yukina's heart raced. When did she form the seals? Afterward, her brows furrowed slightly. There was no doubt that the dancing green leaves were but an illusion, and she had fallen prey to the Jinjutsu. Chiba observed as Yukina paused, adopting a stance to counter, while Akane narrowly evaded and gasped for breath. Caught in the Jinjutsu. Indeed, Akane's talent for illusion was remarkable, and skilled Jinjutsu users were a rarity among ninjas. Aside from a few clans known for their Jinjutsu bloodlines and secret techniques, the probability of ordinary ninjas exhibiting such talents was lamentably low. Among them, the exceptional were even fewer. Undoubtedly, Akane was a rare blossom among her peers, her Jinjutsu prowess shining brightly. Regrettably, she had previously encountered the pinnacle of Jinjutsu, Itachi's illusions, and had suffered a humiliating defeat. Though Chiba had cautioned Yukina to be wary of Jinjutsu, he had not anticipated the extent of Akane's abilities. At such a tender age, she could employ Jinjutsu without hand seals, a feat that left him bewildered, especially when compared to the extraordinary Itachi. Even at this moment, it was evident that while Akane had faltered against Itachi, she was undoubtedly one of the foremost Jinjutsu masters in Konoha. At just 9 years old, she could perform the Naraka Path technique without hand seals. It was likely that no other Jinjutsu ninja in Konoha could achieve such a feat. When she battled Itachi, she had indeed required hand seals to cast her Jinjutsu. However, the technique she now wielded was executed without any seals, suggesting that she had mastered it to the extent of no longer needing them. Considering her chakra levels, a C-rank Jinjutsu, the Naraka Path, during this time, aside from receiving training in Suiton and Doton techniques from Kushina, Chiba had also made time to delve into the library to enrich his knowledge of ninjutsu. Although the library offered few rare techniques, it contained a wealth of information on various other ninjutsu, allowing Chiba to infer the usage of certain techniques based on their descriptions. This knowledge proved invaluable in combat, as ninjutsu can be broadly categorized into elemental techniques, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. If one could discern the type of elemental technique an opponent was using, it would be possible to mitigate one's own weaknesses and conserve chakra, thus gaining an advantageous position in battle. Such an advantage was crucial to determining the outcome of a confrontation. Chiba observed the still Yukina and then glanced at Akane, who had retrieved kunai from her ninja tool pouch and was advancing toward Yukina. His brows knitted in concern. This was dire. "Yukina, this is bad," he murmured. Beside him, Hirohiko echoed his sentiment. "Yes," Chiba replied gravely, nodding his head. However, his thoughts were not solely on the potential outcome for Yukina. He was contemplating a different aspect. Jinjutsu is another vital component of a ninja's power. This technique, which employs mental energy as a means of attack, can often catch one off guard. Observing Yukina in the arena, it was clear that her strength far surpassed Akane's. This was indisputable. Despite lacking the Sharingan or Byakugan, he recognized that Akane's chakra levels and physical prowess were inferior to Yukina's. Yet, with just a C-rank Jinjutsu, Akane had managed to immobilize her opponent, plunging Yukina into an irretrievable crisis. The potency of Jinjutsu was truly formidable. However, at present, he possesses no means to counteract illusions. Should he encounter an illusionist ninja, falling prey to their technique would leave him utterly vulnerable. While this statement may not be absolute, it applies in the vast majority of circumstances. The Chunin exam concluded today, did it not? If time permits, he must seek the wisdom of Kushina on matters of illusions. Quietly, Chiba devised his plans, his face betraying a hint of concern. Snow Nai, do not falter. This thought surged uncontrollably within him. Why has she ceased to move? At that moment, whispers began to circulate on the second floor. Fool! She has fallen under an illusion. That red-eyed beauty cast an illusion, and Lady Snow Nai has succumbed. An illusion? I did not see any hand signs. You must not have been paying close attention. I was watching intently. How could I miss such a stunning duel? If you claim I was inattentive, then pray tell. When did you observe the hand signs? I didn't see them either. What is going on? You failed to notice as well. These 11 or 12-year-olds conversed, their faces etched with confusion. How could Snow Nai have halted after merely 2 exchanges? They were utterly perplexed. Ignoring the chatter of the Jonin exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting mild astonishment. Among them, Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow. Did she perform the technique without hand signs? Truly, she is the daughter of the esteemed Mr. Akane. When he recommended her for the Chunin exam, the Third Hokage had hesitated. Yet, it seems that she possesses genuine prowess. Furthermore, illusion-type ninjas are exceedingly rare, and one with such exceptional talent is even more so. Nevertheless, Snow Nai is in peril. Contemplating this, Minato cast a sidelong glance at Kushina, who, with furrowed brows, observed the motionless Snow Nai, her fists subtly clenched. How infuriating! This oversight is mine. I neglected to inform them how to counter illusions. I never anticipated that a prodigious illusionist would emerge in this Chunin exam, capable of employing techniques without hand signs. My apologies, Snow Nai. This is the fault of your teacher. Meanwhile, at the Sannin's side. Oh, a prodigious illusionist, you say? Asuma? Orochimaru regarded the scene with keen interest as Asuma approached Snow Nai, kunai in hand. This is indeed a rarity, Tsunade remarked, slightly astonished. Jiraiya observed Snow Nai with a furrowed brow, letting out a sigh. The outcome of this match is already determined. Kushina does not excel in illusions. I fear Snow Nai has not learned how to dispel them. Dispelling illusions is not so simple. It requires innate talent. Even if one knows how to break an illusion, lacking the requisite talent renders them powerless within it, Orochimaru interjected. Indeed, Jiraiya nodded in agreement. It appears Jiraiya is somewhat invested in this Hyūga Snow Nai. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, pondering, as she withdrew a scroll and began to write. In the realm of illusion, as she gazed at the swirling green leaves, the veins at the corners of Yukina's eyes began to swell gradually, extending slowly towards her temples, revealing the outline of a pupil within her white irises. Suddenly, the dancing leaves scattered violently, and before her emerged Chiba, drenched in crimson, her face a mask of blood, nearly nose to nose with Yukina. Those silent eyes bore into hers, and streams of blood poured forth from Chiba's eyes, mouth, and nose. Yukina's expression transformed in an instant. Chiba! She nearly cried out. This Chiba, bloodied and battered, bore wounds all over her body. Her left hand was grotesquely twisted at an impossible angle, her right foot was missing, and her hands and feet were marred with burn marks, extending to her right cheek. A large patch of skin on her right cheek appeared charred, beginning to peel away with an ominous crackle, exposing the bloody muscle beneath. In that moment, panic seized her heart. Fear surged within her, twisting her chest in pain, escalating with each heartbeat. She took a step back, then another, her eyes wide with terror, mirroring the bloodshed around her. As she retreated, her view expanded to reveal not only Chiba, but also Hirohiko and her own father, all bearing the same tragic countenance, their lifeless eyes fixed upon her, seemingly blaming her for their demise, accusing her of failing to save them. Why could she not rescue them? No, Yukina cried out in despair. At that moment, Her white pupils turned blood red, the setting sun painting the sky crimson, while blood stained the ground, the blood of Chiba and the others enveloping them in a scarlet hue. A scene of blood, a tableau of horror. Yet, what was more terrifying was that these three were the ones she cherished most. And the pain in her heart was more profound than any fear. No, this cannot be real. This is an illusion. Yukina shook her head vigorously, desperate to dispel the haunting image. However, upon reopening her eyes, the scene appeared even more vividly crimson. Stay calm. Hinata Yukina, you must remain composed. Yukina gasped for breath as she surveyed the nightmarish tableau. This is an illusion, a trick of the mind, something she had read about in the archives. It was the technique of Naruto, designed to force one to confront their deepest fears. The way to dispel an illusion is to disrupt the chakra with mental energy. As the text had described, there must be a way. The setting sun, now directly before her, witnessed her white eyes slowly opening, a kunai inching closer to her throat. The moment the kunai pressed against her neck, it would signify her defeat. The reflection of the sun's movements was mirrored in Chiba's eyes, while Hirohiko watched intently. Both wore grim expressions. Could it be that Yukina had succumbed to this illusion? It was over. Lady Yukina, defeated by an illusion. She was still so young, a prodigy, yet still too inexperienced. A Jonin participating in the Chunin exam remarked, around 14 or 15 years old, the eldest among the Jonin in the exam. Was this truly how it would end? There was nothing to behold. Indeed, I had thought that Lady Yukina might achieve something remarkable. Yet I was surprised to see her defeated after just a couple of exchanges, while her opponent appeared to remain effortlessly composed. Truly, what brilliance is this? It seems rather trivial. Gradually, the arena was filled with murmurs of disdain. My apologies, Yukina, it was my oversight. Kushina Uzumaki clenched her fists tightly, burdened by guilt. Minato Namikaze shook his head with a sigh. The outcome was evidently settled. The Sannin also expressed their disapproval, as Tsunade was already scribbling something anew. Hinata Yukihira furrowed his brow deeply, casting a sidelong glance at Kurenai Yuhi, biting his teeth in silence. The Chunin examiner began to raise his hand, preparing to declare the match concluded. Meanwhile, a faint smile of relief and victory emerged on Kurenai's face. She had triumphed. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted beneath her. An acupoint strike. A sharp sound echoed, accompanied by a searing pain in her abdomen. Yukina's fingers, interlocked like a beak, struck fiercely at Kurenai's midsection. Her Byakugan reflecting a flicker of pain and Kurenai's incredulous, wide-eyed expression. The kunai clattered to the ground as Kurenai collapsed onto Yukina. A shock-induced acupoint strike. Instantly, the arena fell into silence. Just as Kurenai was about to press the kunai against Hinata Yukina's neck, Yukina made her move, delivering a precise, gentle fist that rendered Kurenai unconscious. What transpired? Did she dispel the genjutsu? How could this be? I should not have taught her the hand seals to break the illusion, Kushina whispered softly. Meanwhile, Minato's face displayed astonishment, mirrored by the elite Jonin above, as well as the Sannin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, who all appeared equally shocked. Their expressions changed dramatically. Not only them, but every ninja participating in the Chunin exams, including Chiba and Hirohiko, wore expressions of surprise, incredulity, and shock. The Chunin examiner stood utterly stunned. A kunai was deeply embedded in Yukina's fair thigh, blood streaming down, dripping onto the ground, absorbed by the earth. Did she utilize pain to break the genjutsu? Minato, the Jonin, the Sannin, and the Chunin examiner all entertained this astonished thought. The heiress of the Hyūga clan is indeed remarkably resilient. At that moment, three figures simultaneously descended, rushing towards Yukina. Lady Yukina, are you all right? Hinata Yukihira exclaimed with concern as he hurried over. Chiba and Hirohiko remained silent, yet ran faster than Yukihira. Chiba had already positioned himself before Yukina, crouching to extract the kunai and apply a bandage. At that moment, Yukina, supporting the unconscious Kurenai, noticed Chiba's actions and suddenly cried out, "Do not move." Her voice tinged with urgency and panic. "You insolent wretch, filthy scoundrel. What do you intend to do to Lady Yukina?" This shout coincided with Yukihira's furious roar, accompanied by a powerful strike directed at Chiba. Chiba was momentarily taken aback, and Hirohiko came to an abrupt halt as well. Chiba lifted his head to gaze at Yukina, only to find a look of urgency on her face, her cheeks slightly flushed. Suddenly, a heavy punch landed on the top of Chiba's head, causing a prominent red lump to rise. In a swift motion, Hinata Yukihira's palm was effortlessly caught. That hurts. The unexpected blow made Chiba cry out in surprise. Hinata Yukihira also raised his head, his eyes wide open, revealing a fierce determination. Before him stood a strikingly handsome man with golden hair, who casually caught Yukihira's soft punch with ease. With a gentle smile, he advised, "Stay calm." It was none other than Namikaze Minato. Upon witnessing this warm smile, Yukihira's anger inexplicably diminished by half as he glanced at Chiba. "You fool." Uzumaki Kushina scolded from behind Chiba. Crouching down, Chiba rubbed his head, nearly on the verge of tears. "What has come over you, Kushina?" That punch was far heavier than before. "It hurts terribly. How could one be so reckless as to touch a girl's leg?" Uzumaki Kushina looked at Chiba, her voice lowered in exasperation. She then stepped forward to assess Yukina's injuries. Hong Yen observed the scene, his expression stoic as he slowly turned away, covering his mouth with one hand, his shoulders shaking, the reason for which remained a mystery. Chiba held his head, a look of innocence on his face. "I feel so wronged." In the second match, Hinata Yukina emerged victorious. At this moment, the Chunin exam official finally reacted. Yuhi Kurinai had fainted, clearly signaling Yukina's triumph. Thus he disregarded the sudden influx of spectators and promptly announced Yukina's victory. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato had already taken Kurinai into his care, while Kushina had bandaged Yukina's injured leg. "Congratulations, Yukina, on your first victory," Uzumaki Kushina said, standing up and gently patting Yukina on the head. Yukina nodded slightly, her expression lacking in exuberance. "Thank you, Teacher Kushina." Observing her only female disciple, Kushina couldn't help but smile bitterly within. Why can't these three just smile openly? "Lady Yukina, are you all right?" At that moment, Hinata Yukihira approached, bypassing Namikaze Minato to check on Yukina's condition, but was halted by Uzumaki Kushina. However, Yukihira did not face any repercussions. Confused, Hinata Yukihira looked towards Kushina. There's still another match ahead. We should head back now. We're causing a disturbance," Kushina stated. "All right," Yukina nodded, then made her way back to the original spectator's seat. Casually thanking Hinata Yukihira, "Thank you, Brother Yukihira." Hong Yen and Chiba followed closely behind. "Is your foot all right?" Chiba inquired, but noticing Yukina walking without any hindrance, he assumed all was well. "I'm fine," Yukina replied. "That's good to hear." Chiba and Hong Yen nodded in agreement. Chiba, however, glanced back, squinting slightly. At this moment, Hinata Yukihira stood in the center of the arena, while Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato had already returned to the audience section on the second floor. Yuhi Kurinai had been handed over to medical ninjas by Minato and was being taken for treatment. Nevertheless, Yukina had been careful with her strike, merely inducing a fainting spell. Even without treatment, she would naturally awaken the following day. At this moment, Hinata Yukina gazed quietly at Chiba, a subtle glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Despite being in a public setting, he managed to temper his demeanor, refraining from overtly displaying his emotions. As Chiba turned his head, their gazes collided with an intensity that seemed to spark flames. Subsequently, Hinata Yukina let out a cold snort and slowly returned to his teammates. Muko and Satata appeared visibly tense. The sudden strike from Hinata Yukina had startled them, prompting a reaction from teacher Mizumoto, which left their hearts racing. "Yukina, are you all right?" Muko approached, inspecting him from head to toe. "I am fine," Hinata Yukina replied with a stoic expression, disregarding Muko's concern, and moved to the railing to look down. "Takachiba hopes to face you in the next match and then eliminate you. You filthy traitor, your presence beside Miss Yukina is truly irksome." Hinata Yukina, a promising talent, caught Orochimaru's attention as he observed Yukina and Chiba ascend the stairs. Tsunade nodded in agreement, stating, as a young lady, her ability to take action against herself displays admirable qualities of a ninja. However, Jiraiya's gaze also followed the trio of Chiba and the others. Tsunade then retrieved a scroll, recording her observations before announcing, "Now, let us proceed." The third match's participants were announced by the Chunin exam officials, who had received information from the three legendary ninjas. The large screen flickered to life once more. Hinata Yukina. The first name was confirmed. Chiba and Hinata Yukina's pupils dilated simultaneously. "Has it arrived? Good. Let us settle this quickly," Chiba thought, reaching for his weighted gear. Meanwhile, the veins around Hinata Yukina's eyes began to extend. "Takachiba. I must face Takachiba. Let us resolve this here. It's merely a Chunin exam." As a member of the Hinata clan, I have never cared about the distinctions between Chunin or Jonin. All I desire is to eliminate the cockroach lurking beside Miss Yukina. I am willing to do anything. At that moment, the screen paused. Yamada Akira. Not him. Chiba retracted his hand and fell silent. Damn it. Hinata Yukina cursed inwardly, his expression growing even more stoic, drawing curious glances from his teammates, Muko and Sadata. In the second match, Hinata Yukina faces Yamada Akira. Is it really Yukina? The exam official's announcement was met with a cry of despair from a 12-year-old boy who clutched his head, looking as if he had drawn the short straw. His two teammates, however, sighed in relief, as if saved from doom. Reluctantly, Yamada Akira descended the stairs, lamenting his misfortune, while Hinata Yukina awaited him below. Upon seeing Hinata Yukina's expression, Yamada Akira's heart sank. This is bad. Yukina looks quite displeased, he thought, unconsciously swallowing hard. I hope I won't be beaten to death. Hinata Yukina fixed his gaze on Yamada Akira as he approached, but his peripheral vision remained locked onto Chiba upstairs, who was also observing him intently. Let us first observe the means at his disposal. At this moment, Hirohiko and Yukina exchanged glances with Chiba. Hirohiko spoke. Chiba, Hinata Yukihira is formidable. According to my brother, he is reputed to be the strongest ninja of his generation. It was rare for Hirohiko to articulate such an extensive statement. Yukina nodded in agreement. Chiba had inquired about Hinata Yukihira, and she had shared what she knew, although Yukihira had never revealed his abilities in her presence, leaving her uncertain of the specifics. All she understood was that Hinata Yukihira was a cherished disciple of her father, who, although the Hinata clan did not formally recognize such titles, had personally instructed Yukihira in the art of gentle fist. Her father's prowess was said to rival that of the current clan leader, even surpassing the strength of the leader's two sons. Such a father spoke highly of Yukihira, deeming him a prodigy of the Hinata family. Clearly, both were aware of the inevitable clash between Chiba and Hinata Yukihira, and their concern prompted them to voice their thoughts. Chiba shared their sentiments. He too wished to learn more about Yukihira and sensed from Yamada Akira's reaction that Yukihira was indeed dreadfully strong. Glancing at Yukina, Chiba perceived a hint of distress in her eyes. He understood all too well that Yukihira was a member of the main family, and although Yukina appeared troubled, it seemed she did not harbor any animosity towards him. Chiba furrowed his brow, a flicker of hesitation rising within him. If I were to eliminate Hinata Yukihira, would Yukina still stand by my side? However, he swiftly dismissed this thought. Now was not the time for such musings. He needed to focus on the competition. Chiba shifted his gaze to the arena. At that moment, a sharp exclamation pierced the air as Hinata Yukihira advanced with fluid grace, unleashing the gentle fist. Chiba's eyes widened slightly, reflecting the onslaught of Yukihira's assault. Swift and precise. This was Chiba's assessment of Yukihira's strike. With a single blow, Yukihira rendered Yamada Akira unconscious. Not even resorting to pressure points, his opponent was simply too weak to provoke Yukihira's true might. This was another conclusion drawn by Chiba. Yet, from that singular strike, it was evident to Chiba that Yukihira's mastery of the gentle fist far surpassed that of Yukina, a realization he held with certainty. The recently executed attack was not difficult to evade. However, Chiba was oblivious to where the second and third strikes might land. Throughout the period of rigorous training, engaging in relentless combat with Uzumaki Kushina, Chiba had accumulated considerable experience in martial arts. This enabled him to make certain predictions during battles, allowing him to evade attacks. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to Kushina's overwhelming force with little resilience. This was also a testament to Kushina's exceptional skill. After all, avoiding her strikes required not only combat, but also the mental agility to envision her potential attacks and anticipate the next strike for a perfect evasion. Gradually, Chiba developed a certain level of combat foresight. At the very least, he had become capable of accurately predicting 5 to 7 out of 10 of Kushina's assaults. However, Chiba was acutely aware that such predictions were predicated on a profound familiarity with his opponent. His daily training had bestowed upon him a considerable understanding of Kushina's combat style, thereby enhancing his probability of success. Presently, however, Chiba possessed no such insight into Hyūga Yukihira. Evasion would depend solely on his reactions, rendering any anticipatory movements futile and making avoidance considerably more arduous. In fact, he risked being caught off guard by an unexpected strike. The gentle fist technique, accompanied by its pressure point effects, posed a significant threat, Should his chakra points become sealed, he would gradually find himself at a disadvantage. After all, he lacked any definitive finishing moves capable of abruptly reversing the tide of battle. Moreover, the confrontation with Hyūga Yukihira, though termed a contest, was in truth a struggle for survival. Caution was paramount. At this juncture, Hyūga Yukihira regarded the incapacitated Yamada Akira, and the assembled ninjas offered no commentary. Their faces bore expressions of acceptance, as it was evident that Yukihira's decisive blow had vanquished Yamada. His victory was anticipated by all, subtly affirming Yukihira's prowess. Slowly, Hyūga Yukihira lifted his gaze to Chiba, then silently ascended the stairs, not pausing for the announcement from the Chunin examiner. There was no need for such an announcement. Hyūga Yukihira's overwhelming victory declared him the winner of the third match. Nonetheless, the Chunin examiner dutifully proclaimed, "The victor is Hyūga Yukihira." This name was already well known, though regrettably, his opponent was far too weak in comparison. Otherwise, it would have been a remarkable duel. Orochimaru smiled as he observed Hyūga Yukihira. Indeed, he was a renowned genius within the village. Jiraiya concurred, stating, "He will undoubtedly be the strongest Chunin this time." Indeed, this time, Tsunade refrained from producing any scrolls to document the event, as if Hyūga Yukihira's strength required no record. Undoubtedly, the Sannin's assessment of Yukihira was the highest, far surpassing that of Hinata. On the second floor, Uzumaki Kushina conversed with Namake's Minato. This Hyūga Yukihira may not be the most affable individual, yet his strength is undeniable. He is likely the strongest here, Kushina remarked. Yamada Akira, though of ordinary origin, possessed considerable talent in terms of ninja qualities. Otherwise, the third Hokage would not have permitted him to participate in the exam. It should be noted that all the lower ninjas participating in the Chunin exam exhibited remarkable qualities. Even if they were not geniuses, they were certainly outstanding individuals. Kushina did not believe Yamada Akira was lacking in strength, at the very least. He had the capability to become a Chunin. Hyūga Yukihira's single palm strike had rendered his opponent unconscious, indicating that from the perspective of a participant, Yamada was not weak. Rather, Hyūga Yukihira was extraordinarily strong. Minato, meanwhile, displayed a hint of surprise on his countenance. Hyūga Yukihira was swifter and more precise than before. His progress was astonishing. Kushina, witnessing this, inquired, "So, are you still inclined to continue with that bet?" The experiences and prowess of Namake's Minato surpassed those of Uzumaki Kushina, and he has had a degree of acquaintance with Hyūga hate, allowing him to glean more from this situation. The reason for his inquiry stems from a concern that Kushina might pressure Chiba into battling hate due to their wager. Why such apprehension? Naturally, it is because Minato perceives that, based on Chiba's performance against Kakashi, Chiba is far from being a match for the current hate. Even considering Chiba's remarkable rate of improvement over the past 7 days, it would be insufficient to bridge the gap between him and hate. Forcing Chiba to confront hate could potentially inflict a devastating blow to his future development. Of course, the matter must continue. Kushina's gaze fell upon Minato. He sighed and remarked, "I sense there is no necessity to pursue this bet further. If you truly have such faith in your disciples, I can fulfill that condition for you. But let us forego the wager." Kushina implored him to accept this. This was Minato's innermost thought. He understood his beloved's character well. Despite being his romantic partner, she never demanded anything from him. Even when she disagreed, she silently supported him if he stood firm, embodying the essence of a devoted woman. Albeit exceptionally strong-willed and persistent in certain matters, she believes that one should strive for what one desires rather than rely on the goodwill of others, which is one of the reasons for her tenacity. While these traits are among the reasons he deeply loves her, they also cause him considerable distress at present. Minato, do not underestimate my disciple. Do not underestimate Chiba. Upon witnessing Hiate's strength, Kushina remained unwavering in her belief that Chiba would prevail. Minato sighed inwardly but refrained from further comments. Alas, a strategy must be devised to persuade Kushina to abandon the wager. As Kushina noticed Minato's silence, seemingly preparing to say more, the voice of the Chunin exam proctor echoed. Next match, the contestants before anything could be said. Both Kushina and Minato's attention was drawn to the scrolling screen. Taki Chiba, the first name had been set. Upon seeing this name, Kushina quelled her desire to speak. Is Chiba about to take the stage? She pondered. Meanwhile, Chiba, noticing the first name, felt a pat on his shoulder from Hirohiko, who said, "Ninja tool pouch." Chiba looked down to see Hirohiko had handed him the pouch. "Thank you," Chiba replied. At that moment, the second name fixed in place. Might Guy? Upon seeing this name, Chiba tightened his grip on the tool pouch. His opponent was none other than Guy. How could I have overlooked him in the lineup? No, I didn't even notice Hong either. He found himself lost in thought again. This habit, Chiba felt both helpless and exhilarated. Might Guy, a name that holds a special significance for many Naruto fans, was now his opponent in the Chunin exam. In the fourth match, Taki Kiba faced off against Might Guy. The Chunin exam official announced the competitors. With his watermelon hairstyle, thick eyebrows, and snug green outfit, it was undoubtedly Guy. At first glance, one could indeed see a resemblance to Lee. No, perhaps it is more accurate to say that Lee resembles him. It truly feels as though I have traversed into the world of Naruto. I am genuinely living within the realm of Naruto. As Taki Kiba stepped into the arena, he secured Hirohiko's ninja tool pouch at his waist, once again overwhelmed by the sensation of having genuinely crossed into the Naruto universe. Meanwhile, the opposing Might Guy was muttering something, vaguely audible as, if he fails the Chunin exam, he would run 1,000 laps around the playground and perform 1,000 push-ups, followed by a lengthy list of other tasks, though Taki Kiba could not catch every word. At 9 years old, Guy probably had yet to master the 8 gates, right? And surely, his teacher was still alive? Taki Kiba glanced at the second floor, but did not spot anyone in a green jumpsuit. Perhaps he is not present? Contemplating this, he looked back at Might Guy, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from removing his weighted gear. Given Guy's current state, it should suffice to keep the weights on. The match commenced. At that moment, the Chunin exam official declared the start of the battle. Oh, Leaf Whirlwind. An upper kick, infused with the force of a whirlwind, came crashing towards Taki Kiba's cheek. His pupils contracted slightly, a look of astonishment crossing his face. When did he close the distance so quickly? In a state of disbelief, Taki Kiba barely managed to raise his hand to block. Thud. The impact resonated heavily. How powerful. This kick. Taki Kiba grit his teeth, feeling a tingling in his blocking arm. Guy's Leaf Whirlwind was significantly more potent than his own. Comparisons began to form in Taki Kiba's mind. At that moment, Might Guy, astonished that his side kick had been blocked, reflected, he is 2 years younger than me and yet managed to withstand my Leaf Whirlwind. This is a technique developed to surpass Kakashi. Kakashi was right. Perhaps this individual's taijutsu surpasses my own. I cannot afford to lose. I must pass the Chunin exam. Suspended in midair, as the Leaf Whirlwind came to a halt, a gust of wind arose, lifting Taki Kiba and his hair. In that fleeting moment, Guy's other foot shot upwards, aiming a kick at Taki Kiba's chin. Taki Kiba frowned, his other hand pressing down to block. Crack! Their limbs collided, producing a sharp sound. Might Guy executed a backflip, using his hands to support himself, leveraging his waist strength to break through Taki Kiba's guard with a rapid kick aimed directly at his chin. I underestimated him. Taki Kiba lamented internally. And as Guy's foot breached his defense, he leaped backward, evading the spinning kick while retreating several steps. Might Guy also performed several backflips, creating distance between them. Once a safe distance was established, Taki Kiba's hands moved towards his weighted gear. I must remove the weights, otherwise I will surely lose. In the initial skirmish, Chiba quickly realized he had miscalculated Kai's prowess. Although Kai had yet to master the 8 gates, his physical combat skills remained formidable. After all, he was already an exceptional ninja before even embarking on that journey, particularly specializing in taijutsu. However, just as Chiba began to reach for his weighted gear, Might Guy's assault was upon him. With a swift kick, Guy charged forward, propelled by a fierce gust of wind. There was no time to waste. Chiba swiftly adjusted his stance, transitioning from removing the weights to a cross-arm defense. Thud! Guy's foot struck Chiba's hands with resounding force, sending a jolt of numbness through his arms. In an instant, Guy twisted in midair, delivering a powerful spinning kick. Crack! Chiba barely managed to shift his hands to block the ferocious attack. The force was astonishing. Chiba marveled internally as his hands tingled and weakened, the kick inadvertently driving his own hands toward his face. Then, propelled by the force of the blow, he was sent flying, crashing against a statue and sliding down slowly. Such formidable taijutsu. Kushina Uzumaki gasped, taken aback by Might Guy's unexpected strength. Chiba, who was already adept in taijutsu, was outmatched by Guy, a genin known for his lack of ninjutsu and jinjutsu, yet excelling in physical combat. She had heard of him before and was intrigued. A ninja who specialized solely in taijutsu was a rarity, akin to some of the unique bloodline limits. Minato had mentioned this child's prowess, even stating he could rival Kakashi. However, she did not foresee this child posing any threat to Chiba, yet the onslaught had rendered him utterly defenseless. This was indeed a revelation beyond her expectations. Minato observed the scene as Might Guy gracefully landed, pondering. It would be fortuitous if Guy emerged victorious, sparing Chiba from facing Hyūga Yukihira. Though it felt somewhat unfair to Kushina, he genuinely hoped for Guy's triumph. Chiba appeared quite ordinary. Had he truly defeated Kakashi? Tsunade scrutinized Chiba's movements, her discerning eyes reflecting the keen judgment of the legendary Sannin. While Chiba's responses were timely and his blocks commendable, he was significantly lacking in speed and strength, reduced to a mere passive recipient of blows. In terms of skill, he fell far short of Might Guy. Despite being proficient in taijutsu, his performance, though commendable among commoners, paled in comparison to his peers, rendering him mediocre and disappointing in the realm of those labeled as geniuses. Jiraiya cast a glance at Tsunade, remaining silent. Sighing, he too struggled to comprehend how Chiba appeared so unremarkable and disappointing when compared to the other two prodigies. Aside from his remarkable appetite, which was indeed genius level. Meanwhile, Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating. There seems to be a lack of coordination in Chiba's movements, a sense of dissonance. It feels as though his reactions surpass his actions. Is this an illusion, or is he truly struggling to keep pace? Chiba Yukina gazed at the falling Chiba, an unusual trace of concern etched upon her face. Clearly, she was anxious about the outcome of this match. Rest assured, Chiba has yet to unleash his full potential. No, he hasn't even utilized 50% of his strength. The opening of the life gate has not even commenced, has it? At this moment, Hirohiko, with his Sharingan activated, gently patted Yukina's shoulder. After the battle with Kakashi, Chiba had confided in Hirohiko, knowing that such matters could be concealed for only a fleeting moment. Ultimately, he recognized Hirohiko's trustworthiness and shared this secret with him. Hirohiko, in turn, promised to keep it confidential. Thus, the life gate mode became a shared secret among the three. Chiba had not anticipated that this revelation would foster an even closer bond between them. Indeed, the life gate mode has yet to be activated. Chiba has not exerted his full power. The worry on Yukina's face swiftly dissipated. Chiba is certainly not one to concede easily. Chiba cannot possibly lose. With renewed determination, Yukina observed as Chiba gradually rose to his feet. Chiba, you're still wearing weighted gear, aren't you? Hirohiko muttered to himself, subtly rubbing his forehead. This guy must be overestimating his capabilities. Chiba gently wiped his face, standing up from the ground, and upon glancing down, he noticed faint traces of blood on his hands. That kick was indeed heavy. How weak. Kai is bound to win. At that moment, whispers began to circulate outside the arena. Indeed, he showed no signs of resistance. He is a genius who graduated early, isn't. Moreover, it is said that he excels in taijutsu. How pathetic it feels. Huh. I heard his name is Taki Chiba, the son of that traitor. The son of a traitor? Yes, my parents despise him. Naturally, being the offspring of a village traitor, he likely inherited the blood of betrayal. Who knows? He might become a traitor himself in the future. It's good that Kai is defeating him here. It prevents future betrayals that could cost the village dearly. Absolutely. Instantly, everyone began to concur, and before long, someone shouted, "Go Kai! Knock him down! Go Kai, you must win! We all support you, Kai!" The arena erupted with cheers for Kai. Kushina, you must remain calm. Minato, the Namikaze, quickly grasped his beloved's hand. Having already noticed the seal on Uzumaki Kushina's forehead and her flowing red hair, the hand he held was pulsating with veins. If he were not holding it, those people would surely suffer from an outburst. Minato, don't hold me back. These little brats. Kushina's face was filled with fury. All right. We all know that Chiba is a good kid, Minato replied, his expression uncharacteristically grave as he regarded Kushina. Yet, in his mind, he recalled the moment when Chiba faced Kakashi during their practice, the final standoff, and how Chiba had turned the tide with a substitution technique. Chiba's gaze had briefly flickered towards Kushina, Hirohiko, and Yukina. Though subtle, it was a detail he had captured. It was precisely after casting a glance at them that any flicker of hesitation in Chiba's eyes vanished, replaced by unwavering resolve. Ultimately, he triumphed over Kakashi. This child, most likely, fights for the sake of Kushina and the others, not for the sake of a Chunin exam qualification. This was the judgment of Minato Namikaze at that time. And it remains the perception of Chiba now. Observing the expression and gaze of Minato, Kushina Uzumaki gradually relaxed her clenched fists, her anger dissipating entirely. Minato nodded and said, "Do not pay heed to this. We all know that Chiba is a good child. Indeed, he is my most exceptional disciple and will certainly not falter before that moment arrives." Kushina nodded in agreement, her gaze drifting to the arena. In the arena, Chiba cast a fleeting glance, clearly momentarily distracted by the sudden cheers, but he swiftly returned his focus, showing no concern. Meanwhile, Might Guy was momentarily taken aback, his face displaying a look of astonishment, evidently unprepared for such an overwhelming show of support. He slowly turned around, and instantly, the arena fell into a profound silence. A collective shadow crossing the brows of all present. Might Guy extended a hand towards them, forming a fist with 4 fingers while raising his thumb, one eye closed, and a broad smile revealing his gleaming white teeth. "Thank you for your support," he exclaimed. Then, tears flowed from both his open and closed eyes, cascading down like a torrent, yet his face retained its cheerful demeanor, soon accompanied by a runny nose. The atmosphere became awkwardly still, with everyone squinting in disbelief. Is he really all right? I feel a sense of embarrassment. A swarm of crows seemed to fly through the minds of the spectators. Truly, this is Guy. Seizing the moment, Chiba swiftly removed the weighted gear from his hands and feet. With a thud, the equipment struck the ground, creating 2 small craters as dust slowly ascended. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him, and Might Guy turned his head, his eyes widening slightly. He was bearing weighted gear. "This Takachiba, is this truly weighted gear? Wait. The mere act of dropping it can create small craters. Are you jesting? Can a person even carry this?" Gasps of astonishment filled the crowd. Indeed, Hirohiko raised an eyebrow. "Oh, weighted gear? No wonder." Orochimaru revealed a sly smile, his curiosity now satisfied. So this is it. Chiba's reaction was not merely a matter of perception, but rather the consequence of the weighted gear, which evidently hampered his speed. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances. "Weighted gear?" Chiba hopped a couple of times, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Now, this is much lighter. Let the counterattack commence. After all, this is Might Guy. I cannot afford to be careless any longer." Chiba touched his face, still feeling a twinge of pain. This serves as a lesson. Might Guy, watching the dust from the 2 craters dissipate, wiped away his tears, sniffed, and assumed a fighting stance, declaring, "I never expected you to carry weighted gear, concealing your true strength. Then let us ignite our youth and give it our all." Chiba's eyes sparkled with determination. Ignite our youth? It seems that this speaking habit had already been ingrained in Guy from such a tender age. "Here I come." Chiba, without uttering a word, charged swiftly towards Might Guy, who also surged forward. Both were masters of taijutsu, their speed remarkable. Chiba executed a flying kick aimed directly at Might Guy. How fast? Might Guy perceived a flash before him as Chiba's foot approached. Truly astonishing. After shedding his weight, his speed had increased dramatically. There was no time to react. He could only block. Might Guy, quick to respond, raised his hands in defense. With a resounding thud, the force of Chiba's flying kick halted Might Guy's momentum, yet he successfully blocked the strike. Such immense power. Might Guy gritted his teeth, but a grin broke through, his teeth glinting. "Ah, youth." Just then, Chiba twisted midair, delivering a rapid spinning kick towards Might Guy's side. How swift. The thought barely crossed Might Guy's mind as he adjusted his hands to defend. Thud. Chiba's spinning kick landed powerfully against Might Guy's hands, which absorbed the blow. Yet Might Guy stumbled, losing his balance. In terms of speed, he was swift. Might Guy quickly assessed the situation. In strength, I cannot match him. This was Chiba's conclusion. Wait, that move he just performed. It was identical to the one he used against Guy. Is he mimicking him? The arena buzzed with whispers, the spectators growing increasingly vocal. At that moment, Chiba landed and executed an upward side kick aimed at the unsteady Might Guy's face. Though Might Guy saw the kick coming, he found it difficult to evade, his astonishment growing. "This is my leaf hurricane." Thud. Chiba's foot struck Might Guy's hands, and at a critical moment, Might Guy stomped the ground to regain his balance and raised his hands in defense. He blocked it. Might Guy felt a surge of joy, time for a counterattack. But the next moment, his expression shifted to one of shock. How could this be? In that fleeting thought, he felt an overwhelming force on his hands, impossible to withstand. The explosive strength surged. Thud. Might Guy's hand collided with his own cheek, as Chiba's kick sent him flying, crashing into the wall with a resounding crash, rubble scattering, creating a shallow human-shaped indent in the wall. Even those on the second floor sensed a slight tremor. The previously growing murmur of discussion abruptly ceased. The arena fell into complete silence. Thud. Chiba landed gracefully, standing tall, as Might Guy slowly slid down the wall, leaving behind a human-shaped impression. A few small stones tumbled from the wall. It seemed that incorporating explosive power training into his daily routine had proven quite effective, and his control over strength was commendable. At this moment, Might Guy hung his head, his hands dangling limply, as if he had fainted. Is it over? Chiba narrowed his eyes slightly. Look, the wall is cracked. Impossible. This cannot be. Is he truly a 7-year-old child? I long to go home. After enduring such a blow, it seems he must have sustained multiple fractures. Is this truly the hallmark of a prodigy who graduates early? The participants, all of the lower ninjas, gazed in astonishment, disbelief, and even fear at the shallow imprint of a human figure on the wall, along with the surrounding cracks. Now this is impressive. Kushina Uzumaki quietly clenched her fist, speaking aloud while internally reflecting. Although I was aware that Chiba was training with weighted equipment, I never imagined he would use it during the competition as well. Such arrogance. This habit must be corrected in the future. Minato Namikaze offered a faint smile, partly due to the pain inflicted by Kushina's grip on his hand, and partly because his hopes seemed to be fading. It appeared that Kai was unable to overcome Chiba. The strength and technique displayed. Had he managed to learn Kai's taijutsu techniques on the spot? Jiraiya couldn't help but glance at Tsunade. Chiba's kick reminded him of her fighting style. Indeed, the force exhibited was somewhat deserving of the title of genius. Orochimaru nodded in appreciation, recognizing the speed, strength, and technique. This Takikawa Chiba possessed remarkable talent in taijutsu, which explained why the Third Hokage sanctioned his early graduation. Tsunade nodded, preparing to jot down some notes on her scroll. The outcome of this match was evidently decided. No further fighting was necessary. The damage inflicted upon the wall indicated that Kai had likely sustained multiple injuries, possibly fractures, making it difficult for the match to continue. At this moment, a medical team rushed in with a stretcher, ready to take Kai for treatment. Is it truly over? Chiba furrowed his brow slightly as he observed the solemn Kai. A feeling within him suggested that this was not the end. Just then, the Chunin examiner was poised to announce the conclusion of the match, without a doubt. Chiba had emerged victorious. The examiner's face also bore a look of astonishment. The force of that kick had left a noticeable impression on the wall. Could a 7-year-old truly achieve this? As doubt filled his mind, he slowly raised his hand to declare the results, while the medical team approached Kai. However, Chiba suddenly interjected. Wait, everyone, don't move. The Chunin examiner paused, as did the 3 Sannin, all taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. The medical team, however, expressed their displeasure, with one member urgently stating, he is severely injured and needs immediate treatment. Yet Chiba paid them no heed. He took a couple of steps back, his body slightly lowering, and assumed a stance of challenge, prompting bewildered glances among the 3 medical ninjas, their brows furrowing in confusion. What? This child wishes to continue fighting? Is this a jest? Yet before their thoughts could fully coalesce, they were stunned into silence. The injured Kai stood up. Coughing softly, Kai swayed slightly, but he managed to adopt a one-handed stance, gesturing with his other hand as if to say, come on, let us continue the battle. He can still stand. Is this really Kai? Impressive. The lower-ranked ninjas in the arena displayed expressions of astonishment. If it were they, sustaining such a blow would surely incapacitate them, rendering them unable to rise and requiring at least a fortnight to recover. A wry smile graced Chiba's lips, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Indeed, rising was no simple feat. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes mirrored her surprise. Perhaps Guy could achieve it. A flicker of joy lit up the eyes of Namikaze Minato. The 3 legendary ninjas also exhibited subtle surprise. Youth is an eternal flame. Might Guy slowly lifted his head, directing his gaze towards Chiba. Indeed, he was one of the most tenacious individuals among the Hokage, a true embodiment of perseverance. Chiba's lips curled slightly. Guy's eyes were not the type to easily concede defeat. The medical ninjas exchanged glances, astonished by the watermelon-headed boy in the arena, their eyes reflecting disbelief. This child possesses remarkable resilience. Clearly, Might Guy had not surrendered in the competition, prompting the medical ninjas to withdraw. Meanwhile, the Chunin exam officials stepped back, their hands lowered. What a remarkable young lad. To be able to stand after such an ordeal. Come to think of it, this boy is the one who graduated from the Ninja Academy relying solely on taijutsu. It appears to be a clash between an ordinary individual and a genius. Quite intriguing. Chiba observed Might Guy, one hand slowly retreating behind his back. What is this? From the second floor, Namake's Minato's gaze sharpened as he looked at Chiba. Might Guy inhaled deeply and suddenly vanished from Chiba's sight. In the next instant, Chiba instinctively lowered his head as a swift upward kick surged towards his chin. What is this? The kick approached with such rapidity that Chiba could scarcely react. Landing forcefully on his chin, pain radiated from the impact, and his body was lifted into the air, gritting his teeth against the pain. Chiba looked down only to see Might Guy supporting himself with his hands, adopting a stance reminiscent of a sprinter at the starting line. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished once more. Shadow Dance Leaf. Chiba's pupils constricted slightly. What followed? Chiba's eyes darted backward, just as Might Guy's resolute voice resonated from behind him. Burn bright. At this moment, suspended in midair, Chiba found himself unable to leverage any support, immobilized in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be the front lotus? Impossible. The front lotus requires the first gate to be opened, and Guy should not have mastered the 8 gates at this juncture. Have I misremembered? No. This cannot be the front lotus. The elevation is insufficient. Chiba was barely 3 to 4 meters off the ground. For the front lotus, he would need to ascend higher. As Chiba glanced back, he noticed Guy nearly parallel to him, spinning rapidly in midair before executing a powerful elbow strike aimed at Chiba's chest. Konoha's fluid technique. Bad rock rising. Bang. A dull thud echoed as Chiba was struck by the elbow, plummeting rapidly. Thud. As the leaves fell to the ground, they created a shallow pit, causing cracks to spread and dust to rise, enveloping the body of Chinya. The sight of Might Guy tumbling through the air and landing drew astonishment in the eyes of the 3 Sannin. It had been a long time since they had witnessed a taijutsu ninja employ such rapid Shadow Dance Leaf. This was a shared thought among the 3 Sannin. Although Shadow Dance Leaf was merely a C-rank taijutsu, which nearly any proficient taijutsu ninja could execute, seeing it performed with such swiftness by Might Guy was indeed a rarity. Uzumaki, Kushina, and Namake's Minato observed Might Guy with admiration. Did he defeat Takikawa Chinya? Guy has triumphed, hasn't he? With such a powerful strike, Chinya surely cannot rise again. Huh. He got what he deserved, a taste of his own medicine. The Jonin paused, glancing at the humanoid shallow pit on the wall, and then towards the dust-hidden landing of Chinya. Indeed, isn't this a case of retribution? Well done, Guy? Huh. Victory is ours. It was worth our cheers. However, Might Guy wore a serious expression as he gazed into the dust-covered area. Hearing the uproar from the crowd, he clenched his fists and shouted, "It's not over yet." This exclamation halted the cheers of the Jonin. Everyone froze and turned their attention to the center. Not over yet. As the dust gradually settled and clarity returned, no trace of Chinya was found in the shallow pit. Not here. The Jonin blinked in confusion. Was this the mind-severing technique? Yet, a smile crept across Might Guy's face as a glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he leapt into the air. Kakashi, I am well aware of your battle. The mind-severing technique is indeed your most proficient ninjutsu. Moreover, you prefer to utilize it when your opponent cannot perceive you. In that very instant, 2 hands surged from the ground, grasping fiercely but catching nothing, for Might Guy had already ascended into the air. He saw through it. Uzumaki Kushina had long anticipated Chinya's movements. The moment the dust enveloped him, Chinya had executed the mind-severing technique for a surprise attack. However, to her astonishment, Might Guy had also discerned it. Namake's Minato observed Might Guy's movements closely, his eyes glinting. Did Kakashi inform him of this? Guy certainly wouldn't have anticipated it. In an instant, Minato comprehended everything. The initial astonishment of Guy evading Chinya's strike dissipated. Perhaps Guy had learned of Kakashi's defeat at the hands of Chinya, knowing they would face Chinya in the Chunin exams, had asked Kakashi to recount that battle. Moreover, Kakashi likely provided him with some advice. As this thought crossed Minato's mind, he could vividly imagine Kakashi's helpless expression when Guy had persistently sought his guidance. By the time Guy joyfully departed, Kakashi might have hesitated, ultimately deciding to share this information with him. Oh, was he seen through? I believe this strike holds great potential, Jiraiya remarked, observing the scene unfold. Takikawa Chiba is indeed proficient in the art of earth techniques, and his mastery of the heart decapitation technique is quite remarkable. He has an excellent grasp of timing, using the dust to obscure visibility effectively, akin to deploying smoke bombs. Unfortunately, his strategy was discerned. Tsunade nodded, her words laced with admiration for Chiba. However, the matter is far from straightforward. Orochimaru's gaze shifted upward. Jiraiya and Tsunade, following Orochimaru's line of sight, exchanged looks of astonishment. In the arena, above Might Guy, stood the figure of Chiba, who executed a spinning side kick, striking down fiercely from above. In the Eight Gates release state, his immense strength erupted. Boom. In a mere moment, Guy barely had time to react before Chiba's kick sent him crashing into the ground, causing debris to scatter and the earth to crack like a spider's web. Boom. Two hands burst forth from the earth, exploding into a cloud of white mist that dissipated. Shadow Clone. The three legendary ninjas were taken aback. Not only Uchiha Hirohiko, but can Takigawa Chiba also utilize shadow clones? This was not mentioned in the reports. Moreover, was the heart decapitation technique employed to lure Guy into jumping, thereby allowing Chiba to launch his aerial assault? Minato Namikaze observed Chiba, who maintained a sideways kick in midair, his gaze flickering towards a small pit some distance from where Guy had originally stood. Amidst the smoke and dust, the shadow clone was created. Both the main body and the clone executed the heart decapitation technique, with the clone feigning an attack, while the original emerged from the ground behind Guy, leaping high to strike from above. As Chiba descended from the air, he gritted his teeth tightly, feeling a searing pain as if being torn apart from behind, and a constricting discomfort in his chest. Had it not been for his resilient body from opening the Eight Gates, that last strike from Guy might have rendered him unconscious. Surely, Guy wouldn't be able to rise again. Furrowing his brows, Chiba looked at Might Guy, only to find him sprawled on the ground, his body in a star shape. The surrounding earth cracked and sunken. Given the circumstances, he appeared unable to get back up. At that moment, silence enveloped the arena. All eyes were fixed on Chiba and the large pit in the ground, contrasting sharply with the shallow indentation left by Guy's earlier strike. What immense strength this Takigawa Chiba possesses. The disparity is staggering. Even the Chunin exam proctor seemed momentarily stunned. Surely, he cannot rise again. Yukina murmured softly. Indeed. Hirohiko nodded, his expression unchanged, yet as he gazed upon the deep pit created by Chiba, a fire of battle spirit ignited in his eyes. He yearned to face him soon. Over this period, Chiba must have grown significantly stronger. This was what Hirohiko contemplated. Meanwhile, Chiba stood in the center, watching Might Guy, yet hesitated to approach recklessly. At this juncture, the Chunin exam proctor, prompted by the three legendary ninjas, seemed to awaken from a stupor and stepped forward to assess Guy's condition. Guy had already lost consciousness. The proctor slowly rose, his eyes scanning the cracked pit, incredulous. Could this truly have been created by a 7-year-old child? Just then, medical ninjas rushed over, carefully lifting Guy onto a stretcher. As they carried him away, they cast a glance at Chiba, but chose to remain silent. As Chiba watched the medical ninjas hastily depart, a slight sense of anxiety crept into his heart. Have I been too harsh? He then managed a wry smile. Perhaps someone as determined and resolute as Guy is not an adversary I am adept at handling. Unbeknownst to me, I had unleashed an unusual strength, and I find myself apprehensive, fearful that he might rise again. There is an unsettling feeling that he could indeed stand once more. Chiba watched as Might Guy was carried away, exhaling a long sigh. In the fourth match, Takigawa Chiba wins. The announcement from the Chunin exam official resounded. Chiba, having successfully advanced, rubbed his chest and ascended the stairs. Returning to Hirohiko and Yukina, his teeth lightly clenched. All eyes in the arena followed his movement, including those of the three Sannin, who turned their gaze upon him. This child possesses an extraordinary talent in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. It seems that defeating Kakashi may not be beyond the realm of possibility, Orochimaru remarked. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's sidelong glance fell upon Tsunade, as Chiba's kick reminded him of Tsunade's immense strength. Though there remained a considerable distance to cover, it was indeed remarkable for a 7-year-old to achieve such feats. Mastering the shadow clone technique at this age, and that kick, what an intriguing little rascal. It was evident that Tsunade had developed an interest in Chiba as well. As he made his way, several genin positioned at the staircase parted to grant him passage, their apprehension evident as they beheld the gaping pit below. Chiba paid them no heed. Upon reaching Yukina and Hirohiko, he turned to Yukina and said, Yukina, could you use your Byakugan to check on me? I sense something is amiss. Perhaps I have injured my bones or internal organs. Yukina nodded, activating her Byakugan. After scrutinizing Chiba's internal condition, a faint look of concern appeared on her face. What's wrong? Chiba asked, a hint of tension in his voice. Guy's strength was formidable, and the pain in his back and chest was escalating. Although he had knocked Guy unconscious, he too was suffering. Your back muscles and bones have sustained varying degrees of damage, and your ribs in the chest area are fractured, Yukina informed Chiba. Is it serious? He inquired. Indeed. It is quite serious. A sharp rap on his head caused a small bump to form on Chiba's forehead. Kushina-sensei. Yukina and Hirohiko turned to look. Behind Chiba stood Uzumaki Kushina, her expression grave, accompanied by a female ninja. A ninja, when in a state of safety, must first assess their injuries and employ various means of healing, Uzumaki Kushina stated with rare seriousness. Chiba, cradling his head, felt that the pain atop it surpassed that in his chest. Yuriko, I appreciate your assistance. Kushina addressed the ninja behind her. Yes, Lady Kushina, the woman named Yuriko responded. Stepping behind Chiba. Just sit still, I will help you heal. Chiba turned to see Yuriko, who appeared to be in her early 20s. Her features graceful and kind as she regarded him with a gentle smile, imparting an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Kushina, realizing her own inadequacies, specifically sought out a medical ninja to tend to her injuries, did she not? Contemplating this, Chiba nodded and seated himself, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Yuriko. Hesitating momentarily over the address, he felt that it would be rather impolite to refer to her by name alone, given her willingness to assist him. Thus, he ultimately appended sister to his acknowledgement. Yuriko responded with a slight nod, her hands resting upon Chiba's back as she channeled her chakra. Is this the essence of medical ninjutsu? Chiba could distinctly feel the alleviation of pain in his back and a significant reduction in the discomfort in his chest. Simultaneously, through the chakra that Yuriko infused into his body, he gained a clearer understanding of the intricate manipulation inherent in medical ninjutsu. Although he was not privy to the operational principles of this healing art, he sensed that the control over chakra involved was remarkably precise, indicating that not everyone could excel as a medical ninja. Akin to genjutsu practitioners, medical ninjas must also be a rare breed. Observing the gradual easing of pain upon Chiba's visage, Uzumaki Kushina breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the voice of the Chunin exam official echoed from the arena. The names of the competitors for the next match were announced, immediately capturing the attention of the spectators once more. Although seated, Chiba could discern the scrolling text upon the large screen. Upon focusing his gaze, he noted that the first name had been confirmed, Midakiko. Shortly thereafter, the second name appeared, Uchiha Hirohiko. It's my turn now. Hirohiko withdrew his gaze from the screen, preparing to descend from the arena. Wait, Chiba called out to him, prompting a puzzled glance from Hirohiko. Chiba tossed an item, which Hirohiko caught instinctively, glancing down to find it was his ninja tool pouch. Nodding in acknowledgement to Chiba, Hirohiko adopted a stoic demeanor as he exited the arena. Do your best, Hirohiko, Yukina, and Uzumaki Kushina called out as he passed. Hirohiko acknowledged them with a nod in response. Chiba mused to himself that this match would likely lack excitement. I shall take my leave first. Meanwhile, Midakiko cast a casual glance at Hinata Yukiyuki. However, Yukiyuki's gaze remained fixed upon the large crater Chiba had created, before shifting to the striking figure descending from the arena. His expression was devoid of any particular emotion, as though Chiba's performance had not stirred any significant feelings within him. On the contrary, when he turned his attention to Uchiha Hirohiko, his demeanor subtly shifted, displaying a hint of seriousness. The prodigy, often referred to as Kakashi's successor, Uchiha Hirohiko had awakened his Sharingan at merely 7 years of age. This, he mused, was likely to be his ultimate adversary. The title of the strongest in this Chunin exam would indeed culminate in a contest between him and Hirohiko. Such were the contemplations fluttering through Yukiyuki's mind. While Chiba's display had been striking, it did not merit his concern. Midakiko, do your best. Although Yukiyuki did not respond, Nozawa Sada offered encouragement. Midakiko remained silent, her face revealing a trace of disappointment, seemingly oblivious to Nozawa Sada's supportive cheer. Noticing that Yukiyuki had disregarded her, she cast a glance at her counterpart, Hinata Yukina, before descending the stairs with a heavy heart. At that moment, Hirohiko awaited her below. The Chunin exam official gazed at the strikingly handsome boy in the arena, a stoic expression adorning his face. Is this truly the most gifted member of the Uchiha clan? At merely 7 years of age, he has already awakened the Sharingan. The anticipation for the Uchiha's prowess in battle is palpable. Meanwhile, Hirohiko scrutinized the substantial crater created by Chiba, a slight frown creasing his brow, if struck solidly. Several bones are certain to fracture. At that moment, Mito Muzi stepped into the arena, taking a deep breath as she faced Uchiha Hirohiko. Muzi, gather your spirits. This is the Chunin exam. You must succeed and become a Chunin alongside Yukihira. She reminded herself that Hinata Yukina is more beautiful. Thus she must surpass her in other realms. Otherwise, Yukihira shall not cast a glance in your direction. With a sharp clap, Mito Muzi struck her cheeks to invigorate herself. The sound of her self-encouragement snapped Hirohiko back to reality, prompting him to regard the seemingly ordinary girl before him. Now, Mito Muzi, let the contest commence, declared the Chunin exam official. Is that really Uchiha Hirohiko? Muzi thought, panic rising within her. Indeed, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Hey, look at Yukihira's expression. He seems worried about Muzi. A whisper rippled through the audience, with curious glances cast toward Hinata Yukihira. At that moment, Yukihira's gaze remained fixed on the arena, his face etched with seriousness. Beside him, Nozawa Sato wore a look of concern. Upon overhearing the murmurs about Yukihira's worries for her, Mito Muzi glanced over, only to be engulfed by disappointment. He is not concerned for me. He is merely observing Uchiha Hirohiko. Turning back, her eyes sparkled with determination. Even this Uchiha Hirohiko receives more attention than I do? How infuriating. As the match commenced, Hirohiko maintained his impassive demeanor, his hand reaching into his ninja tool pouch to retrieve several shurikens, poised to launch an attack. Suddenly, he caught sight of Mito Muzi's piercing gaze, momentarily taken aback. How did her expression transform into something so fearsome? Though astonished, Hirohiko did not waver. He hurled the shurikens directly at Mito Muzi. Her focus sharpened. Shurikens, you say? In response, she too reached into her ninja pouch, drawing forth several shurikens and deftly launching them. The sound of clashing metal rang out, for clear tones as 8 shurikens collided and scattered to the ground. In the realm of shuriken techniques, I shall not be outmatched, not even by a genius of the Uchiha clan. Mito Muzi's hands delved into the 2 ninja pouches at her waist, seemingly preparing to unleash more shurikens. Hirohiko, now wielding a kunai, braced himself for close combat. Observing Muzi's movements, he halted, positioning the kunai defensively across his chest while his other hand reached for the pouch behind him. Is she a ninja skilled in weaponry? Hirohiko pondered, already forming a judgment. Mito Muzi, noticing Hirohiko's stance, smirked coldly. It must be said, despite her plain appearance, this smile exuded an undeniable aura of valor. Swish, swish, swish. Mizuhito Muko swung her arms in unison, sending 8 shurikens slicing through the air. After launching them, she suddenly charged towards Hirohiko, her hands swiftly forming seals with astonishing speed. Such remarkable speed in forming seals. On the spectator stands, Chiba, while tending to his wounds, observed the match with astonishment reflected in his eyes. This sealing speed was by no means inferior to his own. This Mizuhito Muko must be the girl from Hinata Yukihira's team. She appeared quite ordinary, yet her strength was formidable. Yukina Muko pondered momentarily and remarked, that name seems somewhat familiar. No, the surname Mizuhito rings a bell. Kushina Uzumaki, watching Hirohiko in the arena, silently urged, Hirohiko, do not underestimate her. Though Mizuhito Muko remains inconspicuous, her abilities are not to be easily trifled with. As the 8 shurikens approached, Hirohiko's gaze remained fixed. Tightening his grip on the kunai, his eyes transcending the shurikens to focus on her seals. This particular seal was unfamiliar. At that moment, Mizuhito Muko completed her sealing. Shadow clone technique of shurikens. Each of the 8 shurikens manifested an additional shuriken in its shadow, and then another, transforming instantaneously from 8 to 24 shurikens. All whistling towards Hirohiko. An A-rank ninjutsu. Chiba nearly exclaimed. The shadow clone technique of shurikens, a ninjutsu crafted by the Third Hokage, employs the shadow clone technique with shurikens, allowing the thrown shurikens to infinitely replicate, creating a rain of blades that inflicts immense damage. This was the technique used by the Third Hokage in his battle against Orochimaru. With a mastery level classified as A, this Mizuhito Muko, appearing no older than 12, has actually learned an A-rank ninjutsu? Could she be a genius? A genius adept in the use of ninja tools? Amidst his astonishment, Chiba couldn't help but feel that the children of this era were exceptionally formidable. Hirohiko and Yukina did not comment on him. After all, they were both geniuses, one possessing the Sharingan and the other the Byakugan, showcasing such powerful bloodline limits. However, Mizuhito Muko appeared to lack any bloodline limit. Mastering an A-rank ninjutsu at her age was truly impressive. In the original work, the Third Great Ninja War is largely a blank slate. Aside from a brief mention of Kamizuki Hashi in Kakashi's side story, Chiba truly knew little about this era. Muko had indeed mastered that technique after years of diligent practice, roughly 6 years, if he calculated correctly. He vividly recalled how she had persistently begged the Third Hokage to teach her this technique. Though her ability to perform the secondary shadow clone separation still fell short compared to the Third Hokage. Achieving such a feat at the tender age of 12 indicated she had devoted considerable effort. Kushina Uzumaki wore a faint smile, clearly recognizing Mizuhito Muko. Meanwhile, Yukina's gaze fixated on Muko's hands, which bore the marks of a young girl not untouched by hardship. Her hands were not the immaculate, fair hands of youth. Rather, they were marred with numerous scars, likely from shuriken wounds, the accumulation of years having formed calluses. Mizuhito Muko's hands, much like her character, were not beautiful and could even be considered quite unappealing. However, Shuenai unconsciously glanced at her hands, which were fair and flawless. Despite her daily practice of soft fist techniques, her hands remained beautiful. My training is still insufficient. Shuenai pondered to herself. An A-rank ninjutsu. This Mito Muzi. I recall Jiraiya murmuring. Just then, Orochimaru's cough interrupted him. Jiraiya suddenly became aware and looked at Tsunade, only to see her brow twitching. Seemingly recalling a certain relative of Mito Muzi, her expression filled with displeasure. Jiraiya's lips curled slightly. That was close. Meanwhile, Hirohiko's pupils constricted slightly, a flash of crimson appearing as his Sharingan activated. Observing the multitude of shurikens flying through the air, he lowered his stance, his double Tomo Sharingan continually shifting, completely capturing the trajectory of every kunai in flight. Clang, clang, clang. As the shurikens rained down, Hirohiko flicked his left hand, sending 2 shurikens flying, then wielded his kunai with great speed. The shurikens danced wildly. Some struck the ground with a thud, while others transformed into a small cloud of white mist upon landing. The 2 shurikens he released bounced and collided amidst the chaos, producing 2 distinct sounds as they knocked down 2 shuriken clones. Utilizing the force of the impact, their trajectories shifted, heading toward each other, and with a clang, the 2 shurikens barely grazed the face of the swiftly approaching Mito Muzi. What? Mito Muzi paused momentarily, glancing back at the 2 shurikens that had lodged themselves firmly in the ground. To alter the flight path of shurikens by utilizing the momentum of their collision, how refined is such kunai manipulation? Is this the genius of the Uchiha clan, who awakened their eyes at the age of 7? Mito Muzi's face was filled with astonishment, 2 droplets of blood rolling down from her cheeks. Now is not the time for such thoughts. She wiped the blood from her face, noting that Hirohiko had already deflected most of the shurikens. With just a couple more swings, he would clear the remaining ones. Just then, Mito Muzi suddenly leaped high into the air, performing a somersault while swiftly launching for kunai. Above, Hirohiko's Sharingan nearly captured her movement the instant she jumped, and he mentally prepared himself. At the moment the kunai shot forth, he quickly flung 3 shurikens from his tool pouch, while simultaneously sweeping his right-hand kunai. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 incoming shurikens were first struck down by Hirohiko's shurikens, while his sweeping kunai also knocked aside the final kunai. With the momentum from his sweep, Hirohiko turned and released a kunai, which shot upward through the gaps between the 4 kunai, racing toward Mito Muzi in midair. Simultaneously, Hirohiko swayed his shoulders, deftly dodging the 4 kunai in a hair's breadth. These 4 kunai grazed his body, plunging into the ground beside his feet. A perfect evasion. In midair, Hirohiko's kunai soared, blood cascading downward. Mito Muzi let out a faint grunt of pain, accompanied by the blood. Muzi! Mito Muzi's teammate, Nozawa Sato, nearly exclaimed in astonishment. Hinata Yukiyaki's face also displayed a look of surprise as he pondered. Is this Uchiha Hirohiko? Is this the legendary Sharingan? What remarkable perceptive abilities! Muzi's offensive strategy was utterly countered. Is this truly the prowess of the awakened Uchiha clan? Indeed, the most formidable adversary stands before us. Has it come to an end? It is astonishing. All the lower ninjas were captivated, their eyes wide with awe at this series of defensive counterattacks, which proved to be as thrilling as the previous taijutsu confrontation. No, it is not over yet. Uzumaki, Kushina, Chiba, and Yukina all shared the same thought. At that moment, Mito Muzi, struck by a kunai, rolled and landed on the ground, her teeth clenched tightly, a trickle of crimson flowing from her left shoulder. However, her landing posture appeared peculiar. Her hands seemed to grasp something, and a slender thread of light flickered faintly between her tightly clenched teeth. This is... Hirohiko's heart tightened. Just then, as Muzi pulled on the thread in her hand, Hirohiko felt a subtle, painful friction against his palms, a sharp sting coursing through him. At that instant, for kunai shot up from the ground, spiraling around his arms twice. Subsequently, he felt his hands ensnared tightly, lifted forward as if manipulated by invisible strings, resembling a puppet being pulled. Steel wire. This is steel wire. Hirohiko's pupils constricted slightly, and within his blood-red eyes reflected Mito Muzi, biting the steel wire with her teeth. As she began to form hand seals, instinctively, Hirohiko attempted to evade, but Muzi's steel wire coiled around him so tightly that he remained utterly immobilized, causing the shuriken strapped to his arm to clink incessantly. Is this a tool technique? I never imagined she had mastered this as well, Kushina mused involuntarily. Chiba narrowed his eyes as he observed the unfolding scene. I must not be complacent. I cannot allow a repeat of the previous battle with Kai, where I failed to shed my weighted gear. I cannot underestimate any ninja here. Despite possessing the Sharingan, Hirohiko was still rendered so defenseless by Mito Muzi, who lacked any bloodline limit. I must not let my guard down again. And Hirohiko, do not lose. Chiba silently admonished himself. Hirohiko, you can do it. Yukina quietly cheered for him in her heart. At this moment, Mito Muzi completed her hand seals. Lightning release, snake flow. Crackling arcs of electricity surged forth from the end of the steel wire that Muzi had been biting, swiftly traveling along the wire, coiling like a serpent and racing like lightning. The moment it reached Hirohiko, it erupted violently, engulfing him entirely. A pained cry escaped Hirohiko's lips, his body ensnared in the raging lightning. Mito Muzi released the steel wire from her mouth to avoid being affected by the electric discharge, her eyes reflecting the sight of Hirohiko struggling and wailing amidst the storm of lightning. It is over. Could it be? This is the prodigious Uchiha Hirohiko. Has he truly been defeated just like that? It cannot be. Am I dreaming? Muzi, when did you become so formidable? The lower-ranked ninjas in the arena exchanged bewildered glances. Some wore expressions of sheer astonishment, while others began to pinch their own faces, clearly unable to believe that the prodigious Uchiha clan would lose to an obscure girl named Muki. As the crackling lightning gradually dissipated, Hirohiko's eyes rolled back, his entire being seemingly scorched, wisps of charred smoke rising slowly from him. Was it over? Had Hirohiko truly been defeated? Chiba found the notion somewhat incredulous. Yet the evidence suggested that Hirohiko had indeed fallen, and the power of the lightning release was formidable. Muki must have exerted every ounce of her strength. No, that couldn't be. Hirohiko was not so feeble. Chiba promptly dismissed that thought. Meanwhile, Kushina Uzumaki and Yukina shared a similar sentiment. As if to validate their thoughts, there was a sudden explosion, and the scorched Hirohiko erupted into a cloud of white mist, a piece of charred wood entangled in wire tumbling down from the fog. A substitution technique. When had that happened? Muki's eyes widened slightly, instinctively turning to look back. But perhaps the abruptness of the movement combined with her drained chakra and inner astonishment caused her vision to darken, leading her to collapse. At that moment, Hirohiko behind her was poised to stab a kunai against her neck, but upon witnessing Muki's sudden fall, the tip of the kunai was inadvertently directed at her temple. Muki! Yae's Sata nearly shouted, scrambling over the railing to leap down, while Hyūga Yukiya's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad, the three Sannin exclaimed, preparing to intervene. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and 5 elite Jonin were also ready to step in. Just then, Hirohiko abruptly released the kunai and, with open arms, caught Muki as she fell. Thud! Muki landed softly in Hirohiko's embrace. A collective sigh of relief escaped from the Sannin, Minato, Kushina, Chiba, Yukina, and the other lower-ranked ninjas. Then, crack! A sharp sound cut through their exhalation. Everyone turned to witness a hand fiercely slap Hirohiko's face, the force so great that it turned his entire visage sideways, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Chiba's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the scene unfold. Wow, is this really happening? He thought, the slap appearing exceedingly painful. Hirohiko, are you alright? Chiba watched as Hirohiko ascended the stairs, his gaze following him, while several lower-ranked ninjas at the stairway made way for him, their eyes mirroring Chiba's curiosity. At that moment, Hirohiko maintained a stoic expression, yet the vivid red handprint on his face was a glaring testament to the recent incident. Seeing that imprint, nearly everyone could vividly recall the crisp sound of the slap. Ironically, Hirohiko was rather innocent in this situation. He had merely thrown aside the kunai to catch Muki, or rather, she had collapsed into his arms, since he had employed the substitution technique and was about to subdue Muki from behind. The proximity between them was close. As for the embrace, it was merely a reflex conditioned by circumstances. Moreover, with Mito Musi unexpectedly collapsing, there was little time to adjust the embrace. One of Hirohiko's hands inadvertently rested upon Mito Musi's slightly developed chest. He had not anticipated that Mito Musi's momentary dizziness would pass so swiftly, and upon regaining her composure, she glanced down, incensed. Her weakened form suddenly summoned an unexpected strength, delivering a resounding slap that left Hirohiko's face slightly swollen. After the slap, Mito Musi furiously stood up and stormed back, leaving Hirohiko in a state of bewilderment, the entire scene enveloped in silence. Nevertheless, the Chunin exam officer dutifully declared Hirohiko the victor. It was not until Hirohiko approached Chiba that the latter noticed the confusion in his eyes. Clearly perplexed about what had provoked Mito Musi's ire, Hirohiko appeared unfazed by the slap he had received. Let me take a look. Uzumaki Kushina pulled Hirohiko closer, examining his face with a subtle smile. It's nothing. Just remember to apply some ointment for the swelling when you return. Kushina's smile elicited a gentle chuckle. Poor Hirohiko had suffered an undeserved misfortune. As for Mito Musi, her heart was a tempest of anger and anxiety. Despite her furious expression, her peripheral vision continually darted toward Hinata Yukiyaki, for the incident of her being groped had transpired before the boy she admired. Alongside her anger, a tinge of nervousness emerged. Yet, Hinata Yukiyaki remained fixated on Hirohiko, and when Hirohiko reached Chiba's side to undergo Kushina's examination, his gaze shifted to Chiba, a tempest of suppressed fury igniting within his eyes. Chiba Takumi, he silently roared, utterly oblivious to Mito Musi's presence, and so engrossed in his scrutiny of Chiba that he failed to notice Hirohiko's fleeting glance. Meanwhile, his teammate, Nozawa Sada, attempted to console Mito Musi, but her profound disappointment rendered her unresponsive. The anger that had once surged within her dissipated as she glanced at the prodigy she had struck, her fury inexplicably extinguished. All right. At that moment, Yuriko patted Chiba on the shoulder, signaling that he could rise. Chiba, feeling a remarkable lightness, realized that all pain had vanished and he had completely recovered. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the extraordinary efficacy of medical ninjutsu. Such an injury would typically require at least a fortnight in the hospital, yet he had healed in such a brief span. He resolved never to underestimate his opponents again. Those capable of participating in the Chunin exams possessed formidable strength. Uzumaki Kushina approached from behind, and sensing her proximity, Chiba instinctively retracted his neck, aware that she was likely preparing to deliver a stern reprimand. It was evident that she intended to remind him not to take things lightly, given his performance. He braced himself for the impending admonition. However, unexpectedly, Uzumaki Kushina raised her hand, not to strike, but to gently guide Chiba's head towards Hyūga Yukihira, leaning down to whisper in his ear, "Your opponent is this individual, do you comprehend?" Chiba was momentarily taken aback, then nodded affirmatively, responding, "I understand. Regardless of the circumstances, you must defeat him," Kushina stated solemnly. Chiba felt a slight surprise. It was natural for him to be wary of Hyūga Yukihira, who harbored murderous intent towards him. Yet he could not fathom Kushina's unwavering fixation on him. Before long, Kushina straightened her posture, murmuring softly, but Chiba only caught the first half of her words, missing the latter part. Next, pay close attention and observe each of your opponents. From the initial skirmish, you are aware that none here are weaklings. You are gifted individuals capable of graduating early, yet these opponents are also the cream of the crop among Jonin. Diligent observation of your adversaries is an essential quality for any ninja, Kushina instructed. Yes, teacher Kushina, the three replied in unison. At that moment, the Chunin exam proctor announced the commencement of the next match. The first day of the Chunin exam concluded amidst the trials, and among the subsequent participants, Chiba no longer recognized any familiar faces. They were all strangers. Notably absent were individuals like Asuma Saratobi, who was of similar age to Kakashi, as well as Ebisu and Nara Shikamaru from the same Jonin class as Guy. These were characters not present in the original narrative. However, the absence of familiarity did not equate to a lack of strength. Essentially, all participants, including those who had previously appeared, possessed at least one skill that surpassed the Jonin level, qualifying them as elite among Chunin. Kushina's words rang true. Despite their anonymity in the original story, Chiba sensed the undeniable potential of these individuals. A moment's carelessness could indeed lead to his downfall. As he listened to Tsunade announce the names for the second trial scheduled for the next day, Chiba fell into a deep contemplative state, neglecting even the scrutinizing gaze of Hyūga Yukihira. This trial had exposed him to a myriad of combat styles and techniques, necessitating thorough organization and reflection to distill them into his own experience. Very well, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, in the first practice arena, we shall proceed with the second trial of the Chunin exam. Ensure you are prepared, Tsunade declared. Dismissed. With her proclamation, the legendary Sannin departed first, followed by the Jonin, including Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. The participants, each harboring feelings of disappointment, excitement, or anxiety, exited the indoor arena. I'm heading home to apply some ointment, Chiba stated as he joined the throng, followed by Hirohiko, who remarked to the others. The imprint on his face still shimmered, a clear indication of lingering pain. I must return as well to report the results of the trial to my father, Hinata Yukina added. All right, go ahead, Chiba replied, watching as the two departed. As the crowd dispersed, Chiba found himself alone, standing solitary outside the arena. Perhaps I should check on Guy's condition, he contemplated. Chiba pondered for a moment, inquiring further before setting off towards the Konoha hospital. He was still worried that he might have been too harsh. Speaking of which, when did Hirohiko form the hand seals for the shadow clone technique? His hands were bound, so he shouldn't have been able to perform any seals at all. As Chiba walked down the corridor of the hospital, his mind began to naturally engage in thought. What occupied his thoughts were the battle between Hirohiko and Mito Kiko. The intensity of the shuriken attacks was astonishing. Hirohiko was able to counterattack with shuriken of his own. His shuriken technique was truly remarkable. I doubt I could ever reach such heights, no matter how hard I strive, especially without the Sharingan. Chiba contemplated in his heart. However, even with the Sharingan, one may not necessarily possess such skill. His shuriken technique might rival that of Uchiha Itachi. By the way, is there a ninja like him in the original work? If there is, why is there no mention of Hirohiko, who awakened his eyes at the tender age of 7? The same applies to Yukina. As a prodigy who graduated early like Kakashi, and a genius of the Hyūga clan, her talent should not be greatly inferior to Niji's. After all, she mastered the 8 trigrams empty palm at such a young age, while Niji achieved his mastery through self-realization rather than instruction, and even the 8 trigrams 64 palms and empty palm. Yukina's ability to grasp the empty palm at 7 years of age shows that she may fall slightly short in terms of formal training. Nonetheless, her innate talent undoubtedly aligns closely with Niji's, perhaps slightly less, but certainly not enough to allow Niji to be deemed the greatest genius in the history of the Hyūga clan. And then there is Mito Kiko, who mastered A-rank ninjutsu by the age of 12, including the demanding shuriken shadow clone technique. The recent lightning release was also formidable, having scorched opponents. Regardless, he would certainly become a renowned ninja, and the original work should have mentioned him. But why is there nothing at all? How suspicious. It's possible that Kishimoto was simply too lazy to illustrate it. After all, the Third Great Ninja War is largely a blank slate. However, this is not merely a manga or an anime. It is a world, a complete realm of Naruto. Thus, could it be that anything is possible? As Chiba walked, he continued to reflect. Hey Chiba, are you listening? At that moment, a hand was placed on his shoulder, startling him back to reality. He turned to see Kakashi squinting at him with an expression of mild exasperation. Did I get lost in thought again? Chiba muttered, a wry smile tugging at his lips. It was indeed a difficult habit to break. This tendency arose partly from years of solitude and partly from his previous obsession with the 8 gates, which consumed his thoughts and understanding. Gradually, this habit formed, and now it had become a state of mind he could no longer consciously control. What were you thinking about? Kakashi sighed and inquired. My apologies, I zoned out. Chiba replied. Your vigilance is remarkably low. Have I truly bested you? Kakashi thought to himself, feeling resigned. What are you doing here? Are you injured? No, my injuries have been treated by a medical ninja. I came to see Guy, Chiba responded. The two walked side by side, with Kakashi dressed in casual attire, one hand tucked into his pocket. He remarked, I heard you encountered Guy during the Chunin exams. It seems he ended up in the hospital, and it's somehow related to you. Chiba's lips curled slightly as he replied, it wasn't intentional. It's just that this guy cannot be defeated without going all out. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, seemingly amused, as he said, Indeed, this fellow always seems to rise again. No matter how many times he falls. It was surprising to realize that Kakashi felt the same way. Chiba nodded in agreement and then inquired, Kakashi, you don't appear to be injured. What brings you to the hospital? To check on Guy, Kakashi responded. Glancing at the door of the hospital room marked with the name Might Guy, this is the place. Chiba nodded and followed Kakashi into the room, with bandages wrapped around his head. Might Guy had finally shed his signature green jumpsuit, now clad in a hospital gown. Hey Guy, Kakashi greeted. Kakashi, Might Guy exclaimed, clearly delighted to see him, his trademark toothy grin lighting up his face. Chiba surveyed the room, noting that Guy was the only patient present. Is Might Guy not here? Chiba asked, observing Guy more closely. Despite the bandages adorning his head and body, Guy's rosy complexion suggested he wasn't severely injured, which eased Chiba's concerns. He marveled at Guy's resilience. Although hospitalized, it seemed he would recover within a few days. Upon noticing Chiba, Might Guy's exceedingly thick eyebrows furrowed in concentration, as if trying to recall where he had seen him before. Hey, at least remember me as the one who defeated you. Chiba thought to himself. Ah, it's Chiba. Might Guy's eyes lit up, clearly recalling Chiba's identity. Your kick was truly impressive. I admit my defeat. Chiba, not a type of ingredient. Chiba felt an urge to facepalm. Just as he was about to correct his name, Might Guy extended his right hand, his fingers clenched into a fist with the thumb raised, closing one eye and flashing a bright smile. But next time, I want to lose to you again. Chiba, let us engage in another spirited battle filled with youth. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Chiba's back. It's Chiba, I'm called Chiba. Oh, understood, Chiba. Might Guy responded without hesitation. Next battle, let the youth burn bright. This fellow must be doing it on purpose. Chiba's forehead bore a twitching symbol, a sign of his exasperation. Well, that's just who he is. Kakashi said sympathetically, patting Chiba on the shoulder. So how's your condition? Might Guy lowered his hand and replied, it's fine. I should be able to leave the hospital by tomorrow. Kakashi, Chiba, let us have a fiery youth battle tomorrow. Chiba's frustration slowly dissipated. Glad to hear you're well. Chiba said resignedly. But I have to participate in the Chunin exams tomorrow. I have a mission as well, Kakashi added. Chiba cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, inwardly thinking, this is undoubtedly an excuse. Might Guy displayed a look of disappointment, quickly replaced by an exuberant expression. How delightful. Fate has bestowed upon me not one, but two rivals. Oh, what a manifestation of youth. I am fortunate to have two eternal adversaries. What a splendid season of youth this is. It was evident that Guy considered Chiba as one of his perpetual opponents. Observing the flames of enthusiasm igniting in Might Guy's eyes, Chiba let out a long sigh. Indeed, Guy is the type I struggle to contend with. His thoughts elude my grasp entirely. Meanwhile, Kakashi stood nearby, his eyes partially squinted, sensing that matters were becoming increasingly troublesome. Perhaps I ought not to have come to visit. The following morning, Chiba arose early. After departing from Guy's hospital room with Kakashi the previous day, he engaged in some routine training before retiring for the night. Awakening from a refreshing slumber, he proceeded with his usual morning rituals and bought a colossal bun from the Konoha bakery. This time, the proprietor conducted business as usual, without guiding Chiba to the specially crafted pork chop bun as he had done previously. However, fortune smiled upon Chiba as he inadvertently stumbled upon a unique, oversized bun. What splendid luck today! As Chiba walked away, the shopkeeper remained silent, continuing his trade, while the sound of the shopkeeper's wife lamenting could be heard from inside. What is wrong with you today? Why have you displayed all the special buns? This is an entire day's supply. Will you sell them all in the morning? But Chiba had already walked far enough away that he could no longer hear her words. At that moment, Chiba pondered his conversation with Kakashi the day prior, specifically regarding the Chunin exams. Kakashi, now a Chunin himself, had indeed participated in the exams, yet Chiba gleaned no substantial information from him. It was not that Kakashi was withholding details, Rather, he explained that each Chunin exam varied in content depending on the chief examiner. For instance, during Kakashi's Chunin exam, the first test was a written examination overseen by Marino Ibiki. The second test involved a competition akin to the one Chiba would face. And the third test was a practical assessment focused on hostage rescue. Thus, there were no hints or experiences to draw from. As the current chief examiners were the legendary Sannin, who were presiding over the Chunin exams for the first time, leaving everyone uncertain about the nature of the examination questions. However, from Kakashi, Chiba learned that the Chunin exams comprised 3 tests: the preliminary test, the main test, and the final test. He had already passed the preliminary round, and now he faced the main test, after which the final test would follow. The specifics of the main test remained unknown, but Chiba surmised that the first training ground would likely have content similar to the preliminary test. Chiba raised his gaze to the circular structure designated as the first training ground. Outside, he could hear a cacophony of voices within, suggesting a large crowd of participants. This location was presumably where Naruto's cohort would be undertaking the Chunin exams. After 2 Chunin confirmed Chiba's identity, he was granted entry, indicating that security was quite stringent. As Chiba entered, 2 middle ninjas engaged in conversation. "Is this the son of that traitor? It has already been 7 years, remarked one of the ninjas. "Shinya." The other ninja pondered aloud. "Hey, Eren, do not mention that name again," the first ninja swiftly interjected. "What's wrong? Is it forbidden to speak of that name now?" Eren furrowed his brow. "It is the command of the Third Hokage, never to utter that name again. This child has suffered enough. Let that name be eternally forgotten. Perhaps his circumstances will improve," he sighed. The 2 exchanged glances, each exhaling a resigned breath. Meanwhile, Chiba, oblivious to the ninja's idle chatter, felt a sense of astonishment as he stepped into the first training ground, the very arena where Naruto's generation had faced their Chunin exams. The atmosphere was electric with excitement, far louder than the sounds from outside. Upon entering, Chiba felt as if he had crossed into 2 distinct worlds. "Uchiha, will there be a match featuring Uchiha Hirohiko today?" one voice inquired. "Yes, every ninja participating in today's trials will compete, including the Hyūga prodigy, Hyūga Yukihira. I am eager to witness his performance." Another responded. "Isn't there another genius from the Hyūga clan as well? You mean Lady Yakaina? That is certainly something to look forward to. But I am more excited for Hyūga Yukihira's match. Oh, how thrilling. What is happening with the Third Hokage? He has publicly announced the second trial of the Chunin exams. Although it's just one match, the excitement is palpable. I've heard that Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukihira are bound to clash today. Shizi, my son was eliminated in the preliminary rounds. It's so disappointing not to see him compete. But your son, Tofu, has passed. How wonderful that he can showcase his skills before such a large audience." A housewife remarked to her companion, her eyes reflecting envy. "My son is about to take the stage. Pay attention, everyone. This is my chance to show off in front of the entire village." A father exclaimed, rising in excitement. Adorned with cheering paraphernalia, he addressed his 2 daughters and wife, who appeared to be unfurling a banner, faintly inscribed with encouraging messages. Surrounding them were the sounds of discussions about the trials, clearly indicating that the spectators were equally eager. Chiba glanced around, noting that the first training ground resembled the depictions in the anime, encircled by towering stone walls, atop which stood 3 structures serving as viewing platforms. The central, tallest structure featured a stone high-back chair, presumably meant for the Hokage, while the flanking structures were already filled with an enthusiastic audience, engaged in animated discussions. Below the high walls lay an open area with a surface of compact earth rather than stone. Chiba tested the ground with his foot. It was solid, with patches of green grass scattered about. At the edges of the open space, against the towering walls, clusters of lush trees thrived. After casting a fleeting glance, Chiba discerned 2 green figures. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as Might Guy and Might Dai, both unmistakable in their green spandex attire, with their distinct bushy brows and a 3/7 hairstyle. Their exuberant display of affection, as they wept and shouted about youth while embracing each other, made them quite the spectacle. The corners of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly. Then, the 2 figures clad in green shouted in unison, "Bay, give it your all. As my sons, eternal rival. Go for it. Ignite your youth. Blossom, the sons of Konoha's youth." Their voices resonated powerfully, overshadowing many excited cheers, ensuring that nearly all competitors in the arena heard them. Chiba's expression darkened, and he feigned ignorance of their identities as he hastily approached Hirohiko and Yukina, who were originally waving at him but were now bewildered by the Might father-son duo. Chiba, is that Might guy, the one you're battling? Is that his father beside him? Is there a contestant named Bei? Yukina inquired as Chiba drew nearer. Hirohiko looked on in confusion as well. Chiba cleared his throat and said, "Let us not pay them any mind." As he spoke, he subtly turned his back to completely obscure the two from view. Noticing Chiba's indifference, the Might duo exchanged glances. "Father, it seems Chiba did not hear our call for youthful encouragement. It must be that we were not loud enough, Kai. Cheering for friends and for our fated rivals is also a manifestation of youth. Come on, let us shout even louder, for this is youth." "Indeed, Father." Subsequently, their voices grew even louder, attracting curious glances from many onlookers. Chiba felt his face heat up, clearing his throat several times as he whispered to Hirohiko and Yukina. Ignore them. We might catch the youth virus." Yukina and Hirohiko exchanged puzzled glances, blinking in confusion. Yet they complied with Chiba's request and paid no heed to the duo. Chiba then scanned the arena once more. In the last trial, 21 participants had been eliminated, leaving 22. This was significantly more than the number that remained in Naruto's Chunin exam. However, it was to be expected, after all. These were lower ninjas recognized by the Third Hokage for their exceptional abilities, making this an elite selection process. Coupled with the format of the first trial, it was normal for half of the participants to be retained. As Chiba withdrew his gaze, he sensed a penetrating stare behind him. Hyūga Yukihira. The murderous intent seemed more pronounced, accompanied by other emotions. Chiba frowned but refrained from turning around. Just then, two figures emerged from the crowd. One was a white-haired man with his hair tied in a braid, wearing the oil-slicked forehead protector, none other than Jiraiya. The other made Chiba's pupils narrow slightly. It was a handsome man with golden hair, the future fourth Hokage, currently an elite Jonin, Minato Namikaze. As Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze approached, the genin instinctively formed neat lines. Chiba cast a fleeting glance at Hyūga Yukihira, who, along with his 21 comrades, arranged themselves into 7 rows, with one extra individual positioned at the end of the last row. It seemed that another teammate of Hyūga Yukihira had also been eliminated, and now behind him stood a group of unfamiliar ninjas to Chiba. Sensing Chiba's gaze, Yukihira's eyes met his, and the intensity of their shared glance nearly sparked a confrontation. Their actions did not escape the keen observation of Minato Namikaze, who furrowed his brow slightly. There was no choice. Since Kushina was unwilling to relent, he could only ask Jiraiya-sensei to allow him to serve as a proctor for this exam. This way, should any situation arise, he could intervene promptly. Yukihira's gaze towards Chiba was decidedly ominous, radiating a palpable intent to kill, Minato mused. Jiraiya, catching Minato's expression, questioned, "What occupies your thoughts, Minato? Since becoming my disciple, this is the first time you've asked me for a favor. I had anticipated something of great significance, yet it turns out to be a request to act as a proctor." An elite Jonin voluntarily seeking the role of a proctor for the Chunin exams is indeed a rarity. Clearing his throat, Jiraiya then declared, "The second phase of the Chunin exams is officially underway." His voice resonated clearly, silencing the previous clamor and shouts. "Now, I shall announce the details of the exam." Jiraiya continued. "The format will still involve combat, albeit with a slight variation. Pay close attention. Each of you will engage in 3 matches, with opponents drawn at random." Chiba glanced at the large screen mounted on the high wall, and his understanding deepened. If there was one conspicuous difference from Naruto's previous Chunin exam, it was indeed that grand screen. He had anticipated that the opponents would be randomized, but the stipulation of 3 matches for each participant clearly reflected the preferences of the chief examiner. Was Jiraiya truly someone who relished competition? Chiba pondered. Each victory will earn you a point, while a defeat will result in a deduction of a point. A point system, you say? Chiba furrowed his brow. At the conclusion of the trials, those with a negative score will be disqualified from further participation. In other words, one must secure victories in at least 2 out of 3 matches to pass the examination. Losing 2 matches would lead to a score of -1, resulting in disqualification. Chiba quickly processed this information. Winning 2 out of 3 matches against randomly assigned opponents, especially with many formidable rivals present, posed a significant challenge. The physical toll of each match would be far greater than in a one-on-one scenario. Moreover, there were additional applications for the scoring system. A participant could expend 1 point to designate an opponent. Should the designated opponent win, they would still earn a point, while the one who designated would incur a penalty of a point if they lost. Conversely, if the designated opponent had already completed their 3 matches, the rules still applied. Each participant had 1 opportunity to designate and be designated, but the designation could only be utilized within their own 3 matches. Therefore, designation could only exist among one's own trio of matches, while being designated had no such limitations. In truth, each individual is required to engage in no more than 4 battles. It is a protracted contest, and the introduction of score-based eliminations has rendered the confrontations increasingly intricate. This system serves as a comprehensive assessment of one's judgment, calculation skills, and physical endurance. A glimmer of astonishment flickered across Chiba's face. Could this truly be the competition format envisioned by Jiraiya? It is indeed impressive. Ultimately, during the final tally, for every 3 points accumulated, a fallen comrade from either the first trial or the current examination may be resurrected. 3 points? The revival of a previously eliminated teammate? What manner of rule is this? Chiba was taken aback. In a certain sense, this resembles a team competition. Why, then, the need to augment the number of participants? Surely not. The Chunin exam is designed to select the most exceptional ninjas, is it not? Those who have been eliminated have been proven inadequate, lacking the qualifications to become Chunin. Why, then, is there a mechanism for revival? The preceding rules were comprehensible, yet this final stipulation left Chiba frowning. It seems rather frivolous. There must be profound significance underlying this. After all, Jiraiya is one of the legendary Sannin, and having endured the ravages of war, he would not treat this matter lightly. How intriguing, how exceedingly intriguing. A spark of excitement ignited in Chiba's eyes, as the enigmatic depth of this new rule piqued his interest. This trial encompasses far more challenges than initially perceived. He understood this deeply. Following the announcement of these rules, Jiraiya cast a glance, either intentional or inadvertent, towards Minato. I have accomplished the second task you entrusted to me. Who would have anticipated that such a rule would receive the assent of Tsunade and Orochimaru? The third stipulation seems rather trivial, does it not? What are they truly contemplating? Minato? Why devise such a convoluted competition? It would be far simpler for me to emulate Tsunade's approach. Win and advance, lose and be eliminated. Only he would invest the thought into such matters. Meanwhile, Minato observed Chiba before shifting his gaze to Hinata Yukihira, and finally, sweeping his eyes across all the lower-ranking ninjas. At this moment, aside from Chiba, everyone else exchanged puzzled glances, clearly bewildered regarding the nature of this examination. Several, lacking the mental agility to grasp these rules, were engaged in hushed conversations, seeking clarification. Thus, victory becomes less absolute. Chiba is no fool, should he comprehend the disparity in strength. He could justifiably forego his contest with Yukihira, for the path to victory no longer hinges solely on the outcome of a single match. Moreover, for the others, this examination format provides an opportunity to assess various attributes. This, I believe, is the most prudent approach available to me, Minato mused. Meanwhile, the audience began to murmur in confusion. What does this rule imply? What is the significance of points and scores? Some spectators were evidently at a loss. How perplexing. Indeed. Could this be the brainchild of Lord Jiraiya? That same Lord Jiraiya? Clearly, some older audience members harbored doubts about whether this rule originated from Jiraiya's mind. In the stands, Kushina Uzumaki mingled with the ordinary audience, her gaze shifting between Jiraiya and Minato Namake's. This was undoubtedly not an idea conceived by her teacher, Jiraiya. It must have been Minato's brainchild. Perhaps it was a case of the unspoken understanding that often exists between lovers, as Kushina instantly discerned Minato's intentions. He had offered suggestions to Jiraiya and assumed the role of the examiner, all for the sake of Chiba and Hinata Yukihira. Minato, you are truly thoughtful. As this realization washed over her, a sweet warmth enveloped Kushina, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. She understood that all of this was for her. Thank you, Minato. It is because of your presence that I feel such warmth. Inspired by you, I aspire to embody your gentle nature, wishing for Chiba and the others to experience that same warmth. However, this time, I must assert that you are mistaken. You underestimate Chiba. This child possesses untapped potential, and I have a premonition that in the future, he will undoubtedly stir the very foundations of Konoha. No, the entire shinobi world. He will not falter against Hinata Yukihira. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner outside the arena, Tsunade, and Orochimaru observed the audience's reactions with subtle expressions. As expected, the spectators found it hard to believe that these rules were merely a figment of Jiraiya's imagination. Just then, Jiraiya announced, "Thus, the second trial begins." With his words, the large screen flickered to life. Chiba glanced up, momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Such a swift turn of events. The names on the first row halted. Takigawa Chiba, go. Chiba, you can do it. Yukina and Hirohiko cheered, patting Chiba on the shoulder as they noticed his name on the big screen. Uncertain of who his opponent would be, Chiba instinctively glanced at Hinata Yukihira, who was focused on the screen, seemingly awaiting the revelation of the next name, his own. Be cautious. He looks at you with disdain, Hirohiko remarked, following Chiba's gaze and spotting Hinata Yukihira. With disdain? Chiba paused, turning to Hirohiko with a questioning expression. Just as Hirohiko was about to respond, the names on the big screen ceased their movement, revealing the next contender, Mizukawa Rin. Both boys turned their attention to the screen, noticing the discontent on Hinata Yukihira's face. It's Mizukawa. I remember that Takigawa Chiba is skilled in taijutsu, so encountering Mizukawa might spell trouble for him. Even if he is a genius, he may not necessarily match up to Mizukawa. Indeed, this should be entertaining. By the way, what exactly do these rules entail? I still don't quite understand. Just remember, the more victories you secure, the better. Simply avoid losing, came the response. As it was not their turn to compete, all the lower-ranked shinobi gradually withdrew, making their way to the spectator seats for the participants. Yukina and Hirohiko followed suit, and before departing, Hirohiko handed his shinobi tool pouch to Chiba. Soon, only Chiba and another youth remained in the arena, and that youth was none other than Mizukawa Rin, a newcomer not featured in the original story. Chiba sighed, contemplating that he had never encountered this youth, neither in appearance nor in name. As for his specialty, Chiba recalled it must be the art of ninjutsu, particularly the water style, akin to his own. Indeed, it was evident that a taijutsu ninja would find themselves at a disadvantage when facing a proficient ninjutsu practitioner, as one thrived in close-quarters combat, while the other excelled in long-range techniques, creating an inherent imbalance. It was no wonder that others spoke highly of Mizukawa Rin's water ninjutsu. It was truly formidable. I remember during the initial trial, he vanquished his opponent using the water technique Water Chaos Wave, a mere Serank jutsu and the simplest among the water styles, yet it compelled his adversary to concede, indicating its considerable power. One should not underestimate his water techniques. It would be prudent to refrain from a ninjutsu clash. Here, the outcome must be decided through taijutsu. The energy expended in the open gate mode is significantly greater than in standard taijutsu, and this trial is destined to be a war of attrition. After this bout, at least 2 more await, possibly 3, with one surely involving Hinata Yukihira, who would undoubtedly call upon me. After observing his previous matches and battles, I am acutely aware that complacency is not an option. If my stamina is excessively depleted, defeat is inevitable. Indeed, it would mean certain demise. Therefore, conserving energy wherever possible is paramount. Thus, Chiba regarded Mizukawa Rin, lost in thought, while Mizukawa Rin fixated intently on Chiba. This Takechiba, proficient in taijutsu, demonstrated remarkable speed and strength in his confrontation with Might Guy. Although I excel in ninjutsu and possess a distance advantage, I am acutely aware that my taijutsu skills do not match his, nor can I reliably execute ninjutsu under his swift assault. Moreover, a single blow from him would not merely result in a loss. My body would likely be left in ruins. Recalling that massive crater, Mizukawa Rin felt a lingering trepidation. The tremors and the sound of the ground cracking still echoed in his mind. I must not be struck. Thus, the second trial of the Chunin exams commenced. The first match began. Kakashi Hatake glanced around and, seeing both competitors prepared, promptly declared the start. Seizing the initiative, Chiba and Mizukawa Rin shared the same thought. As the words fell, Mizukawa Rin leaped back, scattering shurikens in a fan shape before him, swiftly forming hand seals upon landing. Chiba's gaze sharpened as Mizukawa Rin retreated. He advanced decisively. The unexpected deployment of shurikens caught him off guard, yet Chiba quickly discerned that Mizukawa Rin's strategy was remarkably clear. Create distance, then let ninjutsu determine the victor. A classic approach of a ninjutsu adept against a taijutsu practitioner. Chiba's speed was extraordinary. As Mizukawa Rin released the shurikens, one nearly struck Chiba's foot, prompting him to leap instinctively. Truly impressive, Mizukawa's timing was impeccable. Now airborne, Takechiba found himself in a precarious situation. His prowess in taijutsu was undeniable, yet if he could not land a hit, it would prove futile. He had now become Mizukawa's target. In that moment of haste, his only option was to leap upwards. Mizukawa had anticipated this perfectly, trapping him within his scheme. Whispers rippled through the audience, suggesting that Chiba was already on the verge of defeat. Snow Nai and Hirohiko merely gazed at Chiba suspended in midair, their faces betraying no hint of concern. Sering had a remarkable sense of timing. In this aspect, I found myself lacking in comparison. Chiba swiftly reached a conclusion in his mind. Next would undoubtedly be a ninjutsu assault. Furthermore, being in the air left me without leverage. This was the optimal moment. His gaze fell upon Mizutani Rin. Indeed, Rin had completed his hand seals and unleashed 5 water orbs, each the size of a fist, hurtling toward Chiba. Water release. Water bullets technique. Chiba's pupils constricted slightly. At this juncture, suspended in the air, evasion was impossible. The whooshing sound accompanying the water orbs indicated their formidable strength. He could almost foresee that being struck by these orbs would be akin to being hit by iron projectiles. This was the hallmark of the water release technique, utilizing water's density and impact force to inflict harm upon the human body and objects alike. Undoubtedly, Mizutani Rin's water release technique was exceptional. The speed of the water bullets was also astounding. In the blink of an eye, they were upon Chiba. With a slow movement, he extended one hand behind him, producing 2 shurikens. Shurikens? Mizutani Rin's eyes widened in surprise. No, they are explosive tags. He observed the 2 shurikens, each tethered to a paper tag that stood rigid in the wind. Just as Mizutani Rin recognized the explosive tags, the shuriken struck the nearest water orb. Boom! The explosive tags detonated, unleashing flames and smoke, causing the water orbs to burst apart into droplets that cascaded from the sky. The flames and smoke spread, obscuring Chiba's figure. In the very instant the smoke enveloped him, the last 2 water orbs surged forward. Splosh! In the next moment, the water orbs emerged from the haze. They missed. This is impossible. Although Mizutani Rin could not see Chiba's form, he was certain those 2 water orbs would have struck home in the final moment obscured by the smoke. A faint sound, like a drop of water, resonated against Mizutani Rin's forehead, accompanied by a chilling sensation. A droplet of water. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, panic washing over his face. This is bad. Mizutani Rin's expression shifted drastically as he hastily formed hand seals. He must not be allowed to close the distance. Chiba descended from the smoke, one hand clenched into a fist, droplets cascading from it, while the other hand flung 2 shurikens. Though Chiba's shuriken technique was not as masterful as Hirohiko's, it was still accurate. The 2 shurikens hurtled toward Mizutani Rin with precision. Damn it, there's no time. Mizutani Rin, unable to continue forming seals, leapt backward. Clang! The 2 shurikens embedded themselves into the ground where Mizutani Rin had just stood, and as they struck, Chiba landed deftly behind them. Upon landing, he propelled himself forward with remarkable speed, charging toward Mizutani Rin. In that fleeting moment, how had he evaded those 3 water orbs? A sense of doubt crept into Mizutani Rin's heart, his pupils widening as he beheld Chiba drawing ever closer. His speed was far from Chiba's. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the air. Chiba launched himself forward, delivering a powerful punch that struck Mizutani's face. In an instant, Mizutani felt a sharp pain, and his body was propelled backward, crashing against the high wall with a resounding thud. How impressive! Was Mizutani truly defeated so easily? As they watched him slowly slide down the wall, it was evident that he had lost consciousness. The participants exchanged bewildered glances. They were all too familiar with Mizutani's strength. Some among them had sparred with him privately, experiencing more defeats than victories. They recognized his prowess and acknowledged him as a formidable opponent. How did he manage those last 3 water projectiles? Their trajectory was unavoidable, one participant remarked, clearly still in disbelief. Humph. Hinata Yukiing scoffed dismissively. What is so difficult about that? Indeed, it's characteristic of Chiba, Yukina mused appreciatively. Yes, Hirohiko nodded in agreement. Kakashi Hitaki observed Chiba, who was gently massaging his right fist, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. First, Chiba utilized an explosive tag to detonate and eliminate 2 water projectiles. The residual force from the explosion slightly altered the trajectory of the remaining 2. causing them to veer outward, creating an opening just wide enough for him to sidestep. This child possesses remarkable balance, managing to evade those two projectiles at such a critical moment, and then, with a seamless shift back to a frontal position, he shattered the last incoming water bomb with a decisive punch. He had anticipated that Mizutani would perform hand seals to employ ninjutsu once more, and was already prepared with shurikens to disrupt Mizutani's technique. Chiba also foresaw Mizutani's retreat, readying himself for a flying punch upon landing. Such instantaneous judgment and decisiveness are truly commendable. Kakashi inspected Mizutani, noting the swelling on his cheek. He had indeed lost consciousness. The first match goes to Takikawa Chiba. 1 point earned. Well done. In the audience, Uzumaki Kushina quietly clenched her fist, a smile illuminating her face. Meanwhile, Chiba continued to rub his fist, having just smashed through the water bomb. Though he had succeeded in using his tremendous strength to shatter it, the impact had reverberated through his hand, leaving it aching. He contemplated showing it to Yukina later, hoping there were no serious injuries. If he were hurt, it would be unfortunate. Yet, in that critical moment, it was the only solution he could devise. As he watched Mizutani being carried away by the medical team, Chiba couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, in the world of ninjas, while disparities in strength exist, it does not necessarily imply that the weaker will always succumb. Aside from his water techniques, Mizutani did not possess exceptional skills in other areas. Perhaps this thought bordered on arrogance, but Chiba did believe he was slightly stronger. Still, Mizutani had nearly bested him. That water bomb, if it had struck, would not have been a trifling matter. Feeling the pain in his hand, Chiba could surmise the potency of the water projectile. With Kakashi having declared his victory, he departed the arena, making his way towards the viewing area for participants. That child is merely 7 years old and has already triumphed over the 11-year-old Mizutani. How remarkable! At this moment, whispers filled the ordinary audience. Hey, that boy is the son of the traitor, isn't he? Oh, is that him? I couldn't clearly see his face at first. Indeed, he is the son of the traitor. As soon as the identity of Chiba's lineage was mentioned, the audience's initial admiration swiftly dissipated, replaced by a palpable sense of disdain. To think he lost to the traitor's son, I must train Rin rigorously when we return home. This was likely Mizutani Rin's father, clad in the attire of a Chunin from Konohagakure, evident from his forehead protector. His fury was unmistakable upon hearing that his son was defeated by the traitor's progeny. He was determined to ensure his son trained diligently upon their return. Anyone could lose, but losing to the son of a traitor was, in his eyes, an affront. By Rin's father stood a gentle woman, presumably his mother, whose demeanor was soft-spoken and calm. Yet, even she found herself at a loss for words to counter her husband's indignation upon learning of her son's defeat. How could you, brother? Losing to that traitor's son is utterly humiliating. Beside the gentle woman sat a petite and charming little girl, likely Rin's younger sister, who, while licking a lollipop, expressed her dissatisfaction with her brother's performance. In the midst of this ordinary audience, Uzumaki Kushina felt the surrounding disdain, her brows knitted in concern. However, rather than succumbing to anger, she contemplated. Chiba's father, I must find an opportunity to inquire with Minato about this matter. It has been 7 years, and back then, we were both quite young. I wonder if Minato is aware of it. Meanwhile, Chiba remained oblivious to the discussions, approaching Hirohiko and Yukina. Other participants gazed at him in disbelief. At that moment, Hirohiko and Yukina each frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the surrounding chatter. When they spotted Chiba approaching, they forced smiles and congratulated him. However, Hirohiko maintained a stoic expression, his smile concealing a poker face, while Yukina's rare smile seemed fleeting and insubstantial. Are they attempting to comfort me? Chiba pondered, having spent considerable time with them since graduation, training, and battling together. Although their expressions were often impassive, he had learned to discern their emotions. Understanding their sentiments, Chiba smiled and asked, Yukina, could you check if my hand is injured? Must you always be so reckless? Yukina complained, a rare display of annoyance, before activating her Byakugan to examine his hand closely. Well? Chiba inquired, raising his hand. Nothing serious, just rest a bit, she replied, seemingly relieved. That's good to hear, Chiba responded, sharing her relief. He then returned the ninja tool pouch to Hirohiko, saying, I apologize, I used the last 2 explosive tags. No worries, Hirohiko replied. At that moment, the large screen flickered back to life, capturing everyone's attention and the trio turned to look at the display. The names in the first row swiftly came to a halt. Uchiha Hirohiko. Chiba blinked and turned to Hirohiko, exclaiming, "What a coincidence. I am the first, and you are surprisingly the second." Hirohiko glanced at Chiba, nodding solemnly in agreement, before directing his gaze towards Yukina, saying, "Yukina, could you lend me some shuriken?" Yukina promptly reached into her ninja tool pouch and handed him a few shuriken, encouraging him with a simple, "Good luck." Chiba mused to himself that, in addition to weighted tools, he ought to save up for a ninja tool pouch of his own. He could not keep borrowing from Hirohiko. "Well then, I shall take my leave," Hirohiko declared as he organized his ninja tool pouch. Chiba nodded and patted him on the shoulder, replying, "Do your best." At that moment, the second name on the list had been announced, Shiga Takefumi. As Hirohiko departed, Yukina moved slightly closer and remarked, "This Shiga Takefumi seems to excel in shuriken techniques and physical arts, doesn't he?" The gentle breeze brushed against Yukina's clothing, lightly caressing her arms, while the wind tousled her dark locks, carrying with it the sweet scent of youth. Chiba nodded in agreement, stating, "As for shuriken techniques, I cannot imagine anyone surpassing Hirohiko's prowess. This match holds no suspense." Yukina concurred with a thoughtful nod. Their attention was drawn to the arena, where the murmurs of fellow participants filled the air. "It's Takefumi. What terrible luck to be randomly matched against Uchiha Hirohiko. Did you see that?" Even amidst the dense barrage of shuriken clones from Muki, he managed to counterattack with shuriken of his own. "Indeed, how does he accomplish that? It's terrifying. His shuriken skills likely surpass even my father's. Not just your father. Many ninjas in the village cannot compare to him. TCH, it's all thanks to the Sharingan. If I had a Sharingan, I could do the same." Exactly. With a Sharingan, anyone could become that strong. Listening to their discussions, Chiba couldn't help but smirk coldly. "A Sharingan? Is that the reason for Hirohiko's strength? Are you jesting? Do you have any idea how many hours he dedicates to practicing shuriken techniques? While you indulge in leisure and bask in your parents' favoritism, he has been relentlessly honing his skills. Spare me your foolishness. This guy works harder than any of you, more diligently than any of your fathers, and more than the vast majority of ninjas in the village. That is why he is so formidable." Chiba observed Hirohiko in the arena, where Shiga Takefumi had now entered, and both contenders stood ready. The second trial of the Chunin exam, second match, begins. "I concede," Takefumi declared, raising one hand in surrender the moment the match commenced, leaving Hirohiko with a look of mild astonishment on his poker face. Just as his hand reached for his ninja tool pouch, Hyūga had observed the contest during the initial trial, showcasing remarkable skills in both shuriken jutsu and taijutsu. However, in his eyes, he still fell short when compared to Chiba and the esteemed Might Guy. Nevertheless, among his peers, his physical prowess stood out distinctly, and when combined with his shuriken techniques, his capabilities were commendable. Initially, he anticipated that defeating him would require considerable effort, yet to his astonishment, as the contest commenced, Hyūga chose to forfeit. Upon his surrender, Hirohiko rose and returned his hands to their original position. Wolfing Shuemin regarded Hyūga, noting the clarity in the 14-year-old's gaze, which emanated a sense of tranquility and maturity. Despite his unremarkable appearance, Wolfing Shuemin sensed something profound within him. In the second trial of the Chunin exams, Uchiha Hirohiko emerged victorious. Outside the arena, all participants exchanged bewildered glances, clearly caught off guard by Hyūga's abrupt decision to abandon the match. Even Chiba and Yukina appeared somewhat astonished. Although the rules dictated that winning 2 matches sufficed, relinquishing the first was not an easy choice. One victory altered the mindset significantly for subsequent battles, providing a safety net and allowing for bolder strategies that could catch opponents off guard, leading to an advantageous position or outright triumph. Conversely, a defeat could feel like a descent into despair, fostering a cautious approach in future encounters, heightening the likelihood of losing the competition. This rule subtly tested the contestants' mental fortitude, with a single victory serving as the best remedy for stabilizing one's mindset. After all, not every ninja possesses the unwavering resolve to unleash extraordinary strength amidst adversity. Such individuals are exceedingly rare, and those endowed with this trait are almost guaranteed to become formidable ninjas, showcasing exceptional qualities. In contrast, the majority of ninjas are merely ordinary individuals who, though trained, may not possess the mental resilience necessary to navigate the significant turning points presented by the Chunin exams. The weight of crucial matters often amplifies the pressure one feels. Uchiha Wuyue's demeanor did not suggest a loss of confidence in facing Hirohiko. His decision to forfeit was resolute. Chiba furrowed his brow, contemplating the hidden depths of this year's Chunin exams, truly a gathering of hidden talents. As Uchiha Wuyue gradually exited the arena towards the spectator stands, Hirohiko, after a moment of surprise, followed suit. Along the way, Uchiha Wuyue's gaze seemed to scrutinize the other contestants in the audience. Observing his battle with Mito Kitsu, he believed that engaging in combat with Uchiha Hirohiko would yield little hope for success. Even with his utmost effort, he estimated a mere 10% chance of victory. And such a contest would surely exhaust all his stamina, given that 2 more battles awaited him. Ultimately, the risks outweighed the potential rewards. Moreover, the only individuals present who could possibly overcome me are the 2 prodigies of the Hyūga clan, Takiko Chiba and Uchiha Hirohiko. I believe I can contend with all others. And there is a high probability of victory, at least an 80% chance. Given the randomness of this system, my odds of encountering these 4 individuals are merely 2 out of 11, a little over 1/10. Rather than futilely exhausting my energy in this battle, it would be wiser to approach a more likely opponent in optimal condition. Should the second round again feature one of these 4, it would simply be a stroke of misfortune, not something to blame oneself for. Shiga Takeo slowly walked back to his team, accompanied by 2 others from his class. Led by an unremarkable Jonin, one of his teammates had already been eliminated. How embarrassing, Takeo, remarked his teammate, a stoic 13-year-old boy carrying a sword. This is my rhythm. Takeo responded with a neutral expression. Humph. To be intimidated by mere reputation. No matter how gifted, he is still just a 7-year-old child. You allowed a 7-year-old to frighten you into surrendering? You better not mention you are my teammate when you step outside, retorted the sword-bearing boy, clearly irate. However, Takeo paid him little mind, his gaze fixed on the arena. At that moment, Hirohiko passed by the 2, overhearing their exchange, his expression as impassive as ever. As he reached Chiba and the others, Chiba was about to speak when Hirohiko interjected, Chiba, Yukina, the Chunin exams truly attract all sorts of individuals. It was rare for Hirohiko to articulate such a lengthy observation. Chiba glanced at the distant Shiga Takeo and nodded, replying, Indeed, all kinds of people are present. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru turned in astonishment to the figure behind them, exclaiming, Hiruzen-sensei, what brings you here? Behind them stood the third Hokage, who had not taken his place at the center of the first stage, but rather approached the trio of Sannin. He puffed on his pipe and inquired, What is the current situation? The second round has just concluded, Jiraiya replied. Already? It began not long ago, the third Hokage remarked. Surprise etched on his features as he surveyed the arena, his astonishment deepening. Is Minato acting as the examiner? The second round of the competition has commenced. Yet one side has already conceded, Orochimaru noted. Conceded? Whose match was it that allowed for such an early surrender? The third Hokage, having personally reviewed all participants, found it hard to believe that anyone could prompt an opponent to surrender before the contest even began. It was that child, Tsunade answered. The third Hokage paused, then nodded thoughtfully. Come with me to the high platform and provide me with a detailed account of the match. Yes, the 3 Sannin responded in unison. At that moment, the large screen flickered to life, signaling the impending next match. It's the next round, Yukina remarked. Indeed, Chiba and Hirohiko replied simultaneously, standing side by side. The names on the first row had come to a halt. Hyūga Yukina. Chiba furrowed his brow and remarked, Is it really such a coincidence? I am the first, Hirohiko the second, and Yukina the third. I can't shake the feeling that someone is orchestrating this behind the scenes. We are the trio set to commence. Hirohiko nodded in agreement, while Yukina gazed at the large screen, her brow slightly knitted. Who could my opponent be? At that moment, a name flickered on the second row, Mukai Kento. Mukai Kento? Chiba exchanged glances with Hirohiko, and they both turned to Yukina. He seems rather ordinary. I watched his initial trial. Though he balanced ninjutsu and taijutsu, neither was particularly outstanding, and his opponents didn't seem formidable either, Chiba commented to Yukina. Mukai Kento. I truly have little impression of him. Compared to other genin, he is somewhat exceptional, with a solid foundation. However, in comparison to those participating in the Chunin exams, he appears rather mundane. Shiga Takeo and Mizutani Rin are far more remarkable. I have little recollection of him, Hirohiko concurred. I will go, Yukina stated, offering no further commentary. Ready to step into the arena amidst Chiba and Hirohiko's discussion. Do your best. Chiba and Hirohiko promptly ceased their conversation. Hirohiko's voice was one of encouragement. Do not underestimate your opponent, Chiba advised. Yukina nodded firmly and, under the watchful eyes of both, descended the stairs and entered the arena. Within, a 14-year-old boy bearing a sword awaited her, his expression stern, eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Yukina's opponent is Mukai Kento. Mukai Kento, it's this fellow. This match is already decided. Lady Yukina is sure to win. It has been a while, Mukai Kento. Have you heard? This guy took 3 years to graduate from the Ninja Academy, renowned for his lack of prowess. It is said that his teacher is also among the least talented of the Jonin, the group of underachievers. Have you heard that Mukai Kento once sought to apprentice under the legendary Sannin, kneeling at their doorstep for days, yet was ultimately not accepted? Quite the embarrassment. Speaking of which, Shiga Takeo, who just fought, was his teammate, and upon facing Uchiha Hirohiko, he conceded without a fight. Not only an underachiever, but also cowardly. And the one who was eliminated in the first trial, truly pathetic. The participants mocked. Hirohiko cast a glance at the jesting participants, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Meanwhile, Chiba observed Shiga Takeo, noting that his demeanor remained unchanged, his eyes clear and mature, unaffected by the surrounding ridicule. Several participants deliberately approached him, loudly hurling insults like coward and scared to death, yet he remained composed. Hey, Hirohiko, Chiba said gravely. Hirohiko turned to him, following Chiba's gaze. Do you see? He is utterly unfazed. If it were me, I would likely want to retaliate, Chiba remarked. Indeed, Hirohiko nodded and said, Yukina, this is not looking good. Ah, yes. He replied, his eyes devoid of worry, confident in his teammates' abilities. Moreover, his demeanor does not exhibit the characteristics of a blindly confident individual, Chiba remarked. Yukina, please do not underestimate him. Both Chiba and Hirohiko turned their gazes towards the arena, where at that moment, Minato Namikaze had raised a hand, poised to announce the commencement of the match. In the arena, Kennen Muki observed Yukina, his eyes cold and piercing. Wonderful. The first match of the second exam is against this renowned genius who graduated early. Just as Kennen pondered this, a stir erupted from the ordinary spectator section. Look, it's the Third Hokage, along with the legendary Sannin. Oh, the Third Hokage. Indeed, it is the Third Hokage. Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, and Orochimaru are also present. The participants, including Yukina and Kennen within the arena, turned their attention towards the elevated platform at the center. There sat the Third Hokage in the seat symbolizing the Hokage, flanked by Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, seemingly engaged in conversation. A faint look of surprise appeared on the Third Hokage's face. He still appears quite robust, Chiba mused. Given this situation, it seems the Third Hokage commands considerable respect. Chiba smiled subtly. Following a brief commotion, the focus of the crowd swiftly returned to the arena. At this moment, Minato had also redirected his gaze, waving his hand downwards. The second exam of the Chunin selection, the third match, begins. Is the Third Hokage watching? How splendid. I shall demonstrate my strength. I am not to be underestimated. Legendary Sannin, you shall regret not taking me as your disciple. An early graduate. Is this not the finest stepping stone? The light in Kennen's eyes flickered as he fixed his unwavering gaze upon Yukina. His hand slowly resting on the sword at his back, the fingers of his other hand raised, poised before his chest. Yukina lightly furrowed her brow. The chakra coursing from the corner of her eye to her temples, her pupils manifesting. Byakugan activate. Simultaneously, she assumed a stance of the gentle fist. Is this a form of swordsmanship within taijutsu? Although his performance in the first exam was not particularly remarkable, I must not underestimate him. Yukina focused intently, not allowing any complacency to seep in. Every fluctuation of her opponent's chakra, the movement of his muscles, and even the minutiae of his expressions were meticulously noted. Here he comes. Yukina's body shifted slightly. At this moment, Kennen charged towards her, drawing his hidden blade as he approached. With a sudden flourish, he unleashed a strike. The sword's light blooming like petals, cleaving the air in two, creating a pair of arcs of light. Chiba and Hirohiko widened their eyes in astonishment. The jeers from the other participants abruptly ceased, as if their voices had been forcibly silenced. Is this truly Kennen Muki? Such swordsmanship. There is no escaping this. The participants were struck with horror. Had it been them, that sword would surely hit its mark. Perhaps even Lady Yukina cannot evade it. This is impossible. Is this really the same Kinenmuki who was once at the bottom? With the flash of the sword, as two blades emerged, they converged into one. A fragment of fabric soaring into the air, gently descending. Kinto Muina's eyes widened slightly as he beheld the charming visage of Yukina, who, with a focused demeanor, lifted her hand to brace against her sword-wielding wrist. Had it flashed past? The darting movement, was it truly evaded? Such a notion seemed implausible. Meanwhile, Yukina's gaze fell upon her right hand, where a fragment of her garment was missing, revealing her pure white arm, and she furrowed her brow slightly. She had not entirely dodged. His sword was remarkably swift. Huh! She exclaimed with a delicate shout, her right hand parrying as her left palm surged forward from her waist. Kinto barely had time to lower his head before her palm struck his abdomen, eliciting a cough and causing him to double over, nearly spitting blood. What a formidable blow! Kinto's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His feet left the ground upon impact, and as he landed, he staggered back 2 steps, instinctively clutching his midsection. At that moment, Yukina pivoted, unleashing 2 palms. Crack! Kinto was forced to retreat another 2 steps, his eyes wide with astonishment. Crack, crack, crack. Following that, 4 more palms struck simultaneously, each landing with precision upon his body, while Yukina remained intently focused on Kinto, executing her strikes without pause or mercy. 8 palms, 16 palms, bang. The culmination of 16 strikes erupted forth as Yukina's hands trembled with power, sending Kinto flying, a spurt of fresh blood escaping his lips as he fell to the ground. This was the 8 trigrams, 16 palms. At the tender age of 7, Yukina could unleash such a devastating flurry? Chiba's eyes reflected sheer shock. However, the most terrifying aspect was how she had evaded that swift sword strike, a movement I had failed to perceive. Was it merely 2 strikes, or was it, in fact, just 1? This was foresight. She had anticipated Kinto's intentions, preparing herself in advance. As the sword flashed toward her, Yukina had already begun to sidestep, poised for a counterattack. Was this the inside of her Byakugan? When had Yukina grown so formidable? Chiba and Hirohiko exchanged bewildered glances. The arena fell silent. In the second trial of the Chunin exams, 3rd match, Yukina Hyūga emerged victorious. Minato Namikaze assessed Kinto Muina, who could only utter, if it weren't for the Byakugan, I would have collapsed. Subsequently, Minato declared Yukina the victor, as the veins around her eyes gradually faded, signaling the end of her Byakugan state. Yukina gently brushed her hand against her chest, biting her lip. At that moment, a slight pain radiated from her heart. Upon hearing Minato's announcement, she lowered her hand and turned to leave, but just as she did, a drop of blood trickled from her right hand. Surprised, she glanced down to find a wound extending from her forearm to the back of her hand, blood seeping out slowly, though the cut was shallow. Had she truly been struck? She believed she had evaded the attack. Although a corner of her garment had been severed, she had indeed managed to avoid it. Could it be? Yukina turned back, activating her Byakugan as she glanced at the fallen ninja, sword beside Kinto. It appeared to be an ordinary blade. Yukina then resumed her path, having reached the staircase, preparing to ascend to the viewing area for participants. She lightly furrowed her brows, tending to her arm while lost in thought. Once her bandaging was complete, she approached. In the arena, Namikaze Minato watched as the medical team carried Kunoichi Kin into the building, then turned to observe Yukina's bandaging efforts. Was she injured? If so, did it mean that Kin's dual flash technique had reached a considerable level of mastery? Moreover, judging by his initial performance during the experiment, he indeed possessed a suitable aptitude for this particular swordsmanship. Had his dual flash been executed moments ago, Yukina might have faced defeat. Truly, Zenshu had cultivated an exceptional disciple. It seemed Kin had endured considerable hardship during this period. Interestingly, Kin bore a resemblance to Minato. Back in the day, he had always been at the forefront during missions. And in terms of swordsmanship, scarcely a handful in the village could best him. A nostalgic smile graced Minato's lips. However, Kin was remarkably modest, preferring to be deemed the least competent among the elite rather than flaunting his abilities. Nevertheless, he was undoubtedly a reliable ninja during missions. Contemplating this, Minato glanced at the stretcher carrying Kin. Yet, it appeared that the young man was somewhat impulsive. Zenshu had previously expressed concern over this trait. Meanwhile, in the spectator area, Chiba's astonishment gradually subsided, and he managed a self-deprecating smile. Why was he so surprised? Wasn't it only natural for Yukina to be this formidable? Her training was no less rigorous than his. His gaze shifted to Senha Taki, who exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes, yet bore no expression of shock. Oh, so this was Senha Taki. He was astonished that Ken had been defeated, but not entirely surprised. Did he possess a certain understanding of Yukina's capabilities? This fellow might prove to be quite troublesome to deal with. Chiba frowned slightly as Yukina ascended from below. He turned to her, keenly noticing the bandages adorning her hand. Had she sustained an injury? Had that strike actually landed? No, she must have evaded it. As Chiba observed Yukina approaching steadily, she too caught sight of his gaze, as well as Hirohiko's. With an expressionless face, she extended her hand, forming a V gesture. Hirohiko, interpreting this, gave her a thumbs up. Chiba inquired, "Is your hand all right?" "It's just a minor abrasion. It won't affect my performance in the coming battles, and it has already been bandaged," Yukina replied, a faint smile appearing on her lips. "That's good to hear." Chiba nodded, then turned his gaze toward the large screen, contemplating. Could it be that I misjudged? Had Yukina truly not evaded entirely? As Chiba's attention returned to the screen, Hirohiko also focused on the flickering display. A subtle expression of pain crossed Yukina's face as she gently pressed her hand against her chest, seemingly alleviating discomfort. Soon after, her gaze fell upon the rotating screen. At that moment, the first row of names was finalized, Shirakawa Izumi. After a brief interval, the second row of names also settled, Mizutani Rin. Simultaneously, Hirohiko and Yukina exchanged glances with Chiba, who, sensing their scrutiny, remarked, "What are you looking at me for? Mizutani Rin, you must have been knocked out by now. This match should be forfeited, right?" Yukina remarked. Indeed, Hirohiko nodded in agreement. Chiba observed the arena, where a young boy was slowly approaching, his gaze fixed upon the large screen. So, it is essential to maintain one's physical condition after each battle. If one cannot participate in the second round due to injury, it results in a loss. Did Senha Taki, in his abrupt concession against Hirohiko, already foresee this? Chiba instinctively glanced at Senha Taki, only to find that he had vanished from his previous spot, seemingly having departed. Where could he have gone? Chiba pondered, though he did not delve deeper into the matter. At that moment, voices of discontent arose from the crowd regarding Mizutani Rin. A medical ninja whispered a few words to Namake's Minato, who nodded and raised his hand. The match officials, noticing that both sides were not yet ready, did not signal for the contest to commence, but rather to declare the victor. It was evident to everyone that Mizutani Rin was unlikely to participate, given that Takegawa Chiba's strength was no joke. Hey, this is utterly unfair. The rules are unjust. Mizutani is being wronged. Indeed, the flaws of this random match system are glaring. It is profoundly unfair to Mizutani. How could this happen? Chiba absorbed these sentiments. It appeared that Mizutani Rin was quite well liked. However, this was merely one of the tests posed by the rules. In the realm of ninjas, combat is not a matter of rounds. It is not about finishing one set before facing another. It is about the unpredictable nature of sudden incidents. The first match had just concluded, and the second was already drawn at random. Such was the unpredictability. Therefore, tactical choices during battle, preservation of stamina post-fight, and maintenance of physical condition are of paramount importance. This is a trial for ninjas facing intense, unexpected, and prolonged combat. For the sake of war? Chiba glanced at Namake's Minato, and then at the Third Hokage and the legendary Sannin on the high platform. How infuriating. Has the moment drawn near? Chiba clenched his fist quietly, a tightness forming in his chest. In the Chunin exam, the second trial, and the fourth match, the victor was expected to be declared. And without surprise, Namake's Minato ignored the participants' grievances and prepared to announce Shirakawa Izumi's victory. Wait. Suddenly, a boy rushed out from the corridor of the makeshift medical room, half his head wrapped in bandages. It was none other than Mizutani Rin. At this moment, Hirohiko and Yukina turned their gaze towards Chiba. Chiba felt their eyes upon him, and the tension within him eased significantly. Squinting slightly, he said, "What are you staring at?" One punch left him with half his head bandaged, Yukina commented. Hirohiko nodded. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Chiba asked, feeling exasperated. Meanwhile, Namake's Minato, noticing Mizutani Rin's appearance along with two attending medical ninjas, furrowed his brow slightly. "I'm here," Mizutani Rin called out, glancing at the medical ninjas behind him. "My injuries are no issue. I can participate in the written exam. However, following a mild concussion, the The medical ninja urgently advised, "You need to rest." "It's fine. I'm okay," Mizutani Rin replied, gazing at Namake's Minato with unwavering determination. "The child." Namake's Minato furrowed his brow, then slowly lowered his hand. Chunin exam, second test, fourth match, Shirakawa Izumi versus Mizutani Rin. It was evident that Mizutani Rin's eligibility for the match had been acknowledged. Meanwhile, in the stands, Chiba once again felt the penetrating gazes of Hirohiko and Yukina. "A concussion?" Yukina remarked. "Indeed," Hirohiko nodded. "So, what exactly are you trying to convey?" Chiba mused with a wry smile. "Water style, water bullet technique." Mizutani Rin formed hand seals and expelled a series of water bullets from his mouth. "Water style, water barrier." Almost simultaneously, Shirakawa Izumi completed his hand seals, pressing his hands to the ground, causing a wall of water to erupt from the earth, standing tall. Boom! The water splashed as the water bullets struck the barrier, producing muffled thuds akin to solid objects colliding with the wall. The water bullets shattered, and the barrier cascaded down. Whoosh! Two shurikens shot forth from behind the water wall at that very moment, hurtling towards Mizutani Rin. His pupils constricted slightly. The timing of the shuriken was impeccable. The water bullet technique had proven ineffective, and he was preparing to execute another jutsu when the shuriken interrupted his hand seals. Shirakawa Izumi. With the shuriken approaching, Mizutani Rin could only evade to the side, the shuriken whizzing past him. His eyes widened slightly. Trailing behind the shuriken were two pieces of paper, rigidly taut in the wind. The entirety of the scene was reflected in Chiba's eyes, leading him to the following conclusion. "Indeed." Yukina nodded in agreement. "Correct," Hirohiko affirmed, his words succinct. Mizutani Rin's reaction was ultimately a beat too slow, Chiba noted, recalling their battle. Both were ninjas specializing in jutsu, and both adept in water style. Initially, they both opted to create distance. After several exchanges, Mizutani Rin, having previously battled Chiba, was not in peak physical condition. The water style techniques he unleashed, such as water wave and water surge, lacked the potency of Shirakawa Izumi's. Even his final water bullet technique could only produce 3 bullets, none of which penetrated the water barrier, which collapsed only because Shirakawa Izumi dispelled it. Furthermore, Shirakawa Izumi was a remarkably composed ninja. Though still young, he exhibited great proficiency in water style, comparable to Mizutani Rin in his prime. However, at this moment, Mizutani Rin was not at his best, appearing somewhat overmatched. Boom! 2 bursts of fire and smoke erupted in the arena as the explosive tags on the shuriken detonated, sending Mizutani Rin flying, landing with a thud. "Damn it! I've lost." Mizutani Rin tightly shut his eyes, gritting his teeth, torn between pain and frustration. At this juncture, he knew he had been defeated. The explosion had been too close, leaving his ears ringing, compounded by the earlier mild concussion. He understood that he could no longer continue. Further competition might even cost him his life. At that moment, the examiner would intervene, a fact he was well aware of. Shirakawa Izumi appeared to gaze at the fallen Mizutani Rin, his countenance adorned with a subtle smile. Yet it did not reflect any exuberance. After all, he had discerned his opponent's condition midway through the match. A victory was to be expected. Meanwhile, the water in the arena flowed and gradually pooled in low-lying areas, forming small puddles. The chakra levels of these 2 children were commendable, and their proficiency in water release techniques indicated they possessed the strength of a Chunin. Truly, they were promising talents. Namake's Minato observed this with quiet approval. Subsequently, he approached to assess Mizutani Rin's injuries and made his determination. In the second round of the Chunin exams, the 4th match concluded with Shirakawa Izumi as the victor. Following this, the medical team hurried forward to carry Mizutani Rin back to the infirmary, while Shirakawa Izumi returned to the spectator area. At this juncture, both the participant and general audience sections buzzed with chatter. "This is utterly unjust. Mizutani's strength should not have succumbed so easily. Indeed, this is clearly a matter of rules. What a pity for Mizutani." Meanwhile, Chiba and his companions maintained a distance from the small group of participants, forming a tight-knit circle as they silently observed the proceedings. "Yukina, Hirohiko, you must be aware of the true purpose of this rule," Chiba suddenly remarked. "Certainly," Hirohiko nodded in agreement. "One must consider the most efficient means to defeat an adversary. A battle cannot deplete too much energy. It also tests our mentality. If one match ends and another begins randomly, Maintaining a steady mindset is crucial. We must not allow the thought of having just completed a battle to put us at a disadvantage. Kushina-sensei always emphasized the importance of remaining calm and objectively assessing the opponent's strength and the situation, Yukina added. Moreover, do not arbitrarily set your limits, Chiba advised. Indeed. Both Hirohiko and Yukina affirmed in unison. Hey, this is so unfair. My son hasn't even fully recovered. A voice erupted, drawing numerous gazes. It was clearly Mizutani Rin's father, who vented his frustration. If not for his imperfect condition, my son would never have lost. Mizutani Rin's mother promptly pulled him down to sit, offering an apologetic smile to those who turned to look. Humph. Although Mizutani Rin's father ceased his outbursts under her restraint, he let out a discontented snort. Chiba glanced over, his lips twitching. Is this fellow truly a Chunin? Has he failed to grasp the essence of the rules? Then, Chiba's gaze shifted to the large screen, where Mizutani Rin was being carried away and Shirakawa Izumi had returned to the audience. The fifth match was about to commence, and the screen began to rotate. As Chiba focused his attention, the first name halted. Hyūga Yukihira. The name sparked immediate recognition among the participants, who turned to the solitary figure of Hyūga Yukihira, standing with arms crossed. At that moment, his brow furrowed slightly, fingers tapping restlessly against his arm. Clearly, impatience had begun to set in. Upon seeing his name, he let out a cold snort, casting a sideways glance at Chiba. In his gaze lingered a mix of 3 parts urgency, 3 parts anger, 3 parts murderous intent, and 1 part deep-seated hatred. Chiba, having experienced the oppressive aura of a seasoned Jonin, was acutely aware of the malevolence directed towards him. He resolutely met the gaze in return. In that moment, the air was charged with an intensity that seemed ready to ignite. Then, both averted their eyes, focusing on the names being drawn in the second round. It must be me. It must be Takigawa Chiba. This was the singular thought occupying their minds. Chiba tightened his grip on the railing. Until Hinata Yukihira was dealt with, he would feel as if there were a thorn lodged in his throat. The sooner this was resolved, the better, as a subsequent match could drain his stamina and place him at a disadvantage. Thus, this battle would be decisive. Meanwhile, Hinata Yukihira anxiously tapped his fingers against his arm. This random selection process was incredibly tedious. Hurry up and draw Takigawa Chiba. At that moment, the names for the second round were finalized. Everyone turned to look. Hey, Yukihira and that kid? Oh, this is going to be entertaining. Yukihira, make sure to teach this kid a lesson, murmured the participants. Yukina and Hirohiko frowned slightly. Even Minato Namikaze wore a concerned expression. In the audience, Kushina Uzumaki quietly clenched her fist, a smile blooming on her lips. The name for the second round, Takigawa Chiba. Minato observed as Chiba and Hinata Yukihira descended the stairs, approaching and coming to a halt. He sighed inwardly, sensing Chiba's resolve. In Yukihira's gaze, however, he perceived anger, murderous intent, and hatred. Had this child already learned of that incident? At that moment, a stir erupted from the audience. Lord Masakage, what brings you here? An ordinary Chunin in the stands quickly made way, prompting several others to rise and offer their seats. Before them stood a middle-aged man in simple attire, his striking white eyes unmistakable, an emblem of the esteemed Hyūga clan. This man was none other than one of the most distinguished members of this noble clan, Hyūga Masakage. My apologies, he said, devoid of any airs of superiority despite his noble status, accepting the offered seats without hesitation. Thus, Hyūga Masakage took his place among the ordinary spectators, and others soon settled back down, including the Chunin who had initially offered his seat. Wait, that's Lord Masakage. Others, drawn by the commotion, turned their attention to Hyūga Masakage. Wow, he's the real deal. What an honor. Lord Masakage rarely makes public appearances. I hear he is the greatest master of gentle fist in the Hyūga clan. It was only natural for him to attend, given that Lady Yukina and young Master Yukihira were participating in the Chunin exams, one being his biological daughter and the other his prized disciple. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru also noticed Hyūga Masakage's presence. Oh, Masakage is here as well, remarked the third Hokage. Indeed, in the presence of the third Hokage, Hikari swiftly received his orders and vanished from the scene. Shortly after, 2 ninjas cloaked in black robes and adorned with raccoon masks stealthily materialized behind the audience section where Hinata Shinsuke sat, remaining unnoticed by all. Clearly, the emergence of Hinata Shinsuke had prompted the third Hokage to deploy the Umbu for his protection. The two Umbu members went unnoticed, as the spectators' attention was wholly captivated by the arena. Hinata Yukina and Takigawa Chiba, both masters of physical combat, stood ready. While the third Hokage exchanged whispers with Hikari, he gazed expectantly at the arena. Indeed, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade all watched the two contenders intently. Chiba's prowess and physical techniques had not gone unnoticed. His strength was formidable, and setting aside his youth, he was undoubtedly capable of advancing to the rank of Chunin, with potential for further growth into a Jonin. On the other hand, Hinata Yukina wielded the gentle fist technique, arguably the most potent martial art in Konohagakure, directly targeting the chakra network to disrupt its flow. Just moments ago, Hinata Yukina's 8 trigrams 16 palms had demonstrated the might of this technique, causing Kono Inishin to spit blood effortlessly. This confrontation was a clash between brute physicality and the refined art of gentle fist, with Yukina undeniably holding the advantage, a hallmark of this technique, which effectively counters all forms of martial arts. Chiba and Yukina watched the duel with keen interest and anticipation, aware that this was a battle between prodigies. Yukina's expression revealed a hint of concern as she observed the two fighters. "It's all right," Hirohiko reassured her, patting her shoulder. "Let us watch quietly." Yukina glanced at Hirohiko and nodded in agreement. At this moment, Namake's Minato raised his hand, signaling the commencement of the match. "If anything occurs, I must intervene promptly," he declared. The Chunin exams, second trial, 6th match, Hinata Yukina versus Takigawa Chiba. Let the contest begin. As Minato's words echoed, both Chiba and Yukina sharpened their focus, with Yukina activating his Byakugan. Chiba lowered his stance as Yukina assumed the posture of gentle fist. A palpable tension enveloped the arena, plunging it into silence. The essence of the gentle fist remained unchanged. Avoid being struck, for a hit would gradually lead to disadvantage. Chiba's mind raced through various thoughts. If he were to be hit, his chakra refinement would be compromised, diminishing the potency of his ninjutsu and brute strength, and even his physical prowess would wane. Now was not the time to conceal his abilities. If exposure was inevitable, so be it. He resolved to end this swiftly. Thus, he activated the 8 gates. First gate, open. Second gate, rest, open. Then, the third gate, life, open. The life gate mode was now engaged. A surge of verdant chakra emanated from Chiba's shoulders, eliciting a flicker of astonishment on Yukina's face. Had 2 of his chakra points, along with the one at his chest, truly opened? The surge of chakra was astonishingly amplified. The wretched scoundrel, has he mastered some arcane art? How is it that he can activate his chakra points and augment his chakra reserves? Yukina narrowed his eyes slightly. At that moment, Chiba abruptly retreated, forming seals as he did. Ninjutsu, indeed. There were reports that this despicable traitor's offspring possessed ninjutsu skills, having command over 2 types of chakra nature transformations, earth release or water release. Thud. Chiba landed, completing his seals. Water release, water bullet technique. 5 fist-sized water bullets erupted from Chiba's mouth, hurtling towards Yukina with a whoosh. Standing at the edge of the arena, Minato Namake's observed with astonishment. Such rapid sealing. Faster than during his battle with Kakashi. This water bullet technique took only 2 seconds? No, 5 seconds. Oh, is he creating distance to attack with ninjutsu? Is this an acknowledgement that his taijutsu is inferior to Yukina's? Tsunade remarked. Who knows? Orochimaru smirked with a sinister charm. Jiraiya squinted, studying Chiba intently. This young man must be contemplating something profound. Meanwhile, Yukina regarded the 5 incoming water bullets with a cold smirk. The bullets traveled with astonishing speed, even swifter than when Mizukage Lin executed them, their power equivalent to that of iron projectiles. Whoosh! 2 bullets surged forward, and as Yukina crouched, they zipped past just above his head. Straightening up, he sidestepped, narrowly evading another bullet that whizzed past his nose, before taking a small step back and launching a palm strike. Smack! Water splashed as one of the remaining bullets was obliterated, while the other grazed Yukina's arm. The 5 swiftly approaching water bullets were effortlessly evaded by him. Humph. Naive. After dodging the 5 water bullets, Yukina let out a cold snort and spun around, delivering a palm strike diagonally downwards. At that moment, behind him, Chiba was half-crouched on the ground, and Yukina's palm descended directly toward the top of Chiba's head. Is he underestimating me? Attempting a sneak attack while I evade? Don't be ridiculous. I see all your movements. Perish. Hyūga Yuki's expression was filled with disdain. Earth release, earth wall. Chiba suddenly pressed both hands downward. In an instant, a formidable earthen wall surged forth. Bang! Hyūga Yuki's palm struck the wall with force. Crack! The wall instantly fractured, the fissures radiating from his palm. Interesting, struggle all you want. Under my gaze. All your actions are futile. Fool. Hyūga Yuki's pupils narrowed as he glanced downward. The next moment, Chiba burst forth from the side of the wall, executing a leaf hurricane, delivering a fierce kick to Hyūga Yuki's left cheek. Smack! Hyūga Yuki's right hand pivoted, intercepting Chiba's incoming kick, halting the momentum of the leaf hurricane. Simultaneously, he grasped Chiba's thigh with his left hand, pressing down while his right hand spiraled upward, both palms striking simultaneously. In that instant, Chiba felt a swirling force at his leg, his entire being spun around in midair. Chiba furrowed his brow, and with a swift motion, he planted one hand on the ground to halt his spinning momentum. In that fleeting moment, he turned his body sideways and executed a whip-like kick aimed at the right side of Hinata Yuki's face. How absurd! Yuki nearly burst into laughter, leaning back slightly as the kick narrowly missed him, not grazing him in the slightest. But it was not over yet. With the momentum from his missed kick, Chiba leaned further, propelling himself with his other hand firmly on the ground. His body twisted backward, and he lifted his other leg, launching a kick aimed directly at Yuki's chin. You little brat. The kick arrived with astonishing speed, exploiting the very moment Yuki leaned back to evade. There was no escape. Even Yuki's brow furrowed, his eyes ablaze with intense fury. With a sudden clap of his hands, Yuki seized Chiba's elevated leg, channeling chakra through his palms, causing Chiba to emit a pained grunt. I will cripple one of your legs, Yuki declared angrily, exerting force to cross his hands over Chiba's leg, intending to shatter it. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds echoed from the side. What? Yuki exclaimed, astonished and enraged, as he turned to see the earthen wall fracturing inch by inch. Boom! The wall collapsed entirely, sending debris flying towards him. A fist erupted from the spot where he had just struck, accompanied by shattered soil, hurtling toward him. With the wall right beside him and the oncoming rubble, he had no time to evade. Yet, with his Byakugan's keen insight, he caught a glimpse of the smirk on Chiba's lips just as the wall crumbled. This was all part of his scheme. Every attack had been a feint, be it water release or earth release for defense, and even the shadow clone that appeared, all were preparations for this decisive punch. Yuki comprehended swiftly. With an explosive surge of strength, that punch had to land. Fly away, Yuki. Chiba smirked. Damn it, don't get too cocky, filthy traitor. Yuki's gaze sharpened as he spun into action. Instantly, a blue semicircular barrier erupted forth. Has he already mastered the revolving heaven? Chiba's eyes widened slightly. He felt as if his punch had struck a torrent of energy imbued with a powerful rotational force, sending him hurtling backward. Crack! The debris collided against the blue barrier, all deflected by the revolving heaven, while Chiba, caught in the moment, disintegrated into a cloud of white mist, slowly dissipating. Gritting his teeth, Chiba shielded himself mid-flight. But some debris struck him directly, producing muffled thuds. Thud! He crashed onto the ground, stones rolling around him before coming to a halt. At that moment, Yuki came to a standstill, the blue chakra barrier vanishing abruptly. The ground beneath him had been excavated by the revolving heaven, creating a large pit that disrupted several puddles, with rivulets of clear water trickling into the hollow, producing gentle sounds. The arena fell into an even deeper silence. All spectators were left dumbfounded. Was this truly a battle between Jonin? Regardless of whether they were ordinary spectators, mid-level ninjas among the audience, or participants themselves, all were left in a state of astonishment, their hearts filled with shock and internal questions. Was it a feigned attack with water balloons? A defensive maneuver using earth flow wall to counter Hinata Yuki's sudden onslaught? Then a shadow clone to confuse, culminating in a powerful strike from the original body? Did a 7-year-old truly devise such a strategy? The extensive utilization of ninjutsu, harmoniously integrated with physical techniques? This child is extraordinarily formidable. Meanwhile, Hinata Yukihira adeptly seized every opportunity for both offense and defense, rendering all of Takikawa Chiba's surprise attacks futile, even sending him flying. Is there such a technique in physical combat? Is this the gentle fist, the Hinata clan's ultimate skill? Is this the genius of the Hinata family? It was utterly terrifying. Even Hinata Shinsuke exhibited a hint of astonishment on his face. When did this child learn the heavenly spin? I had only explained it to him a few days prior, and he has already mastered it? Your son is entirely different from you, Sarada. He is a prodigy, and you can rest easy, knowing he will undoubtedly become the brightest star of the Hinata clan, potentially surpassing my daughter. Has Yukihira already grasped the heavenly spin? Yukina's eyes widened slightly, her typically expressionless face betraying an unusual hint of surprise, alongside a deep sense of unwillingness. She then cast her gaze towards Chiba, concern etched across her features. Is everything all right? Chiba Hirohiko observed Hinata Yukihira in the arena, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Hinata Yukihira, indeed? Uzumaki Kushina also gazed at Yukihira, her heart brimming with astonishment. To think he could withstand the current Chiba. This Hinata Yukihira truly deserves the title of the strongest among genin. Chiba, you must be cautious. What lies ahead will certainly be a grueling battle. Before that, do not falter. Namake's Minato glanced between Chiba and Hinata Yukihira. A blend of ninjutsu and martial arts? Chiba, you have truly excelled. That sequence of strikes was remarkably executed. Was the earth flow wall completed as you moved behind Yukihira? Have you become so proficient in moving seals to cast ninjutsu? Now I understand why Kushina holds you in such high regard. However, the opponent is exceedingly strong. The Hinata clan's martial arts are renowned as the finest in Konoha, creating a significant counter against you. That barrier earlier must be the Hinata clan's closely guarded secret, known as the absolute defense of the heavenly spin. Even long-range ninjutsu attacks can be flawlessly defended against. Continuing this fight would only waste chakra and stamina. You have already secured a victory. You must understand that the rules of this examination do not necessitate a display of reckless courage. Recognizing the difficulty and retreating is not a disgrace for a ninja. Do not let your competitive spirit cloud your judgment in such matters. Meanwhile, on the high platform where the Hokage resided, he chuckled softly, noting how much Takikawa Chiba had grown, crediting Kushina for her excellent teaching. The third Hokage was also impressed by Chiba's performance. While nodding in approval at Hinata Yukihira, Yukihira, too, is an exceptional genius emerging from the Hinata clan. As for Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, they were somewhat bewildered, struggling to fathom the situation. The recent demonstration of ninjutsu and taijutsu had been extraordinarily impressive, and this initially disappointing Takigawa had now completely shattered their preconceived notions of him. The ability to seamlessly integrate ninjutsu with taijutsu marked him as an exceptional talent. In the realm of ninja combat, the selection of strategy is inherently significant. The interplay of various ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu can decisively influence the outcome of a battle, even determining life or death. In this regard, Takigawa's performance undoubtedly eclipsed that of other participants, and perhaps even most Chunin, if not a select few Jonin. As for Hinata Yukihira, he too exhibited remarkable prowess. Nay, he surpassed Takigawa. He adeptly utilized the advantages of the gentle fist technique and Byakugan. In the future, these two individuals were bound to shine brilliantly. A consensus shared among the legendary three ninjas. In the arena, Takigawa slowly rose to his feet, feeling a dull ache in the areas where his hands and body had been struck by debris, coupled with the return of a portion of chakra from his shadow clone. He realized that these several techniques had consumed over half of his chakra. It was only logical to anticipate that the Hinata clan, masters of the Kaiten, would produce a prodigy like Yukihira, who was not only celebrated as a genius but also belonged to the main branch of his clan, making his mastery of Kaiten highly probable. Wiping his face, Takigawa noticed faint traces of blood on his hand. Although he had guarded his face with his hands, some debris had still managed to strike him, resulting in minor surface wounds that were of little consequence. The real concern lay with his right hand. Glancing down, he observed that as the focal point of his immense strength, it throbbed painfully, with the skin scraped in multiple places. While direct attacks with that hand seemed implausible, he believed he could still manage hand seals despite the pain. He needed to devise another strategy. Meanwhile, Hinata Yukihira inspected his own right hand, where a slender scar marred his skin. His Kaiten had faltered for a brief moment, allowing a piece of debris to strike him, leaving behind this mark. He furrowed his brow. Although anger and murderous intent intertwined within him, he forced himself to regain composure. Casting a fleeting glance at the figure of Minato Namake's outside the arena. Was this truly the elite Jonin, Minato Namake's? Rumor had it that his body flicker technique was the fastest in Konoha, and he would undoubtedly intervene if he perceived any threat. If Yukihira aimed to eliminate Takigawa, he needed to act swiftly, leaving no opportunity for interference. With his gaze fixed on Takigawa, Yukihira smirked coldly. Have you not yet given up? This filthy worm should have been crushed long ago to prevent it from causing further harm. Resolving to unleash his technique, Yukihira stepped forward, slightly lowering his body. One hand extending forward while the other gestured back, assuming a gentle fist stance. At this moment, Takigawa's expression shifted in astonishment. Upon witnessing Yukihira adopt this posture, he felt an odd sensation, as if an intricate bagua formation had illuminated the ground beneath them. Incredible, he must possess it too. If Yukina can, how could he not? With this realization, Takigawa hesitated no longer. He swiftly formed hand seals and forcefully pressed down to the ground, invoking the earth release, swamp of the underworld technique. Hinata Yukihira was charging forward when suddenly the ground beneath him gave way, forming a shallow pit. He lost his balance, and his momentum dissipated, causing him to sway precariously as he nearly fell. Was this yet another ninjutsu? At that moment, Chiba formed another seal. Water release, water surge wave, he exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of water towards Hinata Yukihira. In a desperate struggle, Yukihira sprang from the pit with a powerful leap, effortlessly evading the oncoming wave. The water splashed down. Its force diminished. Meanwhile, Yukihira curled his fingers like a tiger's claw, striking downwards with a palm thrust. This was the 8 trigrams air palm. Chiba's eyes flickered as he swiftly sidestepped, a distortion of energy striking the ground where he once stood, sending dirt flying and leaving a palm imprint in the earth, a testament to its formidable power, far exceeding that of Yukihira's previous attack, and executed with remarkable speed. Frowning deeply, Chiba formed yet another seal. Water release, water arrow technique. 3 swift water arrows shot forth, racing towards the airborne Yukihira with unmatched speed and penetrating power. Perfectly timed for the occasion. Yukihira scoffed, "Give it up. Your attacks are all laid bare before my eyes." As he spoke, Yukihira unleashed 4 shurikens from behind him. Thud, thud, thud. 3 shurikens collided with the water arrows, resulting in a sudden explosion that scattered droplets everywhere. Chiba recoiled sharply as one shuriken landed right in front of him. Looking down, he saw the explosive tag already igniting. Boom! Flames and smoke erupted. Both Yukihira and Chiba landed simultaneously, gazing at the fiery chaos before them. Chiba gritted his teeth, glancing at his foot, which bore slight scorch marks, and he felt a twinge of pain in his toes. He had been a fraction too slow in evading, resulting in a minor injury. Damn it! The chakra in my life gate mode is down to 1/3. Is it due to the frequent use of ninjutsu? The physical exhaustion in life gate mode seems to escalate rapidly, which explains my sluggish response just now. It appears I am still somewhat unaccustomed to combat in this state, as I rarely engage in battle while in life gate mode. This is indeed a drawback of concealing one's true capabilities. I must adapt to the various situations in both combat and non-combat scenarios while in this mode. With this thought, Chiba turned his gaze to Yukihira, only to be startled by a familiar, strange sensation, as if he were ensnared within a bagua array. With Yukihira assuming the corresponding stance, I cannot allow him to execute that. Without a moment's pause, Chiba reached for the ninja tool pouch handed to him by Hirohiko prior to his departure. Meanwhile, Yukihira cast a fleeting glance at Minato Namikaze, resolving to eliminate this despicable traitor within a single barrage of attacks. Otherwise, the examiner would undoubtedly intervene at the first opportunity. Minato Namikaze had received high praise from Lord Jinkai, and he was also the most exceptional disciple of Lord Jiraiya. What a misfortune it was that such an elite Jonin was reduced to the role of examiner for the Chunin exams. On that day, as Hinata Yukihira entertained a fleeting thought, the 8 trigrams palm was unleashed, and 4 shurikens hurtled towards him. Still in a desperate struggle, that filthy scoundrel. With a swift motion, Chiba formed the final tiger seal, the shuriken shadow clone technique. Instantly, he dashed before Hinata Yukihira, who was about to evade by tilting his head when those 4 shurikens suddenly multiplied into 8, then into 16, culminating in a total of 18 shurikens descending upon him, rendering escape impossible. The technique of Muko. Could this boy also wield it? Impossible. Muko had stated that this was a ninjutsu specifically imparted to her by the Third Hokage, a technique reserved for Jonin. How could he possibly master it? Infuriating. Once again, he narrowly escaped. Hinata Yukihane's gaze sharpened as the shurikens approached, poised to strike his face. Suddenly, he spun his body, conjuring a blue semicircular barrier. Reversal. Clang. Clang. The shurikens collided with the barrier, scattering in all directions, bursting forth clouds of white mist. While 4 shurikens embedded themselves firmly into the ground. Chiba? He can also perform the shuriken shadow clone technique. Did Kushina teach him? Impossible. Kushina is not proficient in this ninjutsu. Where could he have learned it? Waves of astonishment flickered in the eyes of Namikaze Minato. In the audience, Uzumaki Kushina was equally astonished. The shuriken shadow clone technique? When did Chiba master it? This ninjutsu is not even in the library. It is an A-ranked ninjutsu. The library could not possibly contain it. Moreover, that water bullet technique, I do not recall ever teaching him that. At this moment, Hinata Yukihane, having halted, let the reversal dissipate. A cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at Chiba, poised to mock him, only to find Chiba's figure had vanished. The decapitation technique. Hinata Yukihane's first thought was that Chiba had employed his most adept move. Instinctively, he lowered his head and prepared to leap. However, at the moment he looked down, a foot surged upward and struck him squarely on the chin. Bang! Hinata Yukihane was sent flying by Chiba's kick. This is the shadow dance leaf. Minato's eyes widened in astonishment, contemplating, impossible. Though Kushina's taijutsu is formidable, she does not know the shadow dance leaf. Who taught him? Uzumaki Kushina's eyes widened slightly. I have never taught him the shadow dance leaf. How did he learn it? Father, this is my shadow dance leaf. Might Guy gripped the railing tightly, his eyes reflecting Chiba's poised stance. Beside him, Might Dai's eyes also widened slightly. Is there truly such a genius in the world? He marveled, momentarily forgetting to answer his son's question. Meanwhile, Chiba's figure flickered, vanishing from sight as dust swirled up from the ground, slowly dispersing. Hinata Yukihane's pupils dilated as he turned slightly backward. At that moment, Chiba was in his shadow, both maintaining a synchronized stance, arcing through the air. Is this Might Guy's shadow dance leaf? Is that scoundrel about to employ the rock slide of the Leaf Village? Hinata Yukihane clenched his teeth. Suspended in the air with no means to leverage his strength, rendered immobile. No, it cannot be. Beneath him, Chiba executed a swift spinning kick aimed at Hinata Yukihira's right side, the sound of wind whistling through the air as the strike approached. Naive, Yukihira scoffed, deftly shifting his right hand into a blocking position, releasing chakra from his chakra points. He had mastered the technique of Kaiten, allowing him to unleash chakra from within. And this release, combined with his defensive posture, offered him a considerable measure of protection, even possessing a degree of force. Yet, it lacked the rotational power of Kaiten and was thus significantly inferior. At that moment, however, it was the only means of defense he could muster. He understood Chiba's strength all too well. Without a defense, he would be in grave peril. Damn it! I can't believe I've been forced into such a predicament by this filthy scoundrel. Yukihira gritted his teeth in frustration. Bang! Their hands and feet collided, producing a dull thud. At that moment, Chiba exclaimed, naive. Yukihira frowned, feeling a sting in his hand, though it was not as severe as he had anticipated. What was Chiba up to? As their limbs made contact, Chiba's foot recoiled, using the force of Yukihira's block to pivot away, simultaneously seizing the collar of Yukihira's garment. With a powerful twist, he hurled Yukihira forcefully towards the ground. Yukihira plummeted like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the large crater he had previously created with Kaiten. His pupils constricted slightly. With the remarkable insight of his Byakugan, he assessed the situation just before impact. He had underestimated this Takigawa Chiba. It turned out that the crater was partially filled with water accumulated from the battle between Mizutani Rin and Shirakawa Izumi, as well as the water he himself had created using water release techniques. Although the amounts each had conjured were not vast, their convergence was considerable. Though the force of the throw was formidable, the abundance of water would serve as a cushion, sufficiently mitigating the impact. Yukihira snickered coldly to himself as he felt the pain in his body. Just as his smirk emerged, a resounding splash echoed as he was launched into the crater. Indeed, much of the force had been absorbed. Feeling the ache throughout his body, Yukihira's smirk deepened. As the water splattered around him, Chiba descended from above, rapidly forming hand seals. Yukihira sprang up from the water, turning to deliver a palm strike aimed directly at Chiba. At that moment, Chiba completed his seals. The scattered droplets of water paused abruptly. What? Yukihira sensed something amiss. Chiba's lips curled into a sly smile as he took a small step back, extending one hand. The flying water droplets, along with those yet to splash from the crater, converged forcefully around Yukihira, enveloping him in a water sphere, while Chiba's hand made contact with the surface of the sphere. Yukihira felt the pressure surrounding him intensify, rendering him immobile and unable to breathe. Water release, water prison technique. He had fallen into a trap. This scoundrel had been plotting against him from the very beginning. Hinata Yukihira puffed up his cheeks, the pressure of the water seemingly forcing the air from his lungs. In the eyes of Namikaze Minato, astonishment had transformed into shock. It turned out that this had been his intention from the very beginning. The water prison technique, though merely a C-rank ninjutsu, could only be executed by him under conditions of ample water, as his chakra alone was insufficient to create such a volume otherwise. However, previously, Mizutani Rin and Shirakawa Izumi had employed water release techniques to generate a considerable amount of water, which pooled together. This structure was fortuitously disrupted by Yukihira's reversal, allowing the water to flow naturally into the pit formed by the technique. Subsequently, Chiba's water release attack further augmented the water volume. Indeed, while one person's water production was inadequate for a water prison, the combined efforts of three had resulted in most of it converging into the pit. With only a fraction seeping into the soil, this water was sufficient to form the prison. The feigned attack with shurikens, along with the shadow dance and a series of aerial assaults, were all meticulously orchestrated to lure Yukihira into this watery trap. Everything had been premeditated. Had this child truly contemplated such a far-reaching strategy? Uzumaki Kushina clenched her fists, her crimson hair slightly lifted, as she grinned with bared teeth. Excellent. Victory is ours. Well done, Chiba. The synergy of ninjutsu and taijutsu is precisely this. A ninja's battle ought to embody such wisdom. You have grasped the essence of ninja combat splendidly. What remains is for you to learn more ninjutsu and hone your physical prowess. I have little left to teach you. Hirohiko and Yukina exchanged glances, realizing the depth of Chiba's intentions during his recent series of maneuvers. Their eyes sparkled with astonishment, understanding, and gravity. Indeed, this was the combat style they were intimately familiar with from Chiba. Having trained together under Uzumaki Kushina, they shared a profound understanding, which was why their cooperation was so seamless. This combat style was what made Chiba most formidable. The third Hokage observed Chiba ensnaring Hinata Yukihira, silent yet taking a deep pull from his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Though he did not speak, his eyes shone brightly, as if he had discovered a precious gem. The three legendary ninjas exchanged glances, aware that while it appeared Chiba held the upper hand, Hinata Yukihira was, in fact, at an advantage. Yukihira's gentle fist technique perfectly countered Chiba's moves, even dismantling Chiba's initial water bullet technique with a precise strike that disrupted the chakra-formed water structure, rendering the ninjutsu ineffective. It could be said that Yukihira had the advantage, and with the insight provided by his Byakugan, no attack could escape his notice. All taijutsu, ninjutsu, and deceptive tactics were systematically dismantled. Chiba found himself at a distinct disadvantage, unable to mount an effective counterattack. However, this Takechiba remarkably turned the tide in this seemingly insurmountable disadvantage, triumphing against the odds. Each step he took in battle was meticulously calculated, executed with flawless precision, leaving Hinata Yukihira utterly oblivious to his true intentions until the very last moment. Takechiba's strategy deftly circumvented the exceptional abilities of Yukihira's Byakugan. In a direct confrontation, Takechiba would undoubtedly fall short against Yukihira, yet he harnessed his intellect and composure to emerge victorious, making it almost inconceivable that such a battle was fought by a mere 7-year-old child. What an extraordinary talent this is. Their prior doubts and disappointment towards Takechiba seemed to reveal their own lack of discernment. Takechiba epitomized what it means to be a true ninja. His tactical acumen was his greatest asset, far surpassing any mere title of genius. In a moment of collective astonishment, the three shinobi exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. This battle was simply dazzling. Hey, has Yukihira really faltered? This son of a traitor is so formidable? They were left questioning the events unfolding before them, utterly perplexed. You fool. Every move Yukihira made was anticipated by Takechiba. No, it would be more accurate to say that Yukihira fell entirely into Takechiba's trap. He was completely ensnared. The audience in the participants section buzzed with fervent discussions, their expressions a blend of surprise, shock, and disbelief. Is this the teammate of Yukina? Oh, he's the child who saved her. Impressive. Hinata Jinsuke's face reflected mild astonishment. Even though Takechiba had bested his prized disciple, he couldn't help but commend him. Can I truly surpass someone like my father? Might Guy, observing Takechiba in the arena, murmured, Can I really outshine Kakashi and Takechiba? Might Dewey, hearing his son's contemplations, snapped back to reality and gently patted Might Guy's shoulder. Kai, remember, indeed, there are countless things in life we may find impossible. However, the moment we lose confidence, we become incapable of achieving anything. Self-assurance, dedication, and the burning spirit of youth. One day, you may discover that what once seemed unattainable has indeed been accomplished. My son, youth is accompanied by trials. Do not let setbacks defeat you. The fervor of youth must not be extinguished. Might Dewey gazed intently at his son. In that moment, Might Guy looked at his father, and suddenly, they embraced, tears streaming down their faces. I'm sorry, father. Do not apologize, my son. Channel your energy towards Kakashi and Takechiba, and unleash your youthful potential. Yes, father. Their display was undeniably striking. The sight of the two clad in green spandex drew the attention of numerous spectators, even causing Hinata Yukihira and Takechiba in the arena to glance their way. Takechiba squinted slightly, wearing an expression of exasperation. These two, however, he quickly regained his composure. Maintaining the water prison technique required a continuous supply of chakra, and at present, his chakra reserves could barely sustain two, perhaps fewer, ninjutsu. A swift resolution was imperative. Yukihira would not concede easily, but was it truly necessary to eliminate him? Chiba cast a glance at the audience, where Xuan was watching him with a grave expression. If he were to kill him, it would certainly complicate Xuan's situation. Chiba furrowed his brow. However, if he refrained from taking action, his own life would be at stake. He had to admit that Hinata Yukio's strength surpassed his own. The thought of such a formidable opponent wishing to take his life was unsettling, making it impossible for him to sleep soundly in the days to come. No, he had to end this swiftly. His chakra was depleting rapidly due to this water prison technique. There was no time to waste. Chiba's gaze sharpened as he raised his other hand. Outside the arena, Minato Namake's expression shifted to one of astonishment, for Chiba was actually forming hand seals with one hand. This child, he could execute one-handed seals. So, during the earlier battle with Kai, when he had thought he had seen incorrectly, it turned out to be true. But it was regrettably interrupted by Kai's shadow dance. Minato's eyes flickered with surprise. Water release, water bullet technique. Chiba focused on Hinata Yukio, his hand forming the seals. The surface of the water sphere began to concave in 3 places, forming 3 water arrows that shot inward, aimed directly at Yukio. What is Chiba attempting? Minato was taken aback. The position of the water arrows was aimed precisely to pierce Yukio's vital points. He intended to kill Yukio. While it was understandable that Yukio sought to eliminate him, what could possibly compel Chiba to do the same? Minato's eyes widened slightly in realization. He had not anticipated that Chiba would also wish to take Hinata Yukio's life. Damn it, there is no time. The seals were already complete. No matter how fast he was, he could not intervene. This was truly unexpected, and Minato exclaimed, Stop, Chiba. At that moment, the water arrows surged forth. Just then, Yukio, with his Byakugan activated, pivoted and struck towards the point where Chiba's hand was positioned. He had discovered the weakness of the water prison. Chiba's pupils constricted, his eyes widening in horror as the thought flashed through his mind. This is bad. In an instant, Yukio's palm broke through the water sphere, causing it to shatter and disperse into a spray. The water arrows disintegrated along with the water sphere. The water prison technique was defeated. The droplets of water splashed against Chiba's face, chilling him to the core. Die, Takechiba. Yukio's palms struck simultaneously. Crack, crack, almost at point-blank range. Yukio's dual strikes landed squarely on Chiba's torso. Coughing violently, blood erupted from Chiba's mouth. Crack, crack, crack. Yukio spun and unleashed a flurry of strikes against Chiba, each blow more forceful than the last. 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. The sound of impact echoed relentlessly as Chiba staggered backward, while Yukio continued to unleash a barrage of strikes, each faster and more powerful than the one before. Bagua 64 palms. A continuous series of 32 strikes erupted forth, culminating in the full manifestation of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. In an instant, Chiba was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth in a crimson spray. Perish, Takechiba. As he watched Chiba tumble to the ground, silent, the fury and hatred that had ignited within Hinata Yuki abruptly subsided, transforming into a tranquil calm. Though a hint of wistfulness lingered on his face, he glanced down at his trembling hands. I have finally killed him, father. Unbeknownst to him, a shiver coursed through his fingers. Chiba. In the audience, Uzumaki Kushina stood up in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Namake's Minato rushed forward, a kunai in hand. His eyes filled with urgency. Hurry. These 2 children are trapped in a misunderstanding. Bang. The Chiba who had been flung away suddenly exploded into a cloud of white mist, leaving behind a solitary wooden fragment as the fog dissipated. What? A substitution technique. Hinata Yuki turned abruptly. The kunai was past him, but his attention was drawn to another kunai, glinting ominously as it aimed straight for his back. Following the hand that wielded the kunai, he recognized the newcomer. Chiba. Determination burned in Chiba's eyes as he thrust the kunai forward. Hinata Yuki. Die. Smack. The kunai halted just an inch from Yuki's back. A hand seized Chiba's wrist, preventing the deadly strike. Minato, with the kunai clenched in his mouth, grasped Chiba's wrist with one hand while the other gripped Yuki's. In Yuki's hand lay a kunai, the explosive tag fluttering ominously, and his posture indicated he was ready to throw it. Chiba's eyes widened slightly as he beheld the kunai. Yuki intended for them both to perish together. If he pierced Yuki's back, the explosive tag would surely detonate, harming him grievously, if not killing him outright. Realizing this, Chiba furrowed his brow. There must be a moment to evade. Injury is inevitable, but death is not. Both of you calm down. Although I am unaware of the specifics of your situation, there is no need for you to resort to mutual destruction. Minato spoke with rare seriousness. The situation? What situation? Chiba responded, bewildered. This Hinata Yuki sought to kill him, prompting Chiba to retaliate. Otherwise, no matter how much he despised Yuki, he would not harbor murderous intent. He was not a bloodthirsty maniac. His psyche remained intact. However, should Yuki overstep, Chiba would certainly retaliate forcefully. The outcome of their confrontation was uncertain, but Chiba would never go so far as to take a life. Had it not been for the swift execution of his substitution technique during the earlier 8 trigrams 64 palms, he would have been the one lying lifeless on the ground. Hinata Yuki was undeniably intent on killing him. Thus, Chiba would show no mercy. Clang. At that moment, Chiba's kunai fell to the ground. His escape mode had been deactivated, his stamina nearly depleted, and his chakra completely exhausted. That thrust was truly his final gambit. Upon hearing Minato's words, Hinata Yuki paused momentarily, turning to Minato and asking, "You are aware of that matter as well?" However, a thought stirred within him. That wretched Takumi Chiba. I nearly fell into his clutches. Had he not hesitated before unleashing his water arrow technique, I would have perished within that watery prison, utterly incapable of discerning its weaknesses in time. Kakashi glanced at Chiba and then at Hinata Yukihira. The latter, having relinquished his kunai, his grip weakened, calmly placed the explosive tag kunai into his other hand and tucked it into his ninja pouch, casting a tranquil gaze towards Kakashi. Kakashi sighed, surveying the surroundings, and remarked, "This matter cannot be discussed in public. It is, after all, confidential." What matter? What confidentiality? Does this pertain to Hinata Yukihira's attempt on my life? What is going on? Wasn't he this fellow intending to eliminate me due to his grievances concerning Yukina? Though utterly exhausted, Chiba stood tall, feigning nonchalance. Meanwhile, in the audience, Uzumaki Kushina slowly sat down, exhaling in relief. Thankfully, Kakashi intervened. Otherwise, 2 lives would have been lost. Yet, what exactly transpired between Yukihira and Chiba? The spectators exchanged puzzled glances. The proctor's interruption of the match left them questioning the outcome. Moreover, why was the match halted? Clearly, they had yet to grasp the lethal intentions harbored by both combatants. At that moment, Kakashi observed Chiba's foot and Yukihira's shoulder. One foot bore scorch marks from the explosive tag, while Yukihira had a bleeding gash, a remnant of the water arrow's close encounter. You two should return to the infirmary for rest. The Chunin exams are still ongoing, and once they conclude, I will provide you with answers, Kakashi stated, hesitating slightly. Chiba frowned. Accompany Yukihira to the infirmary? I refuse, he declared. Who knows if this guy might attack him in the infirmary. Presently, he could not withstand such an assault. I too refuse. I demand to know what misunderstanding has occurred, Yukihira asserted. Kakashi furrowed his brow, feeling a headache coming on. Just then, two ninjas clad in black cloaks and cat masks appeared behind him, members of the Umbu, directly under the Hokage's command. Kakashi, by the orders of the Third Hokage. We must take these two children, one announced. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, but, upon seeing the Third Hokage nod in affirmation, he exhaled deeply and replied, Understood. You too. Come with me. The Third Hokage will personally explain what you wish to know. With the Umbu's consent, they stepped forward. Chiba glanced at Yukihira, who returned the look, both wearing frowns. What could this personal explanation from the Third Hokage entail? It felt grave indeed. With the Umbu present, Chiba felt reassured. Surely, Yukihira would not dare openly oppose the Hokage's elite forces. Thus, the two were escorted away by the Umbu. Hey, the Umbu has taken over? What is going on? What have they done? Could it be cheating? That seems improbable. Snow Eagle's performance aligns perfectly with his capabilities. How could cheating even be a possibility? Indeed, if anyone were to cheat, it would be Takechiba, for he harbors the blood of a sinner and is capable of the most despicable acts. Yet, if Takechiba is indeed cheating, then why was Snow Eagle also taken away? Who can say? Perhaps he is to serve as a witness. The participants engaged in animated discussions. A clear expression of worry was etched on Senha Yukina's face. The appearance of the Umbu stirred an unsettling feeling within her. Do not fret, Hirohiko reassured. There was no cheating. It was evident that Hirohiko had overheard the participants' chatter, and that Yukina was troubled by it. I understand. How could Senha cheat? Yukina glanced at Hirohiko, recognizing his concern for her, and sighed. But the Umbu. Senha will be fine, Hirohiko interjected. Because there was no cheating. Hirohiko remained steadfast in his belief regarding the matter of cheating. If that is the case, then all is well. Yukina remained uncertain about the unfolding events, offering herself this meager consolation. Meanwhile, the audience was abuzz with chatter. Hey, is it over just like that? Who won? Yes, who emerged victorious? Why hasn't the result been announced? Perhaps they will announce it shortly. Is that so? Just then, the large screen began to rotate. The crowd looked up, realizing that indeed, the grand screen had activated, indicating that the examination had not been interrupted by the interference of Namikaze's Minato or the Umbu's appearance. As the Third Hokage, I must attend to this, Hyūga Jinsuke remarked as he stood up, sighing, and made his way toward the Third Hokage. Lord Jinsuke, are you leaving? A ninja beside him inquired. Yes, there is something I must attend to. Hyūga Jinsuke nodded slightly before continuing on his path. Lord Jinsuke, is something the matter? Are you dissatisfied with Snow Eagle's performance? The ninja tilted his head in confusion. Uzumaki Kushina noticed Hyūga Jinsuke and frowned slightly. Has Mr. Jinsuke gone as well? I shall accompany him. My presence might provide some reassurance to Chiba. Moreover, if anyone dares to bully Chiba, I can speak up for him, or better yet, give them a thrashing. Uzumaki Kushina nodded, pleased with her reasoning, and rose to follow the direction of the Third Hokage. Well then, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade. I leave this in your capable hands. The Third Hokage stated as he rose and departed from the highest viewing platform, heading towards the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, the Third Hokage furrowed his brow, inhaling smoke and exhaling it slowly. Lord Third, Hyūga Snow Eagle and Takechiba have been brought in, as well as Lord Jinsuke and Lady Kushina, Hokage-sama reported upon entering the office. After a moment's hesitation, he also conveyed the arrival of Jinsuke and Kushina to the Third Hokage. Jinsuke and Kushina, the Third Hokage's furrowed brow tightened further. He rubbed his temples and said, Let them all in. Understood, Hokage-sama replied before preparing to exit. Hokage-sama, when they enter, you may step back, the Third Hokage instructed. The atmosphere in the room momentarily paused as Huijin nodded in agreement. Is this matter truly so confidential that even I am not permitted to know? Subsequently, Shinya, Hinata Yukina, Hinata Jinjia, and Uzumaki Kushina were ushered into the Hokage's office by Huijin, who then exited and closed the door behind him. Could it be that Huijin is also in the dark about this issue? Uzumaki Kushina furrowed her brow slightly, clearly sensing the gravity of the situation. Hinata Jinjia maintained a neutral expression, merely glancing at Shinya. Shinya, Yukina, I had intended to wait until you both were a bit older before discussing this matter. Spoke the Third Hokage. What exactly is this matter? Is there some hidden agenda behind Hinata Yuki's desire to kill me? It was mentioned by Hirohiko that Yuki gazes at me with a sense of animosity, yet I have not committed any acts to warrant such hatred. As for the incident with Yukina, it could at most be construed as a rivalry, but that hardly seems fitting. It's not as if I threatened her safety. Indeed, the motives behind Yuki's intent to kill me are steeped in suspicion. Although Hinata Yuki can be quite infuriating, upon reflection, he does not seem to possess the deranged temperament of someone who would resort to violence over a romantic rival. As Chinya pondered his interactions with Hinata Yuki, a frown creased his brow. He always refers to me as a dirty traitor. The only true traitor here is my father, whom I have never met, and who has been unjustly condemned by the village from the very outset. Could it be that this situation is somehow linked to my father? Chinya arrived at this conclusion. Hinata Yuki, glancing at the third Hokage and then at Hinata Jinja, felt astonished. Does Jinja-sama also possess knowledge of this matter? The third Hokage regarded Hinata Jinja and then Uzumaki Kushina. Both remained silent, while Jinja cast a quiet, sorrowful glance at Yuki. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kushina stood unusually still behind Chinya, her hand gently resting on his shoulder. It's all right. The teacher is here. Kushina's presence, though devoid of spoken words, instilled a sense of reassurance within Chinya. He understood that this was not a form of ninjutsu, nor was it a special talent of his, but rather the essence of comfort that Kushina sought to convey. Chinya felt momentarily taken aback. Did Kushina come along out of concern for me? The one who killed your father, Hinata-serai, is not your father, Takikaze. The third Hokage sighed as he spoke. Chinya's father and Hinata Yuki's father? A look of surprise flickered across Uzumaki Kushina's face. Indeed. Is it possible that this Hinata Yuki is a source of trouble instigated by my estranged father? Chinya's brow twitched slightly. Impossible. Everyone claims. And all evidence indicates that it was Takikaze, my father, the traitor, who betrayed the village and was subsequently slain by my father in a brutal confrontation. Hinata Yuki's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice tinged with agitation. In his excitement, he took a step forward, his voice rising uncontrollably. So it is, he thought, that because my father killed his father, he believes he must avenge him by taking my life? Is this the principle of retribution, where a child pays for the sins of their parent? Chiba turned his gaze towards Hyūga Yukiyaki, and upon encountering the expression on Yukiyaki's face, he felt a shiver run through him. For at that moment, tears were welling in Yukiyaki's eyes. Your father died protecting Munya, who is Chiba's father, spoke Hyūga Jinsuk at that moment. Protecting my father? Chiba looked at Jinsuk in astonishment. Yet there was no trace of deceit upon Jinsuk's countenance. He appeared utterly sincere. Chiba recognized Jinsuk as a prominent figure within the Hyūga clan and knew he would not speak falsely. Nor would he have any reason to exonerate a criminal of the village. Not only Chiba, but also Uzumaki Kushina and Hyūga Yukiyaki regarded Jinsuk with incredulity. Perhaps due to the abruptness of their movements, tears fell from Yukiyaki's eyes, scattering through the air. What? What do you mean, Lord Jinsuk? My father protected that traitor? Did he also betray the village? At that moment, Chiba could not see Yukiyaki's face, yet he could imagine the bewilderment, disbelief, and urgency etched upon it. Saruto did not betray the village. Your father, Hyūga Saruto, and Chiba's father, Taki Munya, they grew up alongside me, Jinsuk said, his expression tinged with nostalgia. In the past, the three of us were placed in the same team, and both of them died protecting me. As he concluded, he added, It was I who caused the deaths of your fathers. That is impossible. Lord Jinsuk could not have. The village's defense map was clearly stolen by Taki Munya, and it was my father who discovered it in time and reported it to the third Hokage. Yet, he was killed by that traitor Munya. However, the third Hokage successfully prevented Hyūga Yukiyaki from retreating a step. The village defense map was lost by me. Jinsuk suddenly exclaimed with a voice filled with regret and sorrow. It was Saruto and Munya who fought desperately to reclaim it. Jinsuk looked at Yukiyaki, his voice subdued. It was I who caused their demise. This cannot be. Yukiyaki nearly cried out in hysteria. Jinsuk was a figure he revered, akin to a father. And to learn that the animosity harbored for 7 years was rooted in this paternal figure, that his own father had perished due to the actions of his mentor and guardian, was a truth Yukiyaki found difficult to accept. Chiba observed Yukiyaki's gaze directed at Jinsuk, filled with disbelief, as if to say, This cannot be true, Lord Jinsuk. You are deceiving me. This jest is not amusing. He pressed his lips together. and his dissatisfaction with Yukiyaki gradually faded away, for he had an ominous premonition that the greatest victim in this affair might indeed be Hyūga Yukiyaki. The burden left by the previous generation weighed heavily upon me. At that time, as the second son of the Hyūga clan, I was on the verge of being marked with the curse of the caged bird. My elder brother, the current head of the Hyūga clan, could not bear the thought of my relegation to the branch family. However, under the pressure exerted by the elders within the family, he reluctantly sought the Third Hokage's assistance, requesting that I be entrusted with the crucial task of delivering the village's defensive map. Hyūga Shinsuke closed his eyes, biting his teeth in determination. If I successfully accomplished this significant mission and garnered a measure of prestige within the village, even the elders would have no grounds to classify me as a member of the branch family. Indeed, possessing a certain level of renown and reputation within the village would be an honor in itself. Relegation to the branch family would undoubtedly diminish the glory associated with the Hyūga name. After all, the Hyūga clan is predominantly centered around the main family, with the outward-facing representatives primarily being members of the main branch. Chiba synthesized insights from the original narrative, leading to this conclusion. The current head of the Hyūga clan was indeed quite astute, using prestige and honor to silence the elders. The Third Hokage faced a dilemma. Such a vital task was assigned to me alone. Yet, due to my brother's earnest pleas, the responsibility ultimately fell upon my shoulders. Upon hearing this, the Third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and sighed deeply. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. However, upon reaching the designated location, I was ambushed by a group of Earth shinobi who seized the defensive map. Sagara and Mayu, aware of my undertaking and the impending threat of my relegation to the branch family, had been covertly following me to prevent my being branded with the curse of the caged bird. After the map was stolen, they pursued the Earth shinobi and managed to reclaim it unbeknownst to me. Unfortunately, they were then attacked by another group of ninjas, and Sagara, in a valiant effort to protect Mayu, succeeded in bringing the map back, but ultimately perished at the hands of their enemies. Hyūga Shinsuke continued, and then, this Takigawa Mayu betrayed the village? Uzumaki Kushina questioned, perplexed. That does not make sense. After all, they endured countless hardships to retrieve the map, and even comrades sacrificed themselves in its defense. He could not possibly turn against us. If he had already betrayed the village beforehand, he would have surely eliminated Mr. Sagara. Indeed, Kushina's reasoning is sound, Chiba remarked, glancing at the Third Hokage, who was inhaling from his pipe and exhaling a long sigh. Mayu was a hero of the village. At this proclamation, Uzumaki Kushina, Chiba, and Hyūga Yukihira all felt a jolt of shock, while Hyūga Shinsuke trembled slightly. In truth, that day was not solely about the attack on the defensive map. Our village's forbidden jutsu chamber also came under siege. The forbidden technique, the 8 gates, had been stolen. The Third Hokage said, his brow furrowed, indicating that the situation at that time must have been quite dire. The 8 gates were stolen? Chiba gasped, suddenly recalling the basement beneath the cabin, where the scroll of the 8 gates had served as his opportunity to master this technique. Could it be that it was retrieved? The Third Hokage shook his head, his expression clouded with concern. It has yet to be recovered, but we remain confident that the scroll did not fall into the hands of the Earth shinobi. It is concealed somewhere within our village. Could it truly be so fortuitous? Chiba blinked, recalling the scroll of the 8 gates of Ninja. Chiba, don't digress. What happened next? Asked Kushina Uzumaki. After Jinya retrieved the defense map and returned to the village, he learned of the situation and proposed a daring plan. He feigned defection with the defense map in hand, orchestrating the dissemination of rumors that he had stolen it. Undoubtedly, the Earth shinobi would seek him out, allowing him to lay a trap with carefully positioned allies. For the plan's authenticity, he insisted that the rumors spread throughout the village, becoming common knowledge, even attributing the death of Sarada to him, claiming he was the one responsible. Consequently, Jinya successfully attracted the attention of the Earth shinobi, who arrived to reclaim the defense map. Ultimately, I eliminated the Earth shinobi, and from the information found on his body, we successfully tracked down all the invading Earth shinobi, capturing them all. However, Jinya was gravely injured in the 2 battles, and at that moment, the Third Hokage fell silent, smoking quietly. Hyūga Jinsuke wore an expression of sorrow, stating, later, following Jinya's final wishes, to conceal my failure. The Third Hokage did not clarify the rumors, allowing him to die as a traitor. Because of his sacrifice, I was temporarily spared from being branded a caged bird. Jinya died a traitor to protect the village and his dear friends. The third Hokage remarked, he was a great ninja. Listening to the third Hokage's appraisal, Chiba furrowed his brow. He felt no real connection to this father figure, and as a time traveler, he could not possibly harbor any feelings for Takumi Jinya. Nevertheless, upon hearing of his deeds, Chiba felt a twinge of regret for not having met this ninja hailed as great by the Hokage. He then chuckled softly. In his earlier despair, he had lamented why he could not be born into a prestigious lineage, such as that of the fourth Hokage, or be the brother of Naruto, or belong to the Uchiha clan, playing with the Sharingan. But now, it seemed that his own origins were not so shabby after all. For the village, for his comrades, Takumi Jinya had inherited the first Hokage's will of fire. Quite impressive indeed. Noticing Chiba's smile, the third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, hesitating before asking, "What is it, Chiba?" "No, it's nothing." Chiba quickly corrected his expression, realizing he had momentarily revealed an unusual demeanor. Suddenly, he thought of a phrase, "My father is not a traitor, nor a sinner." That is truly wonderful. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage, Kushina Uzumaki, and Hyūga Jinsuke fell silent, while Hyūga Yukiyuki seemed unable to accept this truth. Remaining in a daze, Kushina looked at Chiba and then at Hyūga Yukiyuki. Years of understanding for Yukiyuki had been upended. The very person he sought revenge against was the son of the one his father had sought to protect, making it hard for him to accept. In contrast, Chiba maintained a much healthier mindset. Even when neglected, upon learning that his father was not a criminal but a hero, he bore no resentment or dissatisfaction regarding his circumstances. Truly, he was a good child. Hinata Masayuki cast a glance at Chiba, remaining silent. At that moment, the third Hokage turned to Hinata Yukihira, sighed softly, and said, "This is how the matter unfolded. Takumi Mayu is not your enemy, and there is no animosity between you and Chiba. Sarera is also an extraordinary ninja, a hero who protected the village." Hinata Yukihira, bewildered, lifted his head and asked, "Is it truly so?" He glanced at the third Hokage, then at Hinata Masayuki, and finally at Chiba. The third Hokage recognized that Yukihira was struggling to accept this revelation. He sighed again, saying, "In truth, both of you, your fathers, would have wished for you to coexist harmoniously. After all, the bond between Mayu and Sarera was profound." Hinata Masayuki knelt down and gently stroked Hinata Yukihira's head, saying, "Everything is my fault. I am sorry, Yukihira, and to you as well, Chiba. I apologize." Listening to Masayuki's heartfelt apology, Chiba furrowed his brow slightly. It occurred to him that Masayuki must be suffering internally, for both of his close friends had perished because of him, burdening him with guilt. So that was it. Because he was the son of a dear friend, Masayuki had saved Yukina, which explained why he had extended an invitation to Chiba to visit his home. It was not simply gratitude for saving Yukina. It stemmed from the bond of friendship with his deceased father. Chiba understood this clearly. Truth be told, he felt little emotional resonance with the situation. Despite enduring the cold stares of the villagers, he had grown accustomed to solitude and did not place much significance on their disdain, having faced a similar plight in his previous life. Moreover, he could not exploit this situation to gain sympathy for personal advantage. He had no desire to demean a ninja who bore the weight of infamy for the sake of his village and comrades. After all, Chiba was captivated by anime and fervently admired Naruto because, in a world rife with conflict and darkness, it was the characters who illuminated the path forward. Characters like the third Hokage, the fourth Hokage, and Itachi. As for Takumi Mayu, though he did not appear in the original narrative, his actions paralleled those of the third Hokage, the fourth Hokage, and Itachi. In response to Hinata Masayuki's apology, Chiba shook his head, remaining silent, uncertain of how to respond. Hinata Yukihira still bore an expression of disbelief. Masayuki sighed and added, "Lord Third Hokage, the exams are still ongoing, and both Chiba and Yukihira are participants. Let us pause the discussion here for now. I will thoroughly explain everything to Yukihira once we return." "No, that won't be necessary," Yukihira interjected abruptly, his eyes suddenly clear as he looked at Chiba and said, "My understanding of you was flawed, and I apologize. However, given the circumstances at that time, I do not believe my intent to kill you was misplaced." Yukihira felt a surge of frustration. Chiba raised an eyebrow, a faint smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Yukihira turned back to Hinata Masayuki and said, "Masayuki, once the Chunin exams conclude, may I have a conversation with you?" I wish to hear stories about my father. Hinata Masayuki gazed at Yukihira, and in his eyes, the shadows of hatred and repression had vanished, replaced by a pure desire to learn about his father's legacy. The child has come to a realization. Just moments ago, Hyūga Shinsuke nodded, expressing his delight. You can come to me whenever you wish. To harbor any lingering hatred towards Takigawa Chiba would be a desecration of his father's will to protect Takigawa Monica. Hyūga Yukitake took a deep breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. However, he could not allow Chiba to approach Lady Yukina. He felt no trace of the heroic bloodline that Takigawa Monica possessed, deeming him far too ordinary to be a worthy ally of Lady Yukina. Furthermore, he sensed no possibility of friendship with him. Had Chiba been privy to Yukitake's current thoughts, a confrontation would undoubtedly ensue. The third Hokage, observing the glimmer of animosity in Yukitake's gaze and Chiba's discontented stare, recognized that the murderous intent between the two had dissipated, and they had both accepted this reality, which brought him some measure of relief. It seemed, at present, that their disdain for one another was purely superficial. The third Hokage chuckled softly, noting how they were now locked in a mutual glare. Yukitake discontent with Chiba, and Chiba equally displeased with Yukitake. It appeared they were incapable of coexisting amicably. Now, as the Chunin exams are still underway, you are both participants. Please return to the examination grounds, the third Hokage instructed. Wait, Uzumaki Kushina suddenly interjected. The third Hokage, Chiba, Hyūga Shinsuke, and Hyūga Yukitake were all taken aback, turning their attention to Kushina. Given that the situation has now become clear, I believe it is imperative to dispel the rumors. Due to these unfounded tales, Chiba is currently enduring an unjust treatment. Kushina stepped forward, her demeanor unusually serious. Chiba, you are a good child, and you do not hold grudges. However, as your teacher, I cannot remain indifferent to this matter. Enough, Teacher Kushina, it is not such a grave issue, Chiba replied, feeling somewhat touched. He understood that Kushina was speaking out for his sake. Bam! Just as Chiba finished speaking, Kushina, her crimson hair billowing, delivered a powerful punch that sent him down to his knees, a large, red bump forming on his forehead. That hurts. Why did you hit me? Chiba exclaimed, clutching his head, tears nearly brimming in his eyes. Hyūga Yukitake and Hyūga Shinsuke widened their eyes, retreating 2 steps in shock. How terrifying. Bang! With her hair flowing wildly, Kushina slammed her hand down on the third Hokage's desk, causing the documents to tremble. The third Hokage, startled, leaned back in his chair, nearly dropping his pipe. Third Hokage, since you are aware of Chiba's situation, why do you allow him to endure such injustice? Kushina leaned in closer to the third Hokage, fixing him with a fierce glare. Yet the latter part of her sentence remained unvoiced as she slightly turned her gaze to her own hand. Chiba grasped her wrist and said, It's all right, Teacher Kushina. Let my father continue to protect the village and his beloved comrades. At these words, the third Hokage was taken aback, as were Kushina, Hyūga Shinsuke, and Hyūga Yukitake. Yet, Kushina remained displeased. Teacher Kushina, I am living quite well now, Chiba said, looking into Kushina's eyes. This statement emanates from Chiba's sincere heart. Though the third great ninja war looms near, he cannot help but feel a touch of apprehension. However, each day is filled with purpose, and his strength continues to grow. Unlike his past life, in this one, both Hirohiko and Yukina, as well as the present Kushina Uzumaki, genuinely care for him, providing a trust he can rely upon completely. This reality is vastly superior to his previous existence, and he is content, not daring to wish for more. Chiba Uzumaki murmured to himself. At that moment, the third Hokage regarded Chiba with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, recognizing the maturity of this young soul. Chiba smiled gently and said, The Chunin exams are still underway. Let us proceed. I shall become a Chunin, and Kushina-sensei, do not forget your promise of grilled meat. Kushina Uzumaki looked at him, her expression softening, ultimately breaking into a smile. I won't forget, you meat enthusiast. They exchanged a knowing smile. Ultimately, the matter concerning Takumi Makoto remained confidential per Chiba's request. Kushina Uzumaki sighed, but uttered no further words. As for Hyūga Masayuki and Hyūga Yukihira, given their implications for the Hyūga clan's reputation, it was imperative to keep the matter concealed. If word got out about Takumi bearing the brunt of blame to protect Masayuki, it would significantly tarnish the Hyūga family's honor. Moreover, Masayuki risked being labeled as a caged bird due to past grievances. Thus he too agreed to maintain secrecy. In Chiba's view, this should be the most favorable outcome. After all, he incurred no loss. Even if Takumi were hailed as a hero, what did it matter? Perhaps the villagers would reassess their opinions of him, and his circumstances might improve. However, the thought of those villagers who harbored disdain for him suddenly becoming warm and amiable, even overly so due to their mistaken judgments, honestly gave Chiba chills and made him somewhat nauseous. It is better this way. He has the owner of the Konoha buns, and Uncle Ichiraku, with some villagers genuinely caring for him, unconcerned about his lineage as the son of a trader. And with Kushina, Hirohiko, and Yukina, that suffices for him. He does not yearn for more. Even if Takumi were indeed a traitor, it mattered little. Currently, his sole focus is on the Chunin exams ahead and the impending Third Great Ninja War. He must master more jutsu and cultivate a stronger physique. To be honest, this is the first time he feels life is so fulfilling, even if it consists solely of monotonous training, either practicing or sparring, exhausting himself daily, leaving him battered and bruised. Nevertheless, this physical fatigue cannot overshadow the profound sense of fulfillment he experiences mentally. This is sufficient. Chiba exited the Hokage's office, walking ahead with Kushina Uzumaki. Behind them trailed Hyūga Masayuki and Hyūga Yukihira, who, whether intentionally or not, maintained some distance from Chiba and Kushina. Meanwhile, Hyūga Masayuki turned to Hyūga Yukihira and remarked, "We owe Chiba a debt of gratitude." Hinata Yukiyuki furrowed his brows. Although he harbored a certain dissatisfaction towards Chiba upon discovering the truth, he found that the animosity he once felt had dissipated. He was now able to reflect calmly on matters concerning Chiba rather than blindly dismissing everything about him. Yukiyuki recognized that Chiba had every right to seek clarification from the Third Hokage regarding the village's misunderstanding of Takage. He was the son of a hero, not the offspring of a traitor. Yet, Chiba chose not to, instead adhering to his father's legacy and enduring the disdain of the village. Could I do the same? Yukiyuki pondered, then expressed, "Lord Jinsuk, I concur. However, I truly doubt I could become as good a friend to him as my father hoped." Hinata Jinsuk turned to Yukiyuki, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "That is quite all right. There is no need for coercion. It suffices to resolve the misunderstandings between you." Furthermore, Yukiyuki interjected, "I apologize, Lord Jinsuk, but please do not say that. You have raised me since childhood and taught me the gentle fist technique. I shall forever be grateful for your kindness. My father's sacrifice for you was a consequence of his own choosing, and I shall not desecrate his will. Therefore, there is no need for apologies, Lord Jinsuk," Yukiyuki asserted. Jinsuk was momentarily taken aback, reflecting, "Is this child reprimanding me for disrespecting Sagara's will? Perhaps Yukiyuki is not inferior to Chiba. He might indeed assist me with that matter." "Understood, Yukiyuki. I shall refrain from mentioning apologies again. You must pass the Chunin exam. Once you do, there is something I wish to discuss with you," Jinsuk stated. "Yes, Lord Jinsuk," Yukiyuki replied. The four of them strolled along, and upon returning to the training grounds, Uzumaki Kushina delivered a playful smack to Chiba's head, threatening him with punishment should he fail the Chunin exam, before returning to her previous position among the ordinary spectators. Jinsuk, however, chose not to watch the match any longer and departed directly. As for Chiba and Yukiyuki, Chiba cradled his head, still smarting from Kushina's playful blow. Meanwhile, Yukiyuki walked beside him, a subtle smirk of schadenfreude tugging at his lips, though it was not overtly apparent. Chiba shot him a glance. Although it was understandable that this brat wished to kill me, given that it was his own father who was slain, harboring hatred towards the offspring of one's enemy is only natural. Were I in his position, I might not fare much better. Moreover, Yukiyuki and the Hyūga clan are undeniably intertwined, and the bond he shares with Jinsuk seems to straddle the line between mentor and father. If I were to pursue him relentlessly, it would likely place Yukina in a difficult position, especially since she saved my life. I cannot impose such a burden upon her. However, becoming friends with him? Absolutely out of the question. This brat is utterly detestable. He incites my ire. Should he provoke me, I suspect I would be unable to restrain myself from retaliating. As they entered the spectator section for participants, surrounded by the astonished and puzzled gazes of the other contestants, murmurs arose. Is that Takage Chiba and Yukiyuki? They have returned. But why were they taken by the Umbu? Was it truly cheating? Yet it seems not to be the case, and the examiners did not declare a victor. What on earth transpired? Amidst the murmur of discussion, the two individuals exchanged cold snorts and turned away, seemingly resolving the matter at hand, with no lingering malice between them. Namikaze Minato withdrew his gaze from the ongoing battle, feeling a sense of relief, albeit accompanied by a wry smile. These two young men appear to be quite incompatible. Chiba, you've returned? Are you unscathed? Why were you summoned by the Umbu? Yuki expressed her concern for Chiba as she approached him, bombarding him with questions in rapid succession. At that moment, Hirohiko also noticed Chiba and hurried over, asserting, "It was not your turn." This implied that after Chiba's departure, the match did not involve him. Observing Hirohiko and Yuki, Chiba offered a faint smile and replied, "In truth, there is nothing to worry about. Some matters must remain confidential, but rest assured, I am perfectly fine." Noticing Chiba's demeanor, Yuki furrowed her brow but soon relaxed, understanding that he was indeed unharmed. "As long as you are safe," she responded, refraining from pressing him for details. "Indeed." Hirohiko nodded in agreement, choosing not to pursue further inquiries. "Oh, Hirohiko, I almost forgot to return this to you," Chiba said, handing over the ninja tool pouch he had inadvertently taken. Hirohiko accepted it with a nod, stating, "As for the match, it is Shiga Takeo." Shiga Takeo's match? Chiba and Yuki took a few steps forward, standing side by side as they gazed towards the arena. They witnessed Shiga Takeo executing a spinning side kick, striking his opponent on the right side with precision, rendering the adversary unconscious in an instant. Directly targeting a vital point? Chiba was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, his physical technique is remarkably precise, specifically targeting his opponent's weak points, and he demonstrates excellent control over his strength. Otherwise, a slight miscalculation could lead to severe consequences for his opponent, Yuki elucidated, casting a glance at Chiba before her gaze drifted further outward, towards Hinata Yuki's direction. "Is Yuki and Chiba all right?" It was evident she harbored concerns regarding Chiba's relationship with Yuki, especially considering their previous discord. She felt a lingering apprehension that their recent summons by the Umbu might be connected to their tumultuous relationship. Just then, Minato's announcement resonated through the arena. Chunin exam. Second round. Match 11, Shiga Takeo wins. As the large screen rotated again, Chiba's eyes brightened upon seeing Shiga Takeo return to the arena, while Mukai Kenjin stood at the spectators' area, appearing unscathed. Had he fully recovered after being bloodied by Yuki moments ago? Chiba pondered. "Yuki, weren't you rather forceful just now?" Chiba inquired suddenly. Yuki, engrossed in watching the screen, paused, momentarily at a loss regarding Chiba's question, but soon realized he was referring to her match against Mukai Kenjin. "No, it wasn't he excessively forceful. I merely aimed to knock him out," she replied. While her goal of knocking him unconscious seemed vague, her tone suggested that she had indeed shown some restraint, though her actions were not without impact. "Has he healed so quickly?" Chiba wondered aloud. "What is the matter?" Hirohiko also asked. "No, I'm just a bit concerned about Munichi Kento and Shiga Takiaki," Chiba remarked instinctively. "Shiga Takiaki has 3 points, while Munichi Kento has -1, Hirohiko stated. 2 points? Has Shiga Takiaki already won 3 matches? Chiba exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, the last 11 matches were designated for him. The previous 8th and 10th matches were his as well, both victories. It seems Munichi Kento hasn't had his turn yet. Yukina replied. Chiba couldn't help but glance over at Shiga Takiaki again, only to notice that Hinata Yukiaki appeared to be observing him as well. Even Hinata Yukiaki is paying attention to that guy? Chiba furrowed his brow and redirected his gaze to the large screen. However, it was impossible for him to face Shiga Takiaki in combat now. He had forfeited 1 round and secured victories in 3, completing his own 3 matches, including the designated ones. He had already confirmed his advancement. It was no longer a possibility. As for Munichi Kento, his swordsmanship posed a significant threat. As Chiba contemplated this, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed. He was hungry, very hungry. Coughing lightly, he turned his face away to evade the curious glances brought on by his stomach's protest. Hirohiko, Yukina, do you have any food? I'm famished, Chiba said in a hushed tone. After the intense battle with Hinata Yukiaki, his energy had nearly depleted, and he was naturally left feeling hungry. Previously, he had been captivated by the truth revealed by Takamura Makoto at the Third Hokage's side, oblivious to his hunger. Now, as his stomach protested, waves of hunger washed over him. Instinctively, Chiba clutched his belly. He could endure all kinds of pain, but this hunger was something he found difficult to tolerate. Perhaps it was connected to his past life as a glutton. Or perhaps awakening his cravings after indulging in char siu ramen in this life. He truly had no defense against food. Meanwhile, the large screen had ceased its fluctuations, and the competitors were confirmed. Minuchi Kento versus Okita Goro. Although he was intrigued by Minuchi Kento, Chiba was primarily focused on his hunger and thus didn't spare a glance at the match. Military rations, Hirohiko said, retrieving a black pill from his supply pack and offering it to Chiba. Chiba accepted it and brought it closer to smell. The aroma was unappealing. Instinctively, he declined to eat it. Hirohiko watched Chiba refuse the military ration with a frown, nearly bursting into laughter. He thought, he looks like some sort of animal. I also have a couple of rice balls. Would you like some? Yukina said, producing 2 rice balls from seemingly nowhere. Seeing the perfectly triangular rice balls, composed of pristine white rice and dark seaweed, Chiba quickly stepped forward, eagerly accepting the rice balls that were several times larger than Yukina's palm, and took a hearty bite. As Chiba savored the delicious morsels, a faint blush crossed Yukina's cheeks, and a beautiful smile graced her lips. Hirohiko observed this and chuckled inwardly. I'm certain these rice balls were made by Yukina herself, specifically for Chiba. And lo and behold, there was meat inside. Chiba savored a certain irresistible, sweet juice, undoubtedly a meat sauce, and took another hearty bite, indeed encountering tender morsels of meat. Thank you so much, Yukina, he mumbled appreciatively, his voice muffled as he devoured his meal. Yukina's cheeks flushed deeper, her smile growing even more enchanting. Meanwhile, Hirohiko turned away, his shoulders shaking for reasons unknown. Surely, this meat was specially prepared for Chiba, he mused. The rice balls were substantial, and after indulging in such a generous portion of rice and meat, Chiba felt his hunger dissipate entirely. With the hunger gone, the fatigue from his exertion also faded significantly. He even sensed that he could re-enter the fray. After a brief respite, his energy would likely be restored. Chiba glanced at the military ration in his hand, wrinkling his nose in distaste and moving it some distance away. Ultimately, feeling too embarrassed to return it to Hirohiko, he tucked it into his pocket. Just then, an announcement resounded through the arena. Chunin exam, second round, match 12. Ken Yukina wins. The declaration was met with murmurs of astonishment. Did you see that? Was that really 3 Kens? In an instant, Goro had been felled? It seemed absurd, given that Goro specialized in swordsmanship as well. Is this truly the underdog Ken? How formidable. Faced with such a Ken, I have no confidence whatsoever. Could swordsmanship be this powerful? Hearing the announcement, Hirohiko and Chiba instinctively turned their gaze toward the arena, where Ken Yukina sheathed his sword, casting a disdainful glance at Goro Okita. Do not underestimate me. Regardless of your prowess as a swordsman, I am far superior. His icy demeanor and arrogant words resonated through the air. Goro, now unconscious, was carried from the arena, while Ken Yukina shot a scornful look at Hinata Yukihira before departing the contest grounds. Minato Namikaze observed his retreating figure. Indeed, just as Masaru mentioned, this child is somewhat extreme. Chiba and Hirohiko exchanged serious glances, both sensing something unusual despite having missed Ken Yukina's performance. At that moment, the large screen began to rotate, stopping at the front row. Uchiha Hirohiko. It's my turn, Hirohiko remarked, casting a glance at the returning Ken Yukina. Indeed, Chiba replied. Yukina seemed to emerge from her reverie. Stepping forward to encourage Hirohiko, do your best. At that instant, the names in the second row halted. Taki Chiba. Hirohiko was momentarily taken aback, as were Yukina and Chiba. Next match, Uchiha Hirohiko versus Taki Chiba? Are they facing each other? Wait, can members of the same team also be matched randomly? Clearly, an exciting spectacle was in store. Who do you think will win? Uchiha Hirohiko or Taki Chiba? Without a doubt, Uchiha Hirohiko. He belongs to the Uchiha clan and has even awakened the Sharingan. It is not entirely accurate. I have heard that during his time at the Ninja Academy, Takechiba was rather unremarkable, consistently lagging behind in his studies. However, just before his early graduation, he suddenly revealed his prodigious talent, defeating Uchiha Hirohiko and Lady Yukina, which earned him the permission to graduate ahead of schedule. Where did you hear that? My younger brother mentioned it. He is still at the Ninja Academy. Takechiba, capable of besting Uchiha Hirohiko? Let us not forget that when faced with Hirohiko, Shiga Takeaki chose to forfeit. I too feel that Hirohiko is formidable. I share your sentiment. Takechiba appears rather ordinary. How could he possibly contend with the wielder of the Sharingan? The participants murmured amongst themselves. Meanwhile, in the spectator seats, there was Uchiha Hirohiko. This child is quite well behaved. Though he is rather taciturn, I find him quite endearing. Indeed, every time he comes to my home to purchase ninja tools, he stands there quietly like a doll. Simply adorable. Activating the Sharingan at just 7 years of age, he is a standout in the illustrious Uchiha clan. No one in his age group could possibly compare. I am so eager to see Uchiha Hirohiko's match. Yes, honestly, why did the third Hokage decide to team this child with Lady Yukina and that traitor's son? Isn't that an insult to both the child and Lady Yukina? Who knows? The thoughts of the third Hokage are beyond our comprehension. However, I feel that this decision was rather thoughtless on his part. Listening to the discussions around her, Uzumaki Kushina felt a surge of anger. After learning the truth behind Takajina's defection, the villagers' disdainful remarks towards Chiba only fueled her ire. He is, after all, the son of a hero. Chiba's father sacrificed his life and honor to mitigate the immense losses suffered by Konoha. Although the forbidden scroll of the 8 gates technique has yet to be found, it has not fallen into the hands of the hidden stone either. This is already a monumental achievement. She had heard of the 8 gates. It is said that when all gates are opened, one could gain power surpassing that of the Hokage many times over, yet it requires arduous training to unlock the gates. This was something Minato had told her. Should such a forbidden technique fall into enemy hands, the consequences would be dire. And now, the son of a hero faces such scorn. Understandably, she is incensed. How infuriating. Hirohiko, along with Yukina and Chiba, is the perfect trio. They harmonize splendidly and share a strong bond. Although, it must be said, the three of them are a bit somber, lacking the lively exuberance typical of children. Nevertheless, as the battle commenced, Uzumaki Kushina quelled her inner fury and focused on the arena, where Chiba and Hirohiko had taken their places. Namake's Minato had raised his hand, ready to declare the match's beginning. Uzumaki Kushina smiled slightly as she observed the two. Meanwhile, Yukina on the second floor clenched her small fist tightly. Both of you, do your best. The Chunin exams, second phase, 13th match, Uchiha Hirohiko versus Takechiba, begin. Namake's Minato announced, and with that, he vanished in an instant. Chiba narrowed his eyes slightly as he faced Hirohiko, whose eyes glowed crimson. The Sharingan had been activated, the two tomos spinning in a mesmerizing dance. Before Chiba could fully contemplate his thoughts, his eyes widened slightly as he glanced downward. A foot came crashing up from below, and pain shot through his jaw as he was sent soaring into the air. It was the swift shadow dance leaf. Suspended in midair, Chiba turned his gaze backward. And indeed, Hirohiko was parallel to him, soaring through the air in a parabolic arc. Without a doubt, it was Shadow Dance Leaf. At that moment, Hirohiko's gaze sharpened, the tomo in his eyes spinning once more as he spun around and delivered a powerful upward kick towards Chiba's right side. Sensing Hirohiko's movement, Chiba instinctively raised his hand to block the strike. Thud! Hirohiko's foot connected solidly with Chiba's hand, producing a dull thud. What immense strength! When did Hirohiko's martial arts become so formidable? Just as Chiba was astonished, Hirohiko's foot withdrew swiftly, leveraging Chiba's blocked force to pivot and, in a fluid motion, seized the collar of Chiba's garment, hurling him down toward the ground with great force. Chiba felt the collar tighten as he was propelled downwards like an arrow released from a bow. This is how I dealt with Hinata Yukihira. As he looked back, he saw Hirohiko suspended in the air, forming hand seals, which he completed just as Chiba gazed upon him. Chiba furrowed his brow. Hirohiko took a deep breath, his chest swelling, and then unleashed a torrent of flames that billowed into a massive fireball, scorching the air as it hurtled toward him. Fire release, great fireball technique. The enormous fireball reflected in Chiba's pupils, approaching in an instant. Boom. As Chiba hit the ground, the fireball struck simultaneously, exploding upon contact and engulfing the area in flames. Thud. Hirohiko landed, his Sharingan spinning, swiftly turning to block an incoming attack. Bam! A powerful kick from behind was effectively blocked. Yet his pupils widened in shock as the very hand that had defended him suddenly swung toward his own face. Is this Chiba's martial arts? The strength is terrifying. Hirohiko's eyes mirrored his astonishment as he was sent flying by the upward kick. Chiba executed the leaf hurricane, landing softly. However, he immediately lowered his head and crouched, a glint of cold light sweeping over his head. Hirohiko, having missed his shuriken, looked down, his tomo swirling, while his other hand pressed down to block. Bam! A dull thud echoed. Chiba, still in his crouched position, launched a back kick that Hirohiko managed to deflect. Bam! Bam! At that moment, Chiba was struck into a pit, engulfed in flames, and erupted into a cloud of white mist. As the mist dissipated, a burning piece of wood was revealed. Simultaneously, Hirohiko, who had been kicked against the wall, also burst into white mist, a wooden substitute slowly descending. A wisp of green chakra gradually emanated from Chiba's shoulder. Hirohiko's eyes widened slightly, astonishment creeping into his gaze as he felt his hand being pushed upward, the force increasing significantly. Bam! Hirohiko was taken aback, his thoughts not yet fully formed, when Chiba executed a sudden and powerful kick that struck him squarely on the chin. He felt a lightness beneath his feet, as if he were lifted off the ground. In a swift motion, Chiba propelled himself into the air, performing a somersault before delivering a downward kick. Thud! Hirohiko lowered his head sharply, and his body was driven into the earth. Yet, after the strike, Chiba displayed no signs of triumph. Instead, he spun midair and drew 3 shuriken from behind, launching them with precision. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal resonated as 6 shuriken embedded themselves into the ground. Chiba landed gracefully, tilting his face slightly as one shuriken narrowly grazed his cheek. Thud! As he touched down, Hirohiko, buried beneath the ground, erupted into a cloud of white mist. Shadow clone. Truly, he gives me no respite. Chiba mused with a faint smile, observing Hirohiko as he reached into his ninja tool pouch. Hirohiko maintained his stoic expression, though a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. Is this a joke? Are these really 2 7-year-old children engaged in battle? A voice from the audience remarked. Once again, silence enveloped the arena. Kushina Uzumaki smiled, urging Chiba not to underestimate Hirohiko. He is my disciple too, a prodigy in his own right. You might very well find yourself bested by him. Minato Namikaze regarded the 2 adversaries with understanding. It became clear that Kushina's earlier assertion, that Chiba would not lose, pertained specifically to this moment of confrontation with Hirohiko. Chiba slightly bent his knees, his gaze fixed intently on Hirohiko. Feeling a twinge of concern, he pondered over the training Hirohiko must have undergone during this time, marveling at his enhanced physical prowess. Chiba tightened his right hand, still feeling a lingering numbness from the earlier kick. In terms of shuriken technique, he recognized that he could not rival Hirohiko. As for ninjutsu, Hirohiko's fire techniques were countered by his water techniques, and he also possessed earth techniques. He glanced at the Daomu he had used for the substitution technique, now lying quietly in the pit created by Hinata Yukihira's heavenly return, the water within having evaporated due to the fireball technique. Must I resort to ninjutsu? Hirohiko's use of the fireball technique in this location likely aimed to evaporate the water, thereby thwarting the potency of Chiba's water techniques. After all, water techniques flourish where water is abundant. Even the scant water remaining in this pit could significantly enhance his abilities. Moreover, utilizing existing water for his water techniques would save a considerable amount of chakra, potentially conserving 70 to 80% of his energy. He envied the second Hokage's chakra reserves, capable of generating vast amounts of water even in arid conditions. Alas, he had hoped to utilize this water for his techniques, but it now seemed impossible, as his chakra would not suffice in the absence of adequate water to support such jutsu. Hirohiko's actions were undoubtedly aimed at restricting his large-scale water ninjutsu. A flurry of thoughts raced through Chiba's mind, while Hirohiko too contemplated his next move. After activating that secret technique, Chiba's chakra level is estimated to be above that of a Chunin, yet not quite reaching the elite Chunin level. Compared to before, the amount of chakra he has gained from this technique has significantly increased. Is it due to his more perfected control? It is indeed prudent to first eliminate the water. Hirohiko nodded silently. Teacher Kushina, also a user of water release like Chiba, has likely imparted numerous water release techniques to him. Based on the water release techniques that Kushina has employed, Chiba has certainly mastered the water surge wave and the water dragon bullet, alongside those he has displayed in previous battles. Although the water dragon bullet is classified as a B-rank technique, Chiba's ability to learn is commendable. However, it requires a substantial amount of water, which should already be sealed. Thus, he wouldn't be able to use it. Even if he could, the chakra consumption would be considerable, and he would not act so unwisely. At that moment, Hirohiko's focus intensified, and his hand behind him shifted slightly. He was about to make a move. Chiba keenly sensed Hirohiko's action, instantly becoming alert. Shuriken, ninjutsu, or a feigned attack in coordination. A frown creased Chiba's brow as he contemplated each possibility. Just then, Hirohiko moved, his other hand swiftly plunging into his ninja tool pouch. As he flung both hands outward, 8 shurikens spun through the air towards Chiba. Chiba's pupils constricted slightly, his eyes widening in surprise as he observed Hirohiko swiftly forming hand seals after releasing the shuriken. That seal is troublesome. Is it the Sharingan? Chiba halted his evasive maneuver, his hands rapidly forming seals, pressing down forcefully as he completed them. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. The 8 shuriken multiplied into 16, then 32, raining down upon him. Earth release, earth flow wall. A sturdy earthen wall suddenly rose. The moment it was erected, the shuriken and their shadow clones collided with the wall, sending dirt flying. While the shadow clones of the shuriken burst into a white mist, gradually dissipating and spreading to the other side of the earthen wall. Chiba frowned as he watched the encroaching mist and dust. Did Hirohiko use his Sharingan to replicate my Shadow Shuriken technique? Such an impressive Sharingan. Even before reaching the 3-tomo stage, he can replicate ninjutsu, even A-rank techniques. He certainly has more tricks up his sleeve. Chiba's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Dust and debris swirled around the earthen wall. Suddenly, 4 shuriken shot out from the white mist and dust, arcing towards Chiba. In an instant, they were upon him. Chiba sprang back, narrowly evading the 4 shuriken that flew in a curved trajectory. Clang! The 4 shuriken collided together as Chiba continued to retreat. Oh no, I forgot about Hirohiko's flamboyant shuriken techniques. Bang! After the 4 shuriken clashed, they scattered violently. 2 embedded themselves at an angle into the earthen wall, while the other 2 shot towards him in a straight line, accelerating forth with greater speed. Clang! Thud! One kunai embedded itself in Chiba's shoulder, blood oozing forth, while another was narrowly deflected by a kunai Chiba managed to grasp just in time. At this moment, Chiba had also landed, gripping a kunai tightly across his chest as he looked upward. The white mist was dissipating, and the earth was settling. From where would he strike, above or to the sides? Chiba furrowed his brows, tightening his grip on the kunai. However, there was no sign of Hirohiko. As the mist cleared and the dust settled, he remained motionless, devoid of any shuriken assault. What was happening? Chiba's frown deepened. Then, with a thunderous crash, the earthen wall collapsed, sending dust and debris flying, evidently damaged by the previous barrage of shurikens. Chiba's pupils constricted slightly, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. On the other side of the wall stood Hirohiko, but there were 2 of him. Both hands were already forming seals, distinct from one another. Suddenly, Chiba understood Hirohiko's intent, his brows knitting tightly. But at this point, Hirohiko had completed his seals, and it was too late to disrupt him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, gale palm. Fire release, explosive fire wave. The fireball and the swirling wind blade combined as Hirohiko unleashed them, merging into a conflagration that spiraled towards Chiba, scorching everything in its path. Even from a distance, the searing heat made beads of sweat form on Chiba's brow. A combination of ninjutsu, wind and fire, augmenting each other's power. To think Hirohiko possessed dual attributes, both wind and fire, in such a harmonious manner. Chiba's pupils reflected the fierce, spiraling pillar of flame, and a pallor crept onto his face. How swift! And the temperature. Chiba's pupils narrowed. The fiery pillar, imbued with the swiftness of wind, approached in an instant. Sweat streamed down his face, a mixture of the flame's heat and his own anxiety. Meanwhile, Kushina observed, her lips twitching as she watched the inferno, noting how those around her instinctively recoiled. This is too much, Hirohiko. I merely explained the principles of combination ninjutsu, and he has already figured it out on his own. With Uchiha's fire release, combined with the wind that enhances its power, this child has discovered his dual attributes, which is why he inquired about combination ninjutsu. However, if this power strikes head-on, Chiba will be in grave danger. Just then, a panic call rang out. Chiba? Before the voice could finish, the pillar of flame surged forth, engulfing Chiba entirely. Is this too excessive? Could it be that Takechiba has perished? The situation appeared dire indeed. The participants watched as the fiery pillar erupted into a sea of flames, crackling and burning, sending plumes of white smoke upwards, obscuring the scene within. The might of Uchiha Hirohiko's fire release was overwhelming. Even from the audience area, they could feel the intense heat. Surely, Takechiba was doomed. The ground where the fire had passed bore faint scorch marks. There would be nothing left. This thought echoed in everyone's minds. Yukina clutched the railing tightly, gazing into the inferno. Her earlier composure shattered as she instinctively cried out. At this moment, her heart raced with trepidation. Although she harbored concerns, she was not afraid for Chiba's life. She had faith in Hirohiko's discretion, believing he would never resort to taking Chiba's life, for there was no reason to do so. After all, Chiba was their sole friend. Meanwhile, Kushina's brow furrowed as she observed the unfolding scene. The flames, fueled by the wind, not only surged in strength but also quickened in speed. Given Chiba's previous demeanor, was this battle destined for Hirohiko's triumph? The expression on Minato's face reflected astonishment as he watched Hirohiko in action. Was this truly the youngest genius of the Uchiha clan? Awakening his Sharingan at the tender age of 7, mastering the shadow clone technique, and now demonstrating the ability to synchronize his clones with himself to execute combined ninjutsu. This was no mere testament to talent. At that moment, the third Hokage had returned to the viewing platform, having witnessed the entirety of the duel between Chiba and Hirohiko. Hirohiko exhaled softly, his shadow clone dissipating in a puff of white mist. The flames before him began to wane, and the white smoke gradually thinned. Just then, Hirohiko's expression shifted as he abruptly looked upward. Chiba descended from the sky, chest out, fist clenched, charging forward with the intention of delivering a powerful blow. Had he concealed himself amidst the dust clouds created by his earlier shuriken technique, leaving a clone behind while his true self launched from above? Understanding dawned upon Hirohiko, and as he stepped back, he reached into his ninja tool pouch, preparing to evade and counter with shuriken. However, just as he lifted his foot, the ground beneath him suddenly fractured, and 2 hands emerged, gripping his feet and rendering him immobile. This was the decapitation technique. Panic surged through him. There was no time. Hirohiko's pupils constricted as the tomo of his Sharingan whirled, and he beheld Chiba's fist barreling towards him. With barely enough time to raise his hands in defense, Chiba's strike landed with tremendous force, knocking his hands back against his own face. Chiba smiled, maintaining his striking pose, but his expression stiffened as he glanced over his shoulder. The sound of slicing air heralded the approach of several shuriken. The shuriken came from behind, yet Hirohiko was still blocking his own punch. In other words, in that instant, the Hirohiko struck by Chiba's fist erupted into a cloud of white mist. Simultaneously, the shuriken pierced through Chiba's back. Shadow clones. Were both of these Hirohikos merely clones? Had he discerned my movements? No, he had seen through the true form of my body in the life gate mode. Upon contemplating this, Chiba's gaze became fixed. Behind him, where the flames had extinguished, Hirohiko maintained the posture of throwing shurikens, and at this moment, Chiba observed him gradually standing upright, gasping heavily for breath. No, it was not his true self leaping into the air beyond the earthen wall, but rather a shadow clone soaring upwards, poised for a strike. The real body was indeed confronting my explosive wind flame assault, yet it had employed the technique of decapitation in its heart. Using the decapitation technique's earth evasion, it had eluded my explosive wind flame assault. The figure plummeting down, struck by my shuriken, was not the original. Hirohiko's Sharingan glimmered with intensity in his eyes. The Chiba struck by the shuriken showed no signs of abnormal activation in those 3 chakra points. Clearly, it was a shadow clone. As anticipated, with a resounding boom, the Chiba hit by the shuriken erupted into a cloud of white mist. Hirohiko, panting heavily, witnessed Chiba's shadow clone disintegrate, and as the mist began to dissipate, Chiba's panting figure gradually emerged from the haze. He knows me all too well. Chiba squinted his eyes. Originally, he intended to launch an aerial assault with the shadow clone, while the real body evaded the explosive wind flame assault using the decapitation technique to secure victory. Unexpectedly, Hirohiko had expended chakra to maintain 2 shadow clones to execute a combined ninjutsu, while the original concealed itself, waiting for a counterattack, ready to strike at the moment of his assault. I nearly fell into his trap. Fortunately, I had anticipated this, allowing the shadow clone to engage in the air. Otherwise, Hirohiko would not have merely greeted me with shurikens. Both Hirohiko and Chiba were panting, pondering deeply. He realized I would utilize the earthen wall to obscure my attack, as it obstructed my shurikens and his line of sight. Indeed, this detail had caught his attention. He was already prepared with the decapitation technique to counter my assault. After all, if I did not engage in close combat, it surely indicated ninjutsu. Although he was unaware that it was the explosive wind flame assault, he knew I would employ fire release and not earth release. By using earth evasion, he could elude any of my ninjutsu attacks. Upon witnessing the explosive wind flame assault, he deliberately utilized the decapitation technique at the last possible moment, making me believe he might not evade this combined ninjutsu. After all, I held great confidence in the speed of the explosive wind flame assault, and I harbored a glimmer of hope that I could triumph over him with this technique. In truth, I too had anticipated this outcome, which drew my gaze toward the fiery chaos of the explosive wind flame assault, thus neglecting the aerial assault of the shadow clone above. The shadow clone's overt aerial attack, coupled with the original's covert decapitation technique strike, had indeed prepared a defense against me, hadn't he it? After all, if I had a follow-up move, his original concealed in the shadows could minimize any potential loss. Moreover, should the attack fail, the hidden original could launch a subsequent assault to compensate. Thankfully, I had created distance. Otherwise, I might have faced a counterattack. Facing Chiba, one must never let their guard down. It is also fortunate that I had precautionary measures in place, leaving behind 2 shadow clones. The investment of this chakra has proven worthwhile. What has this Takechiba done? That swift flame could be avoided. No, that cannot be right. I distinctly observed that the fire-style combination ninjutsu had engulfed him, yet he remains unscathed. Are you all fools? It is evidently a shadow clone technique. The figure remaining in the path of the fire ninjutsu was merely a shadow clone, which was obliterated upon being struck by the flames. But what of his true self? Do not forget that the one in the sky is also a shadow clone. The contestants exchanged glances, each furrowing their brows in contemplation. They understood Uchiha Hirohiko's strategy. Yet they were baffled by Takechiba's actions. If the figure in the air is a shadow clone, then where is his true self? Why did he appear after the explosion of his airborne shadow clone amidst this white mist? Where is his true self concealed, and how did he manage such a feat? It is utterly perplexing. Clearly, their attention had been fixated on the descending shadow clone of Chiba, thus neglecting the true Chiba, who was executing the decapitation technique. Ah, remarkable. How astute these 2 youngsters are. Indeed, they have completely failed to grasp the situation. The ordinary audience was also abuzz with speculation. As anticipated, it is not so simple. Uzumaki Kushina smiled and shook her head. She had been keenly observing the progress of Chiba and Hirohiko during their training. While Chiba has indeed grown rapidly, Hirohiko, belonging to the Uchiha clan and having awakened his Sharingan, has shown a remarkable rate of advancement. Furthermore, to contend with Chiba, Hirohiko has diligently honed his taijutsu, which has progressed beyond mere leaps and bounds. Chiba's taijutsu is now on par with his own, and astonishingly, Hirohiko has also reached a similar level of proficiency. What is even more surprising is that Hirohiko, like Chiba, possesses dual chakra attributes, with a combination that surpasses Chiba's fire and wind attributes, where the wind enhances the fire, creating an optimal synergy. Compared to Chiba, Hirohiko, as a member of the Uchiha clan, wields fire-style jutsu with unparalleled prowess, unmatched throughout Konoha, or perhaps even the entire ninja world. The wind-style jutsu, fortuitously, is also one of her specialties, as she possesses both wind and water attributes, allowing her to impart numerous wind-style techniques to Hirohiko. Conversely, Chiba possesses only water attributes akin to her own, with his mastery of earth style being self-taught. Without a doubt, Chiba is her most esteemed disciple, yet Hirohiko's potential instills great confidence in her, particularly with his Sharingan. In her heart, she believes that while Chiba is formidable, Hirohiko is equally strong. The only one capable of overcoming Chiba might be Hirohiko, and it appears that Hirohiko indeed possesses such capability. Surely, Chiba now perceives him as more troublesome than Hyūga. In truth, Chiba harbors this very sentiment. The battle against Hyūga drained a considerable amount of his stamina. Although he rested for a while and consumed some of Yukina's rice balls, he is still not at his peak condition, driven by an overwhelming desire to defeat Yuki, leading him to act recklessly. The open gate mode seems unsustainable for much longer. Chiba gazed at the equally panting Hirohiko ahead, his brow furrowed in concern. Moreover, Hongyan could be deemed the most formidable adversary, as he possesses an unparalleled understanding of my abilities. He wields both wind and fire release techniques, hails from the Uchiha clan, and possesses the Sharingan, truly a troublesome opponent. I must devise a strategy. Just as Chinya was deep in thought, the activation of the life gate mode gradually began to close. In an instant, his chakra levels diminished significantly. Having already expended a considerable amount, the chakra from the life gate mode faded away, leaving him with a meager quantity. Barely half that of a Chunin standard. This predicament has become increasingly challenging. Chinya mused, a slight grimace forming at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Hongyan was panting heavily. It was indeed too taxing. Splitting his chakra to create 2 shadow clones and employing a combined ninjutsu, coupled with the previous expenditure, had nearly depleted his chakra reserves to that of a single jutsu's worth. Evidently, Hongyan had a keen awareness of his chakra levels, fully cognizant of his own condition. This was a testament to the teachings of Uzumaki Kushina, who consistently advised her 3 disciples during their training to maintain a constant awareness of their physical state and to incorporate unique challenges that would enhance their ability to manage their internal chakra. Among the trio, Chinya exhibited the most precise control over chakra, while Hongyan was the most adept at calculating chakra levels. As for Shuanai, due to the peculiarities of her gentle fist technique, a family secret, Uzumaki Kushina found it difficult to gauge her abilities. However, it was evident that Shuanai possessed a refined grasp over her chakra, often concluding their training sessions with the highest reserves among them. Thus, the only course of action left was evident. Both Chinya and Hongyan lifted their gazes simultaneously, their eyes locking in mutual understanding. A singular thought resonated within them. Close combat. The decisive clash of physical prowess. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, they instinctively comprehended each other's intentions, a silent exchange that conveyed their mutual resolve. Even Shuanai, observing from the stands, pondered aloud. Are they truly opting for close combat? Hinata Yukiyama, too, was focused on the two, his expression grave. Indeed, this Uchiha Hongyan is no easy opponent. If it were me in Takachiya's position. Upon this reflection, Yukiyama furrowed his brow. Both combatants were intimately familiar with one another, and it was clear this would be a grueling battle, was it not? Chinya, Hongyan, on the sidelines. Wolfing Shuaiman watched with a smile gracing his lips, while in his eyes, he saw Chinya and Hongyan, each wielding their kunai, collide with one another. Clang. A spark erupted from the fierce clash of their kunai. Bang. The moment their weapons interlocked, their fists met as well. Subsequently, a glint flashed in their eyes, and with a resounding thud, their foreheads collided with force. The impact caused both to recoil slightly, a wave of dizziness washing over them. Simultaneously, they shook their hands. Swiftly retreating. Thud. Thud. Both landed simultaneously, creating a considerable distance between them, yet refrained from launching another assault, instead rubbing their heads. Next time, I absolutely cannot use a headbutt. It's far too disadvantageous, painful and uncomfortable, Chinya thought to himself. No more headbutts. What a dizzying experience. This was Hongyan's sentiment. Chiba squinted, transferring the kunai from his left hand to his right, his hand slowly reaching behind him. During this process, it seemed he brushed against something, causing his expression to momentarily falter. Opposite him, Hirohiko bit down on the kunai, his hands gradually moving behind his back. The prospect of defeating him in close combat seemed implausible. Therefore, let this be the decisive moment. I must carefully control my strength. A miscalculation could lead to disaster. A glimmer flickered in Hirohiko's Sharingan. As long as the Sharingan remained, he must possess chakra. Does he have any hidden moves left? Judging by his demeanor, it appeared he intended to settle the matter with shuriken techniques. Chiba gently wiped his lips, brushing away a few beads of sweat, contemplating within. At that moment, Hirohiko suddenly hurled his hands, releasing 4 shurikens that spun through the air, tracing graceful arcs. Indeed, it was the shuriken technique. Chiba's gaze sharpened as he charged towards the 4 shurikens, advancing rather than retreating, and flung his kunai with great force. Whoosh! The kunai shot towards Hirohiko at incredible speed, reaching him in an instant. Yet, Hirohiko merely tilted his head, and with a clang, the shuriken he was biting down on deflected Chiba's kunai. Thud! The kunai fell to the ground, embedding itself into the earth beneath him. Chiba's gaze shifted slightly to observe the kunai that had just flown past him. At that moment, he was still at a distance, while the 4 shurikens had grazed his cheek, drawing a few droplets of blood. A hint of surprise flickered across Chiba's face. Just as he was taken aback, the Sharingan in Hirohiko's eyes spun, and he deftly manipulated the fine threads connecting to his hands, and the flying shurikens. This was the art of manipulation. No, it must be the Sharingan's windmill technique. Chiba realized in an instant, but it was already too late. The 4 shurikens intertwined and spiraled towards him from behind. In that moment, Chiba's mind was consumed by a single thought. As he prepared to evade, he heard a whoosh, and a kunai shot towards him from the very direction he intended to escape. In that critical moment, Chiba had no choice but to abandon his intention to dodge. The kunai whizzed by. Chiba felt a tightening sensation around his body. As the shuriken spun around him several times, the attached wire binding him firmly. Clink, 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 clink. The crisp sounds echoed as the 4 shurikens, still swirling, were decisively pierced by the 4 incoming kunai, anchoring them to the ground. Chiba felt the pull of the wire as it tightened, causing him to stumble, nearly losing his balance. Struggling to regain his footing, he found himself ensnared by the wire, rendering him immobile. The wire dug painfully into his flesh, and if he struggled too violently, his skin might tear. I can't form any seals. Not even the substitution technique. Chiba looked up in astonishment, noticing that Hirohiko appeared to be biting down on the wire, which glimmered in the sunlight, reflecting brilliant colors. Simultaneously, he swiftly began forming hand seals. It must be done in time. Chiba bit his lip, his brow furrowed. How formidable. Under such circumstances, he wouldn't even be able to form seals. This time, Chiba has lost. The participants were certain in their assertions. Is it Hirohiko's victory? Yukina sighed softly, acknowledging the outcome. Kushina Uzumaki squinted her eyes and unconsciously remarked, Hirohiko, your efforts during this period have not been in vain. At the same time, she felt a sense of deep astonishment within her. Indeed, he was a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, having already mastered the windmill technique of the Sharingan. Had he accomplished this without my knowledge? So, this technique determines the outcome. Even I was deceived. The combination of ninjutsu was merely a facade. This is quite acceptable. A worthy opponent must experience both victory and defeat. Minato Namikaze observed the 2 individuals in the arena, narrowing his eyes slightly. It was over. Chiba had lost. In the arena, Hirohiko formed the hand seals. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A plume of flame erupted from Hirohiko's mouth, racing along the wire. The moment it made contact with Chiba, it erupted violently, transforming into a fireball that instantly engulfed Chiba. It was over. Gazing at the blazing flames, everyone, audience members, participants, Minato Namikaze, and even the Third Hokage and the legendary 3 ninjas, had reached the same conclusion. It was over. Chiba had lost. Moreover, Hirohiko's control over chakra was remarkable. Though the flames appeared fierce, they were significantly less powerful than the true dragon fire technique. He had consciously reduced its potency to avoid truly incinerating Chiba. After all, while the mastery of the dragon fire technique is rated C in difficulty, its destructive power is second to none. The Uchiha clan has indeed produced an extraordinary young man. The Third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, a faint smile gracing his lips as he nodded in approval. Was this the Sharingan's windmill technique? Utilizing the insight of the Sharingan, he elevated his manipulation technique to new heights, and such control is not easily mastered. Even among the Uchiha clan, few achieve it. Orochimaru's gaze was fixed on Hirohiko's Sharingan. Tsunade stared at the rising flames, her brow furrowing slightly as she sighed. Had he lost to his own teammate? She had expected him to triumph all the way through. After all, talents like him are rare, and one could not shake the feeling that he would not be defeated. Nonetheless, losing to his teammate was not an injustice, given that he was a genius of the Uchiha clan. As the flames surged, a bead of sweat rolled down Hirohiko's forehead, and he exhaled in relief. Excellent. His control was remarkable. Chiba would not suffer fatal injuries. Simultaneously, he released a heavy weight from his heart. He had genuinely feared that Chiba might have some trick up his sleeve. At that moment when he was employing the windmill technique of the Sharingan, his focus had never been so intense. His chakra was depleted. Hirohiko relaxed his mouth, the wire slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground, while the Sharingan in his eyes gradually faded to a clear black. The Sharingan was deactivated. He had won. A faint smile crept across his lips. He had finally triumphed over Chiba. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his brow furrowed sharply as he gazed towards the source of the flames, only to hear the sound of snapping wire. A surge of green chakra radiated forth. What? Hirohiko's eyes widened slightly. Snap! Another wire broke. Boom! An explosive burst of chakra erupted, scattering the flames in all directions. The wires fell in spirals to the ground. Is this Chiba? What an immense chakra, visible even without the Sharingan. Hirohiko took a step back, his eyes reflecting astonishment and disbelief. When did this happen? Kushina Uzumaki was so shocked that she rose from her seat. Not only Kushina, but even Minato Namikaze outside the arena was pale with shock. Chiba could actually. Tsunade turned abruptly to face the third Hokage, and upon her glance, Jiraiya and Orochimaru also directed their attention to their mentor. Ah, it cannot be mistaken. The third Hokage slowly set down his ever-present pipe, gripping the armrest with one hand. Chiba Yukina tightly grasped the railing, her face etched with concern. Such overwhelming chakra was already beginning to damage his body. Through her Byakugan, she observed Chiba's condition with clarity. This guy possesses such power that even Hyūga's expression changed. Meanwhile, the other participants were left dumbfounded, murmuring in disbelief. The ordinary audience members were wide-eyed, rendered speechless. At that moment, Chiba was enveloped by a layer of green chakra. His skin flushed red, hair standing on end, and violent chakra currents swirling around him, lifting small stones from the ground, which floated gently in his vicinity. Furthermore, droplets of blood were rising from the wounds inflicted by wire, dispersing into the air. The fabric of his clothing, propelled by the chakra currents, slapped against Chiba's body with a sharp sound. Slowly, Chiba lifted his head. The 8th gate of the 8 gates technique, the 4th gate, the healing gate, is now open. Hirohiko, I am coming. A soft shout followed. Boom. In the aftermath of that sound, the ground where Chiba stood erupted violently, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Hirohiko, who was still some distance away, suddenly tilted his head, and his entire body was propelled into the air like an arrow released from a bow. Boom. Hirohiko was thrown back, crashing into a tree before embedding himself into the wall of the first training ground. Instantly, the wall cracked like a spider web, stones scattered, and a large pit was blasted out. To think he had such a hidden trump card. I have lost again, Chiba. Hirohiko, embedded in the center of the wall's pit in a star shape, wore a bitter smile along with blood at the corners of his mouth before darkness enveloped him. And he lost consciousness. Thud. Chiba landed on the ground, standing before Hirohiko, chakra currents swirling, gently lifting small stones. Chiba's right hand relaxed, causing his clothing to flutter and emit a soft sound. A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek, eventually dissipated by the chakra currents. If it weren't for the flushed redness of his face obscuring his expression, one might assume Chiba bore a sheepish look. I miscalculated the force of opening the 4th gate and overdid it. Hey, are you joking? What just happened in that brief moment? How could one possibly capture his speed? What is going on? Who could possibly contend with him? What a monster! The participants stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom the scene before them. Chiba had actually mastered the 8 gates technique? This is the appearance when the 4 gates are opened, isn't it? Has he truly mastered the opening of all 4 gates? The expression on Namikaze Minato's face was one of sheer astonishment. Chiba, when did you acquire such formidable techniques? The chakra is almost visible to the naked eye. Inuzuka Kushina also looked astonished, yet a hint of concern marred her features. With such tumultuous chakra, he is still but a child. Can his body withstand it? The answer, of course, is no. Although Chiba had managed to open the injury gate, his body remains tender and is not endowed with the sage-like physique of the Senju or Uzumaki clans, which possess vast reserves of chakra and vitality. At this moment, the violent chakra from the injury gate was wreaking havoc on his internal muscle tissue to the extent that the muscles in his right arm had already torn. Had he not been in the state of the injury gate, he would have been unable to lift his right hand at all. At that instant, Chiba recognized the gravity of his predicament. The injury gate at his chest gradually closed, and the ferocious chakra within him instantly dissipated, along with the first 3 gates. The chakra within Chiba vanished without a trace. Concurrently, a wave of exhaustion and excruciating pain swept through his body, particularly in his right hand, which felt as if it were being torn asunder. In that fleeting moment, Chiba's face contorted in agony, and his right hand drooped helplessly. The chakra flow abruptly ceased. His hair fell back, clinging to his forehead, which was now damp with cold sweat. It felt as though he had been drenched. His clothes bore water stains. This is dire. I should not have recklessly opened the injury gate. While my physical condition met the requirements for opening the gates, I still could not bear the strain. After all, in the original story, Lee was 13 when he battled Gaara. Although he could open the fifth gate, his body had developed to a certain extent, and he had trained significantly more than I have. Even so, opening the fourth gate had caused him injury. What more can be said of me? In the end, I lost my rationality in my desire not to be defeated by Hirohiko. Chiba gritted his teeth, forcing a smile as he glanced at Namake's Minato. At that moment, Minato was still in shock over Chiba's use of the 8 gates. When Chiba's gaze shifted towards him, his expression changed. This child is overexerting himself. Has he truly torn the muscles in his hand? Merely throwing a punch has resulted in such an injury. He cannot possibly endure the state of the injury gate. Minato's brow furrowed in deep concern, and he quickly raised a hand, declaring, Chunin exam, second test, match 13, Takikawa Chiba wins. Upon hearing Minato's announcement, the arena fell into a profound silence. All eyes fixated on Chiba, who hung his head, utterly exhausted, a mixture of astonishment, disbelief, and fear reflected in his eyes. With a thud, Chiba collapsed to the ground, the world fading to black before him. At that moment, medical ninjas were already prepared, swiftly lifting both Chiba and Hirohiko onto stretchers to transport them to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Yukina, seated in the stands, hurriedly rushed down. Lady Yukina. Hayashi Hyūga called softly as she passed by, yet he did not intervene, sighing as he turned his gaze back to the arena. From a distance, a voice rang out. Brother Uchiha, do your best in the next test. Lord Yukina, upon hearing a sudden jolt, turned to find that Yukina had vanished at the staircase. Swiftly, he redirected his gaze towards the center of the arena, where Yukina had dashed towards Chiba and Hirohiko, subsequently entering the infirmary. A faint smile graced Lord Yukina's visage. Just then, another figure leapt down from the audience, slicing through the air with a streak of crimson, following into the infirmary. Kakashi Hatake halted his advance, contemplating. Is that Kushina? Meanwhile, on the central viewing platform, the third Hokage slowly raised his hand and took a puff from his cigarette. This child is utterly incapable of handling the 8 gates. It is far too strenuous. But where did this child learn the 8 gates? The third Hokage pondered, taking several more draws from his cigarette. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru exchanged glances, well aware of the forbidden technique known as the 8 gates. Are you suggesting? Tsunade furrowed her brow. That the stolen scroll of the 8 gates has fallen into the hands of Takikawa Chiba? Orochimaru articulated the unspoken words of Tsunade. Let us address this matter after the Chunin exams conclude, the third Hokage interjected, halting their discussion. The 3 Sannin exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. At this juncture, within the infirmary, Chiba and Hirohiko lay upon the hospital beds, while 2 medical ninjas applied pressure to their injuries, administering healing ninjutsu. Uzumaki, Kushina, and Yukina stood at the bedside, attentively listening to the medical ninjas recount the conditions of the 2 boys. Hirohiko is relatively fine. With only a few muscular injuries, he should fully recover with treatment. However, Chiba's condition is more concerning, with damage to his entire muscular structure. And his right hand has suffered a rupture, one of the medical ninjas reported. Yuriko, let's not discuss that just yet. Can he be healed? Kushina interjected, her tone laced with urgency. The medical ninja attending to Chiba was indeed Yuriko, the same who had treated him previously. Her furrowed brow was a testament to the gravity of Chiba's state. Do not fret, Lady Kushina. The muscular damage can be rectified through medical ninjutsu. However, both of them will be unable to participate further in today's exams. I assure you, they will not suffer any lasting repercussions, but I cannot guarantee their recovery by tomorrow. Yuriko replied. Kushina exhaled deeply. As long as they can be healed, that is all that matters. With Chiba's 2 victories secured, it is of no consequence if he cannot compete further. It is merely Hirohiko's 1 win and 1 loss that concerns me. Do not worry, sensei. I will secure the 3 points, Yukina asserted, tugging at her sleeve with determination. Kushina nodded, affectionately ruffling Yukina's hair, and advised, do not overexert yourself. Yukina cast a glance at the 2 lying on the beds before declaring, then, I shall take my leave. Yuriko-san, they will be all right, won't they? Yuriko, enchanted by the delightful Yukina and her earnest demeanor, smiled and nodded, reassuring her, rest assured. Very well. Yukina nodded emphatically before exiting the infirmary. As Kushina observed Yukina's departing silhouette, she sighed and turned her attention back to Chiba and Hirohiko. Indeed, they are quite the willful pair. Will they eventually become 2 inept men? They seem to revel in their own freedom, casting the burden upon the young girl, Yukina. It seems that Yukina will also face hardships ahead. However, I believe Yukina will manage just fine. Contemplating this, Uzumaki Kushina smiled gently. This gloomy trio truly forms the perfect ensemble. When Chiba awoke, it was already dusk. "You're awake," Hirohiko remarked, his face partially bandaged. Upon noticing Chiba's consciousness, he spoke. "Ouch." Chiba winced slightly at the pain, as even sitting up sent waves of discomfort throughout his body. "Shoo." Hirohiko suddenly gestured for silence. Chiba furrowed his brow, about to inquire further, when he noticed Kushina sitting by the edge of his bed, supporting her chin with one hand, sound asleep. A strand of crimson hair slipped from her forehead as he observed. "How long have I been unconscious?" Chiba whispered. "About 5 or 6 hours," Hirohiko replied softly. Chiba propped himself up on the pillow, slowly leaning back. With each movement, pain surged through him, and he gritted his teeth, glancing at his heavily bandaged right hand. Thinking to himself, "I truly overexerted myself." Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Yukina on the other side of the bed, similarly resting with her chin in her hand. However, she appeared far more disheveled than Kushina, covered in dirt and bearing numerous minor wounds. Chiba was taken aback. "Yukina, you scored 3 points, which means we all advance," Hirohiko stated in a hushed tone. Understanding dawned on Chiba as he quickly processed the information. He had fought 3 matches, and the outcome against Hinata Yukihira was uncertain, likely a draw, so he assumed it wouldn't count as a victory for Yukihira. Thus, with 2 wins out of 3 matches, even if someone was unable to compete and thus forfeited, they would still qualify for advancement. Even if Yukihira's match was considered a loss, his score would remain at 0, ensuring he would not be eliminated. However, Hirohiko had fought 2 matches, with 1 win and 1 loss, leaving him at 0 points. With his inability to compete further, he would undoubtedly incur negative points. According to the rules, 3 points could revive a fallen teammate, and Yukina's 3 points unequivocally meant the revival of Hirohiko. Thus, all 3 of them would advance. "Thank you for your hard work, Yukina," Chiba silently expressed, observing her appearance, which indicated that her battles had been far from easy. "Are you all right?" he inquired, glancing at Hirohiko. "Less severe than yours," Hirohiko succinctly replied, but Chiba understood that in terms of injuries, he bore the greater burden. "This guy is quite stubborn, even comparing the severity of their wounds. You consumed my military ration pills, which allowed you to unleash that technique and ultimately defeat me, didn't you?" Hirohiko suddenly remarked. Chiba was momentarily taken aback before responding. "You figured it out. That move of wiping sweat. I took the military ration pill from my pocket, and when you bound me, I managed to swallow it, replenishing my stamina and chakra, which enabled me to activate that technique." Hongyan rarely spoke so much. "Indeed, without the military rations, given my physical strength and chakra, I would have been utterly incapable of opening the injury gate," Chiba remarked. The ability to enter the state of the injury gate was, without a doubt, attributed to the military ration pill that Hirohiko had provided when he was starving before the match. Chiba had not anticipated that the very ration he was reluctant to consume would ultimately change the tide in a critical moment. The condition for unlocking the 4th gate of the 8 gates, the injury gate, was discovered on the last day of training prior to the Chunin exams. When he realized he could indeed access it, that slight realization came just before the examination commenced. However, he had not intended to use it. For though his body could unlock it, it did not guarantee he could fully withstand the violent chakra of the injury gate, which indeed proved to be quite strenuous. Yet, in the end, he could not resist its call. Chiba could only manage a bitter smile. Fortunately, it did not result in any irreparable consequences. Though movement caused him considerable pain, he was aware that it was not a grave issue. Rest would suffice. "By the way, that combination ninjutsu you used was intentional, wasn't it?" Chiba suddenly recalled something and inquired. "What?" Hirohiko maintained his impassive expression. "You deliberately utilized the combination ninjutsu to exhaust your chakra, didn't you?" At that moment, you had other ninjutsu options available. There was no necessity to employ such a chakra-draining technique, was there? Chiba fixed his gaze on Hirohiko. No, there were no other choices. Hirohiko's expression remained unchanged. "You're lying. You clearly believe that my earlier battle with Hinata Yukihira had depleted a significant amount of my energy. So you opted for that ninjutsu to intentionally deplete your chakra, thereby leveling the initial advantage." Chiba understood. While the combination ninjutsu indeed wielded great power, it was evidently not the optimal choice at that moment. primarily due to the excessive chakra consumption involved. At that moment, Uzumaki, Kushina, and Yukina simultaneously stirred, slowly opening their eyes. Upon noticing the two had awakened, smiles graced their faces. "You're awake." Uzumaki Kushina's crimson hair began to billow gently. "Huh, why the anger? Didn't you both advance?" Chiba blinked, sensing an ominous premonition at the sight of Uzumaki Kushina. Then bang, bang. Two heavy strikes landed on the tops of Chiba and Hirohiko's heads, instantly causing their scalps to swell dramatically. "That hurts." Chiba clutched his head, on the verge of tears. In contrast, Hirohiko's reaction mirrored Chiba's astonishingly well. "Both of you." Uzumaki Kushina's forehead twitched in irritation. "Do you not know what this second examination is testing?" "We understand. Mentality, tactical choices, and the ability to sustain combat effectiveness," Chiba replied. Upon hearing Chiba's response, Uzumaki Kushina snorted in exasperation, saying, "Then why did you choose such a chakra-draining tactic that could render you incapable of fighting? If this were a battlefield, you both might have perished." "Yes, Kushina-sensei," Hirohiko admitted. "I won't dare again." Chiba also conceded. At present, Kushina Uzumaki is in a fit of anger, and it is best to remain silent. Observing the two wrapped in bandages, her crimson hair cascading gently, she sighed and remarked, "In a life-and-death battle, there is no concept of a next time. Remember, it is imperative to assess the situation calmly and take rational action. Otherwise, your injuries or inability to fight could very well lead to the demise of your comrades." Although she found their performance commendable, as their teacher, there were certain matters that needed addressing. This was the thought that lingered in Kushina's mind. "Yes, Kushina-sensei." The two replied in unison, turning to Yukina and saying, "We are sorry, Yukina." Yukina quickly waved her small hand, indicating that it was no trouble. Indeed, if they were on the battlefield and both she and Hirohiko were incapacitated, it would undoubtedly jeopardize Yukina's safety, possibly even leading to her demise. Kushina was correct. The Three Lives revival system likely had this very consideration in mind. Though this rule might seem trivial, it indeed encompassed numerous challenges, and one could easily envision various unexpected situations and choices that might arise on the battlefield. The individual who conceived this rule must possess great wisdom, Chiba thought with admiration. Moreover, he increasingly felt the impending approach of the Third War. The village was already preparing for it. Presently, aside from the Chunin exams, there was a pressing need to expedite the development of the injury gate mode. Although initiating the injury gate was somewhat ambitious, I must also prepare for contingencies, Chiba reflected. However, today did not feel suitable for training. He felt somewhat unwell. Therefore, you all should focus on recuperating today. Yukina, you must also ensure you rest well. Your injuries should recover by tomorrow. I have already confirmed this with Yuriko, and tomorrow is the final test, so we cannot afford to be lax, Kushina stated sternly. The three nodded in agreement. Yes, Kushina-sensei. Kushina nodded, then smiled gently, saying, "Now, I will leave Yukina in your care. I will fetch something to eat." With that, she turned and departed. The three exchanged glances, then looked around the empty infirmary. "Shall we play cards until Kushina-sensei returns?" Chiba glanced at the table by the bedside, where a deck of cards, left by someone, lay. "Let's play," Hirohiko said succinctly. "All right," Yukina concurred. Thus, Yukina took the cards, Hirohiko got off the bed, and the three huddled on Chiba's bed to play. "I win." "Don't move, Chiba," Yukina said with a slightly mischievous smile, flicking her finger against Chiba's forehead. Chiba frowned. "My turn now," Yukina continued, and after her turn, Hirohiko also flicked a finger. "Why are the card games in the Naruto world so different from ours? They are completely unlike what we play." Chiba lamented, feeling defeated, his forehead already reddened from the flicks. After nearly an hour of playing cards, he had not won a single round. Snow Nai and Hirohiko were thoroughly enjoying themselves, while Chiba harbored grave suspicions that their competitive spirits were solely directed at him through the card game. Although the three of them were adversaries in this card game, it felt as if the duo were conspiring against him. As it was his first encounter with this card game, he had yet to fully grasp the rules. Coupled with their attitudes, it was inevitable that he would suffer defeat after defeat. Observing Chiba's expression of despair, the two exchanged knowing glances, barely containing their amusement. At that moment, Snow Nai glanced at the darkening sky and remarked, "It's getting dark, I'll turn on the lights." With that, she leapt off the bed and hurried to illuminate the room. The brilliant white light flooded the dimly lit space, and Chiba flexed his hands. noting that aside from his right hand, which was heavily bandaged and resembled a club, the wrappings on his body were less extensive than Hirohiko's. As he moved his hands, the pain that had once plagued him had subsided, indicating a rapid recovery. It was likely he would be fully healed by the next day. As for his right hand, he was uncertain, but given the pace of his recovery, it should be nearly restored. After all, the severed muscle had begun to regain mobility in such a short period. A testament to the miraculous effects of medical ninjutsu and chakra. "Where is teacher Kushina?" Snonai inquired. Peering out the door, but finding no sign of the vortex Kushina's return. The infirmary was located at the first training ground, which was now closed, leaving the surroundings eerily quiet. According to what Snonai had learned from Yuriko's instructions, the two were to remain at the first training ground that night due to their injuries, as excessive movement would be unwise, and visiting the Konoha hospital would be troublesome. Everything they required was already available here. Just as Snonai was about to turn back to the card game, a silver-haired youth peeked in, greeting Chiba. At that moment, Chiba, reclining on the sickbed, felt a pang of hunger at Snonai's earlier comment and, startled by the greeting, turned to the doorway, his face a mask of surprise. "Kakashi, what brings you here?" he exclaimed. This silver-haired boy was, of course, Hatake Kakashi. Upon hearing his name, Hirohiko, who had been arranging the cards, also turned his head, and the three gazes converged upon Kakashi. "I heard from the teacher that you were hospitalized, so I came to check on you," Kakashi replied as he entered, nodding to Hirohiko and Snonai. Just then, two more voices echoed from outside. "Obito, you're late again. I just got lost. Come on, let us go. Kakashi is already here." It was evident that these were Obito and Rin. As they spoke, their footsteps approached, and soon they entered the room. "Good evening, Chiba, Hirohiko." Snonai, Rin greeted politely, holding a basket of fruit. Obito, with his hands behind his head, cast a somewhat discontented glance at Hirohiko. "Oh, good evening, Rin Obito." Chiba waved with his club-like hand. Just at that moment, a spirited voice suddenly resonated from outside. "Come on, Kakashi, Chiba, let us settle this once and for all." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a figure clad in a vibrant green jumpsuit bounded into the room, nearly colliding with Rin, striking a pose with a deep lunge and crossed arms. "Oh, Kai, they are here to visit and recuperate. Perhaps you should gauge the atmosphere before speaking," Kakashi remarked, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Accompanying Kai were two handsome youths, one adorned with a headscarf and chewing on a toothpick, and the other wearing sunglasses. "Nara Shinkai? Hibizo?" Chiba pondered, recognizing that they were indeed on the same team as Kai. As Chiba assessed the newcomers, Nara Shinkai and Hibizo turned their gazes toward him. "Pleased to meet you. I am Nara Shinkai." The latter introduced himself with a serious demeanor. "I am Hibizo, at your service," he added with a slight bow. "Oh, I'm Takigawa Chiba, and this is Uchiha Hirohiko and Hyūga Yukina. I look forward to your guidance," Chiba replied, slightly bewildered by the familiar faces surrounding him. "Please, find yourselves a seat," he suggested, noticing that Hirohiko and Yukina appeared equally surprised by the unexpected company. Fortunately, the infirmary was equipped with 3 beds, 2 of which were occupied, leaving 1 available. There were also several chairs for visiting family members, ensuring ample seating. Observing Kai and the others, Kakashi shrugged and inquired, "So, how are your injuries faring?" "It should be fine for tomorrow's exam, except for this right hand," Chiba responded, gesturing to his bandaged arm. "What were you thinking? Being so reckless?" Kakashi retorted. "However, that last technique was truly impressive. I didn't even catch how you executed it," Nara Shinkai commented, biting down on his toothpick. Chiba glanced at him, realizing that the object in his mouth was not merely a toothpick. "Though the side effects are considerable," Chiba added. At that moment, Nara Rin handed a basket of fruit to Yukina, saying, "Taking care of those two must be quite taxing, right?" Yukina nodded, accepting the basket with gratitude. "Thank you. Next time, I won't lose to you, Uchiha Hirohiko." Obito chimed in, stepping closer to Hirohiko, hands still clasped behind his head, locking eyes with him. Hirohiko, now out of bed, acknowledged Obito with a nod but remained silent, struggling to find words for his senior. "Well, since we are of similar ages, let us support each other. If you manage to become Chunin, it will be a point of pride for our cohort." Hibizo earnestly encouraged Chiba. However, Chiba sensed Hibizo's gaze subtly drifting toward Rin and Yukina beneath his sunglasses. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Chiba thought, "This guy is quite the silent lecher." Coincidentally, Chiba noticed a strand of hair gently swaying at the entrance. As he looked over, he saw Kakashi seemingly noticing it as well, prompting him to step outside. Upon his return, he was accompanied by an adorable little girl. With ruby-red eyes and a charming visage, she was indeed the young version of Hong. However, upon seeing so many people, she appeared somewhat shy, retreating behind Kakashi, her gaze wandering aimlessly. It was difficult to reconcile her childhood demeanor with the poised individual she would eventually become, a thought that left Shinya pondering. At that moment, Kai noticed the card in Hirohiko's hand and exclaimed, "Hirohiko, Obito, would you like to engage in a card game? Let us determine a victor." Without waiting for a response from either Hirohiko or Obito, he dragged them both onto Hirohiko's hospital bed to play cards. Observing them, it seemed that Hirohiko and Obito were quite enthusiastic, with Obito's face flushed with excitement. Hirohiko maintained his customary poker face, yet his eyes sparkled with an inner fire. Meanwhile, Yukina and Noara Rin had caught sight of Hong. Rin approached and gently pulled her away from Kakashi, offering him a playful smile before leading the three girls aside for a chat. Kakashi shrugged and moved to the side of Chinya's bed, where Noara Haru and Ebisu were already seated, engaged in amiable conversation, with Ebisu seemingly emphasizing the importance of bringing honor to their cohort. Before long, the atmosphere became lively with laughter and chatter. At that moment, Uzumaki Kushina entered the first training ground, carrying a large bag of bento. Upon reaching the infirmary door, she paused in surprise. The room was bustling with life, a stark contrast to its earlier stillness. She quietly peered inside, her gaze falling upon Chinya's hospital bed, where two children were seated, with Kakashi standing nearby. They appeared to be engrossed in a discussion, with snippets of conversation about ninjutsu, elemental techniques, opponents, and exams drifting to her ears. Surely, they were deliberating over the Chunin exams. On another bed, three girls were engaged in cheerful conversation, with Yukina's cheeks slightly flushed and a hint of shyness in her eyes. Observing Rin and Hong, she noted a similar shyness reflected in their expressions. They were likely discussing matters of the heart, perhaps speaking of crushes. At the innermost bed, Hirohiko and Guy were playfully flicking Obito's forehead, eliciting a yelp of pain from him, followed by his defiant declaration, "Next time, I will definitely win. Remember this, you too." His voice rang out loudly, catching the attention of others, who chuckled in response. "Obito, you lost again. How many times has it been now?" Someone teased. "Just watch. This time I will emerge victorious." Another round of laughter ensued, and even the frustrated Obito couldn't suppress a chuckle, his anger dissipating in the warmth of camaraderie. Observing this scene, Kushina quietly turned away, leaning against the wall outside the infirmary, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. "They have found friends. Perhaps I shall return later." With that thought, she glanced at the bento, gently set it down, and with a fleeting motion, vanished from the spot. "We're heading back. Take care of yourselves. Do your best tomorrow." As Kakashi and the others waved goodbye one by one, the echoes of their laughter lingered in the air, and Chiba suddenly sensed a stark stillness in the infirmary, a feeling he had not noticed before. "Kakashi, come over to your place next," came Obito's voice from afar. "Huh, I say, I have a mission tomorrow, and I want to rest early," Kakashi's voice followed. "It's just a D-rank mission. It's a breeze. What is the harm in playing a little longer? Besides, it's not too late," Obito replied. "Right, Lin?" Then, the light sound of Noara Rin's laughter resonated. "What are you laughing at, Rin?" Obito asked, puzzled. "Obito, you're just hoping to eat the fish Kakashi catches," Rin remarked, her tone clearly cheerful. "TCH, who would want to eat that guy's fish?" Obito retorted, a mix of disdain and embarrassment in his voice. "Oh, Kakashi, you can fish too? Let us have a youthful fishing competition," exclaimed Guy. "Well, I should head back. If I don't, my mom will start nagging me," said Kazekage. "I'm going home too," added Ebisu. "All right, goodbye." Kakashi seemed to bid farewell to the two. "Guy, don't overdo it. We have a mission tomorrow as well," Kazekage cautioned. "Okay, my dependable teammate," Guy exclaimed. "Then, farewell." Kazekage said his goodbyes. "Goodbye, my reliable teammate," Guy echoed, accompanied by Obito and Guy's spirited chants of "Let us go home." Youthful fishing competition. The four gradually departed. Meanwhile, Chiba and the others at the infirmary door watched until they exited the first training ground before turning back inside. Speaking of which, Teacher Kushina has been gone for a while. Where could she be? Chiba mused, patting his stomach. He had enjoyed a pleasant chat with Kakashi and Kazekage earlier, But now that they had left, his stomach began to grumble. Chiba noticed something, and Hirohiko seemed to have spotted it too, glancing towards the wall near the door. "This is what Yukina picked up," he said. The three instantly recognized it as the lunch bag that Uzumaki Kushina often carried during training. Its bulging form clearly stuffed with food. "It seems teacher Kushina has already come by. Let us eat first." Chiba deduced what had transpired. She had likely visited before, but upon seeing Kakashi and the others, she chose not to disturb them and simply left the lunch behind. With that, Chiba stepped into the infirmary. Arranging some chairs to form a table, Yukina and Hirohiko exchanged glances and entered the infirmary. Yukina took the lunch from the bag and placed it on the makeshift table. And soon the three of them sat on the floor, eagerly digging in. This time, Kushina had put great thought into the lunch, filling it with high-protein foods beneficial for their recovery and energy replenishment, all deliciously prepared. Chiba, as usual, devoured his meal ravenously, while Hirohiko and Yukina also relished the food, their pace quickening, a testament to the delightful flavors of the lunch. During the meal, although Chiba devoured his food ravenously, a contemplative expression lingered on his face. Earlier, while conversing with Kakashi and Jinkan, it was primarily a dialogue between him and Kakashi. Ebisu rarely interjected, maintaining a serious demeanor, yet his eyes occasionally darted towards the girls, solidifying Chiba's suspicion of him being a silent lecher. Nevertheless, from the original narrative, Ebisu's character appeared to be quite respectable, as one would not become the tutor of the Third Hokage's grandson without merit. Moreover, through Kakashi and Jinkan, Chiba gleaned a wealth of information not present in the original work. For instance, although he had never encountered the participants of the Chunin exams, they were indeed native ninjas of Konoha. The original text depicted only a handful of characters like Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin during the Third Great Ninja War. It was implausible that only these few could bear the burden of such a monumental conflict. Simultaneously, after absorbing this information, Chiba subtly inquired about Shiga Takiaki and Kuniuchi Kenjin. Kakashi and Jinkan admitted their ignorance on the matter, given their limited interactions, but they mentioned that both were students of Morinai Shinsuke, a teacher involved in Kakashi's Chunin exam trials, albeit an obscure Jonin with no notable reputation in the village, save for the moniker of being the least remarkable among Jonin. Chiba, however, held a different view. Although he had not witnessed Shiga Takiaki's matches, his ability to secure 3 consecutive victories after forfeiting demonstrated considerable strength. He had a premonition that Shiga Takiaki would prove to be a formidable opponent. Similarly, Kuniuchi Kenjin had also advanced to the final trials with a narrow 2-point lead, achieving 3 consecutive victories. If his disciples were this impressive, it stood to reason that their mentor would not be lacking in prowess. In Chiba's estimation, Morinai Shinsuke was likely a powerful ninja, perhaps among the more formidable within the Jonin ranks. Additionally, there seemed to be no connection between Morinai Shinsuke and Morinai Ibiki. The Morinai surname was quite common in Konoha, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. As Chiba pondered the intelligence gleaned from Kakashi and Jinkan, he set down his chopsticks, having finished his substantial bento. In an unspoken understanding, as soon as Chiba laid down his utensils, Yukina, who had already completed her meal, reached out to collect his bento box, along with Hirohiko's, before heading to the sink outside the infirmary to wash them. "Yukina, I can handle it myself," Hirohiko interjected. Yet Yukina had already stepped outside, responding, "It's all right, leave this to me." Hirohiko, feeling a tad embarrassed, stood up and moved towards the door, seemingly wishing to assist, but unsure how to do so, ultimately returning to his seat awkwardly. Meanwhile, Chiba remained deep in thought, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Hirohiko had grown accustomed to Chiba's occasional immersion in a state of oblivion, displaying little surprise as he listened to the sound of water outside. With a stoic expression and flickering light in his eyes, Hirohiko began to ponder. Approximately 10 minutes later, the sound of water ceased, and Yukina, having packaged the bento box, addressed the 2 contemplative individuals. "There's an experiment tomorrow, so you both should rest early. I'll take my leave now." Upon hearing Yukina's words, both men snapped back to reality. Chiba glanced down, realizing his food container was no longer present. Upon seeing Yukina carrying the bento, he instantly understood the situation, saying, "I'm sorry for the trouble, Yukina." Yukina shook her head and replied, "It's fine. Until tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Take care on your way." Chiba and Hirohiko waved in unison. "Now, let us rest," Chiba remarked as he climbed into bed after bidding farewell to Yukina. Let us not play a few rounds of cards. It's still early, Hirohiko suggested. Time to sleep. Turn off the lights. Chiba smirked slightly, pulling the covers over himself and lying down to sleep. Shortly thereafter, Hirohiko switched off the lights and returned to his own bed. The intense battles they had fought that day had worn them out. Chiba, in particular, had been engaged in continuous clashes with Hinata, Yukihira, and Hirohiko, and he fell asleep almost instantly. Hirohiko, too, succumbed to slumber swiftly. The following day heralded the final experiment, and in the early morning, a thick fog enveloped the first training ground. Outside the infirmary, a single droplet of water fell slowly from a faucet. The rhythmic sound of dripping water coincided with the creaking of a door. Chiba emerged from the infirmary, shaking his hand as he called back, Hirohiko, I feel my hand is nearly healed. Hirohiko followed him out, carrying some toiletries that Kushina had retrieved from their home. Though he was uncertain about when Kushina had acquired them, there was no doubt they belonged to them. Hirohiko handed the toiletries to Chiba, who accepted them and touched the bandaged side of his face, stating, It doesn't hurt anymore. It seems I'm ready for the final experiment. Chiba filled a basin with water to wash up, finding it somewhat cumbersome to manage with one hand. However, he reassured himself that Yuriko would soon arrive to remove their bandages, allowing them to be prepared for the final experiment. Meanwhile, Hirohiko went directly to the sink to wash. After completing their morning routines and cleaning the toiletries, they returned to the infirmary, awaiting Yuriko to come and remove their bandages. Seated on their respective hospital beds, the two felt a profound sense of ennui. What kind of experiment could the final one be? Hirohiko casually inquired. I'm not sure. It should involve some practical combat. Chiba replied, reflecting on Kakashi's account of the Chunin exams he participated in, combined with Naruto's Generation S experiences. There was a common thread. All would inevitably involve real combat scenarios. The two experiments in which Chiba had taken part were merely sparring sessions among ninjas, akin to those in Kakashi's generation and Naruto's era, which represented the climax of the entire narrative. Kakashi's final experiment involved rescuing a hostage, while Naruto's generation faced the perilous forest of death. Evidently, both were rooted in practical combat, testing the team's ability to execute missions. Kakashi's mission to rescue the hostage, with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura safeguarding the scroll, was indeed a test of their task execution capabilities, reflecting the essence of real combat. This particular cohort, Chiba sensed, might very well serve as an experimental assessment of their operational skills. Just as he articulated his thoughts, the door to the infirmary swung open, revealing a female medical ninja, Yuriko. You're already up. I shall assist you in removing the bandages, Yuriko said with a warm smile. She approached to examine the injuries of Chiba and Hirohiko. Noting their recovery was nearly complete, even Chiba's right hand exhibited full mobility, a testament to the efficacy of yesterday's treatment. After carefully unwrapping their bandages, she conducted another inspection, confirming that both were entirely healed. The scars from the steel wire cuts on Chiba's skin had vanished without a trace. All done. You are perfectly fine. However, Chiba, do be cautious with your right hand. The newly formed muscle should not be subjected to excessive strain, Yuriko advised. Chiba paused, inquiring, what might happen if I engage in overly strenuous activities? Observing his concern, Yuriko reassured him, do not fret. As long as you exercise restraint, there should be no issues. Chiba nodded, understanding her implication that he must refrain from utilizing the fourth gate of the 8 gates during the forthcoming trials. Nevertheless, he had no intention of employing it. For opening the injury gate would plunge him into the perilous realm of the 8 gates, where the damage inflicted on the body far exceeded that of the life gate. Given his age, achieving the requisite physical resilience seemed improbable. At present, his focus was twofold: to adapt his combat style to the life gate, and to expedite the development of the injury gate. Considering the ferocious chakra output associated with the injury gate, mastering it could potentially elevate his chakra levels to that of an elite Jonin, a realization that invigorated him. He had previously underestimated his potential, believing it to be merely at the Jonin level. Achieving elite Jonin chakra levels would provide him with a solid foundation for self-preservation in the Third Great Ninja War. Yesterday had been fruitful in contemplation, and now he awaited the conclusion of the Chunin exams to dedicate himself to the development of the injury gate. Understood. Thank you, Sister Yuriko, Chiba expressed gratefully. Yuriko smiled gently, her demeanor graceful and charming, before turning to Hirohiko. saying, "You too must exercise caution." Hirohiko nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yukina arrived. Observing that the bandages had been removed and that the two appeared to be in good spirits, she breathed a sigh of relief and greeted them. "Good morning." "Oh, good morning," Chiba replied, his spirits buoyed by the successful recovery and the forthcoming endeavors associated with the injury gate. He felt an invigorating sense of purpose as he contemplated the daily training he had missed yesterday, eager to resume a fulfilling routine. "Good morning," Hirohiko echoed. "Yukina, you're up early as well." Yuriko evidently held a fondness for Yukina. Upon seeing her enter, she approached and gently ruffled Yukina's hair while also inspecting the scars on her body. "Little Yukina, your injuries have left no marks," she remarked. "Thank you, Sister Yuriko." Yukina replied with a courteous bow, her demeanor exuding the elegance of a young lady, although her face remained largely expressionless. "Oh, have you all arrived?" At that moment, the voice of Kushina Uzumaki resonated. The group turned to see Kushina holding a lunch bag, lifting it slightly as she said, "I presume none of you have had breakfast." At her words, Chiba instinctively placed a hand on his stomach, realizing he was indeed a bit hungry. Meanwhile, Yukina had already taken the lunch bag, retrieving the contents. And as Chiba received his portion, he devoured it ravenously. "Thank you, Yuriko. You've worked hard." Kushina smiled as she watched the three begin to eat. Before expressing her gratitude to Yuriko, Yuriko shook her head and replied, "It is my duty, Lady Kushina. I shall take my leave now." With that, Yuriko departed from the infirmary. Kushina watched Yuriko leave with a smile, but once her gaze returned to the trio, she said, "The upcoming final examination is of utmost importance. Do not let the success of the previous two tests lead to complacency. Those who remain are truly formidable opponents." Chiba paused his eating, glancing at Kushina, only to find her expression unusually serious. It was evident that they would be facing a task-oriented trial. Chiba concluded within himself, "The primary duty of a ninja is undoubtedly to execute missions, accomplishing various tasks, whether feasible or not. As a ninja's rank increases, so too does the difficulty of the tasks assigned. It would be abnormal for the Chunin exams to lack a test of mission execution capabilities. The value of a ninja does not solely depend on their strength. Rather, it is significantly determined by their ability to carry out missions and the success with which they complete them. The reason Minato Namikaze could ascend to the position of Hokage was due to his unparalleled strength and his successful completion of numerous tasks during the Third Great Ninja War, leading Konoha to victory. Thus, this is the most critical aspect of the Chunin exams. Chiba even had a premonition that if he performed poorly in this trial, no matter how exceptional his performance had been in the first two, he might still fail to achieve the rank of Chunin, regardless of victory. In short, he needed to approach this next challenge with greater seriousness. With a sense of resignation, Chiba lowered his head to continue his meal. "When had I become so eager to pass the Chunin exams?" "Kushina-sensei, are you really not coming with us?" Chiba asked, slightly dazed as he watched Kushina pack away the lunchboxes. It was nearly time for the final examination, and after finishing his most sumptuous breakfast since arriving here, they were to head to the assembly point for the final test. However, to his surprise, he learned that Kushina would not be accompanying them to the exam site, but would wait for them at the usual gathering place. She would not be attending the final testing grounds. "Although I am not present, if you fail the final examination," Uzumaki Kushina gazed at the trio of Chiba, and as she spoke, her crimson hair began to flutter gently, and her clenched right fist gradually rose. Upon witnessing Kushina's demeanor, the three of them broke into a cold sweat, their expressions becoming increasingly unnatural. The implication was unmistakable. If they did not succeed, they would undoubtedly face her wrath. "Well, Hirohiko, Yukina, it's about time for us to leave. We wouldn't want to be late." Chiba coughed lightly and turned to beckon them. "Oh." The two responded in unison, and the trio hastily departed the infirmary, making their way swiftly from the first training ground. Kushina watched them leave, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Do your best, my disciples." Half an hour later, outside the 44th training ground of Konohagakure, Chiba and his companions arrived to find the open space already populated by several individuals, approximately 9, all of whom had successfully passed the previous two trials. Surrounding this area was a barrier of barbed wire, adorned with warnings such as danger, no entry, beyond which lay a forest of unfathomable depths. It was clear, this was indeed the forest of death. Would the final test be conducted within its confines? Perhaps it was akin to the challenge faced by Naruto's cohort, involving the retrieval of scrolls. Chiba halted, and Yukina and Hirohiko followed suit, positioning themselves a short distance from the 9, clearly maintaining a level of detachment. At this moment, the chief examiner had yet to arrive, and they had managed to make it in time. Should the examiner arrive and they still be absent after 10 minutes, it would be deemed a forfeiture. Casting a glance at the forest of death, Chiba redirected his attention to the 9 individuals, who were now scrutinizing the 3 of them in turn. In terms of age, they were the youngest present, while the others appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, with individuals like Shiga Takeo and Kunai Kenjin already 14. Given their performances in the previous trials, it was only natural that they would attract attention. Chiba could sense that the gazes directed at them were laden with an air of rivalry. These individuals were perceiving them as hypothetical adversaries. In their minds, they were likely already envisioning strategies to confront the 3 of them. In essence, they had become the focal point of this gathering, overshadowing even Hinata Yukihira, who was regarded as the strongest among them. Notably, Yukihira's gaze also flitted between Chiba and Hirohiko. Chiba narrowed his eyes slightly. This was becoming troublesome, as these individuals were targeting them. Regardless of the nature of the trials ahead, they would need to exercise caution. Chiba contemplated the situation, while Hirohiko and Yukina instinctively inched closer to him, sensing the unusual tension. Just then, Yukina recalled something and retrieved a ninja tool pouch from behind. Handing it to Chiba. Chiba, this is what Kushina-sensei entrusted to me when I returned the bento box last night. Chiba was momentarily taken aback, shifting his gaze from the 9 to Yukina. So, Kushina had noticed his lack of a ninja tool pouch. He had borrowed one from Yukina during his battle with Hirohiko. Thank you. Chiba accepted the ninja tool pouch and expressed his gratitude to Yukina. Yukina slightly shook her head, then lifted her gaze to look behind Chiba. Sensing something, Chiba turned to see what was behind him. Have all the participants arrived? A raspy voice, laced with a hint of malevolence, echoed. Chiba's attention was drawn to the source of the voice. It was Orochimaru. Before Chiba and the others, a long-haired man approached slowly, halting as he spoke. Orochimaru himself. Was Orochimaru the chief examiner for the final test? What kind of trial would he administer? Chiba secured the ninja tool pouch at his waist for easy access. Orochimaru cast a sweeping glance, noting that the 12 genin participating in the final examination had already formed into 4 lines, 3 individuals in each. Now, let me explain the rules of the final test, Orochimaru announced. Everyone focused intently, refraining from idle chatter, their eyes fixed on him. They understood that their chance to become Chunin hinged on this final trial, and thus they were fully alert. Orochimaru produced a scroll, declaring, "The final test involves protecting this scroll, which contains classified information. You will be divided into 4 groups for an offensive and defensive battle. 2 groups will protect the scroll, while the other 2 will attempt to seize it. The location for this battle will be the Death Tower within the Death Forest. The attackers, those attempting to seize the scroll, must retrieve it from the Death Tower and leave with it. The defenders, on the other hand, must safeguard the scroll for 3 days. Do you understand?" "Yes," the 12 responded in unison. The rules were straightforward. A battle would take place in the Death Tower, situated at the heart of the Death Forest, where the attackers aimed to seize the scroll while the defenders sought to protect it for 3 days without being overpowered. Each group consisted of 3 members. "Now, let us finalize the groupings for the offensive and defensive roles," Orochimaru said with a sinister smile, producing 4 long strips of paper. Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, "Have you all determined your team members?" "Team members? Was there a need for reallocation?" Chiba was taken aback, his brow furrowing. "Well then, you will form teams according to your current lines. Those standing in the same line will form one group. Now, select a team leader to draw lots and determine the offensive and defensive sides," Orochimaru instructed, observing the puzzled expressions among the others. "One line constitutes one team." Chiba felt a wave of relief. He was in the same line as Hirohiko and Yukina, meaning they were indeed one group. Honestly, he would have felt quite unsettled if he were not teamed with Hirohiko and Yukina. Moreover, he understood that aside from them, it would be challenging to find anyone else with whom he could coordinate so effectively. This final examination was clearly designed as a test of teamwork and execution of tasks, where the synergy among the 3 team members was paramount. It was no wonder Orochimaru had emphasized this point, due to the previous 2 trials. Some original teams had lost members and could no longer form a trio. For instance, Shiga Takeo and Minachi Kenjin had lost a teammate and were unable to maintain a 3-person team. For instance, Hinata Yukihira, whose companions have also been eliminated, finds himself utterly alone, rendering the formation of a trio impossible. Upon examining the others, it appears that none are satisfied with merely forming a three-person team, with the exception of Chiba's group, which has advanced entirely. Moreover, this iteration of the Chunin exams seems to deviate from previous ones. Traditionally, all three members of a team were required to participate collectively. However, this time, several individuals, such as Yuhi Kurinai and Might Guy, are also participating independently, necessitating their own team formations, unlike Chiba's group, which naturally coalesces as a unit. This is precisely why Orochimaru posed his inquiry. Once Orochimaru established the rules for team division, Chiba exhaled in relief and surveyed the composition of other teams, only to furrow his brow in concern. Mukai Kenjin, Shigetakage, and Hinata Yukihira are in a single group? This is truly troubling. As for the other two groups, their compositions are formidable, yet they pale in comparison to this trio. Initially, Mukai Kenjin and Shigetakage were already focal points of Chiba's attention, and although he finds Hinata Yukihira rather irksome, there is no denying his prowess. Chiba, having engaged in combat with him, understands that Yukihira alone could severely incapacitate half of the members from the other two groups. Should this trio become adversaries, the difficulty of the final examination would undoubtedly escalate. Now, the team leaders are requested to step forward and draw lots to determine the offensive and defensive sides. Orochimaru surveyed everyone, clearly pleased with their reactions. Upon hearing his rules for team division, there were no expressions of astonishment. They swiftly finalized their team compositions and elected their leaders. As he concluded his remarks, three individuals promptly emerged from the four teams. Chiba, momentarily taken aback, noticed that Hirohiko and Yukina were both looking at him, evidently choosing him as their captain. This left Chiba rather perplexed. These two would argue over a game of cards to determine a victor, yet they so readily entrusted the captaincy to him. Subsequently, he approached to draw lots. In truth, there was no need for drawing, as the other three leaders had already completed their draws, leaving only one lot remaining. Orochimaru, observing Chiba finish his draw, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. To Kikuwa Chiba, though the source of his knowledge regarding the 8 gates remains a mystery, has shown the ability to barely open the first gate at such a young age. This child's talent in martial arts is nothing short of extraordinary. An intriguing child indeed. At that moment, Chiba had not yet had the opportunity to examine his lot before a chill ran down his spine. Instinctively glancing at Orochimaru, he found the latter smiling back at him. Surely, Orochimaru has not yet commenced his human experimentation? In the depths of Chiba's mind, he discerned Orochimaru's interest in him, causing a wave of apprehension to wash over him. This is bad. I had forgotten that later on, Orochimaru redeems himself. Yet this man is a pervert in search of bodies. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to mine? This simply will not do. I do not possess the ocular prowess of Sasuke's Sharingan. In the realm of the mind, I cannot counter Orochimaru, and at this moment, I am far from his equal. If I were truly to be selected, no. Surely he has not yet commenced his human experiments. He has not begun research on that technique, has he? A sense of foreboding surged within Shinya, prompting him to take a cautious step back, at which point he noticed the fleeting glimmer of confusion in Orochimaru's eyes. He has discerned something. A sense of alarm rang in Shinya's mind. Evidently, his earlier unease had led Orochimaru to perceive something amiss, if not the wariness reflected in his own gaze. Hastily, Shinya lowered his head, feigning interest in the slip of paper before him, which bore the character for guard. This child is wary of me. Why? Orochimaru pondered internally. Lord Orochimaru, I am on the defensive, Shinya proclaimed as he presented the slip to him. Was it merely an illusion? Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly, examining the clarity in Shinya's eyes, where no trace of apprehension could be found, leading him to question whether he had misjudged the situation. Lord Orochimaru, I too am on the defensive, another captain interjected, offering his own slip. Upon hearing this, Shinya frowned slightly and glanced towards Shigetakage at his side. Thus, their group must be the attackers, and Hinata Yukikaze had indeed chosen Shigetakage as captain? This is troublesome, Shinya thought as he slowly returned to his team. As he rejoined them, a glimmer crossed his eyes, and he remarked to Hirohiko in a tone neither too light nor too heavy. Hirohiko, do you not sense that Lord Orochimaru exudes a rather serpentine aura? I have an aversion to snakes. I was startled when I approached him. Hirohiko paused momentarily, taken aback by Chinya's seemingly nonsensical comment. I too share that fear, he instinctively replied. From behind, Yukina peered out, stating, Indeed, Lord Orochimaru, I resonate with your sentiment. Meanwhile, the captains were sequentially submitting their slips, coinciding perfectly with Chinya's earlier words. It appears I was frightening after all, but am I truly that daunting? A smirk tugged at Orochimaru's lips. This expression did not go unnoticed by Chinya, who thought to himself, perhaps this will allow me to evade detection. However, merely a hint of anomaly remains. Orochimaru does not know I am an otherworldly traveler, familiar with all his secrets. At most, he will be left in a state of curiosity regarding my motives. A slight tremor in Chinya as I reminded him of his instinctive wariness towards Orochimaru. Others were now watching this exchange intently, some of the returning captains momentarily stiffening, beads of sweat forming at the nape of their necks. This individual is remarkably audacious, daring to speak of Lord Orochimaru openly. Thus, the offensive and defensive teams have been established. Next, an additional rule was introduced. The scores from your previous trial will be calculated. Each group's scores will be summed, and you may purchase the corresponding maps over there. The defensive teams will enter the forest first, followed by the offensive teams, who will enter after a 10-minute interval. As for the confidential scrolls, I shall place them within the Tower of Death. Orochimaru indicated towards a stall positioned at an angle behind him, before his form. Along with the scrolls, dissipated into a cloud of white mist. This is a shadow clone. Purchasing maps? Moreover, isn't the defending party stationed directly at the Tower of Death? Rather, must they traverse the Forest of Death to reach the tower? Chiba furrowed his brow, stroking his chin. This implies that it will indeed be a formidable trial. At that moment, the others exchanged glances, evidently astonished by the additional rules. Wait, are we not simply headed to the defense point? Indeed, we must make our way there? This seems rather disadvantageous for us, as the defenders. Another group among the defenders erupted in protest. In contrast, the attacking side remained composed, confidently advancing towards the stall propped up by two Chunin from the Leaf Village. Let us also take a look, Chiba thought, his mind racing with various considerations. As he turned to Hirohiko and Yukina. Both Hirohiko and Yukina appeared perplexed by the final supplementary rules, and upon hearing Chiba's invitation, they promptly followed him. Chiba felt the gravity of this trial as he remarked to Hirohiko and Yukina. Ah, I understand, Chiba replied, a hint of seriousness in his tone. It turns out that the point system from the previous round has such significance. In a certain sense, these points also confer an advantage. These points, as dictated by the previous round's rules, are acquired through astute judgment and strategic tactics. Correct strategies can continually accumulate advantages. Is that the essence of this supplementary rule? Chiba gazed at the 4 scrolls on the Chunin's table. These must be the maps that Orochimaru referred to. The prices were clearly marked, with 4 tiers, the lowest at 2 points, followed by 4 points, then 6 points, and finally 12 points. Currently, on Chiba's side, Hirohiko was revived, counted as 0 points, while Yukina had expended 3 points, also equating to 0. Now, with 2 victories and 1 undecided match against Hyūga Yukihira, how many points does he have? You have 2 points. One of the Chunin, sensing Chiba's confusion, produced a scroll, unfurled it, and addressed Chiba. That round seemingly did not incur any deductions, nor did it add points. In that case, I shall purchase the least expensive map, Chiba declared, grasping the 2-point scroll. The Chunin nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, a voice from the direction of Shiga Takeo called out, I will buy the 6-point map. 6 points? Chiba was taken aback, not just him, but everyone turned to glance at Shiga Takeo. Indeed, Kanai-kin had 2 points, Shiga Takeo had 2 points, and Hyūga Yukihira likely had at least 2 points. The 12-point scroll was beyond anyone's reach unless all 3 achieved victories in their designated matches. However, the 6-point option was within their means. Chiba tightened his grip on the scroll he held. The difference between the 2-point map and the 6-point map was clear to Chiba without further thought. In this trial, the attacking side held an undeniable advantage. After purchasing the maps, the trio found a corner to unfurl the scrolls. This provided a rough map of the Forest of Death, with the location of the Tower of Death distinctly marked. After glancing at it, Chiba passed the map to Hirohiko and Yukina. I estimate that the 4-point map and the 6-point map will reveal more details, such as shortcuts. Yet our immediate priority is to reach the Tower of Death to commence the mission involving the protective scrolls. Until then, the confidential scrolls remain unprotected. meaning that as soon as the attackers arrive, they can seize them. Therefore, we must hasten to the Tower of Death, Chiba remarked. Hirohiko and Yukina nodded in agreement. Showing no dissent, after examining the map, they handed it over to Chiba. The 2-point map was quite rudimentary, merely indicating the location of the Tower of Death, while the rest depicted an expanse of forest, providing little more than a sense of the tower's position within the Death Forest. It was nearly akin to having no map at all. Chiba folded the map and stated, 10 minutes will undoubtedly be insufficient to thwart the attackers armed with the 6-point map. Thus, I have devised a plan. Follow me. Hirohiko and Yukina exchanged glances and nodded. Subsequently, Chiba glanced around, and while everyone was preoccupied with the map, he stepped into a thicket of bushes that had grown through the barbed wire. Hirohiko and Yukina followed closely behind. Soon, the trio emerged unscathed, their expressions unchanged. As they exited, Hirohiko couldn't help but pat Chiba on the shoulder, exclaiming, I can't believe you thought of such a method. Chiba smiled slightly and replied, in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. With this approach, we should make it in time. Otherwise, in 10 minutes, we would surely fall behind the attackers with the 6-point map. Now, let us familiarize ourselves with another defensive team. With that, the three of them turned their attention to the other group of defenders who had purchased the 4-point map and slowly approached them. At that moment, the other group of defenders was engrossed in examining their map. Sensing the trio's approach, they quickly concealed the map behind them. However, upon recognizing Chiba and his companions, their leader, Suga no Satoru, let out a sigh of relief and said, Oh, it's just you. You gave me quite the scare. I thought it was the attacking team. Suga no Satoru, Asu-suk, and Kusunoki Masaru. This Kusunoki must be the one from the first match. These three possess ordinary capabilities. While the attacking team, aside from Shiga Takahira's group, has another formidable team led by Shirakawa Izumi, whose water techniques are quite impressive. In terms of strength, the defenders ultimately fall short of the attackers. Moreover, in this Chunin exam, aside from Yukina and Hinata Yukihira's Byakugan and Hirohiko's Sharingan, no other bloodline limits or extraordinary techniques have emerged, making it rather challenging to secure victory through unconventional means. Do you have any plans? Chiba inquired with a slight smile. Plans? Suga no Satoru hesitated, then chuckled wryly. Are you asking about our strategy against them? Chiba nodded. Suga no Satoru appeared momentarily at a loss. Plans? What plans? Honestly, I hadn't thought of anything at all. However, with this map in hand, we should be fine. It outlines the optimal route to traverse this death forest within a day, allowing us to reach the Tower of Death. After that, we merely need to defend for 2 days. At that moment, seizing the advantage of terrain and adopting a defensive strategy, it was evident that the initially disadvantaged defending side must possess some favorable elements within the Death Tower. Given the prowess of the three individuals before him, victory should be attainable. However, was it truly the case that these three were merely 7 years old? The thought of engaging them in combat filled Guan Yiwu with trepidation. Observing the look of bewilderment on Shenya's face, he furrowed his brow. It appeared that this individual had not grasped the current situation at all. If this continued, defeat would be inevitable. Guan Yiwu felt an overwhelming urge to bury his face in his hands, yet he managed to restrain himself, stifling the twitch at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, So, it seems there is no plan after all. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by being questioned so directly by a 7-year-old, and having his thoughts laid bare, Guan cleared his throat and replied, There is indeed a plan. If you observe the map here, there exists an optimal route. We simply need to hasten our approach to the Death Tower along this pathway. From my calculations, as the initial circumstances are unfavorable for us, there must be advantageous conditions within the Death Tower. Otherwise, the proctor would not have established such additional rules. I believe the favorable conditions within the Death Tower will be substantial. My plan is to reach the Death Tower as swiftly as possible, secure the advantageous position, and endure for 3 days. Guan Yiwu unfolded the map, laying bare his thoughts. However, when he glanced at Shenya, he found the 3 children staring blankly at him. What is the matter? Is my plan too ingenious for them to comprehend? Suspicion flickered in Guan Yiwu's mind. But he noticed Masao Sok and Kusunoki Katsumi gazing at him with expressions of admiration. Could it be that my idea is indeed remarkable? He inhaled sharply. Perhaps it truly is exceptional. Oh dear, I seem to be developing a bit of self-respect. Meanwhile, the true sentiments churning within Shenya were starkly different. This individual is undoubtedly a fool, and the three in this team are equally foolish. Such tactics could be conceived by a 3-year-old. Would the attacking side fail to anticipate this? They would certainly guard against such a move. Moreover, why were there 2 groups? Why did the proctor choose to divide them into 2 teams? Why must the defending side traverse this death forest? Why was a map drawn? There are significant implications here. In that moment, Senha felt a sense of bleakness regarding their prospects. Yet, surrender was not an option. The existence of the second group was undoubtedly essential. Senha was convinced that Orochimaru's arrangements were made with thoughtful consideration, as he could not believe that the genius among the legendary 3 would act without thorough deliberation. Contrary to this, I have a plan and I hope for your cooperation. Senha sighed deeply, casting a glance at the 2 converging groups of the attacking side. Observing their expressions, it was clear that their strategy was far more comprehensive than theirs. Once again, Senha let out a long sigh. It felt as though my plan had been gently brushed aside. No, it was outright ignored. The corners of Guan Yiwu's mouth twitched as he felt the sting of being dismissed. No, overlooked by a mere 7-year-old. This sensation was decidedly unpleasant, and a hint of displeasure crept onto his face. As for Isu and Kusunoki Masaru, there was a hint of bewilderment. It seems the captain has been overlooked. Listen, my plan is quite simple. Although Lord Orochimaru stated that the defense team would enter first and the attack team 10 minutes later, he did not specify when the defense team should actually enter. Do you understand? We need to. Chiba's lips curled into a subtle smile as he spoke. However, at that moment, Kanaya Satoru, Isu, and Kusunoki Masaru felt a chill creeping up their spines. The smile on the face of this 7-year-old prodigy exuded an unsettling aura. No, could it be an illusion? Why do I feel as if an arrow-shaped tail is swaying behind this child? Nevertheless, I think I understand. Kanaya Satoru slammed his fist against his open palm, wearing an expression of realization, interrupting Chiba to exclaim, "So, you mean, as long as we don't enter? They can't enter either, and we can just wait out these 3 days, right?" Upon hearing Kanaya's words, Isu and Kusunoki Masaru looked at Chiba in awe. Their eyes filled with admiration. Truly, he is a remarkable genius at just 7 years old. This was the thought that crossed their minds. At this moment, Chiba could no longer contain himself. He pressed his forehead with one hand, his lips twitching uncontrollably. This is disastrous. These 3 are hopeless. They will undoubtedly perish on the battlefield. Previously, he had believed that the clumsy characters in anime were merely artistic exaggerations meant to create comedic effects. But now he discovered that such fools truly exist. This theory is utterly nonsensical. If you don't enter, the trial hasn't even begun. How can one possibly wait out 3 days to claim victory? Just like that. What a splendid plan it is. Kanaya Satoru stepped forward, patting Chiba's shoulder, and declared, "Truly worthy of a genius. I'm impressed." Indeed. Isu and Kusunoki Masaru nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the sentiment. How on earth did they pass the previous 2 trials? Chiba moved his hand away from his forehead, glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder, and despite himself, his lips twitched once more. Ultimately, with a deep sigh, he said, "Let me finish what I was saying." Is there more to follow? Wasn't the earlier plan already complete? Kanaya Satoru exclaimed in astonishment, evidently believing that Chiba's notion of winning by exhausting time was the entirety of the plan. Observing the bewildered expressions on Kanaya and the other 2, Chiba reached a profound conclusion. We must separate our actions. It is imperative to distance ourselves from these fools. We will lose. Being with them will undoubtedly lead to defeat. My intelligence might even diminish. No, it will absolutely diminish. Just a moment ago, my mind went blank, and I forgot all my plans. All right, listen closely. Where did I leave off last time? After drawing his conclusion, Chiba took a deep breath, realizing that explaining his plan to these 3 required his utmost focus, for he could not afford to be the slightest bit careless. "Oh, you just mentioned that although Lord Orochimaru stated that the defensive team should enter first, with the attacking team following 10 minutes later, there was no specification on when exactly the defensive team should make their entrance. Do you understand? We require clarity on this matter." Guan Yiwu furrowed his brow slightly, displaying a look that suggested a moment of confusion. Did I misjudge the situation? This child cannot even recall his own words. Is the plan truly so unreliable? Chiba nodded thoughtfully, observing Guan Yiwu's expression, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. What does this expression signify? Is he doubting me? Can it be that I am being questioned by this fool? What is this vexation and frustration I am feeling? No, no, no. It is imperative that we focus on the tactics at hand. Chiba, you must remain composed. What was my plan again? Chiba took a deep breath, striving to recollect, and finally articulated. First and foremost, we must comprehend that if our defensive team does not enter the forest, the trial cannot commence. Oh, so it will not begin without our presence. Quan Yi Wu and the others nodded in realization, acknowledging the validity of this point. Quan Yi Wu remarked, indeed, if that is the case, the defensive team would possess an undue advantage. Yet, internally, he pondered, is this plan truly reliable? The notion that the trial cannot commence without the defensive team's entry did not even cross his mind. Though he is quite formidable, he is, after all, merely a 7-year-old child, and his thinking remains rather immature. Clearly, Quan Yi Wu is the type of person whose thoughts are laid bare on his face. His expression betrayed his doubts. This plan seems rather dubious, after all, given that he is just a child with an underdeveloped mindset. This expression did not escape Chiba's notice, and a vein began to throb at his temple, pulsating furiously. Does this guy possess no self-awareness? Chiba inhaled deeply for the third time, suppressing an overwhelming urge to strike him squarely in the face with all his might, and said, "It's good that you understand. Now, let me present my strategy. We must strive to delay our entry into the forest for as long as possible. For now, we shall feign a discussion of our plans to buy time. Why? A swift resolution is ideal. I believe we should seize the opportunity while they are preoccupied with their tactics and enter the forest ahead of them." Reaching the Tower of Death with utmost speed, Quan Yi Wu was thoroughly convinced that this 7-year-old genius was somewhat unreliable. Why delay? Every second counts, and we must enter the forest before the attacking team does. Chiba felt on the verge of despair. This guy keeps circling back, ultimately insisting on executing his own plan. Moreover, he completely failed to grasp the essence of Chiba's strategy, not even pausing to contemplate it. He is clearly not the type to be stubbornly obstinate. Yet how simplistic is his reasoning? But is it truly necessary to explain it to him? Chiba was left with a profound sense of doubt. He had intended to clarify things, but Quan Yi Wu's foolishness was rapidly overwhelming him. And Chiba felt that remaining in his company would inevitably drag his own intellect down to the same level. Nevertheless, given that both parties are collaborators, their strengths are undeniably essential. In a state of helplessness, Chiba could only offer this explanation. Firstly, this plan has two objectives. The first is to determine whether you believe it is easier to travel during the day or at night for this trial. Certainly, during the day, the light is better. Kuniya Wataru answered without a moment's hesitation. Chiba was momentarily stunned. Who could come to my rescue? Ahem. In this trial, the attacking side will undoubtedly not allow us, the defenders, to proceed safely towards the Tower of Death. They will certainly intercept us along the way. Although our 4-point map indicates the optimal route, the opposing side possesses a 6-point map that surely marks their own optimal path, perhaps even more. They are aware that we will inevitably choose the best route, so they will surely devise a means to counter us. Moreover, having examined the optimal route, I noted that even if the attacking side enters 10 minutes later, they still have a chance to intercept us if they follow the same path. Chiba patiently elaborated. The optimal route has several turns. If the attacking side has the map of the best route, taking some challenging straight paths could still provide an opportunity for interception. While the defenders may shorten their journey by taking these direct paths, Chiba had confidence in himself and his two companions, yet felt little faith in the 3 fools accompanying him. The attacking side, with their overall strength evidently surpassing ours, would typically benefit from traveling the optimal route first. However, considering the disparity in capabilities, this was not a given. Furthermore, on the 6-point map, Chiba could not guarantee that there were no other routes superior to this optimal one. As for the reason to travel at night, while visibility issues may slow our progress, the dim light would render those difficult straight paths perilous. If the attacking side attempts to intercept along a shortcut, they must think carefully. Should there indeed be other routes on the 6-point map that surpass this optimal one? That would be a different matter altogether, but Chiba had other strategies in mind. Before the defenders arrive at the Tower of Death, this ultimate test is essentially a trial of speed and interception. Then why not simply avoid this route? Kuniya Wataru suggested, shaking his head, still unconvinced by Chiba's approach. If we don't take this route, but they do, they will save time, my friend. Chiba felt a sense of despair, utterly baffled by his companion's reasoning. All right, just trust me this once. Let us stall for time. I believe we will prevail. How can that be? Your plan is evidently unfounded and inferior to mine. If you cannot provide a rationale, then I shall not allow my teammates to take risks with you. The Chunin exam is a life-changing test. I cannot squander this crucial opportunity due to your irresponsible plan. Everyone has worked hard to reach this point. Since they have chosen me as their captain, I must be accountable for their examination. Kanaya spoke with a grave expression, and the two individuals behind him were deeply moved, nodding in agreement, feeling that choosing Kanaya as their leader was indeed the right decision. Upon hearing this, Chiba also felt a vain throb on his forehead. Can I take a life? Can I send this person flying? In his frustration, Chiba realized that aside from the likes of Kai, who were passionate yet foolishly determined, there existed another type of individual that he found difficult to handle, superbly foolish people like Kanaya.